Old Mr. O remained silent for a long time. Zhuang Yundai was not anxious. She held Zhuang Yuntong's hand and waited quietly. At first, Zhuang Yunqi felt a bit uneasy, but when he saw Mr. O only observing him without saying anything else, he relaxed completely and allowed Mr. O to look him over. However, Fei Zijin was getting impatient. He teasingly asked Mr. O, "Grandpa O, can you just say whether it's okay or not? If not, then I'll take Chigo away." Mr. O, annoyed, puffed out his cheeks. "If you want to go, then go." Fei Zijin exchanged a glance with Zhuang Yundai, who understood and gave a respectful bow to Mr. O before attempting to take Zhuang Yunqi away. Mr. O became anxious, his beard almost floating. "Hey, wait. Only then did Fei Zijin and Zhuang Yundai stop. Mr. O shot a fierce glare at Fei Zijin, stroked his beard, and expressed some dissatisfaction. "I've been a bit bored lately, but asking me to teach a young child seems a bit." He glanced at Zhuang Yunqi, clearly feeling a mix of annoyance and reluctance. Fei Zijin exclaimed, "Oh, Grandpa, what are you saying? Think about it. Our Chiga has just started learning, like a blank sheet of paper. If you teach him from the beginning, wouldn't it be more rewarding to raise a top scholar?" Mr. O seemed somewhat tempted, but he couldn't stand Fei Zijin's carefree attitude and retorted, "You talk about top scholars as if it's easy. If it were that simple, why don't you get your grandfather to produce one?" Hearing this, Fei Zijin knew Mr. O was interested. He playfully pulled Zhuang Yunqi and said, "Chigo, hurry up and show your respect to Grandpa O for becoming your teacher." This act of respect was different from starting school. Zhuang Yunqi hesitated for a moment, but then deeply bowed to Mr. O. "If you think I'm dull and unworthy of teaching, I wouldn't want to force you, sir." Seeing that Zhuang Yunqi didn't follow Fei Zijin's cheeky lead, Mr. O couldn't help but regard him more favorably. He nodded to himself, noticing Zhuang Yunqi's serious demeanor, which showed determination despite his young age. Mr. O straightened his expression, no longer impatient like he was with Fei Zijin, and nodded to Zhuang Yunqi. "It's not a forced decision. However, I am strict with my students. If I find you lazy or unable to learn in the future, I will have to dismiss you from my teachings, understand?" As he said this, Mr. O cast a glance at Fei Zijin. Fei Zijin touched his nose, knowing that the 8 words from Mr. O, lazy and idle, unworthy of learning, referred to him. He pretended not to hear. Zhuang Yunqi then lifted the front of his long robe and solemnly knelt down, saying, "Respected teacher, I am your student Zhuang Yunqi. In the future, I will work hard and not disappoint your high hopes." Mr. O was clearly pleased with Zhuang Yunqi, stroking his beard and nodding with a smile. "Very good. I hope you will strive for knowledge and aim high. To go far, one must start close and work diligently." Zhuang Yunqi understood only part of this, but he knew it was the teacher's expectation of him. He nodded seriously and silently committed the words to memory, planning to look up their meanings later. Mr. O was very satisfied with Zhuang Yunqi's attitude and waved his hand. "All right, go rest. From now on, come here at 1/4 the hour of the snake and leave at 1/4 the hour of the monkey. You will have a break on the 1st and 6th of each month." "Yes, I understand, teacher," Zhuang Yunqi replied with a bow. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself that it might be a coincidence that tomorrow was the 16th, a break day. She planned to prepare some study materials for Aki. Mr. O stood up and was about to leave. Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong bowed to him. Mr. O's gaze fell on Zhuang Yundai's face, and he was slightly surprised, his expression changing. Zhuang Yundai paused. "Sir?" Mr. O quickly began to calculate with his fingers, leaving Zhuang Yundai a bit confused. Fei Zijin's expression also changed. Others did not know, but he did. Last time Mr. O had this reaction, it was when he saw a beautiful tea-picking girl in the mountains. She was exceptionally lovely, with a voice like a songbird, and nothing else stood out. At that time Mr. O had the same surprised expression, calculated quickly, and then said, "This girl will be of great importance in the future." Fei Zijin and his grandfather were with Mr. O at that time, enjoying the scenery, and they thought Mr. O was just old and confused. However, 6 months later, the nearly 50-year-old Emperor Jian suddenly brought a tea-picking girl into the palace. Initially, she was named a beauty, but she quickly rose to the position of noble consort. This happened in just 6 months, making her the fastest rising consort in the history of their dynasty. Later, the situation became even more unbelievable. The empress was demoted to a commoner due to jealousy and plotting against the heir, and her family was accused of crimes and exiled. Overnight, everything fell apart. That tea-picking girl eventually became the lowest-born empress of their dynasty. In the previous dynasty, there were people who advised the emperor, but Emperor Jian showed a cruel side, insisting on his authority. He had several elderly officials who opposed him punished in front of everyone, having them beaten by guards. After returning to their homes, these officials fell seriously ill. 3 of them died, while the other 2 later submitted requests to retire. Emperor Jian approved their requests. However, on their way home, the 2 officials encountered bandits and were killed. Soon after, other officials who opposed the idea of the actress becoming empress faced various disasters, such as fires or accidents involving their children. This created a climate of fear in the court. Mr. O, feeling uneasy, resigned from his position and went into hiding in Pingling County. Fei Zijin felt a chill run down his back, his heart racing with anxiety. He hoped Mr. O wouldn't say, "This girl will be very important in the future." After all, the emperor was already 50. Fortunately, Mr. O said nothing and simply shook his head, instructing his servant to the siblings, Zhuang Yundai and her brothers, out. Fei Zijin had planned to leave with them, but seeing Mr. O's demeanor made him too anxious to go. "Grandpa O," Fei Zijin insisted. "What did you mean earlier?" Mr. O's expression was not good, likely recalling the tragedies caused by the tea-picking girl. He initially didn't want to respond, but seeing Fei Zijin's persistence, he grew a bit annoyed. "Do you have feelings for that girl?" Fei Zijin was startled, his expression changing, but he did not deny it. Mr. O looked at him for a long moment and snorted. "You should give up on that idea. I see this girl's fate is quite unusual. She was supposed to be dead, but has come back to life. She may not be in a central position, but she will have powerful connections." Fei Zijin's heart sank. Powerful connections. Does that mean his sister would marry someone very influential? His expression darkened. Mr. O noticed and suddenly felt better, saying with a grunt, "You still have time to work hard. Who knows, if you become a top scholar and rise to the cabinet, you could also be considered someone of influence." Fei Zijin felt a sudden spark of inspiration and excitedly walked in circles. "You're right. How did I not think of this before?" He was so restless that he couldn't sit still any longer. He clasped his hands and said to Old Master O, "Grandpa O, please rest. I won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, he strode out, looking as if he couldn't afford to waste another moment. Old Master O instinctively rubbed his fingers together, squinting at Fei Zijin's back, murmuring, "Old Fei should thank me." There wasn't a destined connection between Fei Zijin and Zhuang Yundai. However, Old Master O only mentioned that entering the cabinet could barely lead to great power. He didn't say anything more. Old Master O huffed. A young servant entered with a basket, seemingly unsure of what to do with it. Old Master O glanced over and asked, "What is this?" The servant replied, "These are gifts brought by Miss Zhuang and young Master Zhuang." Old Master O became a bit interested. "Oh, let me see." He lifted the cloth covering the basket and found a ceramic container inside. When he opened the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted up. Old Master O paused for a moment. "It smells quite good." Upon closer inspection, he saw various vegetables, meatballs, and meat skewered on wooden sticks inside the ceramic container, still steaming due to its insulation. The servant became excited. "Ah, this is the popular skewer dish from the county these days." "Skewers?" Old Master O repeated. The servant nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. They're really delicious." He grew more animated. I've heard that the best skewers in the county are made by a very beautiful young girl. Could it be that it's Miss Zhuang? He looked enchanted but noticed old Master O frowning and cautiously asked, Sir, do you not like this flavor? I could help you eat it. Old Master O shot him a glare. The servant wasn't scared. Although Old Master O often had a stern expression and seemed a bit fierce, they knew he was actually easy to get along with. When they made small mistakes, he never punished them but simply pointed out their errors for them to reflect on. They felt guilty and were careful not to make mistakes again. Old Master O said, At such a young age, you should not indulge in gluttony. He paused and cleared his throat. Take this to my tea room. The young servant's expression immediately drooped, and he replied weakly, Oh. Old Master O couldn't stand the servant's lack of spirit and scolded, No ambition. You come here too. The servant perked up instantly. However, a moment later, Old Master O regretted saying that. In the tea room, Old Master O watched the young servant quickly eating skewers with a blank expression and said angrily, Leave some for me. The servant looked at the empty skewers in front of him, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, wiped his mouth with a cloth, and eagerly said, Sir, these are really delicious. I couldn't help myself. You eat, I'll go pour you some tea. The servant quickly slipped away, and Old Master O snorted, picked up a skewer, and savored it. He had eaten from the imperial kitchen before, and their dishes were much more refined. But the flavor of these skewers was uniquely delightful, surpassing even the imperial kitchen's offerings. As Old Master O ate and enjoyed, he didn't notice he had finished all the skewers in the ceramic jar. When the servant returned with tea, he hurriedly helped Old Master O out for a stroll. Old Master O hummed, patting his belly, and leisurely walked to the courtyard, feeling increasingly satisfied with his decision to take on a disciple. Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yunqi went to the street to buy some new writing supplies. Zhuang Yunqi still seemed a bit dazed. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh as she poked her brother's cheek. Are you so happy that you're dizzy? The old gentleman's home, though small, was quite elegant, with decorations that showed his exceptional taste, indicating that he was a learned man. Zhuang Yundai was quite pleased that her brother could become a disciple of this old gentleman. Zhuang Yunqi, waking up from his sister's poke, felt a bit shy, elder sister. At that moment, Zhuang Yuntong, who had been looking at various interesting trinkets along the street, suddenly shivered and ran over to Zhuang Yundai, biting her lip. She trembled slightly and hugged Zhuang Yundai's waist. Zhuang Yundai quickly embraced Zhuang Yuntong and whispered, Tong Tong, what's wrong? That person. Zhuang Yuntong stammered, squeezing out a few words. Zhuang Yundai's expression changed as she noticed Zhuang Yuntong's trembling hand pointing slightly in a direction. She recognized the beautiful woman bargaining at the jade ornament stall. When she first arrived in this world, she encountered a woman named Hu Qinyang, who tried to forcibly take Zhuang Yunqi away to sell her. At that time, she cleverly used tianqian grass and mixed it with wood ash to scare Hu Qinyang away by causing her face to break out in red rashes. Since then, Zhuang Yundai had not seen Hu Qinyang in the village. Occasionally, she heard people mention that Hu Qinyang seemed to have eaten something bad, which ruined her face, so she had been staying indoors. Now, after a few months, she must have recovered. Zhuang Yundai hugged Zhuang Yuntong and whispered, Don't worry. You don't have to be afraid of her. Big sister won't let anyone sell you. With her reassurance, Zhuang Yuntong slowly calmed down. Zhuang Yundai initially wanted to ignore Hu Qinyang, but after glancing a few times, she sensed something was off. Her hearing was quite sharp, and amidst the noisy wind, she could distinguish Hu Qinyang's voice. Hu Qinyang was teasing a little girl near the jade ornament stall and gathering information about her from the stall owner. Zhuang Yundai felt a sense of alertness. She quietly took Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong back to their home in Shimo Alley. The nearby Sanyun Chuan was still crowded, and the few helpers she had hired were busy working. Aunt, who was also bustling about, while Bengur played with a rattan ball in the yard. When he saw Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong return, He excitedly ran over, calling out brother, sister repeatedly. He was holding the candy that Zhuang Yundai had made for the children earlier, and he clumsily handed them to Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, saying, brother, sister, eat. After giving Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong a few instructions, she let them play with Bingur. She returned to the jade ornament stall, but Hu Qingyang had already left. The stall owner's little girl was playing with a colorful silk ribbon, and Zhuang Yundai paused. Earlier, this ribbon had been around Hu Qingyang's waist. It seemed she had given it to the little girl to build a closer relationship with her. Zhuang Yundai approached, and the jade ornament stall owner greeted her warmly. She casually picked a few inexpensive but cleverly designed jade ornaments and chatted with the stall owner for a while. The stall owner was clearly enthusiastic, and since Zhuang Yundai had bought some items, he was even more welcoming. After chatting for a while, Zhuang Yundai hesitated before finally deciding to speak up, saying, boss, you seem like a sincere person. Is there something troubling your family? The jade stall owner was taken aback and confused. What do you mean, young lady?
He was a bit displeased. My family has always been fine.
Zhuang Yundai gasped and covered her mouth, glancing several times at the daughter beside the jade stall owner. He quickly hugged his little girl, who was playing with colorful ribbons, and looked at Zhuang Yundai with caution. Zhuang Yundai sighed, looking regretful. Boss, since you treasure your daughter so much and nothing is wrong at home, why would you? She stopped mid-sentence, and the jade stall owner became even more curious, slightly angry. You're quite interesting, young lady. First, you guess if my family has problems, then you mention my daughter, but you don't explain clearly. It's really frustrating. Zhuang Yundai quickly apologized and said, please don't be upset. It's just that I saw. She lowered her voice a bit. I saw you chatting happily with that man earlier, and I thought. The jade stall owner's expression changed immediately. That man? Zhuang Yundai looked a bit puzzled. Yes, the one from earlier. She pointed to the colorful ribbons in the little girl's hands. I passed by and saw it. I'm sure. Those ribbons belong to her. The jade stall owner turned pale, snatched the ribbons from his daughter's hands, threw them on the ground, and stomped on them, looking fierce. I knew it. Why was he so nice to my daughter? He must be trying to get close to her and take her away without me noticing. The little girl, upset over losing her toy, started to cry loudly. The jade stall owner hurriedly hugged her, promising her many things until she finally stopped crying. After calming his daughter, he looked up and realized that the man was gone. He felt a surge of caution, thinking that he needed to keep a close eye on his daughter when they went out in the future. At that moment, Zhuang Yundai had already turned into a small alley. Hu Qingyang, who was beautiful and clever, knew that if she approached the jade stall owner directly and said that the man was a kidnapper, he would surely not believe her and might even think she was trying to cause trouble. To put it another way, even if the owner of the jade jewelry stall had some doubts, the next time they met Hu Qingyang and asked her if she used sweet words to confuse him and made him let down his guard completely, it would actually be Zhuang Yundai helping her. The best way to handle this now is like that. She didn't mean to frame or slander anyone. She just casually chatted and showed some concern while shopping, then left without any personal gain. This way, the jewelry stall owner would keep recalling Hu Qingyang's words and actions, and he would notice more problems. The next time he encounters Hu Qingyang or someone else trying to befriend him to lower his guard, he won't be easily fooled again. Zhuang Yundai stood in the alley, looking at the little girl in the sunlight, who was smiling brightly because her father promised to buy her a candy figure next time and couldn't help but smile. Days passed and soon winter, mixed with wind and snow, arrived in Pingling County. This winter was indeed much colder than previous years. When it snowed, Aunt Hu looked at the falling snowflakes and sighed, "It's really too cold." Zhuang Yundai, who was behind the counter calculating accounts, looked up and asked Aunt Hu, "Aunt, do you have enough coal in your house?" Yes, Aunt Hu hurriedly nodded, then smiled a bit shyly. "Sister Dai, I've never seen such a kind landlord as you, providing food and shelter, and even making 2 cotton clothes for me and Binge. You also give us plenty of coal." She became a bit flustered as she continued, "I've never experienced such a winter." Zhuang Yundai felt a bit helpless and gently replied, "Aunt, it's only right. I rely on you for many things." Aunt, who wiped away tears of gratitude, sighed a couple of times, and went back to check on the fire in the kitchen. Tong Tong put a few sweet potatoes in the ashes earlier. "I'll see if they are cooked." Zhuang Yundai acknowledged her and continued with her accounts. Since winter began, their Kanchan shop changed to open at noon and closed at dusk. With some time before opening, she took the opportunity to go over the accounts. The little shop had been open for about a month, and business was thriving, attracting many customers from other counties. She made a good income every day and quickly became quite wealthy. Eventually, she saved enough money to buy the small courtyard for 150 taels. Although this move spent all her savings, having a stable place to live is quite nice. Money can always be earned again. Especially with winter coming, her skewer shop is doing even better. Since her shop became popular, many other skewer shops have opened nearby, but none can make the spicy red oil skewers like hers. Eating a spicy red oil skewer on a winter day, making you sweat, is such a delight. So, even with many other skewer shops around, they can't affect the business of Sanyan skewers. The heavy cotton curtain outside jingled with a string of bells as someone lifted it and entered the shop. It was still an hour before opening, and usually, Zhuang Yundai didn't serve customers early, but seeing a familiar face in the misty air made her smile with surprise. She stepped out from behind the counter. "Brother Wang Er." The visitor was Wang Yingyin, the second son of the Wang family from Xiangyang village. He was holding a bundle and touched the furry hat on his head, looking at Zhuang Yundai with a silly smile. "Sister Zhuang." He handed her the bundle, saying, "My mother asked me to bring this to you. It's getting colder, so these are some furs she saved up. You can make hand warmers or hats. They'll be great. Auntie is always thinking of us. Brother Wang Er, please thank her for us when you go back." Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, and then asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Wang Yingyin nodded. "I had a big bowl of my mother's noodles before coming." "Then please sit. I was just doing some accounting at the counter, and the charcoal stove is over there. Let me move it for you." Zhuang Yundai warmly invited him. She usually lit the charcoal stove half an hour before opening, so customers would feel warm as soon as they entered. Since it was still early, she only lit a stove at the counter for herself. Wang Yingyin waved his hands, looking a bit shy. No, it's fine. I just came to deliver the furs, and to let you know that my older brother is getting married in 3 days. I wanted to ask if you and Tong Tong and Qi have time to come back for the wedding feast." Zhuang Yundai calculated the days and smiled. Wang Dage is getting married. How coincidental. 3 days later is the 16th day of the 12th month, right? Aki will be on break. We will definitely go. Wang Yingyin smiled and said, "My mother will be very happy when she hears this." After saying this, he didn't know what else to say. He stood awkwardly in the Chan Dan, looking at the unique and delicate decorations, feeling a bit lost. When Zhuang Yundai came to pour him some hot tea, Wang Yingyin hurriedly said, "I still need to buy some things, so I'll leave now." He quickly left. Zhuang Yundai didn't have a chance to say anything before she saw Wang Yingyin lift the curtain and run out. She sighed, feeling a bit helpless. On the 16th day of the 12th month, Zhuang Yundai got up early and tidied herself and her younger siblings neatly. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong looked as lovely as golden boys and jade girls, delicate and charming. Especially Zhuang Yuntong, who had 2 fluffy red pom-poms hanging from her little bun, which jingled with silver bells, making a crisp and delightful sound as she moved. Zhuang Yundai styled her hair in a simple hanging bun, tied with red yarn, looking both elegant and festive. After giving Aunt Hu a few instructions, she went to the carriage rental to hire a horse-drawn carriage. Because the mountain roads were snowy and difficult to navigate, Zhuang Yundai paid double the fare to find a carriage willing to take them. The carriage didn't have a charcoal stove, so Zhuang Yundai prepared warm hand warmers for her siblings and herself, and brought a blanket before getting on the carriage. On the cold winter day, the 3 siblings sat comfortably in the carriage, holding warmers and covered with a blanket, heading back to Xiangyang village. Wang Tsuetsue had probably heard that Zhuang Yundai and her siblings were coming back, as she was waiting at the village gate early in the morning. When she saw the unfamiliar carriage approaching, she was initially unsure. She tentatively called out, "Dai Dai Jia?" Zhuang Yundai lifted the curtain and smiled in response, confirming her identity, which made Wang Tsuetsue shout in surprise. Waiting with Wang Tsuetsue at the village gate were some playmates from the village. They felt a mix of emotions when they saw the adorable Zhuang Yuntong, who looked like a doll, stepping down from the carriage with a hand warmer in her arms. In the past, Zhuang Yuntong had looked like a little beggar. Now, she seemed like a wealthy young lady from the city. The only one unaffected by this change seemed to be Wang Tsuetsue. Zhuang Yuntong reached out to hold Wang Tsuetsue's hand, but when she felt how cold it was, Wang Tsuetsue quickly pulled back, saying, "Don't get cold." Zhuang Yuntong handed her hand warmer to Wang Tsuetsue and whispered, "Sister Tsuetsue, this is warm.
You can warm your hands with it."
Wang Tsuetsue accepted it without hesitation and exclaimed, "It's really warm." Her excitement drew the other children in the village closer to see what was happening. A little girl gathered her courage and said to Zhuang Yuntong, "Your flower bells on your head are so pretty. Can I touch them?" "Of course," Zhuang Yuntong replied, lowering her head so the girl could touch the flowers and bells. "I want to touch them too." Many little girls eagerly wanted to try, and Zhuang Yuntong patiently let each of them have a turn, even though her neck started to hurt. Seeing that Zhuang Yuntong remained kind and friendly after becoming well-off made the other children feel less envious. Wang Tsuetsue, not wanting Zhuang Yuntong to be bothered, pulled her up and said, "Your hair is going to get messy. Let's go play somewhere else." The group of friends happily went off to play. Zhuang Yundai smiled and led Zhuang Yunqi into the brightly decorated Wang family home. The Wang family was clearly preparing for a wedding, with 2 big red lanterns and red cloth hanging at the entrance. Wang Tsuetsue's mother saw Zhuang Yundai and greeted her with a smile, taking her hand and looking her up and down. "You look much healthier now. You were too thin before." Zhuang Yundai chuckled and took out a red cloth-wrapped item, revealing a silver bracelet shaped like a dragon and phoenix. Wang Tsuetsue's mother quickly pushed Zhuang Yundai's hand back, saying, "No, no, this is too precious." Zhuang Yundai sighed, "Auntie, you're being too polite. Since winter began, you've provided so much clothing for my siblings and me. This is just a silver bracelet." Wang Tsuetsue's mother shook her head, "You're too kind. It's not easy for you to live in the county with Tong Tong and Chiga. The materials I used were thanks to your help teaching my son how to catch more game." Zhuang Yundai insisted and pushed the bracelet into Wang Tsuetsue's mother's hands, saying, "Auntie, on this joyful day, let's not be too formal. This is for your first daughter-in-law, and I haven't congratulated you on becoming a mother-in-law yet." At this, Wang Tsuetsue's mother's smile faded a little. "Aunt?" Zhuang Yundai felt something was off, but just then, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, signaling that the wedding procession had returned. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, unable to explain further, simply shook her head at Zhuang Yundai and hurried outside. The Wang family had recently faced a serious illness that drained their savings. If it weren't for Wang Yingyin hunting a lot of game in the past 6 months to help with expenses, they would have had nothing left. Despite this, the wedding banquet showed that the Wang family had put in all their effort and clearly valued the bride. Zhuang Yundai pushed aside her uneasy thoughts and followed Wang Tsuetsue's mother outside to greet the wedding party. Amid the sounds of drums and gongs, a wedding sedan arrived at the Wang family's door. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, beaming with joy, urged her eldest son, Wang Yingjin, to help the bride down from the sedan. However, when Wang Yingjin lifted the curtain, a hand reached out from inside and held it shut, preventing him from opening it. Wang Yingjin, dressed in bright red wedding attire, was taken aback. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was also stunned. The villagers attending the wedding were equally surprised. Only the bride's aunt, standing by the sedan, winked at Wang Tsuetsue's mother and said, "There are rules for how the bride gets out of the sedan." Wang Tsuetsue's mother's expression changed slightly. Wang Yingjin quickly understood the situation. His face darkened, and he withdrew his hand from the curtain. Wang Tsuetsue's mother looked at her son with concern, gritted her teeth, and pulled out a red envelope meant for all the villagers who helped with the wedding. Zhuang Yundai frowned at the scene. From Wang Tsuetsue's mother's and Wang Yingjin's reactions, it was clear that this rule about the bride getting out had not been discussed beforehand. Was this a way to demand more during the wedding? Zhuang Yundai frowned even more. Seeing Wang Tsuetsue's mother awkwardly smile as she handed a red envelope to Wang Yingjin to give to the bride, she realized that the Wang family had chosen to endure this situation. Wang Yingjin stood still, not moving. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, with a hint of annoyance, nudged him. The sturdy man, with a slightly dark complexion, finally pursed his lips and stepped forward to slip the red envelope into the sedan. The bride inside accepted the envelope. The villagers of Xiangyang were already whispering among themselves. This bride's family was quite particular. This time, when Wang Yingjin lifted the curtain again, the bride did not stop him. He finally lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and brought the bride out. The bride was covered with a veil and wore a red wedding dress, looking very festive. However, it seemed she was dressed too warmly for the cold weather, making her appear a bit bulky. Wang Tsuetsue's mother didn't want to ruin the joyful wedding due to previous events, so she put on a smile and called out, "It's cold outside. Everyone, please come into the courtyard." Since there wasn't enough space inside, the wedding feast was set up in the courtyard. A fire was lit in the courtyard, which helped keep it warm. However, just before the ceremony, there was a problem with the bride. She said that one of her bracelets had fallen off. That bracelet was part of her dowry, and losing it was considered unlucky, so she wanted to find it. Wang Tsuetsue's mother panicked and quickly organized the family to search. The sedan chair hadn't left yet, and they even turned it upside down but couldn't find it. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was very anxious, worried that someone might have picked it up. The bride and her aunt remained calm, standing in front of the hall. Zhuang Yundai gently pulled Wang Tsuetsue's mother and said softly, "Aunt." When the bride came out of the sedan chair, she wasn't wearing anything on her hands. Wang Tsuetsue's mother immediately understood and trembled with anger. This wasn't about losing a bracelet. She was asking for one. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she reached into her pocket for the bracelet Zhuang Yundai had given her earlier, feeling a bit guilty. She whispered to Zhuang Yundai, "Sister Dai, about that bracelet you gave me." Seeing the sweat on Wang Tsuetsue's mother's forehead, Zhuang Yundai bit her lip and replied softly, "Aunt, the bracelet was a wedding gift for Wang Dage, so you can use it as you wish." But to be honest, the bride's behavior before even entering the door shows her character. It might not be peaceful in the future. Wang Tsuetsue's mother knew that Zhuang Yundai, who rarely spoke ill of others, was sharing her true feelings. Her eyes turned red, and she almost cried. "There's no choice. This marriage has taken too long," she said tearfully. The bride finally agreed, "So if I have to give something, then so be it. Once they are married, I can finally put my mind at ease." Zhuang Yundai sighed inwardly and chose not to say anything more. Wang Tsuetsue's mother hurriedly wiped away a tear and forced a smile. She took out the twisted silver bracelet that Zhuang Yundai had given and asked the bride, "Xiaoer, is this the one?" The bride's name was Cui Xiuxiu. She took the silver bracelet, looked at it carefully under her veil, and finally showed a bit of satisfaction in her voice. "Yes, this is it." Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt her last hope fade away. It turned out it hadn't really been lost. Wang Yingjin, along with his two younger brothers and even his little sister Wang Tsuetsue, had been searching everywhere. They happened to catch sight of their mother in a corner, pulling out a bracelet resting on a red velvet cushion. She tucked the cushion back into her arms and walked toward Cui Xiuxiu with the shiny new silver bracelet, softly asking if it was the one. Then he heard the bride's voice from beneath the veil say, "This is it." Wang Yingjin felt a chill run through him. He usually had a good temper, but in that moment, he was filled with anger. When Wang Tsuetsue's mother turned around and saw her eldest son approaching with a face full of anger, her heart sank. She realized he had probably seen everything. Startled, she quickly grabbed Wang Yingjin's arm, looking at him pleadingly, and whispered, "Yingjin, Wang Yingjin clenched his fists and remained silent. His mother's earnest gaze was hard to resist. In the end, he lowered his head in defeat. As the matchmaker urged, the groom should pay his respects. He stepped forward with heavy, stiff steps to bow to Cui Xiuxiu. Fortunately, the bride didn't cause any more trouble and was smoothly taken to the east room for their wedding night. Wang Yingjin, with a stiff expression, lifted the veil with the scale pole. He wanted to say something but saw Cui Xiuxiu playing with a shiny silver bracelet on her wrist. His face turned pale, and he stiffly said, "I'm going out to greet the guests." The bride, Cui Xiuxiu, sat by the Kong and responded absent-mindedly. In the village, it was common to make noise during the wedding night. Wang Tsuetsue, along with Zhuang Yuntong and some other children, peeked in at the door. When they saw the bride's veil had been lifted, they happily rushed into the new room, eager to grab the peanuts and other treats laid out on the Kong. Cui Xiuxiu looked up and saw Wang Tsuetsue holding a small hand warmer. She immediately exclaimed, "Tsuetsue, can you give me that to warm my hands?" The hand warmer had just been filled with charcoal and was still warm. Wang Tsuetsue had planned to let Zhuang Yuntong hold it later. Cui Xiuxiu asked for something, and Wang Tsuetsue concernedly said, "Sister-in-law, is it a bit cold in the room? Should I add some more coal for you?" Wang Tsuetsue's mother was reluctant to add coal to her own main room, but made sure the east wing was warm with a coal stove and even placed a coal basin there, worried that the bride might be cold. Cui Xiuxiu was a bit unhappy. "My hands are cold. What's wrong with warming them up?" Wang Tsuetsue felt awkward. "This is Tongtong's." Zhuang Yuntong quietly said, "It's fine, Tsuetsue, let sister-in-law use it for a bit." Since Zhuang Yuntong said so, Wang Tsuetsue had no choice but to hand over the hand warmer. Cui Xiuxiu happily held the hand warmer. When she went to the county earlier, she saw the daughters of wealthy families holding similar items in winter. They looked elegant and refined, and she had always envied them. This was the first time she got to use one herself. When Zhuang Yundai entered the new room, she saw the bride, Cui Xiuxiu, sitting on the Kong, holding something. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her family's Tongtong's hand warmer. Meanwhile, Tongtong and Wang Tsuetsue were with a group of friends, gathered around the coal stove, roasting peanuts. Cui Xiuxiu looked at Zhuang Yundai for a moment. Although Zhuang Yundai was beautiful, her clothing was plain, and she had no hairpin, just a red thread tied in her hair. It looked festive but not luxurious at all. She then turned her gaze away and lazily urged Wang Tsuetsue to take everyone outside. "Tsuetsue, I'm really tired today and want to rest.
Please take them out."
Wang Tsuetsue quickly stood up, agreed, and called her friends to go outside. But just before leaving, she remembered and asked Cui Xiuxiu for the hand warmer. "Sister-in-law, the hand warmer." Cui Xiuxiu's expression changed. "I just warmed it up for a little while. I'll give it to you later." Wang Tsuetsue was not very happy. It was fine when they were playing inside, but now that they were going outside, what if Tongtong's hands got cold? However, Zhuang Yuntong didn't want a dispute between her sister Tsuetsue and sister-in-law, so she pulled Wang Tsuetsue's hand. "It's okay, let's go play first." She waved to Zhuang Yundai, "Sister, I'm going out to play." Cui Xiuxiu was pleased with Zhuang Yuntong's understanding. "Yes, dinner will be ready soon. You can come back for it after eating." Wang Tsuetsue wanted to say something, but Zhuang Yuntong pulled her outside. Soon, only Zhuang Yundai and the bride, Cui Xiuxiu, were left in the room. Cui Xiuxiu frowned and coughed lightly. "I said, I want to rest now." Zhuang Yundai looked Cui Xiuxiu up and down, said nothing, and just smiled as she stepped forward a few paces. Cui Xiuxiu glared at her. "What are you doing here?" Zhuang Yundai stepped forward, took the hand warmer from her, and stepped back a few paces. Cui Xiuxiu suddenly stood up and shouted, "What are you doing?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "My sister's weak, and it's not as warm outside as it is inside. It's better to give her the hand warmer." Surely, Sister Cui wouldn't want to take something from a 6-year-old child? Cui Xiuxiu's face turned red immediately. She glared at Zhuang Yundai in annoyance, unable to say anything. Zhuang Yundai, holding the hand warmer, smiled as she left the new room and found her sister, Zhuang Yuntong, playing outside with Wang Tsuetsue. Seeing her sister's rosy cheeks from playing, she couldn't help but smile and handed her the hand warmer, saying, "Warm your hands." Zhuang Yuntong, not thinking much of it, assumed it was a gift from Cui Xiuxiu through her older sister. She smiled sweetly and hugged the hand warmer, saying, "Sister, I'm going to play with Tsuetsue. Go have fun, but don't forget to come back for dinner," Zhuang Yundai said, her eyes full of indulgence. Zhuang Yuntong nodded eagerly. After a while, a feast began in the Wang family's courtyard. The farmer's banquet was always hearty, and since the Wang family was generous, every table had chicken, duck, fish, and big meatballs, clearly showing they spent a lot of money. The villagers attending the feast praised the dishes. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, thinking of Cui Xiuxiu sitting in the new room, picked up half a fish, a chicken leg, a big meatball, and some duck meat, filling a bowl with good food, and prepared to take it to Cui Xiuxiu. Worried that Wang Tsuetsue's mother might be bullied by Cui Xiuxiu again, Zhuang Yundai stood up and said with a smile, "Auntie, I'll go with you." Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt warm inside and agreed. However, when the bowl of delicious food was placed in front of Cui Xiuxiu, she wrinkled her nose and turned away, looking disgusted. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, feeling awkward, quickly explained, "It's all clean. No one has touched it yet. I picked it out for you in advance." Zhuang Yundai's expression shifted slightly. Cui Xiuxiu's face looked a bit unpleasant. "Thank you, Auntie. Just put it on the table." Wang Tsuetsue's mother sighed and placed the full bowl of food on the table. Just as she was about to say a few words, she saw Zhuang Yundai pick up the teapot and say with a smile, "Sister Cui has been sitting here for so long without touching the tea. Have some water." Wang Tsuetsue's mother, reminded, quickly added, "Yes, yes, have some hot tea. This tea is freshly bought and smells great." Zhuang Yundai poured a cup of tea for Cui Xiuxiu, who looked a bit stiff and said, "Just leave it there. I'll drink it later." She then dismissed her, saying, "I want to rest for a while." Zhuang Yundai didn't say anything and left with Wang Tsuetsue and her mother. Not long after, she made an excuse to enter the new room again and saw that the cup was already empty, but there were some water stains on the floor. Cui Xiuxiu hadn't touched the tea and pretended to have finished it. As for the bowl of delicious food, she hardly ate anything, and the half-fish remained untouched. A bold thought crossed Zhuang Yundai's mind. Could it be that Brother Wang and Cui Xiuxiu had been secretly together before marriage, which is why Cui Xiuxiu is now in this condition? But that didn't make sense. If that were true, given how Cui Xiuxiu acted at the wedding, she would be demanding even more benefits, flaunting her situation. Moreover, there would surely be some awkward moments during the wedding. If she really was in that condition, how could she not communicate with the Wang family and let them be aware? After all, someone in her situation has many taboos about what they can and cannot eat. Wouldn't it be better to avoid those things? Seeing the look on Aunt Wang's face, it was clear she was completely unaware. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let her pour tea. Pregnant women shouldn't drink tea. Was Zhuang Yundai overthinking this? She frowned and glanced over, just in time to see Cui Xiuxiu instinctively protecting her belly, avoiding the corner of the small table by the Kong. Zhuang Yundai had a plan forming in her mind. Cui Xiuxiu, completely unaware, looked up and impatiently urged Zhuang Yundai, "Why are you still here? Didn't you say you were coming to see what I needed? I just need the hand warmer from your sister. If you won't give it to me, just go out." Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow and left. After she went out, she found Wang Yingyin and whispered a few words to him. Wang Yingyin nodded and quickly left. The wedding feast was lively and in full swing when the villagers saw Dr. Hua arriving with his medicine box. Not only the villagers attending the feast, but even Wang Tsuetsue's mother was taken aback. Wang Yingyin quickly explained, Sister Yundai said she wasn't feeling well. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsuetsue's mother became anxious, hurriedly leaving her tasks to lead Dr. Hua to find Zhuang Yundai. That child has always been weak. I hope she hasn't caught a chill. At this moment, The warmest place in the Wang household was the new room of Wang Yingjin and Cui Xiuxiu. In the countryside, there aren't many taboos. Wang Tsuetsue's mother pulled Zhuang Yundai into the new couple's room so that Dr. Hua could take a good look at her. When Cui Xiuxiu saw Wang Tsuetsue's mother bringing Zhuang Yundai in, her face showed displeasure. Just as she was about to say something, Wang Tsuetsue's mother kindly said to Cui Xiuxiu, "Xiuxiu, Yundai is not feeling well, so I asked Dr. Hua to check on her." When Cui Xiuxiu saw Dr. Hua coming in with a medicine box, her expression changed, and she sat quietly to the side, as if afraid to draw Dr. Hua's attention. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She sat in a chair, resting her hand on the table, allowing Dr. Hua to check her pulse. Dr. Hua felt her pulse and exclaimed, "Oh." This made Wang Tsuetsue's mother quite anxious, and she repeatedly asked, "How is our Yundai?" Seeing Wang Tsuetsue's mother so concerned for her, Zhuang Yundai felt warm inside and was even more determined to get involved in this matter. Dr. Hua thought to himself, could he really say that this girl has a strong pulse and looks very healthy? Perhaps his medical skills were not enough to detect any hidden issues? After a moment's hesitation, he heard Zhuang Yundai weakly say, "It seems like I caught a chill. My head feels a bit heavy." Dr. Hua nodded. Such cases are indeed common in winter, but looking at Zhuang Yundai's pulse, he felt she didn't need any medicine. He then advised her on a few things to pay attention to. Zhuang Yundai nodded weakly. She glanced around and said, "Thank you, doctor, for coming all this way. I notice my sister from the Cui family hasn't been looking well either. Could you please check her pulse as well?" At this, Cui Xiuxiu nearly jumped up from her spot by the bed. The Wang family couldn't help but look at her. Her face did indeed look very pale, and she stammered, "I am fine. No need to check my pulse." Wang Tsuetsue's mother quickly urged her, "Xiuxiu, you really don't look well. When I brought you food earlier, you seemed uncomfortable. Is your stomach bothering you? Come on, let Dr. Hua check your pulse." Cui Xiuxiu insisted that she was fine and didn't need a pulse check. Her face grew even paler. Wang Yingjin couldn't hold back any longer and said with a frown, "My mother is just concerned about you. What kind of attitude is that?" Cui Xiuxiu's expression darkened, but she retorted sharply, "I think your mother and that woman are wishing for me to be unwell. Are you trying to bring bad luck on my happy day?" Wang Yingjin felt dizzy with anger. His mother had kindly helped Cui Xiuxiu, but now it seemed like she was cursing her. It was truly unreasonable. Wang Tsuetsue's mother also looked upset, clearly affected by the situation. But Cui Xiuxiu, no matter how displeased the Wang family looked, twisted her body and sat at the edge of the bed, refusing to take their pulse. Zhuang Yundai watched coldly, her suspicions growing clearer. Wang Tsuetsue's mother took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying gently to Cui Xiuxiu, "Xiuxiu, I really didn't mean anything bad. I just noticed you didn't seem well."
"I'm perfectly fine," Cui Xiuxiu interrupted sharply.
Seeing Wang Yingjin's changing expression, she suddenly stood up. "Where's my aunt? On my first day here, I'm treated like this. I won't marry anymore. I'll have my aunt take me back." Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt dizzy. She couldn't understand why Cui Xiuxiu reacted so strongly to just taking her pulse. At that moment, the simple Wang family members thought only that Cui Xiuxiu was truly difficult to deal with. Isn't it just taking a pulse? Why is Cui Xiuxiu reacting so much? Zhuang Yundai said, looking puzzled. Even the wealthy in the county often invite doctors for a peace pulse, especially before important days, just to feel reassured. Is it possible that the wealthy are cursing themselves? That doesn't make sense. Wang Tsuetsue's mother nodded in agreement. Unless, Zhuang Yundai said innocently, Cui Xiuxiu is hiding something in her pulse that shouldn't be known? After saying this, she shook her head, dismissing her own thought as absurd. However, Wang Tsuetsue's mother suddenly realized something, her expression changing. Cui Xiuxiu's face turned pale. Wang Tsuetsue's mother noticed that Cui Xiuxiu seemed to have been hit by a revelation, and her heart sank. Zhuang Yundai understood that Wang Tsuetsue's mother had caught on. The rest was a private matter for the family. She decided that Wang Tsuetsue's mother probably didn't want others to know, so she stood up and looked around. I almost forgot. I haven't seen Tong Tong and Aki for a while. They must be off playing with Tsuetsue. I'll go find them. She confidently left the new house. As she closed the door, she heard Wang Tsuetsue's mother, holding back her anger, calling for Dr. Hua. Doctor, I'm holding her down. You check her pulse. Wang Tsuetsue screamed, Aunt.
Aunt.
Zhuang Yundai stood outside and decisively shut the door, cutting off the sounds from inside the room. The Wang family's door had good soundproofing, and with a thick curtain hanging outside, it was almost silent from the outside. There were only faint sounds, but the lively wedding feast in the courtyard continued, and no one paid attention to this side. After a while, the door was kicked open by Wang Yingjin. He was trembling with anger. It seemed to be true. Zhuang Yundai felt a heavy weight in her heart. Wang Tsuetsue's mother rushed out and grabbed Wang Yingjin. Dressed in her newest outfit for the joyous occasion, she looked very festive and youthful. But at this moment, she appeared to have aged 10 years. The Wang family was kind-hearted and did not cause a scene. After the wedding feast was nearly over, they kept Aunt Jiang, who had come to send off Cui Xiuxiu. Aunt Jiang, who had eaten well, was a bit displeased when the Wang family called her over. What's going on? If there's nothing, I need to hurry home to feed the chickens. Zhuang Yundai originally wanted to avoid the situation, but Wang Tsuetsue's mother had no intention of letting her go, gripping Zhuang Yundai's hand and trembling slightly. Normally, a young girl like you shouldn't have to hear these unpleasant things. Wang Tsuetsue's mother said, her voice shaking, but this is also a lesson. Look, don't fall into traps in the future. Zhuang Yundai understood Wang Tsuetsue's mother's good intentions. She said nothing, just gently squeezed Wang Tsuetsue's mother's hand in response. The Wang family brought Aunt Jiang into the new house. In the not-so-small east wing, Cui Xiuxiu was crying by the Kong, while Wang Yingjin sat silently with a dark expression. His two younger brothers, Wang Yingyin and Wang Yingtai, stood in a corner, confused and unsure of what had happened. Aunt Jiang, feeling guilty, saw the situation in the room and panicked, shouting, It's only the first day after the wedding, and your Wang family is bullying us. Look at how Xiuxiu is crying. Xiuxiu, if you're suffering, we won't go through with the marriage. Let's go back. Cui Xiuxiu looked up, revealing her red, tear-filled eyes, hesitating to speak and glancing at Aunt Jiang with a hint of fear. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Wang Tsuetsue's father, the head of the Wang family, brought in a few elders from outside. They were the village chief and several elders from the Wang clan. Suddenly, the originally spacious east wing felt a bit crowded. There were indeed quite a few people. Jiang became completely flustered. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, who usually had a gentle and smiling gaze, now burned with anger. Her emotions were clearly unstable, and her voice trembled slightly. She asked Cui Xiuxiu, Did you say it, or should I?
Cui Xiuxiu suddenly stopped crying.
After waiting for a moment, Wang Tsuetsue's mother grew impatient as Cui Xiuxiu continued to cry. She took a deep breath and looked at the village chief, saying, This marriage is not happening. The Wang family has members spread across several nearby villages and is quite a large clan. The elders Wang Tsuetsue's father invited were familiar and had good relations with their family, coming to attend the wedding. They knew the way Wang Tsuetsue's family operated. They were very kind people. So, suddenly saying the marriage was off seemed strange. What is going on? Everything was fine. One of the Wang clan elders quickly asked before the village chief could speak. Did the young couple have a disagreement? That's normal. New couples often have some bumps at first. He spoke earnestly to comfort them. The village chief nodded. After all, they had already performed the wedding ceremony. Although the marriage contract hadn't been registered with the authorities, in the eyes of the villagers, the marriage was already established. He thought the Wang family was unhappy because Cui Xiuxiu was asking for money and jewelry at the wedding, so he gently advised. It does seem a bit inappropriate, but money is not everything. This girl is marrying into your family. With some guidance, She can change her ways. Wang Tsuetsue's mother suddenly became agitated. Our Wang family has always been honest and kind. In all the nearby villages, no one can say anything bad about us, except that we are a bit poor. She grew more emotional, even shedding tears. We may be poor, but we have never deceived anyone. Why does the Chui family treat us this way? It's unfair to bully honest people like this. Wang Tsuetsue's father, looking displeased, held his wife's arm. Dear, your health is not great. Please calm down and don't get too worked up. Jiang was increasingly uneasy. At this moment, she changed her attitude and stopped saying anything about calling off the marriage. She cautiously smiled and said, Well, dear in-laws, this matter is mainly for good luck. The money for the wedding and the jewelry are not much, so let's not be too calculative about it. Wang Tsuetsue's mother, seeing Jiang still trying to deceive them, spat out, Good luck? Bringing someone else's child into the marriage is truly lucky. At her words, everyone in the room, except for a few who already knew, was shocked. The elder of the Wang family immediately changed his expression. Chui Xiuxiu started crying again, her sobs filled with sorrow. Jiang's expression also changed, realizing that the Wang family had found out. She quickly changed her tone. No, dear in-laws, this matter cannot be said carelessly. It must be a misunderstanding. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was so angry that she trembled all over. The doctor has said that Chui Xiuxiu is already nearly 3 months pregnant. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? No wonder she felt sick at the smell of fish. I thought she was just unwell, but I never expected. Jiang's gaze shifted, and she couldn't find the words. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was in tears again. From the beginning, this engagement had caused her family so much trouble. But she thought, since they were marrying off a cherished daughter, they would surely want to make a good match. Even today, when the Chui family asked for wedding money and jewelry before the ceremony, she had endured it. Who would have thought that the Chui family would be so cruel? Seeing Chui Xiuxiu's evasive expression, the elder of the Wang family understood everything. They were all shaking with anger. This is too much. Truly too much. The atmosphere in the room became serious. Zhuang Yundai helped Wang Tsuetsue's mother to sit down and poured her a bowl of hot tea. Looking at the tea, Wang Tsuetsue's mother couldn't help but tear up. For a farming family who would waste money on tea, she had bought a small bag just for this occasion. Their family wasn't wealthy, but they had given everything for this marriage. Yet it ended up like this. What sin had they committed? Zhuang Yundai, seeing the despair on Wang Tsuetsue's mother's face, felt bad too and softly advised, Aunt, this is the Chui family's wrongdoing. It has nothing to do with the Wang family. Wang Tsuetsue's mother couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Zhuang Li slowly exhaled. This matter cannot just be overlooked. Even if the marriage doesn't happen, the Wang family has spent a lot of money, and we need to ask the Chui family for an explanation. Several elders from the Wang family were filled with righteous anger. That's right. We need to demand an explanation from the Chui family. If it were us, we would have caused a scene at the banquet, making sure everyone knows what the Chui family is really like. Chui Xiuxiu's already pale face turned even whiter. She covered her face and began to cry. Today, the Chui family married off their daughter, and after days of tension, they finally relaxed. Chui Xiuxiu's mother, Chui Baisher, stretched her back and took a broom and dustpan to clean up the mess of sunflower seed shells left by the guests. Chui Xiuxiu's older sister, Chui Feifei, was still a bit anxious and quietly asked her mother, Will this work? What if my sister and her husband don't see blood tonight? Chui Baisher shot her a glance and whispered, Of course it will work. I secretly gave Xiuxiu a packet of chicken blood. She can use it to pretend and then sprinkle it on the bed. Chui Feifei, who had married a few years ago and was back to help, felt a bit relieved but then worried again. What if her husband is rough and hurts the baby? After all, that is. She stopped herself just in time. Chui Baisher shrugged. I'm concerned. It's been almost 3 months. The baby is stable. Don't worry so much. I had 5 of you. I know how this works. Chui Feifei nodded, about to tell her mother she was heading back to her in-laws, when someone rushed into the yard with a worried look. The Wang family is here. Both Chui Feifei and Chui Baishe were startled and confused. What are they here for? It's not time for a visit. The messenger added, there are quite a few of them. You should go out and see. Chui Baishe felt a pang of worry and quickly set the broom and dustpan aside. She called for the men in the house just as the Wang family arrived in a large group. Seeing the commotion, the head of the Chui family steadied himself, adopting a serious demeanor, and frowned at Wang Daliang, who was leading the group. What does this mean, my in-law? It wasn't just the Wang family. There were many young men from the Wang clan as well. Their arrival did not seem friendly at all. Zhuang Yundai also arrived. She was supporting Wang Tsuetsue's mother to prevent her from getting too excited and falling over. How can you still ask? Wang Tsuetsue's mother was filled with anger but kept coughing due to her agitation. Zhuang Yundai gently patted her back and took on the role of spokesperson for Wang Tsuetsue's mother. She calmly explained the situation. It's not a big deal. It's just that Chui Xiuxiu married into the Wang family while pregnant with someone else's child. The Wang family is kind-hearted and can't break up a family. Let's just forget about this marriage. Her words were light, but they hit like thunder on a clear day. Many villagers from the Chui family were watching. The villagers gasped in surprise. How could the Chui family be so shameless? The head of the Chui family nearly fainted from embarrassment. Chui Baishe, however, remained composed and shouted, my daughter just married into the Wang family, and within a day, you slander her by saying she's pregnant with someone else's child? How do you know it's not Wang Yingjin's? Wang Tsuetsue's mother was so furious at Chui Baishe's outburst that she trembled all over. Well, Chui Baishe, it turns out you planned for our Wang family to take on this mess from the start. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was shaking with anger. Wang Yingjin, the quiet and honest man, turned red with anger but could only say 3 words. I didn't. Chui Baishe put her hands on her hips. Didn't? So, you think you can just deny it after the fact? You think you can mistreat my daughter just because she married you today? Let me tell you, if your Wang family does this, you will face consequences. She scolded with such fervor that spittle flew. The Wang family members were all red-faced with anger. If this child were Wang Yingjin's, why would they even come here today? Do they not want their wife and child anymore? However, the villagers watching were puzzled by Chui Baishe's bold accusations and threats. Could it be that the Wang family really was taking advantage of the situation? But Zhuang Yundai began to smile softly. Chui Baishe glared at her. Who are you? What are you laughing at? Zhuang Yundai replied lightly, it's clear where the daughter gets her behavior from. Just look at Auntie's demeanor, and you can see why the Chui family daughter would act this way. Zhuang Yundai didn't use any harsh words, but her sarcasm made Chui Baishe extremely angry. What nonsense are you talking about, you little girl? Who asked for your opinion here? Wang Tsuetsue's mother protected Zhuang Yundai behind her and said angrily, Chui Baishe, watch your mouth. Zhuang Yundai gently patted Wang Tsuetsue's mother's shoulder. Aunt, don't be upset. Didn't Chui Baishe just insist that the child in Chui Xiuxiu's belly is Yingjin's? Chui Xiuxiu is almost 3 months pregnant, but I remember that 3 months ago, for the entire month, Yingjin was busy working in another county to save money for his wedding and didn't come home at all. As soon as she said this, the Wang family suddenly remembered and became very excited. That's right. At that time, Wang Yingjin was not home. The Chui family was trying to frame them, but the timeline didn't match. Wang Tsuetsue's mother had tears in her eyes, feeling very emotional. Yes, you're right. I remember now. My Yingjin wasn't home that month. Could it be that Chui Xiuxiu got pregnant from a distance with my Yingjin's child? She must be something else. Chui Baishe's face turned ugly from Wang Tsuetsue's mother's words, but she couldn't find anything to say in response. At that moment, the Wang family pushed Chui Xiuxiu out from the back of the group. Go say it yourself. Jiang Shi supported Chui Xiuxiu and angrily glared at the person. Can't you be more careful? The Wang family sneered and ignored Jiang Shi. Chui Xiuxiu, crying, reached the middle of the two groups and called out to her mother. Mom. Cui Baisher quickly changed the subject, pretending to be very angry. You child, I thought the baby in your belly was Ingjing's. How can you be so thoughtless?
Who bullied you?
Cui Xiuxiu was confused by Cui Baisher's words. Then she quickly reacted and cried, I don't know, I was forced. She turned and knelt down in front of Wang Tsuetsue's mother, crying pitifully, Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept this from you. But I'm a victim too. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was stunned by the Cui family's shamelessness and couldn't speak for a moment. Only Zhuang Yundai let out a cold laugh. Victim? From the Cui family's reaction, it was clear they knew about Cui Xiuxiu's pregnancy, yet they still let her marry while pregnant, clearly intending for the Wang family to support the child in her belly. Zhuang Yundai analyzed the situation calmly. Her daughter, who was about to get married, if truly bullied and forced as they said, and became pregnant, Zhuang Yundai believed that the Cui family, given their character, would immediately pressure Cui Xiuxiu to terminate the pregnancy to avoid future issues. However, the Cui family deliberately hid Cui Xiuxiu's pregnancy, allowing her to marry into the Wang family while 3 months along. The risk of being discovered was significant. Yet, the Cui family, even with this risk, wanted to protect the child, showing how much they valued it. Since they valued the child so much, but still insisted on Cui Xiuxiu marrying, it was clear that the father of the child could not marry her and give her a proper status, nor a legitimate background for the child. Therefore, the Cui family likely turned to the Wang family, finally agreeing to the long-delayed marriage proposal. Zhuang Yundai pondered, her gaze suddenly landing on Jiang, who had been anxiously supporting Cui Xiuxiu. Zhuang Yundai felt a slight stir in her heart. Looking closely, Jiang, this aunt, was indeed being overly considerate towards Cui Xiuxiu. In normal families, when a relative's daughter faced such a scandal, they would typically distance themselves, fearing it would tarnish their own daughter's marriage prospects. But Jiang seemed unconcerned, caring for Cui Xiuxiu with great attention. Moreover, although she was called an aunt, Cui Xiuxiu's mother was a Bai, while this aunt was a Jiang, indicating they were not sisters. The fact that she was so caring despite not being a blood relative was even more thought-provoking. Zhuang Yundai's eyes flickered. At this moment, the Cui family had clearly changed their strategy, insisting that Cui Xiuxiu did not know who had bullied her, while Cui Xiuxiu knelt there, crying and begging for the Wang family's forgiveness. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was shaking with anger at the Cui family's shamelessness. Zhuang Yundai quickly supported her to prevent her from falling. Cui Bai coughed and smiled, saying in-laws, my Xiuxiu is also a victim. How about we just let this go? Rest assured, Xiuxiu will accept any punishment in your home, without complaint. The Wang family was known for their kindness and could not say anything too harsh, but members of the Wang clan who came along could not hold back and shouted, my uncle of the Liang family emptied his pockets to marry this woman, only to get a wife carrying someone else's child? Cui Xiuxiu trembled all over. The Cui family began to scold back. How can you speak like that? Show some respect. The Wang family member sneered. You did such a terrible thing, and you still want respect? I think you are just taking advantage of our Wang family's good nature. In this confrontation, Jiang sighed and, acting like an outsider, tried to mediate. Please stop arguing. It's so cold, and Xiuxiu is pregnant. Kneeling on the ground like this isn't right. She then went to pull Cui Xiuxiu up, saying, Xiuxiu, get up quickly. It's important to take care of yourself. However, Cui Xiuxiu remained on the ground, crying, if mother doesn't forgive me, I won't get up. While saying this, she glanced at Wang Chui's mother. Wang Chui's mother, being a kind-hearted person, was trembling with anger but had no intention of punishing Cui Xiuxiu. She took a deep breath and said firmly, you need to be responsible for your own body. Even if you kneel all day, I won't change my mind, get up first. Seeing that Wang Chui's mother still cared about her getting up, Cui Xiuxiu felt a bit relieved, knowing that the Wang family had good hearts. As long as she explained herself well and cried a bit more dramatically, they would eventually forgive her. Cui Xiuxiu sobbed, Mother, please forgive me. I truly didn't mean to. I promised to be a good daughter-in-law, serve my husband well, and take care of my younger siblings. Her words were heartfelt. Compared to how she acted before her pregnancy was revealed, she seemed like a different person. However, the more she cried, the angrier the Wang family became. One Wang family member, frustrated, blurted out, "Where were you before? If you had any respect for our Wang family, you wouldn't have come here pregnant. Don't you have money for an abortion?" Nearby, some villagers from the Cui family, likely trying to stir things up, chimed in exactly. If Xiaoxiao wants to be a good daughter-in-law, she can just take some abortion medicine and go back with the Wang family. They can just treat her like a widow. Upon hearing the words abortion medicine, the Cui family members' expressions changed. The most affected was Jiang. "No!" Jiang instinctively shouted. Realizing everyone was looking at her, she knew she had misspoken and stammered. "Abortion medicine is harmful. Xiaoxiao has always been weak. How could she?" Zhuang Yundai understood the situation. She looked at Jiang and suddenly said, "Oh, seeing how worried Aunt Jiang is, I thought the child in the Cui family's daughter was actually from Aunt Jiang's family." As soon as those words were spoken, both the Cui family and the Jiang family changed their expressions dramatically. To everyone watching, it looked like a confession. The Wang family quickly realized what was happening, their eyes widening in shock. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was so angry that she was trembling all over, and Zhuang Yundai supported her to keep her steady. Wang Tsuetsue's mother spoke in a low, urgent voice. "The Jiang family has a son who has been married for 7 years and has only had 2 daughters." Zhuang Yundai immediately understood what Wang Tsuetsue's mother meant. The young men from the Wang family were not just there for show. They were furious and ready to attack, causing chaos in the Cui family's courtyard. Although the Cui family had 4 male members, it was not enough to defend against the Wang families. They ended up bruised and battered, crying out in pain. Regardless of whether Cui Xiaoxiao's baby was Jiang family's son, it was already outrageous to marry a pregnant daughter off to an unsuspecting family. The villagers only watched the Cui family get beaten and did not come to help. The Jiang family, concerned for Cui Xiaoxiao, huddled in a corner, frantically shouting, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Seeing Jiang's anxiousness, even more than a biological mother's, the Wang family had nothing left to say and became even more aggressive. The situation only calmed down when the village head, Mr. Duan, hurriedly arrived with the village's young men to separate the 2 groups. Mr. Duan scolded the Cui family, "You've embarrassed our village with your actions. What a disgrace." Jiang protected Cui Xiaoxiao, who was crying in fear. Mr. Duan, annoyed by the Cui family's disgrace, refused to take their side. When the Wang family wanted to break off the engagement, he decisively agreed. The Cui family was unwilling and tried to protest, but Mr. Duan glared at them and shouted, "You should think carefully. If any family had such a shameless daughter, they would quickly hide in shame. Although drowning pigs is no longer in fashion, you can't just lose all sense of decency." Cui Xiaoxiao turned pale at his words and instinctively shrank back. Cui Baisher awkwardly said, "But she's already married, and they've even performed the wedding ceremony." Mr. Duan scoffed, speaking rudely, "You should see what kind of person your daughter married." The Wang family showed great sincerity. Whenever they came to your house, they brought all kinds of meat. They are good people, and your family shouldn't treat them like this. Hearing this, the Wang family felt a lump in their throats. Nearby, some villagers were discussing, probably on purpose, and didn't lower their voices. "Hey, I have to say, a while back when the weather was warm, I saw the girl from the Cui family walking to the river with a tall, skinny guy several times. When I asked her who he was, she just said he was her cousin. So that's what kind of cousin he is." With all the gossip from the villagers, the Cui family couldn't hold their heads up. In the end, the Cui family tried to be unreasonable, but Duan Lijing was too tired to argue with them. He firmly insisted on breaking off the engagement and ordered the Cui family to return all the gifts they received from the Wang family. The Cui family pretended to be clueless, but Zhuang Yundai calmly said, "Since the uncles and brothers from the Wang family have come all this way, why not just help carry the gifts back? The young men from the Wang family immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to help carry the gifts from the Cui family. The Cui family panicked and reluctantly agreed to return the gifts. When several large boxes were brought out from the back room, the villagers' expressions changed. The gifts were quite substantial for their rural area. Look at the fabrics, furs, and various cured meats. These were all useful items. This doesn't add up, Wang Tsuetsue's mother noticed right away. Cui Baisher glared and replied angrily, "We've already eaten and used some of it. Should we spit it back out for you? Do you want it?" Wang Tsuetsue's mother was about to let it go, but Zhuang Yundai held her hand and said to Cui Baisher, "That's fine. Just give us the value of what you've eaten and used. Otherwise, anyone could learn from your family and just trick others into giving gifts. That would be a way to get rich, right?" The villagers burst into laughter. The Cui family felt utterly humiliated, as if their dignity had been trampled in the mud. The eldest daughter of the Cui family, who had rushed back to help, wished she could bury her head in the ground. What would her in-laws think if they heard about this? Would they think she was just like her sister? At that moment, the eldest daughter of the Cui family regretted being swayed by Aunt Zhang's promises. But now, it was too late for regrets. The Cui family's reputation had already been dragged through the dirt. The head of the Cui family, with a flushed face, shouted at Cui Baisher, "Convert it to cash and send them away quickly." This farce ended with the Wang family returning Cui Xiuxiu to her home and taking back the betrothal gifts. The gifts that were used ended up being worth only 2 taels of silver. It seemed like the Wang family had won completely, not letting the Cui family gain anything. But only the Wang family knew the effort they had put into this marriage proposal had gone to waste. After returning home, Wang Tsuetsue's mother began to feel overwhelmed. Wang Yingjin, who was not very talkative, became even more silent this time. The Wang family quietly cleaned up the mess left after the wedding feast. Wang Tsuetsue was unaware of the strange atmosphere at home. Confused, she held hands with Zhuang Yuntong and asked Zhuang Yundai, "Sister Dada, have you seen my sister-in-law?" Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and asked Wang Tsuetsue, "Tsuetsue, do you want to come to our house to play for a few days?" Zhuang Yuntong cheered softly, answering for Wang Tsuetsue, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Wang Tsuetsue immediately became excited, happily holding hands with both Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yundai as she went to ask her mother. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was leaning against the bed, looking a bit tired.
"Mom."
Wang Tsuetsue, being young, didn't notice anything unusual. She climbed onto the bed and acted cute, saying, "Sister Dada asked if I want to go to her house to play for a few days." "I want to go." Wang Tsuetsue's mother glanced gratefully at Zhuang Yundai. She knew that Zhuang Yundai was trying to help her.
But
would this be too much trouble for Dada? Wang Tsuetsue's mother hesitated. Zhuang Yundai smiled and added, "Auntie, just agree. Don't worry, I will take good care of Tsuetsue. Tong Tong has been saying for a long time that she wants to invite Tsuetsue over to play." Zhuang Yuntong nodded eagerly and sweetly pleaded with Wang Tsuetsue's mother, "Auntie, please let Sister Tsuetsue come to my house for a few days. Tong Tong hasn't played with Sister Tsuetsue in a long time." "Yes, yes, Mom, please." Wang Tsuetsue's mother smiled helplessly and pressed her forehead, saying, "All right, you can go play for a few days, but you must behave. Your sister Dada is very busy, so don't cause her any trouble." Wang Tsuetsue immediately cheered and scrambled down from the bed, saying, "I'm going to pack my things." Zhuang Yuntong was also excited, saying, "Sister Tsuetsue, I'll help you." Zhuang Yushi, who had been following behind, felt a bit shy and said, "Well, I'll wait for you outside." The 3 children went out together. Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt a bit helpless and grateful as she said to Zhuang Yundai, "Sister Dai, I appreciate you taking care of Tsuetsue these days." She figured she didn't have the energy to look after her daughter right now. Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "Aunt, don't mention it. You never complained when you made clothes for us. Tsuetsue is well-behaved and understanding. How could I find it troublesome?" Wang Tsuetsue's mother smiled wearily. Sister Dai had a good heart and didn't take things too seriously, but She felt she should remember this kindness. In the past, she had thought about how Sister Dai was close in age to her son Ingin and got along well with Tsuetsue. She imagined it would be wonderful if Sister Dai could marry into their family. But now, it seemed that Sister Dai was too good for her son. Never mind. It would be unwise to speak of such things, as it might ruin their relationship. Wang Tsuetsue's mother took a deep breath and buried this thought deep in her heart, never to mention it again. On their way back to Pingling County, Zhuang Yundai took Wang Tsuetsue with her. Tsuetsue placed her small bundle in the carriage and, along with Zhuang Tongtong, lifted a corner of the curtain to look out at the scenery of the mountains and fields. Recently, it had snowed, covering the landscape in a thick white blanket. However, after a short while, the wind picked up again. Zhuang Yundai worried that the two little ones might catch a chill, so she lowered the curtain and handed her hand warmer to Wang Tsuetsue. Tsuetsue, hold this. Tsuetsue shook her head and sniffled. Sister Dai, you keep it. I'm warm enough with Tong Tong. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile and tucked the blanket around the two little ones. Outside the carriage, the driver's worried voice came in. With this wind, snow will likely follow. When the snow starts blowing, it might obstruct our view, and I'm afraid something might go wrong on the road. How about we speed up and head to the county before the storm hits? Zhuang Yundai knew the experienced old driver had his reasons. She agreed, that sounds good, but please drive carefully. There are children in the carriage. The driver replied, you can rest assured. That day, just as the driver had said, the wind picked up first, followed by snow. Zhuang Yundai heard the howling wind and snow outside the carriage and lifted a small corner of the curtain to take a peek, only to see snowflakes swirling in the wind, trying to get inside through the window. Zhuang Yundai suddenly put it down. The weather changed. The driver's voice outside the carriage was carried by the wind, sounding a bit distant. Miss, the wind and snow are getting stronger. I need to speed up, so hold on tight. Zhuang Yundai responded and repeated it to a few children. The carriage moved a bit faster. However, at that moment, the carriage jolted heavily, almost tossing Zhuang Yundai and the others up. The driver seemed anxious and checked, looking worried. One was fallen into a ditch. Zhuang Yundai and the others got out of the carriage and, braving the wind and snow, helped the driver push the carriage out. Just as they were about to get back in, Zhuang Yundai noticed something unusual. By the roadside, it looked like someone was lying in the grass, half covered by snow, and it was unclear if they were alive or dead. Zhuang Yundai focused and realized she wasn't mistaken. There really was a person. She told the driver, who bravely approached to check on the person. They're warm.
They still have breath.
The driver said to Zhuang Yundai. They must be unconscious. Zhuang Yundai and the driver worked together to turn the person over, and just one glance left Zhuang Yundai shocked. This man, although his eyes were tightly closed, had such finely carved features that it was hard not to admire how handsome he was.
What?
The driver asked Zhuang Yundai, trembling. Zhuang Yundai couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She sighed and, along with the driver, moved the unconscious man into the carriage. The carriage wasn't very big, but since Zhuang Yundai and the others were children, they could squeeze in. However, to be safe, she decided to tie the man's hands. Zhuang Yundai placed her hand warmer in the man's arms and covered him with a blanket. They did what they could and left the rest to fate. Before the heavy snowstorm hit, the carriage finally arrived at Pingling County. The man remained unconscious. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he could have easily been mistaken for a corpse. Zhuang Yundai instructed the driver to take the man to the clinic. She untied him, left some money for treatment, and then took the 3 children home. But when they got home, Aunt Hu looked a bit anxious. When she saw Zhuang Yundai and the others return safely, she let out a big sigh of relief and gave Zhuang Yundai a knowing look. Zhuang Yundai understood and sent the children inside to warm up by the fire. Aunt Hu pulled Zhuang Yundai to a corner of the corridor, looking a bit uneasy, and whispered, "Something has happened."
What is it?
Zhuang Yundai asked quietly. Aunt Hu lowered her voice. There's been an incident at the quarry. The official in charge seems to be involved in some case, and there was a conflict. They even started attacking people with knives at the quarry. That official killed many guards and prisoners, and with the snow from yesterday, the quarry collapsed. Now all the remaining prisoners have escaped. My husband ran away too. If he hadn't, he might have been killed. He just came to warn me to be careful when going out for a while. We have a shop here with many people coming and going, so I didn't dare let him stay. I gave him some coins to find a safe place. Zhuang Yundai gasped. If this is true, it could really lead to trouble. Suddenly, she remembered the man she had found on the road, who looked like a celestial being. This is serious, Zhuang Yundai said, her expression turning serious. Aunt, you should also be careful when you go out to buy groceries in the coming days. Aunt Hu nodded, I know. She looked worried and lowered her voice. What about my husband? A fugitive is a serious crime. Zhuang Yundai reassured Aunt Hu, don't worry, your husband didn't escape from the quarry. He just left because there's a dangerous person there. If everyone stays, they would just be waiting for trouble. Right now, he's out and hasn't really escaped, so it's not a big mistake. Just make sure to tell him not to run too far and to wait for things to settle down. Listening to Zhuang Yundai's comfort, Aunt Hu nodded repeatedly, looking troubled. That's true. My husband has less than 2 years left on his sentence. He wouldn't run away. For now, he's just observing the situation at the quarry. Zhuang Yundai comforted Aunt Hu a bit more, and Aunt Hu finally felt a little relieved, pushing aside her worries to focus on the shop. Zhuang Yundai pressed her forehead. Perhaps because her past life was so tumultuous, in this life, she just wanted to live a simple and stable life, like having her own little yard, running a small shop, and happily living with her siblings. That would be enough. But as Aunt Hu mentioned, the unrest at the quarry. Such instability always made people feel uneasy. Zhuang Yundai sighed, recalling the underground storage for grains and vegetables that was dug up a while ago. She quietly thought that perhaps she should stock up on more food. The snowstorm had indeed begun. This strong wind and snow had somewhat affected business. There were fewer customers in the Chanchandaer than usual, but it was still fairly busy, with most tables filled. Zhuang Yundai didn't need to keep a close watch at the Chanchandaer anymore. She just needed to prepare the sauce in advance. As she lifted the heavy curtain and entered the shop, the diners greeted her warmly. Zhuang, it's been a while since we saw you here. Zhuang Yundai liked being called the shopkeeper. It felt down to earth and acknowledged her efforts in this business. Although the first ones to call her that often did so in a teasing manner, hinting at their disbelief that a woman could be a shopkeeper. However, seeing Zhuang Yundai confidently accept the title made their hidden thoughts seem a bit silly. Now, shopkeeper Zhuang had become her official title at the Sand Yunchandan. Why do you say it's been a long time since I came? I was just here yesterday. Clearly, it's you who hasn't come in a while. Zhuang Yundai laughed, glancing at the charcoal stove in the shop. Is the heat okay for you? Should I add more charcoal? It felt like chatting with an old friend. The diners laughed. It's so warm in your shop that we don't want to leave. No need to add more charcoal. They enjoyed coming to San Yunchanchan, not only for the unique flavors, but also because Zhuang Yundai was a charming young lady who was hard not to like. She spoke to everyone in a relaxed manner, never acting superior. Whether someone ordered 1 chine or 10, she treated everyone the same, with warmth that made them feel like they were chatting with a friend. In a corner, someone looked up from their table, appearing somewhat troubled as they glanced at Zhuang Yundai, but didn't say anything. Zhuang Yundai noticed him and took the initiative to greet him. Brother Tianyan, are you off today? Tang Tianyan felt increasingly troubled. Zhuang Yundai seemed as friendly as ever, but he felt it shouldn't be this polite. Yeah, Tang Tianyan replied quietly, struggling to find something to say. What about Fei Zijin? I haven't seen him in a while. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Brother Zijin went home a while ago. Tang Tianyan felt even more downcast. He felt a bit uncomfortable with the familiarity in Zhuang Yundai's words towards Fei Zijin. Zhuang Yundai then asked, How is your mother feeling? Is she getting used to the pickled fruits? Hearing this, Tang Tianyan's mood lightened, and he smiled a little, saying, Thank you for thinking of my mother. She really enjoyed the pickled fruits last time. Zhuang Yundai nodded with a smile. Just then, Aunt Hu called her from the kitchen, so she said goodbye to everyone and left the front door. After Zhuang Yundai left, Tang Tianyan looked at the bowl of spicy skewers in front of him and felt that the delicious food he once loved seemed to lose some of its appeal at that moment. Night quickly fell. Outside, the wind and snow were heavy, covering the night with a layer of coldness, and everything was blanketed in white. Aunt Hu, worried about her husband, made a hot soup in the kitchen and asked Zhuang Yundai to look after Ben-Gur for a while before stepping out into the wind and snow with the soup. Inside the house, the charcoal stove was warm. Zhuang Yuntong and Wang Tsuetsue were playing with Ben-Gur on the Kong. Ben-Gur was young, with short fingers and a bit clumsy, but Zhuang Yuntong and Wang Tsuetsue were very patient, teaching him little by little. Zhuang Yunqi was reading nearby. After a while, he sighed and set the book aside. Zhuang Yuntong thought she might have disturbed her brother, so she quickly quieted down and asked softly, "Brother, were we too loud?" Zhuang Yunqi shook his head. "I'm worried about our teacher. He's getting older, and with such heavy wind and snow, I wonder if his legs are hurting." Zhuang Yunqi had been studying with Old Master O for about a month. Although he was still in the beginner stage, Old Master O was very patient with him. Plus, Zhuang Yunqi was talented and humble, which made Old Master O fond of this young student, and their bond grew stronger. Since Old Master O had some leg pain in the cold, it was no wonder Zhuang Yunqi was concerned. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment, "Then I'll make some warming soup tomorrow. Remember to bring it to the old gentleman when you go to school." Zhuang Yundai strongly supported respecting teachers. Moreover, Old Master O was genuinely good to Zhuang Yunqi, so she naturally cared as well. As it got late, Aunt Hu still hadn't returned, and Ben-Gur had already fallen asleep on the Kong with the two sisters, Wang Tsuetsue and Zhuang Yuntong. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit worried, so she put on her cloak and went to the courtyard to look into the distance. After waiting for a while, a dark figure slowly made its way from the alley, wrapped in a cloak and covered in snow. The snow was already quite heavy. As the figure approached, it turned out to be Aunt Hu. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit relieved. When Aunt Hu saw Zhuang Yundai standing at the gate, waiting for her, she felt both touched and a bit shy. She stammered, "My husband lives in a remote area, and the road is not easy to travel. Did you wait long?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Aunt, please come inside and warm up." "I didn't wait long at all." Aunt Hu agreed and entered the house. When Zhuang Yundai asked about the situation outside, Aunt Hu looked worried and sighed. "The snow is too heavy. Although covering the wheat seedlings with cotton is a good sign for next year, I worry about those beggars outside who have no warm clothes or food. I wonder if they can survive the snow." Aunt Hu thought that if it weren't for Zhuang Yundai, she and her son Bin would have to endure this winter in their drafty house, without the warm clothes and cozy place they have now. It was something she never dared to imagine before. Zhuang Yundai sighed too, looking at the snow still falling outside. "Did I hope the snow stopped soon?" The snow continued until late at night. The next day, when they woke up, everything was covered in white, and stepping outside, the snow reached up to their calves. It was indeed quite a lot. Aunt Hu got up early and cleared the snow from the yard. When Zhuang Yundai woke up, she saw Aunt Hu with a broom, preparing to sweep the snow in front of the door. Zhuang Yundai went to the stove to make breakfast and decided to simmer a nourishing black chicken soup on the side, planning to send it to Old Master O when Zhuang Yunqi went to school. However, before the soup was ready, a servant from Old Master O came to knock on the door, saying that due to the heavy snow, the roads were difficult to travel, and Old Master O asked Zhuang Yunqi to stay home and study instead. Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "The old gentleman truly cares for Araki." The servant laughed and said, "Isn't that right? Last night, our old gentleman looked at the snow and thought it would pile up deep. He sent me early this morning to deliver the message to Aki, so he wouldn't miss it on the way." "How is the old gentleman's leg?" "It's really cold today," Zhuang Yundai asked with concern. The servant sighed. Our old gentleman's leg is still the same, with a dull ache. I came out this time because we ran out of herbs for his medicinal bath, and I need to go to the pharmacy to buy some. I made some nourishing black chicken soup here. Please wait a moment. Zhuang Yundai turned and went to the kitchen, ladling the freshly made soup into a ceramic bowl. She placed the bowl into a food box and handed it to the servant. Please take this back to the old gentleman. The servant responded with delight, smiling. Miss Zhuang is so thoughtful. Our old gentleman really enjoys your cooking. When I return, I know he will be very happy. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she sent the servant on his way. However, when the servant mentioned the clinic, she remembered that yesterday, on her way back to the county, she had saved a man and brought him to the clinic. She wondered if he had woken up yet. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was, this man was quite handsome, so handsome that it made her heart flutter a little. In the past, during the apocalypse, everyone was focused on survival and didn't care about looks. It was only after coming here that Zhuang Yundai began to notice beauty and quickly became a fan of good looks. After thinking for a while, Zhuang Yundai made a decision. After breakfast, even though she didn't have to go to school today, she didn't slack off and went back to her room to review her studies. Children generally aren't afraid of the cold, and Zhuang Yuntong and Wang Tsuetsue were playing joyfully with Bingur in the yard, building a snowman and having a snowball fight, filling the air with laughter. Zhuang Yundai called out cheerfully, "Be careful not to get your hands too cold." The three children replied in unison, "We know." After giving Aunt Hu a few instructions, she wrapped herself in a cloak and headed out. She went to the clinic. The clinic's backyard had a place for patients who needed care, where some patients would rest. When Zhuang Yundai arrived, she happened to find that the man had just woken up and was quietly sitting there while the doctor was checking his pulse. As soon as Zhuang Yundai entered, the man looked up, his deep gaze meeting hers. Zhuang Yundai felt a flutter in her heart. She had known yesterday that he was good-looking. His features were so striking that it seemed he had been crafted by a master artist, evoking thoughts of beautiful and awe-inspiring things, like a gentle stream thawing in spring, the thunderous rain of summer, the bountiful branches of autumn, and the snow on wild plum trees in winter. His eyebrows were beautifully shaped, resembling misty mountains, just the right balance. His nose was straight and perfectly sculpted, truly flawless, as if any alteration would ruin its perfection. Her slightly parted lips appeared thin, giving her a somewhat indifferent look. However, what truly left Zhuang Yundai speechless was the man's pair of eyes. They were dark, quiet, and calm, reminding one of an ancient well that had been silent in the deep mountains for many years. Zhuang Yundai felt amazed and inevitably lost in thought. The man glanced at Zhuang Yundai and then looked away without speaking. After a moment, Zhuang Yundai, reflecting on their encounter, smiled and greeted him. "You're awake." The doctor, who was checking the man's pulse, interjected, "This young lady brought you here yesterday. You were unconscious in the snow for quite a while. If she hadn't found you, even if you survived, your arms and legs would have been frostbitten." The man remained silent for a moment and quietly thanked Zhuang Yundai. "Thank you." Zhuang Yundai felt pleased, thinking how nice his voice was. She modestly nodded in response. After the doctor finished checking, he wrote a prescription and left the room. The man seemed lost in thought, sitting there without moving. Zhuang Yundai allowed him his silence, waiting quietly. Eventually, the silence was broken by a young boy entering with the medicine. The man didn't flinch, picked up the bitter medicine, and drank it all in one go. Afterward, his expression remained unchanged, still serious and emotionless. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, if it weren't for the bitter smell of the medicine that she could detect from afar, she might have mistaken it for plain water. The boy took the empty bowl and left. Finally, the man looked at Zhuang Yundai. "I will repay you," he said, his voice very pleasant with a hint of coolness. Zhuang Yundai didn't say anything like "you don't need to repay me." Instead, she nodded seriously, "All right. But I have a few questions." The man looked at her, polite yet distant. "Please go ahead." Zhuang Yundai smiled. "Are you married?" The man paused before replying, "No." Zhuang Yundai clapped her hands, but then remembered the customs here, where people often married young. She added, "Are you engaged? Do you have someone you like?" The man hesitated slightly, as if taken aback by her question. Then he replied, "No, none of that."
Great.
Zhuang Yundai smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like stars in the sky, bright and sincere. "You mentioned earlier that you would pay me back, but that's not urgent. There's a saying, a life-saving grace cannot be repaid." Zhuang Yundai paused, her voice filled with deeper amusement. "Should I offer myself in return?" The man remained silent. Zhuang Yundai, very patient, didn't rush him and continued to watch him with a smile. After a while, the man finally spoke in a deep voice. "Do you know who I am and my background? Do you really say such things?" Zhuang Yundai replied kindly, "These are just material things, they don't matter. But if you want to tell me, that's fine too." With a bright smile, Zhuang Yundai asked, "What kind of person are you? What is your background?" She echoed the man's earlier question back to him. The man stared intently at Zhuang Yundai for a long time. Zhuang Yundai smiled back, maintaining eye contact. Inside, she cheered, realizing how charming this handsome man was, perfectly matching her taste. She thought she really could. "Lu Jiqing," the man finally said softly after a pause. Zhuang Yundai looked at the man who called himself Lu Jiqing with bright eyes, waiting for him to continue. He replied coldly, "I am a laborer from the quarry." Zhuang Yundai was slightly taken aback. Lu Jiqing's eyes were calm and deep, like an ancient well, unfathomable. Was he someone who had also escaped from the quarry, like Aunt Hu's husband? Lu Jiqing had hoped to see a hint of fear in the smiling girl's eyes, but there was none. She only frowned slightly, resembling a flower swaying gently in the morning dew. Lu Jiqing's expression remained indifferent. Then he heard her hesitantly ask, "Have you committed a crime?" Lu Jiqing paused suddenly. After a moment, he quietly replied, "No." He watched as the girl's delicate features relaxed, revealing her brightest smile. She beamed, "Then that's good." Lu Jiqing turned his gaze away, remaining silent for a long time. Zhuang Yundai patiently waited for him to say something, but he stayed quiet. "Is there any issue with the idea of offering myself in return?" Zhuang Yundai asked sincerely. Lu Jiqing looked at her again, but still did not speak. Zhuang Yundai found this man intriguing. Although he looked quite young, his eyes were empty and cold, showing a hint of indifference and a touch of world-weariness. She smiled brightly, but inside, she couldn't help but curse. Wow, she thought, feeling a spark of motivation. Was this man created just for her liking? In this world, she wanted to earn money, take care of her younger siblings, and have a few charming companions who matched her taste. Wouldn't that make life perfect? As for marriage, who needed that? The world was already tough on women. Wouldn't it be better to be a carefree bee flitting among flowers? Her smile grew wider. Lu Jiqing seemed startled, turning his gaze away as if he had been burned. "You're still young." Zhuang Yundai nodded cheerfully. "Yes, I'm young, but aren't you still serving your sentence at the quarry?" "I'm not asking you to commit right now." Lu Jiqing fell silent. She asked, "How much longer do you have to serve?" His expression turned even colder. Zhuang Yundai had a great advantage. She didn't like to disturb others. As Lu Jiqing sank into his thoughts, she patiently waited for him to come back to reality. After a long pause, his voice, cold and heavy like a drop of water falling into a deep well, replied, 18 years. 18 years, how wonderful. Zhuang Yundai almost clapped her hands in delight. She said gently, "Don't worry. Focus on your sentence. I won't disturb you. I heard that if you take care of the overseer, you can have visitors, right? I don't plan on marrying anytime soon, so your sentence won't bother me at all." Lu Jiqing glanced at her with a hint of patience. She was thinking far ahead. Zhuang Yundai felt this was a gift from fate. He was good-looking and, physically, he wouldn't cling to her. Well, she just hoped he was good at other things. But that could wait. She was still young and could think about such things later. Besides, with Lu Jiqing's looks, she thought it wouldn't be too hard to forgive him if he wasn't great in that area. Zhuang Yundai's thoughts drifted away. Wrapped in her cloak, Zhuang Yundai left the clinic, with Lu Jiqing following behind in his thin clothing. She felt like a matchmaker, trying to persuade him to be with her. At first, he didn't pay much attention to her. Lu Jiqing seems to be someone with a lot of stories. Zhuang Yundai can tell he is disillusioned and cold, but deep down, he has a spark of resentment against the unfairness of fate. Zhuang Yundai went through a similar phase during the apocalypse, so she felt a subtle empathy and used her own experiences to encourage Lu Jiqing, telling him that adversity is only temporary, and if one's heart is trapped, that becomes a lifelong struggle. She spoke a lot, not knowing which of her words touched Lu Jiqing. Later, when she mentioned devoting herself to him, Lu Jiqing's expression remained cold, but he did not oppose her. He seemed to accept it. Zhuang Yundai happily led him out of the clinic. I heard about the quarry situation. I think someone will come to take over soon, Zhuang Yundai said quietly to Lu Jiqing. So you can't wander around. If they accuse you of escaping, it could make things worse. Lu Jiqing let out a very faint, cold laugh. He looked in a certain direction with a distant gaze, not saying anything. Zhuang Yundai walked, and he followed. She stopped, and he stopped. Zhuang Yundai felt that although Lu Jiqing was somewhat cold and distant, he wasn't difficult to get along with, which made her even more satisfied. She took him to a clothing store and bought him a long robe for warmth. Wearing the new outfit, he looked even more like a beautiful, aloof figure, as if he were a rare flower hidden in the mist by a celestial pond. Even though the fabric wasn't expensive and the craftsmanship was average, it looked exquisite on him. Especially as he walked down the snowy street, he resembled a graceful being from the heavens, a sight to behold. Lu Jiqing, however, seemed indifferent, his expression still quite detached. Zhuang Yundai was very pleased and watched him for a long time. Only when she noticed a hint of patience in his expression did she stop her open admiration. She found an inn for Lu Jiqing and booked a room. Stay here for now, and wait to see what the authorities say, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile. After a moment, she added, You're not in great health, and the doctor at the clinic mentioned you need to keep warm. Zhuang Yundai wrapped herself in her cloak again. I've spoken to the innkeeper, and they will bring you meals 3 times a day. I'll come back to check on you in a couple of days. Lu Jiqing listened silently, finally nodding and quietly thanking her. Zhuang Yundai was in a good mood as she left the inn. She went to buy a lot of meat and vegetables, which were sent directly to Shimo Alley. In her small courtyard, there was a cellar where she had already stored plenty of vegetables and grains. However, having lived through tough times, she felt the need to stock up even more when the weather turned bad. Stock up. Keep stocking up. Zhuang Yundai was full of energy, ready to get to work. After all, she not only had her younger siblings to take care of, but she also had a beloved waiting for her. The weather had not improved in recent days. Usually, the snow would stop for half a day, only to start again, falling heavily for most of the day in a continuous cycle. Every morning while shoveling snow, she had to poke at the snow piled on the roof, worried it might collapse. The heavy snow had blocked the roads, isolating Pingling County from the outside. Aside from a few nearby villages, other areas were completely cut off. As a result, food prices in Pingling County skyrocketed. This was when Zhuang Yundai's decision to stock up early in the snow season proved beneficial. Although food prices had risen slightly, no one expected the snow to continue endlessly. Only Zhuang Yundai had stocked up on a large amount of food and dried vegetables. With the quantity she had stored, even if the snow lasted for a winter or even 5 or 6 years, the supplies in her cellar would be enough for her family. In other small food shops, even those still open had doubled their prices, not because the owners were greedy, but due to significantly increased purchasing costs. However, Zhuang Yundai's skewer shop had not changed its prices at all. In fact, she had even added braised meat to the menu. Business was so good that she found herself busy in the shop, leading her to hire 2 more assistants to help. During this snowy winter, the prices at Sanyan skewers remained unchanged, and even those who were slightly envious of its success couldn't find any fault. Among the locals, Sanyan skewers had an outstanding reputation, clearly on the path to continued success. Aunt, who had also been very busy these days. After finishing her work at the shop during the day and putting her son to sleep at night, she would prepare nourishing soups to send to her husband. Zhuang Yundai felt for Aunt Hu's busy schedule and sometimes advised her to take more time to rest. Aunt Hu just smiled and shook her head, sighing a little. My husband has suffered a lot at the quarry in recent years and has become weak. I need to take good care of him. Zhuang Yundai had no other way to help, so she assisted Aunt Hu by taking care of Bin-gur more often. Sometimes, Bin-gur would wake up at night, confused, and find his sister Dai reading by the light, while his mother was out. He felt a bit wronged. That night, when Bin-gur woke up, his mother was still not there. The person sitting by the bed was Zhuang Yundai, who was reading by the light. Big sister, Bin-gur called out in a soft voice, feeling a bit upset as he crawled out from under the blanket and snuggled into Zhuang Yundai's arms. Zhuang Yundai hugged the 3-year-old boy and gently asked, Bin-gur, are you awake? Do you want to sleep a bit more? Bin-gur shook his head and said in a sleepy voice, Big sister, is my mother out again? Zhuang Yundai replied, She went to bring soup for your father. Snuggling in Zhuang Yundai's arms, Bin-gur felt comforted as she patted him lightly. The room was warm from the charcoal stove, and he mumbled, I don't like father. He gets scary when he drinks. Mother has taken all the saved money to give to father again. Bin-gur spoke sleepily, but Zhuang Yundai felt a slight pause in her heart. Aunt, who lived very frugally. She received her wages every 10 days and always saved them carefully. It seemed that all of it had gone to her husband. Zhuang Yundai sighed inwardly, but since it was someone else's family matter, she didn't want to interfere. She just shook her head and gently comforted Bin-gur. Go to sleep, be good. Bin-gur obediently fell asleep in Zhuang Yundai's arms. When Aunt Hu returned late at night, she saw Bin-gur sleeping in Zhuang Yundai's embrace and felt both grateful and guilty, repeatedly thanking her. Aunt, you don't need to thank me. We're family, Zhuang Yundai said as she put away her book. As she was leaving, she thought for a moment and asked politely, Aunt, is uncle still drinking? Aunt Hu smiled and seemed a bit excited as she replied, My husband promised me he won't drink anymore. He told me that the quarry isn't managed by the county, and with the heavy snow blocking the mountains, we don't know when the new manager will arrive. He wants to find some work in the county. Zhuang Yundai was taken aback for a moment. Oh, that's good. But she still felt a lingering doubt. If he was looking for work, why did he still ask Aunt Hu for money? However, this question is a bit too personal. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment, but didn't ask. Instead, she smiled at Aunt Hu and said, In the past, you would bring Uncle some soup at night. Tomorrow, I will keep an eye on the shop so you can bring him soup during the day. This way, if Bin wakes up at night and doesn't see you, he won't be looking for you. When Aunt Hu heard this, she felt a wave of guilt for her son and was also more grateful to Zhuang Yundai. All right, then I will go during the day tomorrow.
Thank you, Daijia.
The next day, as agreed with Zhuang Yundai, Aunt Hu prepared some nourishing soup and took it to her husband. But she didn't return until the afternoon, just before the Chanchan Dan was about to close. She seemed a bit embarrassed and explained to Zhuang Yundai, Maybe I didn't tell him in advance. He went out to look for work. I waited for him for a long time, but didn't see him come back, so I left the food box and came back. Zhuang Yundai nodded, but her worries deepened. As night fell and the Chanchan Dan closed, loud sounded at the door, creating a huge commotion. The neighbor's dog started barking wildly. Zhuang Yundai frowned, put on her cloak, and quickly went to the yard with Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu was cautious and lowered her voice, saying to Zhuang Yundai, This noise doesn't seem right. You stay here. I'll quietly go out the front door and take a look. Zhuang Yundai grabbed Aunt Hu's arm. Aunt, if someone outside means harm, going out the back could be even more dangerous. Let's not open the door and ask who it is. Aunt Hu thought for a moment and nodded. The two of them didn't light a lantern and called out from behind the shop, Who is it? Is Who Made You living here? A rough voice replied. Who Made You was Aunt Hu's maiden name, and very few people knew it. Aunt Hu froze when she heard that rough voice. Zhuang Yundai frowned and asked, "What do you want?" The rough voice sneered, "Who made you? I just want to ask you, do you care about your husband's life or death?" Aunt Hu trembled, nearly panicking as she grabbed Zhuang Yundai's arm. The shop was a bit dark, with only a faint cold light reflecting off the white snow coming through the window. Even so, Zhuang Yundai could clearly see the fear in Aunt Hu's eyes. Aunt Hu trembled slightly and whispered, "Here, only my husband knows my name." Zhuang Yundai gently patted Aunt Hu's arm and said softly, "Aunt, don't worry. Let me ask him a couple of questions." Zhuang Yundai spoke up and asked, "What do you mean by life and death? What do you want?" The man replied gruffly, "Open the door." Zhuang Yundai immediately refused. "No way. It's late at night. You can talk out there." As she spoke, she quietly moved to the counter and pulled out a self-defense knife from below. The yard was full of women, and Zhuang Yundai not only wouldn't open the door, but also had to be cautious of the man breaking in unexpectedly. The man outside seemed to know their situation well. He was not surprised by Zhuang Yundai's response. He just snorted coldly and said to someone beside him, "You talk to them." Zhuang Yundai peeked through the door and saw the man pull a cloth out of the mouth of someone like a dumpling. The bound person immediately cried out, "Junying, save me." Upon hearing this voice, Aunt Hu completely broke down. She grabbed Zhuang Yundai's arm tightly, almost squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "It's him." Zhuang Yundai narrowed her eyes and whispered to Aunt Hu, "Don't panic. Let's see what they want. For money or something else." Aunt Hu was breathing rapidly, but she completely trusted Zhuang Yundai and did not act rashly. Zhuang Yundai steadied herself and negotiated, "Let's talk through the door. What's going on? What do you want?" The reply came from Aunt Hu's husband, who was crying. "Is it you, Sister Dai? Where's Junying? Tell her to save me. I went to gamble today and owe someone 50 taels of silver." Aunt Hu gasped in shock. If she hadn't been holding onto Zhuang Yundai's arm tightly, she might have fainted. Owing 50 taels of silver? She could no longer hold back, struggling to stand up, her voice trembling. "Niu Datsai, didn't you say you were looking for work? So, you asked me for money to gamble?" Niu Datsai sounded flustered and defended himself. "Junying, you know me. When I drink, I didn't mean to gamble. I just wanted to earn some money quickly so that you and our daughter could have a better life." Aunt Hu was in tears. "How could you? 50 taels. How could you dare?" The man who had Niu Datsai was getting impatient. "Enough. Are you going to pay back the money or not? It's only right to repay debts. Huaijiu, if you don't pay for your man, I might just take his life." Aunt Hu panicked. "No, I'll pay," she cried, tears streaming down her face, feeling scared and helpless. The man scoffed. "Then hurry up and get the money." "I don't have any money," Aunt Hu sobbed. It seemed the man kicked Niu Datsai hard, and he let out a painful cry. Aunt Hu was frantic. "Please, don't hurt him. 50 taels is a lot of money. Just give me some time." The man considered her words, while Aunt Hu's face turned pale with worry. "I promise I won't run away." At that moment, Zhuang Yundai spoke up. "Even if you kill Niu Datsai, he still won't be able to pay back the 50 taels. You might as well give us some time to gather the money." Aunt Hu felt grateful and held Zhuang Yundai's hand tightly. The man seemed persuaded by Zhuang Yundai. He snorted and said, "I'll give you 3 days. If you can't come up with the 50 taels by then, be prepared to collect Niu Datsai's body." Niu Datsai cried out, "Junying, save me." His voice suddenly stopped, as if the man had silenced him. The man pushed Niu Datsai away. Aunt Hu collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair. "How could this happen? 50 taels, I can't even pay that back if I sold myself." Zhuang Yundai helped Aunt Hu up. "Don't worry, let's think of a plan. If it comes to it, I have some money you can use." Aunt Hu cried harder. "Sister Dai, you have your own struggles. I can't take your money. 50 taels, 50 taels." Aunt Hu kept repeating 50 taels. Zhuang Yundai tried to comfort her, but she felt something was off. She didn't believe a word from the gambler. 50 taels? Even if Niu Datsai lost everything, Why would anyone lend money to someone who seemed to have nothing? To those people, the lives of the poor were worthless. Why would they care about 50 taels? This situation felt like there was more to it, as if someone had ulterior motives regarding Nyo-Datsai. What could Nyo-Datsai possibly have that others would want? As Zhuang Yundai pondered these thoughts, Aunt Hu had already cried herself into a faint. Zhuang Yundai helped Aunt Hu into her room, where a charcoal stove kept it warm. As Aunt Hu slowly woke up, she saw her son Bin sleeping soundly. The tears she had just held back came rushing back. This heartless person. Aunt Hu wiped her tears. Doesn't he know what our family is going through? 50 taels, not 5 or 10. The more she spoke, the more despair she felt. With your help, our family was finally doing better, but this beast lost 50 taels in one go. 50 taels. Aunt Hu's voice was hoarse, but she didn't dare cry out loud, fearing it would wake Bin. She could only stifle her sobs, trembling all over. Zhuang Yundai tried to comfort Aunt Hu a few more times before leaving. The light in Aunt Hu's room stayed on all night. The next morning, Aunt Hu wobbled as she tried to continue with her chores. Zhuang Yundai firmly stopped her and insisted she rest. Aunt, I know you're upset, but your health is important. Look at you, your eyes are so swollen. If Bin sees you like this, he will be worried and scared. Please rest. I can handle things in the yard, and we have enough help at the shop. Finally, Aunt Hu lay down on the bed for a little while. But after just an hour, she woke up with a troubled expression and swollen eyes. After hesitating, Aunt Hu said to Zhuang Yundai, Sister Dai, can I borrow a year's wages in advance? Zhuang Yundai readily agreed. Aunt, do you need more time? A year's wages might not be enough. At this, Aunt Hu felt tears welling up. It's not enough, but I have no choice. Sister Dai, you're a good person, but good people shouldn't always suffer. I'll talk to that person and promise to pay her my wages each year. In a few years, I can pay it all back. If she refuses, then I'll have to do something drastic. A hint of despair flashed in Aunt Hu's eyes. She wiped her tears and murmured, I've realized that Bin has suffered so much with me, and I've never complained to Nyo-Datsai. But he can't just act like he doesn't care. When Bin grows up, I want to send him to school, but with a father who gambles and drinks, I'm afraid this 50 taels is just the beginning. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself that for a gambler, having family support to repay debts was like having no consequences at all. He couldn't control himself and continued to gamble. Fortunately, Aunt Hu was clear-headed. She decided that even if she wanted to negotiate with that big man to pay back a few taels first and settle the rest slowly, she didn't plan to rescue Nyo-Datsai immediately. By the third day, Nyo-Datsai will have suffered enough, Aunt Hu said through gritted teeth. This time, he must learn a lesson. Zhuang Yundai nodded in agreement. With her decision made, Aunt Hu's eyes sparkled with determination. She was fragile yet resilient, like a tough blade of grass that stands up again after being battered by the wind. Aunt Hu busily continued her work at the Sanyan skewer shop. However, in the evening, a little beggar came sniffing and brought a blood-stained cloth. Aunt Hu recognized it immediately. The clothes on Nyo-Datsai were made by her, so how could she not recognize them? Aunt Hu's hand trembled, and the blood-stained cloth fell to the ground. Zhuang Yundai asked the little beggar, Where did you get this? The little beggar, eyes full of longing for skewers, honestly gestured. A man, he looked like this, very tall, sent me to deliver it. He has a scar here. The little beggar pointed to his eyebrow. This description resembled the man Zhuang Yundai had seen through the door last night. Wait here, Zhuang Yundai said, and went to the back kitchen to get the little beggar 2 skewers. The little beggar, drooling, grabbed the skewers and ran off. Aunt Hu was still trembling, so Zhuang Yundai picked up the blood-stained cloth from the ground. She sniffed it and felt something was off. She sniffed it again more carefully. Aunt, don't be afraid, Zhuang Yundai said, looking at Aunt Hu. This is chicken blood. Aunt Hu shivered. Chicken blood? Yes, chicken blood. Smell it. Zhuang Yundai handed the cloth to her. Aunt Hu trusted Zhuang Yundai unconditionally, and when she heard it was chicken blood, she believed it. After smelling it carefully, her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. She laughed and cried, "It really is chicken blood." Suddenly, she angrily said, "That creditor actually thought of this method to scare us. It's truly despicable." Zhuang Yundai didn't respond. She had sensed something was wrong last night, and seeing the blood-stained cloth today made her feel even more uneasy. However, at that moment, she had no evidence, and Aunt Hu trusted her words completely, so she didn't voice her doubts. Zhuang Yundai casually tossed the cloth into the kitchen to burn it. "Aunt, I'm going out for a bit," Zhuang Yundai said as she untied her apron. "Please make sure to lock the door tightly. If someone knocks who isn't me, don't open it." Aunt Hu nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I understand." She looked a bit worried. "Is it safe for you to go out alone?" She sighed. "If only there was a man in the house, it would be better." Zhuang Yundai smiled gently. "There will be soon." Aunt Hu didn't understand and thought Zhuang Yundai was talking about Niu Datsai. She frowned. "Niu Datsai won't do." Zhuang Yundai just smiled. "Not him." "Then who?" Zhuang Yundai's lips curved slightly, and her dimples appeared. "Aunt, don't ask. You'll know when the time comes." Zhuang Yundai left and went to the inn. She stood in front of a room and knocked on the door. There was no response. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself that Lu Jiqing was quite cautious. If she hadn't asked the waiter and learned that Lu Jiqing hadn't left the inn, she might have been misled. "Qingling, it's me," Zhuang Yundai said with a smile. Soon, she heard movement inside, and the door suddenly swung open. Lu Jiqing looked cold, his gaze heavy as he looked at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai smiled and walked straight in. Lu Jiqing didn't stop her. He paused for a moment before closing the door. "Qingling, you look much better today," Zhuang Yundai said, sitting down on a chair and observing Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing's brow twitched slightly, and after a moment he said, "At your young age, don't learn to speak so smoothly." Zhuang Yundai thought Lu Jiqing was a bit too serious. How could calling him Qingling be considered smooth talking? However, she was someone who could take advice, so she blinked and called out, "Jiqing Gij." Lu Jiqing stiffened just a little. Zhuang Yundai waited to see his reaction, a bit excited for him to get flustered. But he seemed to accept the title, which made her pout a bit. Lu Jiqing waited for a while, noticing that Zhuang Yundai remained silent, pouting like a delicate girl with a hidden little temper. He opened his eyes and calmly asked, "What brings you here? Can I come to see you if I'm fine, Brother Jiqing?" Zhuang Yundai asked sweetly. Lu Jiqing took a deep breath and remained silent. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh. She knew better than to annoy him, or he might really refuse her later. "Of course, I do have something to discuss," Zhuang Yundai added with a smile. Lu Jiqing looked at her coldly, as if to say, "Just say what you need to." Zhuang Yundai smiled even more brightly and said, "Brother Jiqing, look, I've spent quite a bit of money on you. Although we've agreed on a bond, it's only fair that you earn some money too, right? How about coming to my house as a guard?" Lu Jiqing replied coldly, "My martial arts have been ruined." Zhuang Yundai straightened up, her smile fading. She had noticed the calluses on Lu Jiqing's hands, clear signs of his martial training. "Did they send you to the quarry and ruin your skills?" Zhuang Yundai suppressed her anger. Lu Jiqing looked at her with indifference. This girl was quite strange. This was clearly his issue, yet her eyes burned with a fierce anger. He remained silent. Zhuang Yundai took a deep breath and quickly composed herself. It was frustrating. Such a perfect man. How could someone ruin his skills? "It's okay," she said, despite feeling heartbroken. "Even without skills, you still have your techniques. You can still handle a few people, right?" Lu Jiqing hesitated when he saw the bright sparkle in Zhuang Yundai's eyes. He looked away and replied softly, "Of course." Zhuang Yundai immediately cheered up, her eyes shining like stars. "Then let's start today. I'll pay you 30 coins a day until the quarry has new rules. Plus, I'll provide meals and lodging. What do you think?" Lu Jiqing replied coldly, "Many people would want your offer." Zhuang Yundai quickly responded, "But none of them can compare to your looks." Lu Jiqing decided to ignore her. Zhuang Yundai, still smiling, took his silence as agreement. She said, I currently live not far from here in Shimo Alley. Living with me, besides my younger siblings, there is also an aunt with her little son. Tomorrow, I will tidy up a small room in the corner of the yard for you to stay in. It's settled then. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Lu Jiqing smiled at Zhuang Yundai, afraid he might refuse, and quickly left the inn like the wind. Lu Jiqing's room was on the second floor of the inn. As evening approached, the thick snow outside made it seem less dark. Standing by the window, Lu Jiqing looked down at Zhuang Yundai, dressed in a light yellow outfit under a silver-white cloak with red embroidery, as she walked away from the snowy street, her figure briefly flickering in his eyes. Zhuang Yundai was a doer. Upon returning to the small courtyard, she lit a lamp and began to tidy up the cluttered corner. This storage room was separate from the others and not close to the front door, making it quite an independent little space. Since it had already been cleaned when they moved in, this time it was just a matter of opening the windows for ventilation, sweeping away dust, wiping surfaces, and putting blankets on the small bed. Zhuang Yundai believed she wasn't a heartless capitalist. The staff quarters couldn't be too shabby. She looked around the little room. There was a bed, and although the table and chairs were a bit old, they were usable. However, she needed a small cabinet for storing items and clothes, so she bought one from a nearby carpenter. Now, even though it was small, it was well-equipped. Zhuang Yundai felt satisfied. Around evening, a thief sent a blood-stained cloth, thinking it would frighten Zhuang Yundai and the others. They didn't come back to disturb them that night, and Aunt Hu anxiously held onto her son, Bin, throughout the night. The next morning, Aunt Hu was still restless. She discussed with Zhuang Yundai, should we report this to the authorities? However, she quickly became anxious and denied it, saying, No, we haven't resolved the quarry issue yet. What if the officials remember and arrest him? What if that criminal gets angry and harms Dakai? She was very uneasy. Zhuang Yundai comforted Aunt Hu for a bit, and once Aunt Hu calmed down, she noticed Zhuang Yundai was holding a few branches of plum blossoms with buds. Aunt Hu murmured, This snow is a bit annoying, but the plum blossoms are thriving. Zhuang Yundai handed 2 branches to Aunt Hu, saying, Aunt, put these on the windowsill. It's warm inside, and they should bloom in a couple of days. Aunt Hu nodded, trying to steady herself, took the plum blossoms, and went to find a vase to arrange them. Zhuang Yundai placed the plum blossom in a small gray vase and set it on the windowsill of the little storage room. The small room looked simple yet warm. Although the overall color was somewhat dark, the plum blossom buds in the vase, along with the light yellow quilt on the bed, added a cheerful touch to the room. Zhuang Yundai looked around and felt quite satisfied. She then went to the inn to bring back Lu Jiqing. Zhuang Yuntong and Wang Tsuetsue were playing in the yard with Bingguer in the snow. When they looked up, they saw their older sister bringing a man into the yard. The 2 girls were momentarily stunned. In their young lives, they had never seen such a handsome man. Only Bingguer, being young, didn't have a clear concept of beauty and was curiously his finger while tilting his head to look at him. Zhuang Yundai smiled and waved, calling the 3 children over. This is Brother Lu, she introduced. He will be living with us from now on. The 3 children chorused, Brother Lu. Lu Jiqing nodded quietly, looking a bit shy. Zhuang Yundai continued, This is my sister, Zhuang Yuntong. That is my aunt's sister, Wang Tsuetsue, who is here to play for a few days, and this is Aunt Hu's son, Bingguer. Aunt Hu is the one I mentioned before, who lives with us. I also have a younger brother who is at school today. When he comes back this afternoon, I'll introduce him to you. Lu Jiqing nodded again. Although Zhuang Yundai hadn't spent much time with Lu Jiqing, she could tell something was off with him. She let the 3 children continue playing and, once they were alone, quietly asked Lu Jiqing, What's wrong? Lu Jiqing looked at the children playing for a while before softly saying, I used to have 2 younger sisters who were the same age as them. His 2 sisters were twins, very cute and well-behaved since they were little, always hugging his legs and calling him Big Brother, asking him for sweets. However, his family was taken away, and they were exiled to different places. His 2 younger sisters were fragile and, before they reached the place of exile, sadly passed away. His mother couldn't bear the loss, fell ill, and also passed away. Lu Jiqing's expression turned cold as he gazed into the distance at the capital, and he didn't say anything more. Zhuang Yundai waited for him to continue, but seeing he only shared that one sentence and nothing more, she understood that this was likely a deep scar in his heart. Zhuang Yundai did not enjoy bringing up people's past wounds. She changed the subject and gently asked Lu Jiqing, "Shall I take you to see the room I've prepared for you?" Lu Jiqing nodded expressionlessly. Zhuang Yundai led Lu Jiqing to the small storage room. The room was already tidied up nicely. Lu Jiqing remained silent, his gaze fixed on a plum blossom on the windowsill. "Is it okay?" Zhuang Yundai asked with a smile. Lu Jiqing was silent for a moment, then nodded and thanked her. Zhuang Yundai waved her hand, saying, "Why are you thanking me? Didn't we agree that you would be devoted to me?" Lu Jiqing continued to be silent. After Zhuang Yundai looked around the room and found no flaws, she nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, you can rest now. There's nothing special you need to do during the day. Just pay attention to the safety of the house at night, especially in the next couple of days." This time, Lu Jiqing did not remain silent. He softly replied, "Okay. Then you rest first. I have other things to attend to," Zhuang Yundai said as she turned to leave the room. Lu Jiqing stood quietly in the small room for a long time before lying down on the light yellow bedding. The color of the quilt was elegant, just like the light yellow dress he had seen yesterday, wrapped under a cloak as he left the snowy street. When Aunt Hu first saw Lu Jiqing, she was a bit surprised. Although Zhuang Yundai had told her earlier that she found a laborer from the quarry to be a caretaker, seeing Lu Jiqing in person made it hard for her to connect him with a laborer. "Is there some mistake?" Aunt Hu whispered to Zhuang Yundai, "I visited the quarry a few times to see Niu Datsai, and most people there look like they come from poor families. This person looks like a young noble. How could he be a laborer?" Zhuang Yundai quietly replied, "But pretending to be a laborer wouldn't benefit anyone." "That's true," Aunt Hu nodded, glancing at the silent Lu Jiqing sitting across the table. She felt a bit uneasy, but he is just too good-looking. Zhuang Yundai nodded seriously. If he weren't so handsome, she wouldn't have taken a liking to him at first sight. Zhuang Yundai noticed that Lu Jiqing really did not like to talk. Although Aunt Hu asked him a few questions and he answered them, he would only use 2 words if he could, never 3. After some questioning, Aunt Hu began to believe that this person was indeed a laborer from the quarry, but she couldn't help feeling a bit sad. His posture and demeanor clearly showed he was not from a humble background like theirs. Zhuang Yundai suddenly asked, "Do you know Niu Datsai?" Lu Jiqing paused for a moment and replied, "I know him, but we're not close." Zhuang Yundai glanced at him. Aunt Hu felt uneasy. They both came from the quarry, yet this young man, looking like a gentleman, sat here unharmed while her husband was suffering somewhere. Looking outside, Aunt Hu grew anxious and worried. Tomorrow will be the 3rd day. I wonder how my husband is doing. Although she resented Niu Datsai for his gambling addiction, which led him to lose 50 taels of silver, she genuinely worried about him, fearing he might be mistreated by the criminals. Zhuang Yundai explained to Lu Jiqing, Niu Datsai is Aunt Hu's husband. He owed someone 50 taels and was taken away. The creditor brought him to us a few days ago, demanding we gather the money within 3 days. Tomorrow is the last day. Lu Jiqing nodded silently. Zhuang Yundai then discreetly winked at him, silently mouthing Qingling, and seriously said, "It might be dangerous when the criminals come tomorrow. You must protect us." Lu Jiqing remained expressionless. He didn't want to respond, as doing so would feel like agreeing to being called Qingling. However, Zhuang Yundai, having amused Lu Jiqing, was clearly in a good mood, her eyes brightening. Yet, considering Aunt Hu's sadness, she didn't show too much happiness, only a slight smile and a secret wink at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing turned away, no longer looking at her. Zhuang Yundai almost laughed out loud. The 3rd day arrived. Early in the morning, Aunt Hu was very nervous, struggling to tie her apron correctly several times due to trembling hands, and in the end, Zhuang Yundai had to help her. "Aunt, if you're not feeling well, you should rest," Zhuang Yundai suggested. Aunt Hu shook her head, looking lost. No, I can't rest. When I close my eyes, I see my husband covered in blood. Her voice trembled, unable to continue. Zhuang Yundai secretly shook her head. If her guess was correct, it was very unlikely that Niu Datsai was actually covered in blood. It was still a bit early to say such things, so Zhuang Yundai decided to stay calm and observe what was happening. However, Aunt Hu felt anxious all day, and the criminal did not show up. She was on the verge of breaking down, feeling like a sword was hanging over her head, waiting to drop at any moment. This feeling was unbearable. Zhuang Yundai comforted her, saying, "The last 2 times, one was at night, and the other at dusk. I believe he will come tonight as well." Aunt Hu managed to calm down a bit and nodded. That evening, after closing the shop, just as Zhuang Yundai expected, the criminal arrived, bringing a tightly bound Niu Datsai to knock on the door. Zhuang Yundai peeked through the door and saw 2 people outside. She looked at Lu Jiqing and silently asked, "2 people. Can we handle it?" Lu Jiqing nodded silently. Zhuang Yundai felt relieved. Lu Jiqing was so handsome that she believed whatever he said. She trusted that with him around, those 2 wouldn't pose much of a threat. Zhuang Yundai opened the door. The criminal was surprised that she opened it suddenly and almost stumbled. He snorted coldly, pushing Niu Datsai, who was, into the Sanyun skewer's shop. By this time, the shop was already closed, clean and tidy inside. The criminal looked around, his eyes showing a hint of greed. Aunt Hu nervously looked Niu Datsai up and down, almost in tears, saying, "You heartless." But Zhuang Yundai quickly interrupted Aunt Hu, pretending to be a bit anxious, and asked Niu Datsai, "Uncle, we received a blood-stained cloth the other day. Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Aunt Hu was momentarily stunned and confused. Why was Zhuang Yundai asking that? Wasn't the cloth stained with chicken blood? Although Aunt Hu was full of doubts, her trust in Zhuang Yundai made her hold back and stay silent. However, Niu Datsai's reaction completely surprised Aunt Hu. He looked a bit evasive and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a serious injury. This villain is very cruel." Then he urgently turned to Aunt Hu, saying, "Junying, is the money ready? If we don't give him the money, I'm afraid he will kill me today." Niu Datsai suddenly noticed that after saying this, his wife's expression changed to something strange. Niu Datsai thought Hu Aiju was scared. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Hu Aiju ask in a strange tone, "Did he really hurt you? Where are you hurt?" Niu Datsai, with his hands tightly bound, felt a flash of impatience in his eyes, but he held back, knowing he still needed to ask Hu Aiju for money. "I see you're just stalling for time." This suddenly kicked Niu Datsai in the leg, causing him to kneel on the ground. He pulled out a knife and pressed it against Niu Datsai's neck, saying, "Paying back debts is only right. Hurry up." Niu Datsai cried out, "Aiju, hurry and get the money. Are you really going to watch me die?" Seeing this, Aunt Hu, no matter how unwilling she was to believe it, realized there was a problem. She looked at Zhuang Yundai with a worried expression. What should she do now? Zhuang Yundai gently patted Aunt Hu's back, signaling her to step back. She stepped forward calmly and said, 50 taels is too much. Annie has been trying to gather money these past few days, but hasn't managed to get it all. The impatiently interrupted Zhuang Yundai, licking his lips. "Who are you fooling? Your shop has been doing well. That woman has no money, and you don't either?" Zhuang Yundai shrugged. "I have no money." Aunt Hu felt as if someone was choking her, making it hard to breathe. Why did they think it was natural to ask Zhuang Yundai for money? She remembered when she brought soup to Niu Datsai, she had mentioned how grateful she was for Zhuang Yundai's kindness to her and Ben. So, they naturally believed that Zhuang Yundai would pay for her. Aunt Hu trembled all over. Although the charcoal stove in the shop was burning brightly, she felt as if she had fallen into a cold pit. Niu Datsai continued to wail, "Aiju, save me. I just want our family to live well. Aiju, please save me." Aunt Hu's voice trembled as she spoke. "Sister Dai has a hard time running the shop, and she doesn't have much money left. The little I saved I already gave to you." Losing 50 taels isn't just about you, it's about my life too. Ijo. Think of something. Borrow some money from Sister Dai. Otherwise, I really will die. Nyo Datsai cried out, looking very pitiful, but his eyes showed no tears, only urgency. Ijo, are you really going to watch me die? By the end, he was almost shouting. Aunt Hu trembled all over. Finally, she closed her eyes, her voice sounding older and hoarse. All right, Nyo Datsai, I'll say this once. I have no money. The 50 taels are what you owe. Figure it out yourself. Nyo Datsai didn't expect Aunt Hu to be so heartless. His eyes widened in anger. You ungrateful woman. If I die, are you just going to let him grow up without a father? Do you have someone else outside? I've known for a long time that you can't stand being alone. While I suffer at the quarry, you enjoy yourself here, hoping I'll die so you won't have to deal with me anymore. Aunt Hu suddenly opened her eyes, shocked by Nyo Datsai's harsh words. Listening to his insults, she felt calmer than before, managing a sad smile. After all these years, she realized she had been blind. Zhuang Yundai, with a cold expression, picked up a stick nearby and struck Nyo Datsai. Nyo Datsai was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, she hit him again and again, swiftly and accurately. Soon, Nyo Datsai was too overwhelmed to think, crying out in pain, but with his hands tied, he could only roll on the ground. Zhuang Yundai took advantage of his inability to fight back and hit him several times, finally feeling a bit of relief. The criminals were momentarily stunned. Is this how you treat a hostage? Not only refusing to pay, but also hitting the hostage in front of the criminals? After a while, one of the criminals shouted, "What are you doing?" and lunged to grab the stick. Zhuang Yundai wouldn't let him take it. She twisted her wrist, and the stick turned in her hand, aimed right at the criminal's face. The criminal felt a chill. This girl has some spirit. How can someone so young have such a fierce look in her eyes? He hesitated, unsure of what to do. On the ground, Nyo Datsai regained his breath and began to curse Zhuang Yundai. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Aunt Hu couldn't stand Nyo Datsai's insults toward Zhuang Yundai. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, she firmly declared, Nyo Datsai, you coward, I want a divorce. The room fell silent. Nyo Datsai seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. Divorce? After the shock, a wave of anger surged within him, and his face twisted. Humph, you wish. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Nyo Datsai was in pain from the beating, and when he saw the from his group standing there foolishly, he gasped in pain and shouted, What are you standing there for? She really wants to kill me. The quickly came over to grab the stick. Zhuang Yundai intended to hit the back, but another stick swung in, striking a pressure point on the S body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Zhuang Yundai exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help but look over. In the shadows, Lu Jiqing had quietly picked up a stick. It was him who had taken down the. Both Nyo Datsai and the were stunned. After being hit hard by Zhuang Yundai, Nyo Datsai felt a ringing in his ears, but when he saw the man emerging from the shadows behind Zhuang Yundai, he felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The man had been quietly standing in the shadows of the small room, and Nyo Datsai hadn't noticed him at all. The who had a weaker mental state shouted in panic, Lu Jiqing. Oh, so they knew each other? Zhuang Yundai retracted the stick and glanced at the two. One was kneeling weakly on the ground, and the other lay there like a dead dog, clearly unable to cause any more trouble. She relaxed a bit, bent down to pick up the knife that had dropped, and skillfully twirled it in her hand, the sharp blade glinting coldly. Not bad, I'll take this. Zhuang Yundai calmly put the knife under the counter. If the had any thoughts of resistance before, he now dared not think of anything and obediently knelt there. Even Nyo Datsai, who had been very arrogant earlier, was now quiet, only hissing in pain and no longer daring to curse. You two know each other? Zhuang Yundai decided to ask Lu Jiqing first. Lu Jiqing nodded coldly. I saw him at the quarry. Just as she thought. Zhuang Yundai mused to herself. But seeing how scared they both looked, She wondered what Lu Jiqing had done at the quarry. Aunt Hu glared at Niu Datsai with anger. Since Lu Jiqing said he had seen me at the quarry, it meant that there was indeed a criminal from there and knew Niu Datsai. There was no need to say more. It was clear that Niu Datsai had bad intentions after Aunt Hu told him how good Zhuang Yundai was to her, and he had conspired with it to try to trick her out of 50 taels. What else is there to say? I need to find a job to support her and her child properly. Aunt Hu thought about this and felt less sad, but she was still filled with disgust. She wished she could spit in Niu Datsai's face. At that moment, the bad guy saw Lu Jiqing, and since the knife had been taken away by Zhuang Yundai, he became obedient, kneeling on the ground and confessing without needing any prompting. Indeed, things were just as Aunt Hu had suspected. Niu Datsai had gone to gamble with the money, and at the casino, he ran into another bad guy who had also escaped from the quarry. They quickly lost everything and decided to target Aunt Hu, who was both wealthy and kind-hearted. However, they didn't realize that Zhuang Yundai had already sensed something was off. Aunt Hu was also clear-headed. As soon as she noticed something was wrong, she decided not to give them a single penny. To make matters worse, no one expected that Lu Jiqing would be there too. The bad guy, kneeling on the ground, smiled ingratiatingly at Lu Jiqing, saying, "Master Lu, if I had known you were here, I would never have agreed to this scheme with Niu Datsai. He said he would give me half of the money, and that's why Lu Jiqing looked at him coldly. The ingratiating smile on the bad guy's face began to fade. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He had seen with his own eyes how this Lu Jiqing, with his troublemaking face, had managed to survive from the quarry until now. On the very first night he arrived at the quarry, he had dealt with a big bully who tried to harm him by breaking both of his hands. The overseer had beaten him up, leaving him covered in blood, but he didn't care. Later, when someone else tried to harm him, that person ended up losing not just their hands but even their sight, and the overseer was present at that time, unable to stop it. Lu Jiqing was the kind of person who would risk his life just to take a piece of flesh from his opponent. After a few incidents like this, the inmates at the quarry no longer dared to have any ill intentions toward Lu Jiqing. After all, he was someone who didn't even value his own life. The bad guy was still sweating when he heard Zhuang Yundai snort, "All right, you can go now." Hearing this, the bad guy felt like he had heard heavenly music and was overjoyed, quickly getting up to run away. Niu Datsai panicked, "You scoundrel, what about me?" The bad guy turned back and spat, "You, who would even betray your own wife if I had money, would I team up with you?" He ran away without looking back. Niu Datsai trembled all over and swallowed hard. "Lu, Master Lu." Lu Jiqing took a step back and didn't look at him again. Zhuang Yundai understood Lu Jiqing's meaning. She turned to Aunt Hu. "Aunt, what do you think we should do?" Perhaps because Lu Jiqing was present, Niu Datsai lost his courage, showing no fierceness at all, kneeling there with his head down. Aunt Hu found Niu Datsai very unpleasant at that moment. She steeled herself. "I want a divorce." Niu Datsai suddenly looked up. "Don't even think about it." Zhuang Yundai stepped aside, allowing Lu Jiqing, who had been slightly behind her, to be fully visible to Niu Datsai. "Niu Datsai." Zhuang Yundai asked Aunt Hu, "Aunt, have you thought this through?" Aunt Hu trembled slightly, but nodded seriously. With tears in her eyes, she said, "All these years, I have done my best for Niu Datsai. But what does he think of us? Do we have to let our lives be ruined by such a scoundrel?" Zhuang Yundai clapped her hands. "It's great that you can see it clearly, Aunt." She picked up a stick and poked Niu Datsai. "Did you hear that? Soon, I'll have my brother draft a divorce agreement for you and Aunt Hu, and you just need to sign it."
Got it?
Niu Datsai straightened up. "I won't." But before he could finish, he saw Lu Jiqing looking at him coldly. Niu Datsai immediately shrank back. He tried a different approach, pleading with Aunt Hu, "Junying, I was wrong. Junying, please forgive me just this once, Junying. How can I live without you and Bin?" Aunt Hu closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Zhuang Yundai was afraid Aunt Hu would soften and be swayed back by Niu Datsai's pleas. She coldly interrupted Niu Datsai's cries. "Don't know how to live from now on? That's easy to solve. Why don't you just go die now?" After all, you came from the quarry. With the heavy snow blocking the mountains, we could tie you up and leave you there. How long do you think it would take for someone to find your body? A month? Or until spring when the snow melts? Zhuang Yundai's voice carried a laugh, as if she were discussing a deal with Niu Datsai. Niu Datsai felt a chill run down his spine. Was an aunt who saying that this girl named Dai was the kindest and gentlest? How could someone so kind say such things? Especially since he had been around the quarry and encountered various bad people, he could tell that this person named Sister Dai was not just trying to scare him. She really meant what she said. Niu Datsai's teeth began to chatter. He looked at Zhuang Yundai and then at Lu Jiqing, who stood beside her. One was cheerful, while the other was cold as ice. Yet it seemed both could easily harm him. Junying. Niu Datsai's voice trembled. Do you really want Bingu to grow up without a father? Aunt Hu, however, was resolute and turned away from him. With a father like you, it's better not to have one at all. If you truly care about your son, then please stay away from me and him. Zhuang Yundai added, of course, if you don't want to, I can help you stay away from Aunt Hu and Bingu. I don't mind. This was a clear threat to send him far away. Niu Datsai was left speechless. Zhuang Yundai gave him enough time before cheerfully asking, will you sign? After a long pause, Niu Datsai finally replied weakly, I will sign. Zhuang Yundai beamed with joy, embracing Aunt Hu, who was also slightly trembling. Aunt, why don't you sit down for a bit and rest? Zhuang Yundai said gently. I'll go inside and have Aki write the divorce papers. Aunt Hu's eyes were a bit red as she nodded. Thank you for helping with this. It's no trouble at all. Zhuang Yundai smiled, then turned to Lu Jiqing seriously. Lu Huyuan, please keep an eye on Niu Datsai. If he does anything wrong, don't hesitate to show him the consequences. Lu Jiqing shot a cold glance at Zhuang Yundai. In front of others, she was quite obedient. She didn't call him by any playful names or use any affectionate terms. He knew that those private moments were just her teasing him. A strange fire ignited within Lu Jiqing. He took a deep breath to calm himself. He turned his gaze away from Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai, however, looked at Lu Jiqing with curiosity, sensing something odd about him. But she didn't dwell on it. Her mind was focused on the divorce papers. Seeing that Lu Jiqing had taken her instructions seriously, she hurriedly left the front door, crossed the small courtyard, and headed to the back. Earlier, Zhuang Yundai had arranged for Zhuang Yunqi, Zhuang Yuntong, and Wang Tsuetsue to stay in Aunt Hu's room to watch over Bingu as he rested. The three little ones were very understanding and agreed right away. Earlier, the loud voice of Niu Datsai was quite overwhelming. Although, logically, the row of houses in the backyard was far away and separated by heavy curtains, making it hard to hear what was being shouted, Zhuang Yundai still felt a bit worried that the children might have heard something. When she lifted the curtain and entered the room, she saw that Brother Ben had already fallen asleep, and the three children were playing with small wooden dolls on the other side of the Kong. Zhuang Yundai then felt a little relieved. Big Sister Dai Jia, the three children greeted Zhuang Yundai in hushed voices. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile, and also lowered her voice. Cui and Tong, you keep playing. Aki, I need your help to write something, come here. Seeing that he could help his sister, Zhuang Yunqi was very happy. He quickly got off the Kong, neatly put on his shoes, and took Zhuang Yundai's hand to his room. His room was also warmed by a charcoal stove, so it wasn't cold when they entered. Zhuang Yunqi spread out the rice paper on the desk and looked at Zhuang Yundai with bright eyes. Big sister, what should I write? Zhuang Yundai briefly dictated a divorce letter to him. Although Zhuang Yunqi was a bit surprised, he still wrote it down as instructed. Watching her little brother carefully writing with his small wrist, Zhuang Yundai felt an overwhelming sense of pride that she couldn't suppress. Her Aki was amazing. After Zhuang Yunqi finished writing and helped to dry the ink, he asked, Big sister, do you see anything that needs to be improved? He looked at Zhuang Yundai with a hint of nervousness. Zhuang Yundai praised Zhuang Yunqi enthusiastically. Aki, you wrote it wonderfully. There's nothing to improve. Zhuang Yunqi shyly smiled, but soon, With a hint of confusion, he hesitated and quietly asked, "Big sister, is this divorce letter for Aunt Hu and Uncle?" Zhuang Yundai didn't hide anything from Zhuang Yunqi and nodded, saying, "Yes, Aunt Hu is getting a divorce from that man." Zhuang Yunqi bit his lip and said softly, "Then, in the future, won't Brother Bin be like us, without a father?" Zhuang Yundai felt a bit sad upon hearing this. The three siblings' father, Zhuang Shinan, was away at war when Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong were still in their motherlies. The two little ones had never seen Zhuang Shinan since they were born. Although the two little ones never mentioned it, Zhuang Yundai knew that sometimes when they looked at Wang Tsuetsue's father and how he cared for her, there was a hint of longing in their eyes.
But
Zhuang Shinan died in battle, and Li's situation was not good. The grandparents and uncles in the family were not worth mentioning. The only family member left who loved the two little ones was Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai gently patted Zhuang Yunqi's little head and said softly, "It's okay not to have a father. Aunt Hu will take good care of Bin. Your big sister will also love you, and Tong Tong well." Zhuang Yunqi's face turned red, looking quite shy. But he still nodded earnestly and happily. Zhuang Yundai took the divorce agreement written by Zhuang Yunqi and went to the front shop. The atmosphere in the shop felt strange, without Zhuang Yundai there. Aunt Hu sat there awkwardly, and when she saw Zhuang Yundai come in, she hurried over as if she had been saved. Seeing the paper in Zhuang Yundai's hand, she was stunned for a moment. "Is this the divorce agreement?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly very excited. Zhuang Yundai nodded and said softly, "Aunt, this agreement states that from now on, you and Niu Datsai will end your marriage and have no further ties. Since Niu Datsai is a prisoner from the quarry, Bin will follow you from now on. This document will take effect as soon as you sign it under the law." Aunt Hu nodded excitedly, and Niu Datsai looked a bit excited too, wanting to say something, but when he saw Zhuang Yundai pull out the knife she had taken from the criminal and wave it at him, his face turned pale. "I'll untie you, and you can leave your fingerprint. Behave yourself, or this knife in my hand won't hesitate." Zhuang Yundai skillfully threatened Niu Datsai, who shrank back, not daring to move. Zhuang Yundai quickly cut the ropes binding Niu Datsai's hands. "All right, leave your fingerprint." Niu Datsai felt a bit frustrated. "How do I do that?" Zhuang Yundai held the knife in front of him and said, "Just stretch out your hand, and I'll cut your finger." Niu Datsai wanted to object, but seeing the knife in Zhuang Yundai's hand and the fierce look in her eyes, along with Lu Jiqing standing like a guardian beside her, he could only shrink back and stammer, "See, can I do it myself?" He was clearly afraid that Zhuang Yundai would cut his hand. Zhuang Yundai saw through his thoughts and sneered. Holding a knife, she extended it forward, and Niu Datsai reluctantly made a small cut on the blade with his hand. Blood flowed out, and with a pale face, he pressed his bloody finger onto the divorce letter. Zhuang Yundai then looked at Aunt Hu and said, "Aunt, I remember you always carry a sewing kit." Aunt Hu nodded, took out a sewing kit from her pocket, and pricked her left index finger with a needle. A drop of blood appeared, and she pressed her fingerprint onto the divorce letter as well. With that, it was done. Zhuang Yundai handed one copy to Aunt Hu, who carefully examined the letter. Although she couldn't read, she felt that this divorce letter was like a sharp blade, cutting off the chains that bound her. Zhuang Yundai kept the other copy for herself and said, "You won't need this anyway. I'll find someone to keep it safe tomorrow." She smiled. Niu Datsai was angry, but dared not speak. "All right, you have nothing more to do here. You can leave now," Zhuang Yundai said casually. "If I see you near Aunt Hu again, our guard, Lu Jiqing, is not someone to mess with." Lu Jiqing stood silently nearby. The threat made Niu Datsai shiver reflexively. The fear of Lu Jiqing ran deep among those who came from the quarry. After Zhuang Yundai finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you still here? Do you want me to send you deep into the mountains?" I'm leaving. Niu Datsai hurriedly ran out. Aunt Hu watched the curtain fall back into place and suddenly felt weak, collapsing back onto her chair. Zhuang Yundai comfortingly patted Aunt Hu's arm and said, "Congratulations, Aunt. From now on, you and Bin Gur have a fresh start." A fresh start. Aunt Hu murmured, suddenly laughing and crying at the same time. Yes, you're right. Bin and I have a fresh start. Taking advantage of Aunt Hu's emotional moment, Zhuang Yundai turned to Lu Jiqing and quietly said, "Thank you for your help today." Without Lu Jiqing's presence to intimidate Niu Datsai, she thought it would have taken more effort. Lu Jiqing glanced at her calmly and coldly. "It's just my duty as a guard." For some reason, Zhuang Yundai felt that Lu Jiqing's attitude was a bit strange, and she couldn't help but look at him again. However, Lu Jiqing remained as indifferent as ever and ignored her. Zhuang Yundai had grown accustomed to Lu Jiqing's demeanor. She smiled and glanced at him again, feeling pleased that she had saved this handsome man's life. He was both good-looking and capable, making it a great deal for her. "All right, it's getting late. Lu Huyuan, you should go rest." Zhuang Yundai thought she was being a very considerate employer. However, Lu Jiqing still seemed a bit strange. He silently looked at her, said nothing, and turned to leave. "What a strange person," Zhuang Yundai muttered, not thinking much of it. She then went to comfort Aunt Hu. "Aunt, come on, wipe your tears. Bin Ge is already asleep. If he wakes up and sees your eyes all swollen, he might think I bullied you and ignore me from now on." Aunt Hu chuckled at Zhuang Yundai's words, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Bin Ge wouldn't do that. With that, Aunt Hu's mood improved. She leaned on Zhuang Yundai for support and stood up. The two helped each other back to the room. Things would surely get better. In recent days, the customers at the Sanyan skewer shop noticed a remarkably handsome guard had appeared. He was aloof, usually patrolling the shop before leaving. The Sanyan skewer shop rarely had troublemakers, and with this striking guard around, disturbances had nearly vanished. However, the shop had also attracted several shy female customers who came in groups to enjoy skewers. Zhuang Yundai stood behind the counter, smiling as she watched Lu Jiqing maintain a blank expression under the eager gazes of many women, standing like a dedicated statue. One had to admit, this young man had quite a strong mental fortitude. Occasionally, a brave female customer would approach him, and while he didn't respond rudely, he almost always turned them down coldly. When he declined, he would add a flat sorry with his deep voice, making the women blush and hurriedly retreat. As the new year approached, everyone had the mindset of wanting to enjoy a good meal. With heavy snow blocking the mountains and prices soaring, Zhuang Yundai's little shop, which had stocked up on supplies without raising prices, became increasingly popular, often leading to long lines. It was cold outside, so Zhuang Yundai could only have her staff bring out 2 coal basins for the customers waiting in line to warm their hands. The Watermill Alley became a very popular place, which helped boost the nearby businesses. Many families were grateful to Zhuang Yundai and sent her a lot of gifts. Normally, a cabbage, a pumpkin, or a plate of pastries wouldn't be considered special, but during this heavy snow season, they showed true friendship. Zhuang Yundai took some time to fry some candies and delivered them to each household. Sugar and oil are valuable resources at any time, so this gift was quite precious. The neighbors felt that this young girl, despite her age, was very kind and their community bond grew stronger. Whenever they met, everyone greeted each other warmly, and the neighborhood was very harmonious, creating a peaceful atmosphere in the small alley. As the new year approached, Zhuang Yundai, along with Lu Jiqing, put up spring couplets in the small courtyard. She stood below, directing its crooked, move it a little to the left, now a bit more to the left. Lu Jiqing, like an emotionless robot, expressionless, was sticking the couplets on the door frame. While they were busy, a voice came from behind. "Yundai, sister." Zhuang Yundai turned around and saw Tang Tianyan standing not too far away, looking a bit shy with his youthful face. Zhuang Yundai didn't quite understand why Tang Tianyan always looked like he had done something wrong whenever he saw her. "What's wrong?" Zhuang Yundai softened her voice. Tang Tianyan hesitated, took a couple of steps forward, and was about to say something when he noticed the man behind Zhuang Yundai jumping down from the stool. Hearing the noise, Zhuang Yundai turned to look at the door frame and smiled brightly. "It looks great." Tang Tianyan felt a bit nervous seeing the handsome man standing beside Zhuang Yundai, who seemed almost otherworldly. Yundai, sister, who is this? Oh, he's my new bodyguard, Zhuang Yundai introduced to Tang Tianyan. Then she turned to introduce to Lu Jiqing. This is the second son of the county magistrate. Lu Jiqing remained calm and nodded slightly at Tang Tianyan as a greeting. Tang Tianyan felt his throat tighten. Zhuang Yundai turned back to Tang Tianyan. Tianyan, brother, did you come over for something? Are you here for some skewers? Our little shop is temporarily closed, but will reopen on the third day of the new year. Lu Jiqing felt a chill when he heard Zhuang Yundai call out brother Tianyan. Although his face showed no emotion, his eyes grew colder, hinting at a touch of annoyance. This woman had once called him brother Jiqing. As soon as Lu Jiqing realized he felt a bit annoyed, he quickly shook it off and returned to his senses. How ridiculous! Tang Tianyan, watching from across, noticed that the guard's expression seemed to have grown colder. But when he looked more closely, the guard stood there with a blank face, resembling a statue. There was no change in expression at all. Tang Tianyan collected himself and quickly replied to Zhuang Yundai, I didn't come for snacks. My mother asked me to see if you would like to bring your siblings to our home for New Year's Eve. He was afraid Zhuang Yundai would refuse, so he added, My mother misses your sister Tong Tong very much. Zhuang Yundai seemed surprised and then smiled. It's quite flattering that the county magistrate's wife thinks of me. However, I've already prepared for the new year with my siblings and Aunt Hu, so I won't be able to come. After the new year, I will bring Tong Tong and Aki to pay my respects to your mother. With that, Tang Tianyan couldn't press Zhuang Yundai any further. He awkwardly responded and found his gaze drawn back to the guard she mentioned. He felt an unexpected tightness in his chest, a subtle sense of unease. The man was remarkably handsome, unlike anyone he had ever seen. Tang Tianyan's throat felt dry and he blurted out, Is this guard going to celebrate the new year with you too? Lu Jiqing maintained his expressionless demeanor, looking at him. Zhuang Yundai replied gracefully, This new guard I hired has a special situation, so he will naturally celebrate the new year with us. Tang Tianyan felt strangely disoriented. He could sense his discomfort growing. Almost in a panic, he hurriedly said goodbye to Zhuang Yundai. On his way back home, Tang Tianyan thought it must be because the man was too good-looking. His sister Yundai was young, and it was normal for him to worry about her being taken away by someone based on looks. Yes, that was it. He was just a brother concerned about his sister. After sending Tang Tianyan off, Zhuang Yundai returned without any worries and continued preparing for the new year. She had Lu Jiqing hang 2 red lanterns on the door. Bright red against the white snow made everything look festive. To enhance the New Year atmosphere, Zhuang Yundai spent a lot of money on a string of firecrackers, planning to set them off on New Year's Eve. Well, we have chicken, duck, and fish. What else do we need to prepare? Lu Jiqing watched Zhuang Yundai count on her fingers without much expression. Oh right. I almost forgot, I need to exchange some money for New Year's gifts. Zhuang Yundai clapped her hands. Excited, she went back inside, wrapped herself in a cloak, and was ready to go out. Lu Jiqing moved to follow her, but Zhuang Yundai turned back and waved her hand, saying, You stay home and watch the house. I'll be back soon. Lu Jiqing frowned slightly, but soon returned to his usual expressionless self and nodded silently. Zhuang Yundai returned quickly. She looked mysterious, hiding a lot of things under her cloak. Lu Jiqing wanted to help, but Zhuang Yundai turned to the side, avoiding his hand, saying, It's not heavy. I can manage. Lu Jiqing silently lowered his hand. Zhuang Yundai smiled and carried her things back to her room. In the evening, after dinner, Lu Jiqing went back to his small room. Although it was small, the charcoal stove was always burning, keeping it warm. Sitting by the bed, Lu Jiqing still had a blank expression, not showing what he was thinking. After a while, someone gently knocked on the wooden door. Lu Jiqing looked at the door and finally spoke. What is it?
He knew who it was.
Sure enough, Zhuang Yundai's sweet voice came from behind the door, soft and not disturbing. I have something. The response felt a bit dismissive, but after sitting in silence for a moment, Lu Jiqing stood up and opened the door for Zhuang Yundai. As soon as he opened the door, her smiling face appeared. Lu Jiqing turned his gaze away and said coldly, "Just say what you need." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft bundle was pushed into his arms. He instinctively held on to it. Looking down, he saw a new outfit in a bamboo green color. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but Zhuang Yundai seemed to anticipate his response and quickly said, "This is a New Year's gift for employees, understand?" To be honest, he didn't quite understand. Lu Jiqing remained expressionless. Zhuang Yundai sighed, "You are my guard now, and I can't let you go without new clothes for the new year. People will say, 'Zhuang Dongjia, how heartless you are.'" She wrinkled her delicate nose. Lu Jiqing remained silent. "Come on, try it on," Zhuang Yundai urged him. "I think you will look great in it." Seeing that Lu Jiqing hadn't moved for a long time, she felt puzzled. Given his personality, if he wanted to refuse, he would have returned the clothes by now. After a while, Zhuang Yundai realized that he might feel shy because she was there. She looked at the handsome man standing silently with the clothes in his arms under the oil lamp. Unable to help herself, Zhuang Yundai smiled, refraining from teasing him, and turned to leave, kindly closing the door behind her. Soon, the sound of changing clothes could be heard from inside the room, very faint. At this moment, the small courtyard was very quiet. Aunt, who had already put Bin-gu to sleep, and Tong Tong and Chi were probably asleep too. It felt like in the silent snowy night, under the starry sky, only Zhuang Yundai remained outside the door, while Lu Jiqing changed clothes inside. After a little while, the door of the small room opened silently. Lu Jiqing stood in a bamboo green robe, looking at her silently from the warm little room. He looked as beautiful as jade. For words popped into Zhuang Yundai's mind. She couldn't help but smile, feeling a bit proud. "My taste is really good." Lu Jiqing remained expressionless. Who knows what she was referring to, him or the clothes? "All right, it's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and we have a busy day ahead," Zhuang Yundai said, feeling quite considerate. She waved her hand at Lu Jiqing and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, the door of the small room closed silently behind her. Zhuang Yundai smiled and walked back to her room under the moonlight. On New Year's Eve, the whole family was very busy. Zhuang Yundai had prepared a lot of food in advance and took Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi to Old Master O's place. All of Old Master O's students were away, so he usually spent the new year alone with a few servants in the small courtyard. When he suddenly received a bunch of delicious food from his student sister, he was a bit taken aback. Once he recovered, the smile on Old Master O's face never faded, but he still tried to maintain a serious expression, saying, "Don't forget to pay your respects tomorrow." Zhuang Yunqi respectfully bowed and sincerely said, "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely come to wish you a Happy New Year." The sincere and earnest young disciple almost melted the old man's cold heart. He looked at Zhuang Yunqi with eyes full of affection, clearly very pleased, yet simply said, "Good. All right." Old Master O pretended to be impatient and waved his hand. "It's New Year's Eve today, and there's a lot to do. You all hurry back and get busy." Zhuang Yundai looked at the elegant little courtyard, just as it always was, refined and tasteful. However, on this joyful holiday, it felt a bit cold and lacked any festive atmosphere. "Old Master, should we put up the spring festival couplets?" Zhuang Yundai suddenly thought of something. "Aki's calligraphy has made some progress. This year, the couplets at my home will all be written by Aki. Since Aki is your disciple, he should write a few couplets for you too." Zhuang Yunqi straightened up, feeling a bit nervous, but also hopeful as he looked at Old Master O. It is said that the youngest son and the eldest grandson are the treasures of the elderly. In Old Master O's heart, this little disciple Zhuang Yunqi was no different from his beloved youngest son or eldest grandson. Under Zhuang Yunqi's eager gaze, Old Master O couldn't resist and, after a moment of restraint, nodded almost immediately. "That works." Zhuang Yunqi cheered and respectfully bowed to Old Master O, saying, "Thank you for your trust, teacher." Old Master O stroked his beard. "You say that, but if you don't write well, I won't accept it." Zhuang Yunqi nodded firmly. You can rest assured, teacher. Zhuang Yunqi had his own little study at old Master O's place. He sat properly at the desk and began to write a couplet. At first, old Master O showed a hint of satisfaction, but then he put on a serious face. Not good. Zhuang Yunqi's heart trembled. Old Master O continued, "One couplet is not enough for my courtyard." Zhuang Yunqi immediately understood what old Master O meant and became extremely happy, stuttering as he spoke. "Teacher, I will write more right away." In the end, Zhuang Yunqi wrote 6 couplets before he stopped. Old Master O was very satisfied, nodding his head, and called for a servant to bring out 3 brocade boxes. The 3 brocade boxes were almost the same size. Old Master O pointed with his chin, indicating that Zhuang Yundai and the others should take them. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile. "We have some too." "Of course, we can't be unfair." Old Master O chuckled. "Besides, you often show your respect to me, and now that the new year is here, you've brought so many gifts. I'm not that stingy." "Thank you very much, sir," Zhuang Yundai said as she brought her younger siblings along. Old Master O sometimes couldn't help but pick up things himself, so he particularly liked Zhuang Yundai's straightforwardness. He smiled and stroked his beard, saying, Zhuang Yuntong sweetly added, "Thank you, Grandpa O." Old Master O couldn't help but smile broadly. Who wouldn't like a sweet little granddaughter? He cleared his throat and, looking at Zhuang Yuntong, softened his voice. "I heard your brother say you've been practicing calligraphy at home with him?" Zhuang Yuntong nodded shyly. "I'm not as clever as my brother, so I learn slowly." Zhuang Yunqi immediately said, "That's not true. Yuntong is very smart. She's already learned almost half of the 1,000-character classic we taught her." Old Master O stroked his beard, full of admiration, and nodded. "You're only 6 years old. That's already quite impressive." Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yundai, as the older siblings, nodded proudly beside him. Old Master O felt a little moved and asked Zhuang Yuntong, "How about you come over during the day to study with your brother?" Zhuang Yuntong was taken aback and her first reaction was a bit nervous. "Can I?" Hearing Old Master O say this, Zhuang Yundai felt a huge surprise. She immediately replied, "As long as the sir agrees, of course." Old Master O is incredibly knowledgeable and kind, and we, as younger generations, greatly admire him. For Yuntong to receive your guidance is a blessing we never even dared to dream of. Old Master O stroked his beard, thinking that Zhuang Yundai, besides being good-looking and skilled, was also very sensible. When Zhuang Yuntong heard her sister say this, she quickly imitated her brother's respectful gesture towards Old Master O, clenched her little fist, and bowed, saying, "Yuntong bows to you, sir." Old Master O initially wanted to maintain a formal demeanor, but Zhuang Yuntong's adorable bow was too charming. Dressed like a little rich bundle, her gesture made Old Master O's heart melt. "Good, good, good," Old Master O exclaimed 3 times. Feeling excited, he glanced at Zhuang Yundai and said modestly, "Since your younger siblings are coming to study, you might as well join them." Zhuang Yundai raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "There's no need for my words. I can read and write well enough, so I won't pretend to be clueless. Anyway, I can't take any exams, so it's fine." Old Master O scoffed. "Narrow-minded. How can a young lady be so narrow-minded?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded. "Don't be angry, sir. I just love making money." She couldn't tell Old Master O that in her past life, she had learned enough, and in this life, she inherited a strong spirit that made learning easy for her without needing formal schooling. Zhuang Yundai was afraid to say it. She didn't want to upset Old Master O. Old Master O found it hard to believe. "Of course, in life, you can't escape the need to spend money," Zhuang Yundai replied cheerfully. "Money isn't everything, but without it, you can't do much." Seeing her candidness, Old Master O's brows twitched, but upon reflection, he realized that although she often mentioned money, there was a deep wisdom in her understanding of life, and she was quite innocent. Old Master O felt both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai was skilled at cheering people up, and soon she had him laughing again. In the elegant yet quiet courtyard, laughter filled the air, and the servants nearby felt happy for old Master O, who lived alone there. If only it could be like this every year, that would be wonderful. When Zhuang Yundai returned from old Master O's aunt, who was busy chopping meat. Earlier, she had discussed with Zhuang Yundai and considered everyone's tastes. Tonight, they would have 3 types of dumplings: cabbage and pork, chives and egg, and carrot and lamb. There were both meat and vegetable options. In the main house, a charcoal stove was lit, and not far from it, a bowl of dough was rising. Lu Jiqing was outside on the roof, clearing the snow. Everyone was busy preparing for the new year. Zhuang Yundai smiled, put on an apron, washed her hands, and joined Aunt Hu to prepare for the New Year's Eve reunion dinner. That day, Zhuang Yundai's courtyard was lively, with neighbors bringing over various dishes they had made, perhaps a bowl of fried fish or a bowl of fried meatballs. Zhuang Yundai happily accepted them, thanking her neighbors, and soon she was carrying a steaming bowl of skewers to visit another neighbor. With this exchange, the bonds between neighbors grew stronger. As dusk approached, the laughter and joy in the small alley became even more vibrant. The children were playing in the alley, and the aroma of the New Year's Eve dinner filled the air, creating a warm atmosphere. After a busy year, people used the evening of New Year's Eve to gather, relax, and treat themselves. The sound of firecrackers began to ring out, symbolizing the celebration, as families started lighting their own firecrackers one after another. Amid the noise, Zhuang Yundai called the children playing outside back inside. On the warm dining table, a large spread of reunion dishes was already set out. There were dumplings with various fillings, skillfully shaped by Aunt Hu. Neighbors brought different reunion dishes, and Zhuang Yundai also made her own, including braised fish, braised pig's trotters, crispy fried meat, and sweet and sour ribs, filling the entire table. Laughter mixed with the sound of firecrackers as the family began to enjoy their New Year's Eve dinner. The children looked at the table full of delicious food, all of them filled with joy. Ben Gur grabbed a rib and mumbled, "So good." Aunt Hu looked at him with love, laughing as she said, "Eat slowly," while gently patting his back. Zhuang Yunqi helped Zhuang Yuntong pick out fish bones, and Zhuang Yuntong was busy serving soup for everyone. Everyone was very happy. However, Zhuang Yundai casually glanced at Lu Jiqing. He sat on her side, the farthest from the light, with the shadow of a beam falling over him, making him look like someone trapped in darkness. He sat there silently, his expression calm and indifferent, seeming out of place in the joyful atmosphere. Zhuang Yundai paused, took a serving chopstick, and picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib for Lu Jiqing.
"Try it, I made it," she said softly.
Lu Jiqing's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say, "I don't like sweet food." He silently nodded and quietly ate the piece of rib. "Is it good?" Zhuang Yundai asked softly, emphasizing again, "I made it." Lu Jiqing glanced at her and then looked away, quietly saying, "It's good." Zhuang Yundai smiled modestly. She had noticed that Lu Jiqing's dining manners were different from anyone she had seen, carrying an elegant and proper demeanor. Coupled with his handsome face, he truly embodied the phrase "a feast for the eyes." Zhuang Yundai felt a deep sense of satisfaction when praised for her delicious cooking. However, with Aunt Hu and the children present, she acted very proper and didn't tease Lu Jiqing at all, even though she wanted to. To show fairness, she used serving chopsticks to give each child a piece of sweet and sour ribs, making sure Aunt Hu got some too. Everyone was cheerful and happy. But during dinner, Lu Jiqing suddenly froze, and after a moment, he pulled something out of his mouth. Aunt Hu clapped her hands and laughed. Oh, Lu Jiqing found the lucky coin. In the new year, he will surely have great fortune. The children joined in clapping and laughing, "Great fortune." Zhuang Yundai smiled with her eyes shining, "Great fortune." Lu Jiqing's lips moved slightly, and despite the warm enthusiasm from everyone, he seemed a bit stiff. After a while, he managed to say thank you. The lights flickered, and outside, fireworks were being set off. The children rushed to the yard to watch. Zhuang Yundai and Aunt Hu followed them outside, looking up at the colorful fireworks blooming in the night sky. Lu Jiqing stayed seated, gazing at the empty table left from the reunion dinner, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Inside, the warm light surrounded only him, while the sounds of fireworks and laughter from the courtyard felt distant, as if from another world. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his arm. He snapped back to reality to see Zhuang Yundai smiling at him, her eyes bright. Come on, don't stay alone in here. Lu Jiqing hesitated for a moment. Zhuang Yundai patiently waited without urging him. Outside, the fireworks continued to burst, casting colorful shadows. The girl looked at him with a smile, her eyes sparkling like stars. After a while, Lu Jiqing softly replied, "Okay." On New Year's Eve, everyone celebrated joyfully through the night. They had planned to stay up until midnight, but before it even got late, the children started to feel tired. Aunt Hu, along with Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing, ushered them to their rooms, saying, "You're still growing, so you can't stay up too late. Go rest. You need to wake up early for your lucky money tomorrow." Early on New Year's Day, before dawn, the sound of firecrackers from the neighbors began to fill the air. On the first day of the new year, setting off firecrackers has its significance. It is said to drive away bad luck from the past year and open the door to wealth, also known as opening the door to fortune. Aunt Hu woke up the earliest. She lit a string of firecrackers in the yard and then felt at ease to start cooking the various dumplings she had prepared the night before. As she boiled water in the kitchen, she looked at the burning firewood and felt a sense of peace she had never experienced before. In the past, she would never have imagined this scene. There was no more worry about poverty or hunger. She and her brother Bin felt as if they had fallen into a nest of happiness. Amidst the steam, Aunt Hu wiped her face with her hand and smiled. Zhuang Yundai also woke up early. After washing up, she came to the kitchen to help Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu insisted on sending her away, saying, "I can manage just fine on my own." She looked at Zhuang Yundai's red outfit with silver embroidery and was amazed, saying, "Sister Dai, you look really beautiful in this." Zhuang Yundai twirled around a bit, feeling a little vain, and the silver bells in her hair jingled sweetly. "I think it looks nice too," she said with a grin. "Yes, yes, yes. Our sister Dai is the most beautiful in the world," Aunt Hu said proudly, sharing in her joy. "Aunt, you flatter me even more," Zhuang Yundai chuckled. "I wouldn't dare to think that. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In your eyes, I must be as beautiful as Shishir." "That's true. I haven't seen Shishir, but after all these years, I've seen many places, and you are the prettiest girl I've ever met," Aunt Hu replied sincerely. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit shy from the compliments. "Aunt, your praise is too much for me. I'll go to the main room and start the charcoal stove." With a smile, Zhuang Yundai headed to the main room. As soon as she stepped in, she saw someone standing by the charcoal stove, tending to the fire. It was Lu Jiqing. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen him in his bamboo green robe, seeing him suddenly made her think she really needed to earn more money to buy him more clothes so he could change outfits 3 times a day. He looked good. Lu Jiqing had never seen Zhuang Yundai dressed so brightly before. He paused for a moment. Zhuang Yundai smiled and greeted him. "Good morning." She walked over and glanced at the charcoal stove, where flames were already flickering, though not very strong yet. She bent down and adjusted the smoke pipe of the stove. As she lowered her head, the red velvet flower trembled, and the small silver bell made a pleasant sound. Bright and lively. Lu Jiqing turned his gaze away. Zhuang Yundai did not notice Lu Jiqing's unusual behavior. She casually adjusted the charcoal basin and took out a cloth to wipe her hands. While doing so, she said to Lu Jiqing, "I have something for you." Lu Jiqing silently looked at her. With no one around, Zhuang Yundai's playful spirit emerged again. She said seriously, "Aren't you going to guess what it is?" Lu Jiqing initially wanted to say it was boring. He usually would in such situations. But this time, for some reason, looking at the girl's eyes filled with excitement made his throat feel a bit dry. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What is it?" Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai did not intend to make it difficult for him. She cheerfully pulled out a red pouch with silver embroidery from her pocket, just like the outfit she was wearing. Lu Jiqing was taken aback. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "It's your lucky money." She handed it to him. Lu Jiqing did not take it. Zhuang Yundai directly stuffed the lucky money into the front of his bamboo green robe and turned to run away. Lu Jiqing felt almost frozen. He thought he should be angry. This girl was being too bold. But the small pouch in his arms felt warm, almost hot. After a long silence, he expressionlessly took the pouch out of his robe. The pouch was nothing special, probably something Zhuang Yundai picked up while shopping for clothes. Inside the pouch lay a coin. It was the lucky copper coin he had eaten from last night. The coin was tied with a green string, and the hanging part was knotted in a delicate style, looking both elegant and beautiful. He looked at it for a while and held the knotted coin tightly in his palm. Zhuang Yundai was busy styling her sister Zhuang Yuntong's hair into a festive bun, also using red velvet thread and adding festive red flowers and silver bells. The two sisters stood there, the older one sweet and charming, the younger one cute and obedient, making anyone's heart feel soft and fond. Zhuang Yuqing's waist was also tied with a matching red pouch with silver embroidery, just like her sister's. Even the little brother Bin wore a small vest with the same red and silver design, giving the whole family a coordinated look. Aunt, who was happily handing out New Year's money to everyone, including Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing silently accepted it and said thank you. Zhuang Yundai glanced at Lu Jiqing and noticed he wasn't wearing the copper coin ornament at his waist, but she wasn't too disappointed. As the head of the family, Zhuang Yundai also gave New Year's money to the children. She had custom-made small silver fish from a silver shop, with empty eyes that could be strung together with red thread. Each child received 10 small silver fish, which looked quite nice when strung together. However, when it was Lu Jiqing's turn, she specifically said, "I won't give you any, Lu Guardian." Aunt Hu, not catching the underlying meaning, cheerfully replied, "Of course you don't need to give him anything. You are the same generation as Lu Guardian." Zhuang Yundai blinked and, seeing Lu Jiqing's expressionless face, finally took out a string of small silver fish from her pocket and handed it to him. Lu Jiqing frowned. Zhuang Yundai explained, "You don't understand. This is called employee benefits, a New Year's red envelope. I don't want to be seen as a heartless employer who doesn't give anything during the new year." She then took out another string of red thread filled with small silver fish and handed it to Aunt Hu, saying, "Aunt, this is for you." Aunt Hu was a bit confused. "Why do I get one too?" Zhuang Yundai replied seriously, "I already said, this is employee benefits." She winked at Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu's eyes became slightly moist. She felt it wasn't festive to cry during the new year, so she quickly wiped her eyes and smiled. All right. She was filled with gratitude and thought about what to buy for Zhuang Yundai and her siblings once she received her wages to help them out. The family happily enjoyed dumplings together. After eating, Zhuang Yundai went back to the kitchen to take the fried tofu and meat she had prepared earlier, and from the cellar, she brought out a cabbage. She removed a couple of slightly wilted outer leaves and used only the tender inner part to make a stir-fried vegetable dish. Once it was ready, she packed the hot dish into a ceramic thermos, placed it in a food basket, and took her siblings, Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, out to visit neighbors for New Year's greetings. On the way, they ran into a neighbor with children playing outside. One child, with a runny nose, cheerfully called out, "Happy New Year, big brother and sister." The neighbor quickly pulled out some copper coins tied with red thread from their sleeve to give Zhuang Yundai and her siblings their New Year's money. Although it wasn't much, only 2 copper coins each, it carried lovely blessings. Zhuang Yundai smiled and took out a delicate silver fish from her pocket, handing it to the neighbor's child. "Happy New Year." The neighbor was a bit surprised and instinctively wanted to decline. "This is too precious." This silver fish was not only finely crafted, but it also weighed enough to be worth several coins. Zhuang Yundai replied, "Oh, don't mention it. I have many children and you don't mind, right?" The neighbor wanted to argue that it couldn't compare, but seeing Zhuang Yundai's warm smile and sincere gaze, She swallowed her words and just shook her head with a smile. She thought to herself, no wonder this young lady is doing so well in business. Just her generosity alone is commendable. Zhuang Yundai led her younger siblings out, and as they walked through the short alley, they received quite a bit of lucky money. Naturally, for every amount of lucky money Zhuang Yundai received, she gave out an equal number of silver fish. It was a give and take. Zhuang Yundai was always willing to return the kindness shown to her. Carrying a food box, Zhuang Yundai took her siblings across half of Pingling County to old Master O's place. A young servant was waiting at the gate, and upon seeing them, his eyes lit up and he quickly approached. Miss Zhuang, young Master Zhuang, you've come. Our master has been waiting since early morning. The servant paused, realizing that his words might undermine the old master's usual demeanor. He chuckled, showing a you-all-understand expression, and warmly stepped aside. It's cold outside. Please come in, esteemed guests. Zhuang Yunqi greeted the servant with a bow. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Happy New Year. Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong also wished him a Happy New Year. The servant's smile grew even more genuine. What the old master said was true. The three Zhuang siblings were indeed very likable. Old Master O woke up early, watching the sky that looked like it might snow, and told those around him at least 10 times, if it snows, go to Shumo Alley and tell them not to come. The people around him responded helplessly several times. Old Master O huffed, I'm not really looking forward to their visit. The servant thought to himself that if he truly didn't want them to come, he wouldn't have mentioned it so many times. However, the servant who attended to him knew old Master O's temperament well and didn't point it out, instead smiling as he poured tea and water. This charcoal stove isn't very warm, old Master O frowned. Add some more charcoal. It wouldn't be good if my young disciple and his sister and brother come and catch a chill. The young servant quickly responded and went to work. After adding more charcoal, old Master O complained that the tea was not hot enough, so the servant hurried to boil water and brew more tea. Once the tea was ready, old Master O found that one of the fruits was not fresh, prompting the servant to rush and replace it. When the servant returned with a plate of freshly washed fruit, old Master O frowned and was about to speak when he heard someone outside announce that the guests from the estate had arrived. Old Master O's face lit up with joy, and the servant was even more delighted. Zhuang Yundai spoke up, Sir, this is too much, isn't it? When she received the red envelope earlier, she was surprised. It was thin, which meant it must contain cash. Upon taking a quick look, she found a 20-tailed banknote inside. She worried that old Master O, being older, might have made a mistake. Though it was unlikely, it wasn't impossible. Zhuang Yundai wasn't the type to take advantage of others, so she naturally spoke up. Old Master O puffed up his cheeks and frowned. You girl, earlier you talked about money, and now that I've given you your New Year's money, you say it's too much. Why are you so hard to please? He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Then he straightened his face and said firmly, What I've given you is yours.
Take it.
The teacher has plenty of money. After a pause, worried that Zhuang Yundai might refuse, he awkwardly added, The teacher knows that you 3 children have relied on each other to get this far without adult support. Since you have entered my care, it is our bond, and I will not stand by idly. This money is not much. You can buy something you like with it as a New Year's gift. Zhuang Yundai's eyes flickered. She sincerely bowed to old Master O, saying, Thank you for the New Year's money, sir. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong also bowed. Thank you, sir. Old Master O stroked his beard, quite pleased. He appreciated their straightforwardness and sincerity. At that moment, the servant who had guided Zhuang Yundai and the others took the opportunity to bring in a food box, smiling, Sir, Miss Zhuang has brought you some delicious food, and it's still warm. Old Master O felt a bit impatient, but tried to maintain his teacherly demeanor, pretending not to be very interested in the food. I see. The servant, familiar with the old master's habits, smoothly suggested, Sir, you didn't eat much this morning, because your stomach wasn't well. Since Miss Zhuang has brought food, why not have a little to tide you over? Seeing this, Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Sir, today I made a vegetable stew. I fried some tofu leaves and cut them into thin strips, then braised them with tender cabbage and meat. In winter, this warms you right up. Would you like me to serve you a bowl to try?" The ladder has been set up to this point, and Old Master O nodded modestly, saying, "All right, then let's serve a bowl." In the white porcelain bowl, the steaming stew emitted an enticing aroma. Old Master O instinctively swallowed, and although he really liked it, he maintained his composure and finished the entire bowl. It was truly delicious. This was another reason he appreciated the siblings from the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yundai's cooking was exceptional. She often brought him delicious food, which had made him look much healthier lately. How could he not like such a thoughtful child? "Shall I serve you another bowl?" Zhuang Yundai asked with a bright smile. This time, Old Master O relaxed, set down his bowl, and nodded, "Another bowl, please." When they left Old Master O's house, the sky had begun to change. Fearing that they might encounter snowflakes obscuring their view on the way back, Old Master O urged them to leave early. As a result, the day remained overcast, with snow threatening to fall. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and decided to take Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong to the county magistrate's residence to pay New Year's greetings to the magistrate's wife. On the first day of the new year, many wealthy ladies came to visit the magistrate's wife. However, she had declined many due to her condition, leaving mostly those she was familiar with. When Zhuang Yundai entered with Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, the wealthy ladies in the flower hall fell silent. Most of them did not recognize Zhuang Yundai. They were surprised and puzzled. Wasn't the mountain road closed due to heavy snow? Where did this distinguished guest come from? With such an outstanding appearance, if she had attended gatherings of the wealthy families in the county, they would surely remember her. Of course, some did recognize Zhuang Yundai, but at that moment, the magistrate's wife was holding Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong's hands, looking them over affectionately, so they dared not speak up for fear of displeasing her. The magistrate's wife's pregnancy was quite evident now. After examining Zhuang Yundai and Zhuang Yuntong for a while, she nodded in satisfaction and sat back down, saying, "Very good. Both Yundai and Yuntong look healthier than ever." Her words conveyed a sense of familiarity, which left the wealthy ladies even more puzzled. Finally, someone smiled and cautiously asked, "Are these ladies relatives of the magistrate's wife?" Among the ladies present, only one had been looking quite strained since Zhuang Yundai entered. Especially seeing Zhuang Yundai so familiar with the county magistrate's wife, she instinctively pressed down on the armrest of her chair and sat up straight. She was dressed elegantly, but no amount of makeup could hide her subtle weariness. She looked somewhat forced. Who else could it be but Madame Zhu? Madame Zhu was filled with doubt, thinking she must be seeing things. When her family previously took Zhuang Wenxiang as a concubine, they checked the Zhuang family's background, which turned out to be just an ordinary farming household. How did they suddenly become connected to the county magistrate's wife? Could it be that her good nephew left a connection for this little fox spirit when he left? Madame Zhu gritted her teeth, but couldn't help feeling a bit wary. Just then, she heard a lady ask if these were relatives of the magistrate's family. Madame Zhu's back tensed even more. In the flower hall, many pairs of eyes were fixed on them. The county magistrate's wife, however, smiled casually. "They are not family. They are just a few young people I really like." Her words immediately made the other ladies in the flower hall regard the Zhuang siblings with more respect. The county magistrate's wife also intended to introduce Zhuang Yundai to the wealthy ladies of Pingling County, and she smiled slightly. "Speaking of which, you may not know Sister Dai, but you must have heard of her little shop." A few ladies who were good at creating a lively atmosphere chimed in cheerfully, "Madam, don't keep us in suspense. You're making us curious." Others joined in, "Yes, yes. A beautiful girl like her is truly hard to find in all of Pingling County." However, such remarks inevitably made a few young girls who came with their mothers feel a bit unhappy. The county magistrate's wife smiled subtly. "Look at what you're saying. Not to mention, the young ladies in our flower hall are all as lovely as blooming flowers, each with their own charm. Who can say that peach blossoms are more beautiful than pear blossoms? She managed to smooth things over. The lady who had made the earlier comment realized her mistake and laughed, lightly covering her mouth. What the county magistrate's wife said is true. I was being one-sided. Another lady laughed and said, "After all this talk, madam, you still haven't mentioned which shop Sister Dai runs?" This shifted the topic away from the previous discussion. "It's the Sanyan skewer shop," the county magistrate's wife said, touching her slightly rounded belly with pride. "I've recommended their skewers to several ladies before, and they sent their families to buy some, saying they were delicious." A few ladies couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh," with expressions that were somewhat complicated. "So it's the owner of the Sanyan skewer shop." Zhuang Yundai greeted the ladies gracefully. Her demeanor showed neither arrogance from her beauty nor the awkwardness of someone inexperienced. This confident poise eased the tension with the wealthy young ladies who had previously felt a hint of rivalry towards her. The county magistrate's wife subtly showed signs of fatigue, prompting the other ladies to take the hint and leave. Zhuang Yundai also intended to say goodbye with her younger siblings, but the county magistrate's wife gently placed her hand on her arm and subtly shook her head. So, Zhuang Yundai stayed with her siblings. Once everyone had left, the county magistrate's wife sighed lightly and said to Zhuang Yundai, "Sometimes, social gatherings really seem endless." She instructed her maid, "If any more guests arrive, tell them I'm feeling unwell and need to rest." The maid left, and the county magistrate's wife then appeared more cheerful, smiling as she called Zhuang Yundai and her siblings over. "Come here, I haven't given you your New Year's money yet." Zhuang Yundai and her siblings received a beautiful little silver ingot tied with red silk from the county magistrate's wife. Zhuang Yundai happily exchanged festive greetings with her siblings. The county magistrate's wife smiled, her eyes bright, and with the maid's help, she stood up. "I've been sitting for a while. Would you like to walk with me in the garden?" Zhuang Yundai naturally agreed. Though the garden behind the county office was not very large, it was quite lovely, especially with the snow covering everything in white. Walking slowly along the corridor was a delightful experience. The county magistrate's wife wore a cloak and held a hand warmer, walking slowly with the maid's support while chatting with Zhuang Yundai. The conversation gradually shifted to the county magistrate's children. She remarked, "Cheng'er is with his grandparents, fulfilling his duties. The roads are bad, so he couldn't come back for the new year. But it's probably for the best. With the heavy snow, he wouldn't be able to return until spring, which would delay his studies." Zhuang Yundai listened quietly. The county magistrate's wife then mentioned her second son, Tang Tianyan. Speaking of which, Cheng'er's wife is being looked after by the old house. Tianyan will soon be at the age to find a wife. The county magistrate's wife's gaze subtly landed on Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai felt something and paused for a moment. The county magistrate's wife softly said, "Cheng'er's wife is a widow. The old house chose the eldest daughter from a prestigious family, which is quite suitable. Although Yener is the youngest son, he is studying and will take the imperial exams in the future. The master wants to find a girl from a scholarly family so they can support each other, which will also help Yener in his career." Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly, clearly agreeing. "You are right, madam." The county magistrate's wife's eyes sparkled and she smiled, changing the topic to ask Zhuang Yundai about the recipes for some snacks. They chatted comfortably, but Zhuang Yundai understood that the county magistrate's wife had already discussed what she really wanted to say. Zhuang Yundai accompanied the county magistrate's wife in the garden for a while, but the sky grew darker. The county magistrate's wife did not keep Zhuang Yundai and arranged for a carriage to take her and her siblings home. Through the window, the county magistrate's wife watched Zhuang Yundai leading her brother and sister away, letting out a gentle sigh. "Madam, since you like the Zhuang sisters so much, why?" Only the county magistrate's wife's closest maid remained in the room, and she couldn't help but ask softly. "Their family background doesn't match," the county magistrate's wife said, showing signs of fatigue. She pressed her forehead, unsure if she was speaking to the maid or to herself. "In the end, she has a shallow background. It will be difficult for her in social situations, and she may struggle to get along with her sisters-in-law." Though she said this, The county magistrate's wife clearly felt some sadness. "What a wonderful girl," the county magistrate's wife murmured. "Yenner likes her too. If only her background were a bit higher, it would be perfect." The maid hesitated. Seeing the county magistrate's wife's troubled expression, she quietly suggested, "If that's the case, why not let the second young master take her as a concubine?" Upon hearing this, the county magistrate's wife frowned at the maid, her tone unusually stern. "Do not mention this again. It would be a disgrace to Miss Dai. Why should a good girl have to lower herself to become a concubine?" She sighed softly. "To put it bluntly, does Yenner deserve her? Besides, if someone like Miss Dai becomes a concubine, I would have to find an outstanding main wife for Yenner to keep her in check. If I can't, how will there be peace in the household?" The maid quickly fell silent. The county magistrate's wife stared blankly out the window for a long time before wearily saying, "Sister Dai is a smart person. What I said today might hurt our relationship. But if I don't say anything, I worry that they might develop feelings for each other, and then it won't work out. That would ruin our bond even more." The maid quietly took the hand warmer from the county magistrate's wife and replaced it with a warm one. She gently advised, "Madam, it's said that everything is destined. You don't need to worry. This just shows that Miss Zhuang and the second young master are not meant to be together." The county magistrate's wife nodded tiredly. "You have a point." She extended her hand. "All right, help me to rest. I need to carefully choose a partner for Yan's marriage." At this, the county magistrate's wife couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. With Zhuang Yundai as a shining example, she feared that no other girls would meet her standards. Not long after Zhuang Yundai and the others got off the carriage, snow began to fall gently from the sky. Zhuang Yundai took out some coins and gave them to the driver, saying, "On such a cold day, thank you for bringing me. Please have some tea." Her actions were quite thoughtful. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate's wife sighed even more. What a good girl she was, but unfortunately, her background. When Zhuang Yundai returned to the small courtyard, she did not feel any resistance towards this matter, as the county magistrate's wife feared. In fact, she understood the county magistrate's wife quite well. In this era, just like in the modern world before the apocalypse, families of wealth and power valued matching social status. However, during the apocalypse, things were much freer. Two people, regardless of gender or status, could be together as long as they liked each other. After all, in the end times, no one knew how many peaceful days they would have left. Zhuang Yundai was a bit lost in thought. She decided to keep her distance from Tang Tianyan in the future. The county magistrate's wife treated her well, and she was willing to do little things to make her feel better. Moreover, in Zhuang Yundai's eyes, while Tang Tianyan was decent-looking, he didn't make her heart flutter. If she had to choose, she preferred her bodyguard, Lu, whose face was much more appealing. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yundai felt quite happy. After all, Lu was right there in her courtyard. His background was clean, so there was no need to keep a distance or worry too much. If she gets tired of it later, she will compensate Lu Huyuan with a youth loss fee, and they will part ways. After all, with Lu Jiqing's personality, he seems to have been enduring this for a long time. Letting him go free would be in line with his wishes. Thinking this way, Zhuang Yundai felt very happy and couldn't help but smile widely at Lu Jiqing as he passed by. Lu Jiqing. He silently glanced at Zhuang Yundai, saw her smiling without saying a word, paused for a moment, and then went straight back to his room without looking back. In this area, the custom is to celebrate the new year on the 6th day of the lunar month. On the 6th day, they wake up early, set off firecrackers, and eat dumplings, which marks the end of the New Year celebrations. For Zhuang Yundai, this year is her first year in this world, and it has been a very happy one. This happiness lasted a long time, all the way until the 15th day of the lunar month. The 15th is the Lantern Festival. Although it was snowing heavily in Pingling County, the materials for the lanterns had been prepared long ago, and many craftsmen were waiting to earn some money from the lanterns to support their families. Therefore, on the 15th, the main street of this small county was filled with beautiful lanterns. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong had never seen lanterns before. The two little ones were very excited. Zhuang Yundai repeatedly reminded them at home, "You must not run around." At this time, there are many people taking pictures of the lanterns. Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong nodded seriously. Zhuang Yundai then earnestly asked Lu Jiqing, "Lu Huyuan, when we go out later, I need you to help me keep an eye on these two children." Lu Jiqing responded with a neutral expression. After so many days, he had become quite accustomed to seeing both sides of Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yuntong gently squeezed Zhuang Yundai's hand, looked up with her little face, and said softly, "Sister, Tong Tong will be good and will take care of brother, so you don't have to worry. You should also enjoy the lanterns." Zhuang Yundai hugged Zhuang Yuntong and kissed her cheek, saying, "My dear, you really understand." Zhuang Yuntong shyly covered her little face and smiled. Bing Ge had caught a cold from playing in the snow a few days ago, so he couldn't go out for the lantern festival. He was buried under the blankets, looking pitifully at Zhuang Yundai and the others, with tears in his eyes, saying, "Whoa, Bing Ge also wants to see the lanterns." Aunt, who felt very sorry for him and comforted him, "The lanterns will still be there tomorrow. You'll feel better by then, and your mother will take you to see the lanterns." Zhuang Yundai promised to bring a small dog lantern back for Bing Ge, which made him smile through his tears. The three siblings from the Zhuang family, along with the diligent Lu Huyuan, set out to enjoy the lanterns as the sky darkened. However, after walking a short distance, they spotted Tang Tianyan at the entrance of Shimo Alley. Tang Tianyan had two young attendants with him, who seemed to be trying to persuade him, but he stubbornly ignored them, showing signs of impatience. When he saw the three siblings, his face lit up with surprise, and he quickly left the attendants behind to approach Zhuang Yundai. "Yundai, sister," Tang Tianyan said, slightly out of breath. But Zhuang Yundai took a step back, smiling politely but distantly, and replied, "Young Master Tang." Tang Tianyan looked a bit stunned and awkwardly said, "Sister Yundai, why are we so distant now?" Zhuang Yundai smiled gently. "When I was younger, I didn't understand much. Now that I've grown up a bit, I can't act like a child anymore." Tang Tianyan was at a loss for words, feeling as if a piece of his heart had been taken away. He stared blankly at Zhuang Yundai, his eyes full of sorrow. Zhuang Yundai thought it was a bit excessive. Why did it seem like she was a heartless person who had abandoned him? Clearing her throat, Zhuang Yundai asked, "Young Master Tang, is there anything else?" Tang Tianyan seemed startled and stepped forward suddenly. Lu Jiqing, with a cold expression, stepped in front of Zhuang Yundai, watching him with a cold gaze. Tang Tianyan trembled slightly, clenched his fists, and forced himself to calm down. "Sister Yundai," Tang Tianyan said in a low voice, "I just wanted to invite you to see the lanterns together." "No, thank you." Zhuang Yundai's voice came from behind Lu Jiqing. Since she was out of sight, her voice sounded a bit chilly in the foggy night. "I have already made plans with my family." Tang Tianyan left in despair. Although Zhuang Yundai had coldly dismissed him, her mood was inevitably affected. Once they reached the marketplace and saw the dazzling array of lanterns, Zhuang Yundai's spirits lifted again. It was the first time for Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi to see such a grand spectacle since they were born, and they were momentarily at a loss about where to look. Zhuang Yundai patiently took the two little ones from the east side of the market to the west side. Whenever her younger siblings showed interest in something, she would decisively say, "Buy it." It seemed like she wanted to make up for everything they had missed over the years. Lu Jiqing had a blank expression, holding a pile of small toys that Zhuang Yundai and her siblings had bought. Zhuang Yundai glanced at him with a smile, but he looked down, choosing to focus on the ground and the things in his arms instead of looking at her. Zhuang Yundai thought, "Let him be. After all, he is exceptionally good-looking." She was always very forgiving towards attractive people. Just as Zhuang Yundai was happily smiling, her expression suddenly changed when she spotted someone. In the bustling crowd, she saw Hu Qinyang, who had a history of wrongdoing, holding a little girl and playing with her. The girl looked confused, happily munching on a candied fruit skewer. Zhuang Yundai immediately became alert. She didn't know if the little girl was Hu Qingyang's own child or one she had taken, but she didn't want to take any chances. She lowered her voice and instructed Lu Jiqing to take Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi home first. Lu Jiqing glanced at her and simply replied, "Okay." The two little ones, having had their fun, each held onto a corner of Lu Jiqing's clothing and followed him home. As Zhuang Yundai arranged for her family, she kept an eye on Hu Qingyang's movements. After Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi left with Lu Jiqing, she noticed that the little girl in Hu Qingyang's arms, with her hair in pigtails, started to cry. Hu Qingyang comforted her without showing any impatience, like a mother soothing her upset child. No one around seemed suspicious. Hu Qingyang, holding the crying girl, blended into the crowd and quietly turned into a small alley. Zhuang Yundai's expression darkened as she stealthily followed her into the alley. It was dark and shadowy, with hardly any light. As she tiptoed along, she noticed a door slightly ajar at the end of the alley, and faint voices drifted through the. "Is everything taken care of?" "Yes, the family wants a child bride. If she's too big, she's hard to control. If she's too small, she might not survive. This age is just right. Why is she still crying? This stubborn child. I've been comforting her for ages. Do we still have the last medicine? I'll give her some. Hey, take it easy. Last time, you almost caused a big problem. Don't mess up again. We can't afford that." "TSK. With me, Hu Qingyang, you can relax." Zhuang Yundai leaned against the wall, calmly realizing that this little girl was indeed taken by Hu Qingyang. Li Laosi was a lantern maker, and his income for the past year relied on these lanterns. Tonight, the lantern sales weren't great. As he worried about how to make ends meet, he also listened to his wife, Mrs. Kong, who was talking about closing up their stall. "We made a few coins tonight. Let's take out 20 coins. I'll buy some fabric," Mrs. Kong said while packing up. "I want to make a new dress for Daya. She's almost of marrying age, and a girl shouldn't always wear patched clothes." Li Laosi thought his wife had a point and nodded. After a moment, he added, "How about spending 30 coins? Get more fabric. Arya hasn't had a new dress since she was little. She should have one too." Although life was tough, Mrs. Kong couldn't help but smile gently. "Arya, did you hear? Your father said he would buy fabric for a new dress for you." Without turning around, Mrs. Kong continued packing the lanterns, but soon realized she hadn't heard her daughter's sweet voice behind her. A sense of unease crept into Mrs. Kang's heart. When she turned around, she found the little stool empty. Her daughter was gone. Mrs. Kong felt a chill of dread, but didn't want to think too much about it. Her voice trembled as she called out, "Arya, Arya." Li Laosi sensed something was wrong too. Sweat covered his forehead. He forced a smile and said, "That little girl must have just run off to play." Mrs. Kang's heart raced. She tried to stay calm. You stay here and pack up. I'll go look for Arya." Li Laosi nodded quickly. "Arya, Arya." Mrs. Kong called her daughter's nickname, stepping cautiously into the street. Li Laosi, in a panic, packed up the stall. After a while, Mrs. Kong stumbled back, tears streaming down her face. She grabbed Li Laosi's arm, her voice hoarse from crying. I can't find Arya. Do you think someone took her?" Li Laosi felt weak, nearly collapsing. But Mrs. Kong was clearly on the verge of breaking down. He couldn't let himself fall apart now. Li Laosi bit his tongue, his voice shaking. No, that won't happen. We'll look for her together. Let's go." But he couldn't say anything more. The distraught couple supported each other, crying and calling out for their daughter, asking everyone if they had seen a little girl with pigtails, about this tall. Many people felt sympathy and joined in the search. Some older folks sighed, saying, "You should report this to the authorities quickly. It seems like she has been kidnapped." In the end, they received a tip from another vendor who said they had seen someone carrying a girl matching the couple's description. Upon hearing this news, Li Laosi and Kong Shi nearly fainted. My dear daughter," Kong Shi cried out, collapsing to the ground. Li Laosi tried to pull Kong Shi up, but He was also on the verge of breaking down and had no strength left. Both of them fell to the ground, calling out for their daughter and weeping. The lingering atmosphere of the Lantern Festival on the street mixed with the couple's cries, making everyone feel even more heartbroken. Those despicable kidnappers. Someone couldn't help but curse. Others advised Li Laosi and Kong Shi, no matter what, you should report this to the authorities. With a heavy snow, the kidnappers can't escape. Hearing this, Li Laosi and Kong Shi felt even more hopeless. Yes, the snow blocked the mountains, but there were still many families in the deep mountains of Pingling County. They had heard that in some places, certain customs required the heart's blood of a little girl for medicine. Just as Li Laosi and Kong Shi were crying, nearly losing consciousness, two officers with swords approached them. Li Laosi forced himself to stand and said sadly, "Officers, I need to report a crime. My daughter has been taken by kidnappers." The two officers exchanged glances. What a coincidence. We just caught two kidnappers in the county, along with a little girl. Would you like to come to the county office and see? Li Laosi and Kong Shi could hardly believe their ears. Though they felt it was too good to be true, they couldn't help but hold on to a glimmer of hope. What if it really was that lucky? They stumbled toward the county office. Inside the county office, Hu Qinyang and another man were tightly bound and lying on the ground, unconscious. Zhuang Yundai held onto a little girl who was crying and clinging to her clothes, glancing at the two kidnappers. She had acted decisively, using a rock to strike at their vital points in the darkness when they were unprepared. After all, she was alone, and the situation was urgent. She was afraid that the two men would give the little girl something dangerous. She had no choice but to use all her strength to ensure a precise strike. Whether she knocked them out or worse depended on their luck. After dealing with the two men, Zhuang Yundai immediately went to find the patrolling officers. However, the kidnapped girl clung to her clothes and insisted on being held, as if she were frightened. Zhuang Yundai had no choice but to keep holding the little girl while waiting for the officers to find the victims. The county magistrate's wife must have heard about this in the back office, as she sent some food over and even had a charcoal stove set up nearby to keep Zhuang Yundai warm. As Zhuang Yundai was comforting the little girl and trying to feed her, she saw a man and a woman rush into the office, stumbling. When they saw the little girl in Zhuang Yundai's arms, they seemed to burst with energy. The woman quickly ran over and hugged the girl tightly, crying out, "Arya."
Arya.
It was clear that this was the girl's mother.
Mom. Mom.
The little girl cried. The two embraced and wept together. The man followed closely behind, wrapping his arms around both of them, and the family cried together. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Yundai subtly moved her wrist. She had strained it while subduing the two men, but witnessing this moment made her feel it was worth it. The officers entered the office and introduced Zhuang Yundai to the couple, saying, "This young lady saved your daughter." Li Laosi immediately knelt down to Zhuang Yundai, wanting to bow in gratitude. Kong Shi, still holding the little girl, also knelt down, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhuang Yundai quickly urged them, "Please get up. You must be more careful in the future. During festivals, kidnappers often take advantage of the chaos to abduct children." The officers nodded in agreement. Li Laosi felt both ashamed and relieved, his voice hoarse. Yes, we will definitely be more careful." Kong Shi was too emotional to speak, but nodded repeatedly. Zhuang Yundai pointed to the two unconscious men nearby. "Do you recognize them?" Li Laosi was furious and wanted to confront the kidnappers, but he held back his anger and examined them closely. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt, and he gasped, "This woman. She came to my stall earlier asking about lanterns." They talked for a long time, even praising Arya for being cute. At that moment, I thought she was just chatty. He was worried he might remember wrong, so he quickly called for Kong to come and take a look. Kong, at this moment, refused to part with her daughter for even a second. Holding Arya in her arms, she came over and immediately turned red with anger. It's her. The more she thought about it, the colder her hands and feet became. She deliberately got close to us, making Arya think she was someone we knew. So, Kong, filled with fear, held her daughter tighter, tears streaming down her face. Unable to hold back her feelings, she stepped forward and kicked the unconscious Hu Qinyang hard. According to the rules, these two kidnappers were now considered criminals in Pingling County, and others were not allowed to take justice into their own hands. However, the officers deeply despised those who caused families to be torn apart. When victims lost control and kicked them a couple of times, the officers understood. One by one, the officers turned their heads, pretending not to see. The more they feared, the more grateful this couple felt towards Zhuang Yundai. "If it weren't for you, Mississippi, I don't think we could have survived," Kong said, her voice choked with tears. "I truly cannot repay your kindness." Zhuang Yundai waved her hand, feeling happy that she saved the little girl. "The kidnapper tried to trick my brother before, and I noticed her getting close to a jade vendor with his little daughter. So when I saw her holding a little girl, I became cautious, thinking it was better to be safe." Kong nodded repeatedly, unable to hold back her tears. "Your caution truly saved our family." Li Laosi, the dark-skinned man, also had red eyes and nodded beside them. He couldn't say anything too emotional, but after a while, he managed to squeeze out, "If you ever need anything, just let me know." Zhuang Yundai comforted the victim's family and took some notes with the officers before leaving the station. On the nearly empty stone-paved street, Zhuang Yundai turned a corner and ran into Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing also saw Zhuang Yundai. He stopped, standing quietly in place without saying anything. He didn't ask what Zhuang Yundai had done, or whether she was coming back. He stood quietly under the moonlight, surrounded by a few scattered lanterns that had not yet been taken down. In the flickering light, none shone brighter than this calm man. "Benefactor, benefactor." Before Zhuang Yundai could speak, she heard a familiar, breathless voice behind her. Turning around, she saw it was the man from the couple whose daughter had almost been kidnapped. It was Li Laosi, holding a large lotus lantern and panting heavily. Seeing he had finally caught up to Zhuang Yundai, Li Laosi was clearly very happy. Without catching his breath, he lifted the lantern to show her. "Benefactor, we have nothing to offer, just the skill in making lanterns. If you don't mind, please accept this lantern as our heartfelt gift." Zhuang Yundai did not refuse. She accepted the lantern with a joyful expression. "Thank you. I really like it." Seeing her so pleased, Li Laosi beamed with joy, his dark face breaking into a big smile, revealing his white teeth. Zhuang Yundai took out a string of small silver fish from her pouch. The little silver fish were tied together with red thread, forming a flower-like pattern, something she had made for fun earlier, now perfect for gifting. She handed the beautiful string of silver fish to Li Laosi. Li Laosi was momentarily stunned, then quickly waved his hands, feeling a bit awkward. "How can I accept this? The lantern is a gift for you. I can't take money." Zhuang Yundai smiled gently. "This isn't money. It's a lucky charm I made for the new year, meant for children to play with. This is for Arya. Please pass it on to the little girl." With that, she simply placed the string of silver fish into Li Laosi's hands. Li Laosi was taken aback again, holding the string of silver fish, feeling stiff, not knowing where to put them. This. Zhuang Yundai waved her hand with the lotus lantern. "All right, my family is here to pick me up. I have to go now. Please be careful in the future and don't let any kidnappers take advantage again." Li Laosi quickly replied, We definitely will. We definitely will." Zhuang Yundai, holding a lantern, walked briskly towards Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing silently watched the girl approaching him, holding the lantern with a bright smile. She looked like a lotus standing gracefully on the water under the moonlight. He remained silent, still wearing his usual expressionless face. "Let's go home," said Zhuang Yundai, feeling very happy as she carried the lantern and walked alongside Lu Jiqing towards the small courtyard in Shimo Alley. When they arrived home, Zhuang Yundai hung the 1,000-petal lotus lantern under the eaves. Aunt, who had already prepared hot soup. After hearing about the kidnapper, she repeatedly chanted a few Buddhist phrases and nervously looked Zhuang Yundai up and down, asking, "Sister Dai, you weren't hurt, were you?" Zhuang Yundai knew Aunt Hu was worried about her, so she smiled and said, "Aunt, don't worry about me. I'm actually quite capable." But Aunt Hu was still very concerned. "No matter how skilled you are, you're still a child. What if you encountered a dangerous kidnapper?" Aunt Hu couldn't bear to think further, her face turning pale. She couldn't imagine what would happen if something happened to Zhuang Yundai and what they would do. "Aunt, don't worry. If it were really that kind of dangerous person, I wouldn't be reckless," Zhuang Yundai said softly, explaining in detail to ease her worries. "They were trying to drug a little girl, and I heard them mention that the last person who was drugged almost lost their life. They seemed impatient, and from their weak voices, it was clear they didn't have much strength. I was hiding and planned to strike when the time was right, so I was quite confident." Aunt Hu felt a deep ache in her heart. Zhuang Yundai was only 15, still just a child in her eyes. She thought about the little girl who was kidnapped, who was only 3 or 4 years old, about the same age as her own Binner. If Binner were taken away, just thinking about it made Aunt Hu feel suffocated. She exclaimed angrily, "Those despicable kidnappers." Zhuang Yundai agreed, and together they cursed the kidnappers for a while. Aunt Hu's mood finally eased a bit, and she remembered the hot soup warming on the stove. She quickly got up to serve Zhuang Yundai some soup. "Here, I added some astragalus. I guarantee you'll feel warm all over after drinking it," Aunt Hu brought over the pot, looking as if she wanted to make sure Zhuang Yundai drank several bowls. Zhuang Yundai obediently drank 2 bowls in front of Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu then served her a 3rd bowl. Zhuang Yundai thought. There was a kind of drinking where Aunt Hu thought she could still drink, and so she had to drink. "Sister Dai, have some black chicken. I've stewed it for a long time. The meat is so tender it falls off the bone and is very nourishing." Aunt Hu eagerly served Zhuang Yundai some meat, and Zhuang Yundai looked at the small bowl in front of her with a bit of worry. Earlier, Lu Huyuan brought Tongtong back with Qigur. "You weren't here, and I was quite surprised," Aunt Hu said. "Qigur told me that you asked Lu Huyuan to send them back first. I thought about it and realized something must have happened to you outside. I couldn't help you much at home, and just thinking about it made me anxious. Fortunately, even though Lu Huyuan seems cold, he is actually very reliable. He probably noticed you hadn't returned for a while and came to tell me, then went out to look for you." Zhuang Yundai felt a slight stir in her heart. Aunt Hu didn't notice anything and continued. "Thankfully, you all returned together. Otherwise, I would have continued to worry." Zhuang Yundai quickly said, "Speaking of Lu Huyuan, I just remembered, he went out late at night to pick me up. He must be cold and hungry now. Aunt, why don't you serve some of this astragalus blackbone chicken soup to Lu Huyuan?" Aunt Hu agreed. "There's only you 2 left who haven't had any. Tongtong and Qigur each had 2 bowls before I let them wash up and rest. Wait, I'll go bring some to Lu Huyuan." Before she finished speaking, Bingur, who was sleeping restlessly, seemed to be having a nightmare and started crying for his mother from the inner room. Aunt Hu immediately got up. Zhuang Yundai quickly said, "Aunt, go check on Bingur. I'll take the blackbone chicken soup to Lu Huyuan." Aunt Hu didn't hesitate and nodded hurriedly before rushing to check on Bingur. Zhuang Yundai felt relieved and decided not to drink her bowl of soup. After tidying up a bit, she took the astragalus blackbone chicken soup and headed straight to Lu Jiqing's small room. Zhuang Yundai noticed the lights were still on in the room. She raised her hand and knocked on the door, her voice not too loud, so if the person inside was asleep, they might not hear. "What is it?" came a somewhat indifferent voice from inside. Zhuang Yundai thought that since Lu Jiqing didn't ask who it was, he must have recognized her by her footsteps. People like them, who practice martial arts, were usually quite perceptive. "Astragalus blackbone chicken soup made by Aunt Hu. It's warming and nourishing," Zhuang Yundai said directly. "Do you want some?" Lu Jiqing was sitting by a small lamp in the room when he heard the sweet voice of the girl coming from behind the door. "Soup delivery." The sound was slightly distorted because of the door, but the moonlight outside added a touch of haziness. Lu Jiqing was momentarily lost in thought. Soon, he realized he had been distracted. His expression suddenly turned distant. "No need." He was polite but distant, with a hint of cold rejection. "I'm not hungry."
"Thank you."
Zhuang Yundai was not the type to force others, so she shrugged and said, "All right, you should rest early. I'll put the soup back in the kitchen. If you get hungry, just heat it up yourself." Lu Jiqing replied briefly, "Okay." Their conversation was separated by the door. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but think that Lu Jiqing really didn't seem to like her. She felt a bit disappointed, wishing Lu Jiqing was like her, someone who appreciated good looks. Zhuang Yundai took the ceramic pot back to the kitchen. The footsteps behind the door gradually faded away. However, Lu Jiqing remained still, sitting by the oil lamp without moving. It wasn't until the lamp flickered weakly and went out that the room fell into complete darkness. Only then did Lu Jiqing get up, quietly lying down on the small bed in the room. His hand casually landed on a copper coin. It was a lucky coin he received during the new year, which Zhuang Yundai had threaded into a waist ornament for him. But he had never worn it. Lu Jiqing's hand slowly grasped the coin. After the Lantern Festival, the sun was still a bit chilly. Zhuang Yuntong began attending classes with Zhuang Yunqi at Old Mastero's place, returning only in the afternoon. With his younger siblings off to school, the courtyard felt a bit empty. Zhuang Yundai, having nothing to do, went to the skewer shop to keep busy. The regulars at the skewer shop all liked Zhuang Yundai and would greet her whenever they saw her. Sometimes, a few would get a bit too familiar in their words, but Zhuang Yundai didn't mind. She knew they meant no harm and weren't being disrespectful. On the other hand, Lu Jiqing's expression grew colder. When Zhuang Yundai first saw it, she thought she was imagining things. But upon closer inspection, Lu Jiqing's expression was just as cold as usual, so she didn't pay it much attention. The case with the kidnapper was quickly resolved. Due to the connections made during the investigation, the authorities unexpectedly uncovered Hu Qinyang and her accomplices, who had blood on their hands. Magistrate Tang was furious and sentenced Hu Qinyang and her accomplices to execution after the harvest. Zhuang Yundai felt no sympathy for Hu Qinyang. Engaging in such ruthless acts deserved severe consequences. Because of this incident, Zhuang Yundai earned great merit, and Magistrate Tang awarded her 500 coins as a reward. Money is tight, but the county office sent rewards with drums and gongs to Shimo Alley, which made Zhuang Yundai feel quite important. The customers at the Sanyun skewer shop thought Zhuang Yundai looked even more impressive. She is beautiful and kind. How could anyone not like her? However, as the gazes of the customers towards Zhuang Yundai grew warmer, Aunt Hu felt a bit worried. Zhuang Yundai didn't want to trouble Aunt Hu, so she decided to visit the skewer shop less often and started making wine at home. On nice days, she would stroll around the street, living a carefree and relaxed life. Yet, even though Zhuang Yundai wanted to avoid attention, she couldn't suppress the admiration others felt for her. One day, a matchmaker came to visit. This was a first for her. Zhuang Yundai found it quite interesting and curiously observed the matchmaker. The matchmaker was dressed brightly and waved a handkerchief, releasing a strong scent of cheap perfume that wafted into Zhuang Yundai's nose. She remained calm and quietly stepped back. "Congratulations, young lady," the matchmaker said cheerfully. "There is a once-in-a-lifetime marriage proposal waiting for you." At this point, Zhuang Yundai realized that the person in front of her was here to talk about a marriage proposal. She was surprised, and Aunt Hu nearly spilled her tea. As for Lu Jiqing, he always had a cold demeanor, so it was hard to tell if he felt any different. "What kind of once-in-a-lifetime proposal is this?" Zhuang Yundai asked, her curiosity piqued. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai was interested, the matchmaker felt pleased and introduced the man. "He is Mr. He, who lives over in Dongyuan Alley. I wonder if you have heard of him?" Zhuang Yundai replied with a soft tone, noticing the matchmaker was almost beaming with joy and eager to finalize the proposal. She added, "I haven't heard of him." Zhuang Yundai sincerely said, "This is the first time I've heard of him." The matchmaker's expression twisted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to boast, "As for Mr. He, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of him yet. Once you meet him, you will surely like him. He is quite handsome. His previous wife married him because of his good looks and brought along 100 acres of good land." Zhuang Yundai responded, Oh, his previous wife? The matchmaker didn't take it seriously and casually said, yes, 2 years ago, after a miscarriage, she passed away from severe bleeding. Mr. He is a man of deep feelings and loyalty. He mourned for his late wife for 2 years. Recently, he happened to see Miss Zhuang and heard she is a very kind-hearted person, so he thought she would be a good match and asked me to propose. As she spoke, the matchmaker became excited again. Waving her handkerchief, Mr. He said that if you agree, he is willing to offer you 10 acres of good land as a bride price. Wow, Miss Zhuang, this is quite generous. Zhuang Yundai stroked her chin and slightly elongated her voice. Oh, the matchmaker thought Zhuang Yundai was moved again and got even more excited, but then Zhuang Yundai calmly said, so, in Mr. He's eyes, I am worth 10 acres of land. The matchmaker was nearly thrown off by Zhuang Yundai's response. However, the one more upset was Aunt Hu was gripping the edge of the table, finding it hard to believe. What kind of joke is Mr. He making? It's not that we dislike the poor or love the rich, but does he really have the sincerity to propose? 10 acres of land? She felt a burning fire in her chest. Does our Yundai need that 10 acres? The matchmaker chuckled awkwardly. Oh, dear, that's not how you put it. Whether she needs it or not isn't the point. She changed her tone. What matters is sincerity, right? Aunt, who didn't want to say something like our Yundai can earn back 10 acres in just a few days. Her tone was a bit stiff. Our Yundai is still young. Still young? Yundai is already 15, isn't she? The matchmaker waved her handkerchief softly. She's not too young. At this age, it's time to consider marriage. Otherwise, good men will be taken away. What will we do then? Aunt, who was becoming impatient and even thought about asking the matchmaker to leave. But she held back, knowing she couldn't defend the matchmaker, who interacted with all kinds of people. If she upset the matchmaker and let her spread rumors, what would happen to Yundai's reputation? Aunt, who glanced at Zhuang Yundai. She knew that Zhuang Yundai had a little weakness for good looks, and she was worried that the matchmaker had praised Mr. He's appearance. She hoped her young niece wouldn't be fooled. Aunt, who felt a bit anxious and thought it would be best to send the matchmaker away first. After that, she could close the door and have a good talk with Zhuang Yundai about the issues at hand. The wealthy man lost his wife and remarried, so Zhuang Yundai would just be a replacement. Being a replacement is not a good thing. As a replacement, she would always have to bow to the first wife's spirit tablet, even when it comes time to place her own tablet after death. Aunt, who couldn't bear the thought of Zhuang Yundai marrying into such a situation. The matchmaker seemed to notice Aunt Hu's eagerness to send her off and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, what are you doing?" She waved her handkerchief, releasing a strong scent that made even Aunt Hu turn her head away. It's not that I'm saying anything wrong, but the woman usually needs to hold her ground, and I understand that, the matchmaker said with a caring expression. But everyone knows what kind of situation Miss Zhuang is in. Holding your ground should be appropriate, right? Zhuang Yundai noticed Aunt Hu's resistance to the matchmaker. She was initially thinking of just sending her away, but when she heard the matchmaker's words, she became curious. What do you mean by my situation? Please do tell. The matchmaker glanced at Zhuang Yundai. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, and in her years of matchmaking, she had never seen anyone as lovely as her. It was no wonder that the wealthy man had been thinking about her since their first meeting. However, this could also lead to the girl becoming proud of her looks and looking down on others. The matchmaker wanted to temper Zhuang Yundai's confidence, so she deliberately frowned. I shouldn't be the one to say this, but since you asked, I will explain it clearly. I heard that your father passed away and your mother remarried, leaving you to take care of your younger siblings. Is that true? The matchmaker asked. Many people knew about this, and Zhuang Yundai had never hidden it. She raised her eyebrow and replied confidently, "Yes, you are correct." You see, with your parents not being together, it's a sign of bad luck, the matchmaker said with a look of regret. Many families prefer to find brides from complete families.
Why?
Because such girls bring good fortune with them. Zhuang Yundai found this amusing but stayed silent, letting the matchmaker continue. The matchmaker became more animated as she spoke. Moreover, the most important thing is you are currently out in public, running a food business, which means many men will see you. Respectable families care a lot about this. Who would want their wife to be watched by so many eyes, right? Zhuang Yundai looked thoughtful. You say respectable families care a lot about this? The matchmaker quickly nodded, pleased that Zhuang Yundai was listening. Of course. Zhuang Yundai blinked. But that Mr. He doesn't seem to mind at all. He even sent you to propose, which means his family isn't really a respectable one, is it? The matchmaker was momentarily speechless by Zhuang Yundai's casual remark. If it weren't for the situation, Aunt Hu would have wanted to applaud her. How can you say that about Mr. He's family? The matchmaker took a few deep breaths to calm down. She was genuinely annoyed now. This businesswoman really lacked understanding. Mr. He was willing to marry her, and she acted like this, repeatedly teasing him. Was she trying to be difficult? Otherwise, the matchmaker couldn't imagine how Zhuang Yundai could be indifferent to such a good match. If you don't want it, I'll just refuse. The matchmaker waved her hand and pretended to leave. But when she reached the door, no one stopped her. In fact, Aunt Hu was eager to hold the door curtain for her, looking like she wanted her to leave quickly. The matchmaker almost lost her breath again. Taking advantage of Aunt Hu's distraction, she turned back to Zhuang Yundai. I'm really leaving. Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly. Safe travels. This time, the matchmaker was truly shocked. She said with some frustration, so you really don't want to marry Mr. He? I want to see what kind of good family you think you can get. With that, she tossed her handkerchief and left. Aunt Hu saw her out, locked the door tightly, and hurried back to comfort Zhuang Yundai. Don't take the matchmaker's words to heart. Our Yundai will definitely marry into a good family in the future. In the room, besides Aunt Hu, there was only Lu Jiqing, who sat silently with a cold expression. Zhuang Yundai didn't hide her thoughts and said softly, Aunt, what's so good about marrying into a good family? Spending a lifetime stuck in a small courtyard, managing the household? Is that really a good ending for a woman? Aunt Hu felt a bit anxious, but also thought Zhuang Yundai had a point. She didn't want Yundai to be limited to such a small place for her whole life. Just thinking about Niu Datsai made her uneasy. Before they got married, didn't she think that Niu Datsai was her lifelong partner? Aunt Hu sighed softly. Meanwhile, Lu Jiqing subtly raised her eyes and glanced at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, So, I think this is great. We all live in a small courtyard together. When it's busy, I help out at the shop. When it's not busy, I can do things I enjoy. It's so relaxing. Why do I need to get married and worry about what others think? Aunt Hu felt that Zhuang Yundai was right, but she also sensed that this might not be the best way. Her expression showed some inner conflict. Zhuang Yundai suddenly glanced at Lu Jiqing. Their eyes met perfectly. Zhuang Yundai gently blinked at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing turned her gaze away, expressionless. Zhuang Yundai felt cheerful. Seeing Aunt Hu looking both troubled and worried, she laughed and said, Aunt, you don't need to worry about me. I know how tough it is for women in this world. If I don't get married, people might gossip. I've thought it through. Once our business grows, we can move to the provincial city. Then, I'll tie up my hair and claim to be a widow whose husband has passed away. Hee. If anyone tries to persuade me to remarry, I'll say I'm a strong widow who will remain loyal to my late husband. I want to see who dares to pressure me to marry. Lu Jiqing frowned. Aunt Hu realized that Zhuang Yundai was trying to cheer her up, and despite her worries, she couldn't help but smile helplessly. Aunt Hu went out to be busy, and Zhuang Yundai relaxed in the room, propping her legs up, pouring herself a cup of tea, and enjoying some fried pumpkin seeds while reading a storybook. She had already read most of the book, and there were only a few pages left, so she picked it up again and finished it. After some time, Zhuang Yundai finished the last bit of the story and looked up to see Lu Jiqing with her back to her, tending to the charcoal stove and adding more charcoal. Hearing Zhuang Yundai put down the book, Lu Jiqing turned around with a somewhat cold expression. However, Zhuang Yundai sensed that Lu Jiqing seemed to have something to say. Is there something on your mind? Zhuang Yundai asked first. Lu Jiqing paused, turned back, and after a moment, spoke. You mentioned earlier. Zhuang Yundai waited for her to continue. But Lu Jiqing had not been able to say anything for a long time. Zhuang Yundai blinked. What's wrong? I've said a lot before. Lu Jiqing looked at her deeply. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit disarmed by his gaze and smiled, waving her hand. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You mean when I asked you to dedicate yourself to me? She said it boldly. A hint of annoyance flashed in Lu Jiqing's cold eyes. He pressed his lips tightly together and remained silent. Zhuang Yundai smiled and looked at Lu Jiqing with clear eyes. Don't be upset, it's my fault. I should have told you earlier. I was just teasing you before. She admitted openly. You were like a moving statue back then, and since you're so incredibly handsome, I couldn't help myself. I really wanted to see you get angry. So, I couldn't resist teasing you a bit. Lu Jiqing looked at Zhuang Yundai coldly. Zhuang Yundai blinked. Don't be mad. I'm apologizing to you. She stood up from her chair and gave Lu Jiqing a formal bow. Lu Jiqing turned slightly to avoid her bow. I'm not angry, Lu Jiqing said coldly. Zhuang Yundai nodded. I know, just relax and be my guard here. She wasn't the type to cross professional boundaries. Lu Jiqing said nothing and turned to leave, lifting the door curtain as he went out. Zhuang Yundai shrugged as she watched his back. After that, Aunt who seemed to notice something. She couldn't help but ask Zhuang Yundai quietly, Did you upset Lu Jiqing? Zhuang Yundai was a bit puzzled. Aunt, what do you mean? Aunt who lowered her voice. I've seen Lu Jiqing looking off these past few days. It seems like he's been avoiding you. Zhuang Yundai. Oh no. Maybe her previous apology wasn't sincere enough, and Lu Jiqing was still upset. So, Zhuang Yundai decided to cook something special, a spicy and appetizing dish of shrimp and shellfish, and she took it to knock on Lu Jiqing's door. She was still thinking about what to do if Lu Jiqing was still angry and didn't open the door. Before she could finish that thought, the door opened. What is it? Lu Jiqing stood in the doorway, his expression cold. Zhuang Yundai presented the spicy stir-fried seafood. Even though I apologized before, I feel like it wasn't very sincere, so I specially cooked this for you as a late-night snack to make amends. Lu Jiqing looked at the plate of stir-fried seafood that was giving off an enticing aroma for a long time before shifting his gaze to Zhuang Yundai's face. He silently accepted it and said, Thank you. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit happy. Seeing the smile in the girl's eyes, a thought surged uncontrollably in Lu Jiqing's mind. She probably didn't want to be involved with him anymore. As soon as this thought arose, Lu Jiqing was startled. What was he thinking? He tightly pressed his lips together. In order to be a good boss who would never engage in workplace harassment, Zhuang Yundai handed over the stir-fried seafood and turned to leave. However, a calm voice came from the slightly open door behind her, emphasizing something. I'm not angry. He shouldn't be angry. He should be happy. Happy that whatever he thought was a commitment was not real. The door closed. Zhuang Yundai finally felt a weight lift off her chest. To be honest, she didn't want Lu Jiqing to be upset about this. They weren't close before, so it didn't matter if he was angry. But now that they had been living together in the same small courtyard for so many days, getting to know each other better, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit embarrassed to tease him anymore. Just appreciating him was enough. She could somewhat understand the idea of a rabbit that doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. They were too familiar now, and it felt inappropriate to pursue anything further. After the storm passed, the matchmaker who had previously angrily declared, I want to see what kind of good family a girl with such high standards can find, came back with a cheerful demeanor. Miss, great news. Aunt who, still holding a broom, almost chased her away. Wasn't the matter with Mr. he already rejected? The matchmaker didn't mind Aunt who's resistance this time and smiled widely. Oh, dear girl, don't mention Mr. he's proposal. I didn't come here for him today. The matchmaker seemed to be scared by Zhuang Yundai's previous actions and hurriedly laughed. This time it's truly a good family. The best family. Really? Zhuang Yundai repeated the 3 words the matchmaker had said with a half smile. So you also know that last time it wasn't a good family? The matchmaker felt a bit awkward but couldn't help but defend herself. It's not that the person is bad. It's just that the one who asked me to help this time is truly wonderful. Her voice trailed off in the face of Zhuang Yundai's half-smiling expression. The matchmaker recalled that last time she left, she had mocked others for being too picky and not finding better matches. Now here she was having to eat her words. Life really is unpredictable. Hey, Miss Zhuang, good girl, please don't dwell on the past. The matchmaker gently tapped her lips. Can I apologize to you? But you must let me finish. Don't miss out on this great match. Zhuang Yundai watched the matchmaker's gestures and raised an eyebrow, appearing quite agreeable. Then go ahead and tell me. The matchmaker cheerfully exclaimed, lowering her voice mysteriously. The person I want to introduce to you. Don't be scared when you hear this. Aunt, who couldn't help but roll her eyes, still holding a broom. What kind of storms hadn't their girl, Dai, seen? How could she possibly be scared? Then Aunt, who listened as the matchmaker, unable to contain her excitement, said, The person I'm talking about is the second son of the county magistrate.
What?
Aunt, who was shocked, nearly dropping her broom. Young Master Tang? The matchmaker nodded eagerly, a bit proudly, and looked at Zhuang Yundai, waiting for her shocked reaction. However, to her surprise, instead of being excited as she had imagined, Zhuang Yundai slowly furrowed her brows. Now it was the matchmaker's turn to be shocked. This was a rare and excellent match. Why was she frowning? Surely she wasn't being picky? Zhuang Yundai frowned and asked, Are you sure it's the second son of the county magistrate, surnamed Tang, named Tang Tianyan? The matchmaker thought, Oh, so it wasn't that she was being picky. She was just too happy to believe it. She finally felt a bit more confident, her face full of smiles. Absolutely. It really is the magistrate's family. Oh dear, this is truly a blessing from your past life. Once you marry into the magistrate's family, you must take care of this old woman. The matchmaker kept chattering about how fortunate Zhuang Yundai was, completely forgetting how she had previously described the family as not complete. Zhuang Yundai's frown deepened. Something was off. Did the county magistrate's wife send you? She asked again. The matchmaker paused for a moment. Not exactly. Someone called me to the magistrate's residence, and then a woman there told me about this. She said I should help the second young master of their family propose to you. Seeing that Zhuang Yundai still looked skeptical, the matchmaker slapped her thigh. Oh, miss, don't doubt it. It was clear when that woman spoke to me. The second young master of the Tang family was right there watching. You should have seen his eager expression. He looked like he wanted to marry you tomorrow. If it weren't for that woman from the magistrate's residence saying it's not proper for the man to come forward himself during the proposal, I think the young master would have wanted to come along. As she spoke, the matchmaker showed a look of envy. What if Zhuang Yundai's family background isn't great? What if she isn't well known? As long as she wins this man's heart, good proposals will come knocking. Look, this is the magistrate's family. They are the highest officials in Pingling County. If Zhuang Yundai marries into that family, becoming a lady of the official household would be easy. After hearing the matchmaker, Zhuang Yundai's eyes revealed understanding. She had a good idea of what was going on. The matchmaker eagerly said, Miss, why don't we start the proposal process tomorrow? In the matchmaker's mind, there was no chance that Zhuang Yundai would refuse this match. After all, this was truly the best match available in Pingling County. If Zhuang Yundai were to refuse, what kind of match would she be looking for? Aunt, who was also confused. She had seen Tang Tianyan before. He would occasionally visit their shop. If Zhuang Yundai was there, he would chat with her. If not, he would quietly finish his meal and leave. But recently, he had come less often. It seemed Zhuang Yundai had grown distant from this young master. And now, suddenly, it had come to a proposal? It was truly shocking. To be fair, this was indeed a great match. Aunt, who thought she knew him well enough to see that he was a good young man. He was nice, and his family background was excellent. In Aunt Hu's mind, he was a good match for Zhuang Yundai. So, unlike the last time when the matchmaker proposed to Mr. He, when she just wanted to send him away, This time, Aunt Hu couldn't help but look at Zhuang Yundai with anticipation, wondering if she would accept or not. Lu Jiqing was not there, leaving only 3 people in the room. At this moment, 2 pairs of eyes were eagerly watching Zhuang Yundai, waiting for her response. Zhuang Yundai said seriously to the matchmaker, "This marriage proposal will not work." The matchmaker almost jumped up, incredulously exclaiming, "What do you mean it won't work?
Miss,
Are you not satisfied with this match? What is it that you don't like?"
please tell me.
Aunt Hu remained silent, trusting that Zhuang Yundai had her reasons for her decision. If she said it wouldn't work, there must be a valid reason. However, Zhuang Yundai did not explain in detail to the matchmaker. She handed her a piece of silver, saying, "Thank you for coming all this way. Please take this silver for tea. Just decline the marriage proposal directly." The matchmaker's face, which had been quite grim, brightened a little upon seeing the silver, but she still looked very confused. "Miss, don't blame me for speaking out. This marriage is a rare opportunity, hard to find anywhere. Are you really not interested?" The matchmaker tucked the silver into her pocket, muttering, "Your standards are too high." Zhuang Yundai shook her head and simply said, "It's not that," without elaborating further. The matchmaker hesitated, looking as if she wanted to say more. If it weren't for the silver, she might have kept asking. But seeing Zhuang Yundai's firm demeanor, the matchmaker sighed. "All right, a forced marriage is never sweet. Since you're not interested, I will decline it." Zhuang Yundai nodded. "Thank you." Before leaving, the matchmaker still looked like she wanted to say something, but, seeing Zhuang Yundai's calm expression, she sighed again and didn't dare to make any harsh comments like last time. "Just don't regret it." Zhuang Yundai smiled calmly, but said nothing more. Once the matchmaker left, Aunt Hu closed the courtyard door and, after a moment of hesitation, quietly asked, "Sister Dai, what went wrong with this marriage proposal?" In the absence of outsiders, Zhuang Yundai did not hide anything from Aunt Hu. Earlier, the county magistrate's wife told me she wanted to find a girl from a scholarly family for Tang Tianyan. If the county magistrate's wife was willing to compromise so easily, she wouldn't have said that to me before. This was the first time Aunt Hu had heard about this, and she was understandably shocked. The information was quite significant. After a moment of thought, Aunt Hu began to understand. It seems that the county magistrate's wife noticed that Tang Tianyan has feelings for Sister Dai, but due to social status, this matter cannot progress. So, the county magistrate's wife spoke to Zhuang Yundai in advance to avoid any conflict later on. However, since they had already communicated, it feels strange that a matchmaker has now come to propose. Could it be that the second young Master Tang convinced the county magistrate's wife? Aunt Hu asked hesitantly. Zhuang Yundai shook her head. If the county magistrate's wife were so easily persuaded, she wouldn't have spoken to me beforehand. Aunt Hu couldn't help but worry, so, what is really going on? Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "Who knows?" But deep down, she had a good idea. It seems that Tang Tianyan must have caused a scene with the county magistrate's wife. Upset, she agreed to let the matchmaker come and propose, wanting to see if Zhuang Yundai would agree to marry him, even if she, as a mother, approved. One must admit that the county magistrate's wife understands Zhuang Yundai well. Zhuang Yundai would indeed not agree. Aunt Hu sighed for a moment, but quickly accepted the situation. She looked at Zhuang Yundai's beautiful face and felt a sense of pride. Their sister Dai is not only stunning but also kind-hearted, skilled at making money, and an exceptional cook. Her qualities are countless. It's hard to say who will be lucky enough to win her heart in the end. As Zhuang Yundai expected, after receiving the news of rejection, Tang Tianyan quickly headed to the skewer shop. It was mealtime, and the shop was crowded, with a long line outside. Zhuang Yundai was helping in the shop when she heard someone outside call, "Zhuang Dongjia, I need to speak with you." She recognized the voice as that of Tang Tianyan's personal servant. She wiped her hands, took off her apron, and gave a few instructions to her co-workers before stepping outside. As soon as she exited, she saw Tang Tianyan standing a few steps away from the crowd, looking intently at her. Zhuang Yundai sighed silently. Fortunately, Tang Tianyan was not reckless and knew this was not the right place to talk. So, they left together and went to a quiet spot in Shimo Alley before stopping. Tang Tianyan's servant stood watch nearby as he took a deep breath and looked at Zhuang Yundai with intense eyes. Sister Yundai, I knew it before. It was my mother who didn't agree with us, so you changed your attitude and became distant, right? He said eagerly, but don't worry, I've convinced my mother. I want to marry you. This was probably the first time in his life that he expressed his feelings so passionately. His face turned as red as a shrimp as he looked at Zhuang Yundai, waiting for her response. He had heard from the matchmaker but didn't believe it, thinking she hadn't explained things clearly to Zhuang Yundai. So he rushed to her to clarify things face to face. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but press her forehead. This foolish boy understood his mother, even less than she did. If the county magistrate's wife truly agreed, she wouldn't have sent just one matchmaker to propose. This was clearly a way to use her response to make this foolish boy give up completely. Tang Tianyan couldn't see it, but she could. Zhuang Yundai calmly said, "Young Master Tang, thank you for your affection, but I must decline." Tang Tianyan panicked. Why? Sister Yundai, I will treat you well. Really, believe me. Zhuang Yundai replied calmly, there is no reason. Life is short, and one should be with the person they truly like. Young Master Tang, I have no feelings for you, so I cannot agree to marry you. Tang Tianyan was taken aback by her straightforward rejection, standing frozen in place. His mind was filled with the phrase, no feelings for you. After a long moment, he swayed slightly, his face pale. He wasn't the type to cling desperately to someone, nor could he act that way. Zhuang Yundai's rejection was so clear that he could no longer deceive himself with excuses. No more reasons like Sister Yundai is just held back by her mother's disapproval. Tang Tianyan took a deep breath and forced a faint smile at Zhuang Yundai. I see. Then I will take my leave. I wish you find a good partner soon. His words felt like a knife to his heart. Zhuang Yundai politely thanked him, but remained distant. Tang Tianyan stood in silence for a long time before he sadly swayed and turned to leave. However, after just a few steps, his legs weakened and he stumbled. If he hadn't leaned against the wall, he might have fallen. Zhuang Yundai calmly returned to the skewer shop. Lu Jiqing was helping in the shop. Despite his cold demeanor, he fit in perfectly in the bustling atmosphere of the skewer shop. Zhuang Yundai watched as Lu Jiqing served skewers to the guests with a blank expression, and her mood suddenly improved a lot. Although Lu Jiqing's martial skills were gone, he still had the keen senses of a martial artist. He seemed to sense something and casually glanced to the side, meeting Zhuang Yundai's gaze. Since they had talked things out earlier, Lu Jiqing had been a bit colder towards Zhuang Yundai. This time, their eyes met for just a moment, and as usual, Lu Jiqing calmly looked away without glancing at her again. Zhuang Yundai didn't mind. Just seeing Lu Jiqing's face was enough for her. As for his attitude, she didn't want to push it. Zhuang Yundai felt very relaxed about it. Aunt Hu approached her hesitantly. While Zhuang Yundai was heading to the backyard, Aunt Hu pulled her aside and quietly asked, "Was that young Master Tang looking for you just now?" Zhuang Yundai nodded. "What did you two talk about?" Aunt Hu wasn't one to pry into others' affairs, but since this was about Zhuang Yundai's future, she was more cautious. Zhuang Yundai casually replied, "Not much. He said he wanted to marry me, and I told him I wasn't interested and declined." Aunt Hu was taken aback, and after a moment, she sighed, still a bit regretful. "Actually, I think young Master Tang seems quite nice. It's just a pity." Zhuang Yundai smiled, but didn't respond. He wasn't her destined partner, so there was nothing to regret. Aunt Hu still felt a bit unsettled and quietly asked Zhuang Yundai, "If the county magistrate's wife had supported your marriage to young Master Tang from the start, would you have accepted?" Lu Jiqing stepped out from the front yard to get the skewers from the small kitchen and happened to overhear this question. Zhuang Yundai and Aunt Hu were in a corner of the yard, and since Lu Jiqing moved quietly, neither of them noticed him. Lu Jiqing initially intended to leave, but then he heard Zhuang Yundai's sweet voice float over from the other end of the yard, clear enough to be startling. "No, I wouldn't agree. I like someone very good-looking, preferably someone as handsome as Lu Huyuan. Lu Jiqing paused for a moment, then quickened his pace and hurried into the small kitchen. The afternoon after Tang Tianyan left, an unexpected guest arrived at the Sanyun skewer shop. A visitor in a cloak and hood entered the Sanyun skewer shop, supported by an elderly woman. Zhuang Yundai was at the counter, calculating with an abacus. Sensing something, she looked up and saw the visitor, but was not very surprised. She approached with a smile and said, "Welcome, madam." The visitor was indeed the county magistrate's wife. Noticing Zhuang Yundai's calm demeanor, the magistrate's wife sighed softly, thinking that such a clever girl would have a better future if she came from a good family. As this thought crossed her mind, the magistrate's wife composed herself and smiled back at Zhuang Yundai. "This is my first time visiting your shop," she said, looking around and adding, "It's quite nice." The magistrate's wife was noticeably pregnant, and it was clear that her delivery was not far off. Zhuang Yundai could not let a soon-to-be mother stand for long. She smiled at the magistrate's wife and said, "Madam, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go to the back to sit down." The magistrate's wife nodded. Many customers were familiar with Zhuang Yundai, and when they saw her leaving, they joked, "Zhuang, you have a guest." Zhuang Yundai waved her hand with a smile. "Yes, enjoy your meal. I'll take the guest to the back now. Go ahead." The magistrate's wife watched this scene with curiosity. Even the elderly woman who often accompanied her was a bit surprised. "Your shop has a wonderful atmosphere," the magistrate's wife said softly as they walked to the back. Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, "Yes, I think it's because everyone enjoys eating in a relaxed and cheerful environment." The magistrate's wife smiled quietly, feeling that this was part of Zhuang Yundai's charm. Once they reached the main room, Zhuang Yundai handed the magistrate's wife a white porcelain cup with warm honey water and poured a cup of tea for the elderly woman. The magistrate's wife was indeed thirsty. She took off her hood, handed her cloak to the elderly woman, and lifted the cup to drink. The warm, sweet honey water was very comforting. She couldn't help but sigh again, wishing Zhuang Yundai came from a better family. After setting down the cup, she said seriously, "Yundai, you are very clever, so I believe you have guessed why I am here." Zhuang Yundai casually sat in a chair and replied, "Are you here about the matchmaker's visit earlier?" The magistrate's wife nodded and sighed lightly. "I know you may not care too much, but out of respect for our friendship, I felt it was necessary to come and speak with you." Zhuang Yundai's eyes sparkled. "Madam, since you are feeling unwell, there's no need for this. If there's something, I can go to the county office." The county magistrate's wife shook her head. "This matter has already caused you trouble. I can't let you run to the county office again." She forced a smile. "That child, Yenner, he insisted on marrying you. His father punished him for it, but he stood his ground, saying he would marry no one but you. Since that's the case, I might as well let him see that even if we invite a matchmaker, Sister Dai, you won't agree to him." Zhuang Yundai had already guessed this reason and felt calm inside. She smiled and said, "Madam, you are correct." The county magistrate's wife sighed silently. Instead, Zhuang Yundai began to comfort her. "Madam, you don't need to worry. I have already made things clear with young Master Tang. He is not the type to cling stubbornly. You can trust him." The county magistrate's wife smiled wryly. "It's not a matter of trust. It's that he—" She couldn't help but sigh again, looking somewhat troubled. "He hasn't been shouting about marrying you, but suddenly he has become determined to study hard and says he will discuss marriage only after achieving success in his studies." In truth, the county magistrate's wife never intended to let Tang Tianyan propose so early, but she also didn't want the situation with him to create tension between her and Zhuang Yundai. So, she decided to clarify everything with Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai nodded. Everyone has their own aspirations. She didn't comment much on the matter. The county magistrate's wife came to explain the situation with Tang Tianyan to Zhuang Yundai, hoping to prevent any misunderstandings between them. It seemed that the matter was handled fairly well. After discussing Tang Tianyan, the county magistrate's wife chatted about other topics before getting up to leave. Zhuang Yundai pressed her fingers to her forehead, suddenly feeling a bit bored. When Aunt Hu came to check on Zhuang Yundai, she suddenly expressed her feelings. What's so good about getting married? If I had a lot of money, why would I need to marry? I could support 10 handsome young men and still see them 3 times a month. Aunt Hu thought Zhuang Yundai was just upset and speaking nonsense, feeling sorry for her. She quickly agreed, exactly. When we have money, I'll help you find them too. Zhuang Yundai responded calmly, even reminding Aunt Hu they should be good-looking, especially handsome. All right. Aunt Hu eagerly agreed. At this moment, Lu Jiqing passed by again and accidentally overheard Zhuang Yundai's words. 10 handsome young men. Lu Jiqing took a deep breath. After the county magistrate's wife visited, the matter with Tang Tianyan was completely settled. Zhuang Yundai was content, spending her days enjoying her favorite things and living happily. The cold winter, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, slowly passed. Although the area was not fully opened yet, horse-drawn carriages could travel between the county and some nearby places. On a sunny day, Wang Tsuetsue and her family brought a cart full of various dried goods into the county, heading straight for Shimo Alley. Before the cart even stopped, Wang Tsuetsue eagerly shouted from it, "Sister Dai Dai." Zhuang Yundai heard her voice from the Chunchan shop and couldn't help but laugh before quickly handing her work to someone else and rushing outside to greet them. She saw Wang Tsuetsue, her parents, and even rented a cart from the Linpingzheng, loaded with goods. Having not seen each other for half the winter, Wang Tsuetsue's mother looked much better than last time. She took Zhuang Yundai's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Dai Dai, you've grown even prettier." "Aunt, you look great too," Zhuang Yundai replied. Wang Tsuetsue's mother smiled. "We'll talk more inside." She pointed to the goods on the cart and said, "These are for you and Tong Tong." Zhuang Yundai was taken aback and helplessly replied, "Aunt, uncle, you shouldn't have brought so much." Wang Tsuetsue's mother playfully scolded, "Who said we shouldn't? These are just mountain goods, nothing special, just our kind intentions. If you don't accept them, it would seem ungrateful." "I'll accept them. I wouldn't dare refuse," Zhuang Yundai said, leaning on Wang Tsuetsue's mother's shoulder. "This is your kind gesture. How could I not accept it?" When it comes to comforting others, Zhuang Yundai was quite skilled. Sure enough, with just those 2 sentences, she made Wang Tsuetsue's mother smile brightly. Zhuang Yundai led Wang Tsuetsue and her family through the small courtyard gate. It was Wang Tsuetsue's mother's first time here, and as soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw it was tidy and clean, with rows of houses. Dried corn and cured meat hung from the eaves, and she immediately liked it. "This courtyard looks really nice." Wang Tsuetsue's father asked Zhuang Yundai, "Where do you plan to put these goods?" He looked ready to carry them directly into the house. Zhuang Yundai quickly stopped Wang Tsuetsue's father, saying, "Uncle, the road from the mountains is not easy to walk. You must be tired from your journey from Xiangyang village. Please go inside and rest. I'll bring you a cup of tea." Wang Tsuetsue's father replied, "No hurry. I want to unload the goods first. It won't take long." Country folks are really too simple. Zhuang Yundai couldn't persuade him, so she called out, "Lu Huyuan." Lu Jiqing came out from the front of the shop. Without saying a word, he looked at Zhuang Yundai, indicating she could speak if she needed something. Zhuang Yundai was used to Lu Jiqing's indifferent nature and didn't mind at all. She said directly, "Lu Huyuan, my uncle brought a lot of things. Can you help unload them?" Lu Jiqing said nothing and walked over, picking up the largest bundle. "Where should I take this?" Wang Tsuetsue's parents were seeing Lu Jiqing for the first time and were a bit stunned, especially when they saw this handsome young man effortlessly lift a large bundle of rice. The feeling was even stronger. Zhuang Yundai skillfully instructed Lu Jiqing, "Put it in the cellar." Lu Jiqing didn't say anything else and headed toward the cellar. Wang Tsuetsue's father quickly moved some things too, following Lu Jiqing to the cellar. Wang Tsuetsue's mother watched Lu Jiqing's back and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. She quietly asked Zhuang Yundai, "Is this the Lu Huyuan that Tsuetsue mentioned before?" Wang Tsuetsue, listening nearby, nodded excitedly. Yes, yes. Mom, I didn't lie to you. Isn't brother Lu very handsome? Wang Tsuetsue's mother gently pushed her daughter's head aside and looked intently at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai replied, Auntie, what's wrong? He is just too good-looking. Wang Tsuetsue's mother genuinely worried for Zhuang Yundai, but didn't voice her concern. Such a handsome man living in the house might attract gossip. But then she thought about Aunt Hu living there too. Besides, no matter how good-looking Lu Huyuan was, he was still there to work. Every family's caretaker lives with them, right? What if a thief came in at night? Thinking this way, Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt a bit more at ease. After all, safety was the most important thing. Although Lu Jiqing looked like a wealthy young man, he had been toughened up in the quarry and was very skilled at doing hard work. Soon, he and Wang Tsuetsue's father unloaded all the goods into the cellar. Wang Tsuetsue's father had a better impression of Lu Jiqing. Simple rural people naturally like anyone who works hard and doesn't slack off. Very good, Wang Tsuetsue's father praised Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing showed little emotion, nodded at Wang Tsuetsue's father, and calmly asked Zhuang Yundai, Is there any other work? Zhuang Yundai replied, No. You can go rest in the house for a while. Lu Jiqing nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. He was straightforward and efficient. Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt more at ease watching him. Zhuang Yundai led Wang Tsuetsue's family into the main room. After holding back for a long time, Wang Tsuetsue finally couldn't help but ask Zhuang Yundai, Is Tong Tong out playing? When will she be back? Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, Tong Tong went to class with Aki at old Mastero's place. She won't be back until the afternoon. Wang Tsuetsue felt a bit envious upon hearing this. That's great. Tong Tong gets to go to school too. Then she thought for a moment and added, But if I had to go to school, I wouldn't be able to sit still. Tong Tong is really impressive. Zhuang Yundai was amused by Wang Tsuetsue's mix of childishness and maturity. She poured tea for Wang Tsuetsue's parents and said eagerly, Uncle, Aunt, I'll prepare a meal soon. The guest room is usually tidy. I'll tidy it up a bit more. You can rest at home. Wang Tsuetsue's mother quickly waved her hand. We still need to buy some things, and must head back this afternoon. She then beamed. By the way, Daijia, I haven't told you yet. Ingjin is getting married again. Zhuang Yundai was a bit shocked. So soon? Just last year, in the 12th month, Wang Ingjin had a wedding, but it was called off because the bride was already pregnant with her cousin's child, and the Wang family noticed and cancelled the engagement. Yes, Wang Tsuetsue's mother said, her face lighting up. Sometimes fate comes unexpectedly. Just last New Year, Ingjin saw a girl about to jump into an icy hole by the river and quickly stopped her. It turned out her fiancé had died, and her family was forcing her to marry someone else, even to worship a memorial tablet. The girl didn't want that and was determined to end her life. After Ingjin stopped her, he talked to her for a long time, and he eventually forgot about it. After the events, it seems that the girl's family has come to terms with things and started talking about her again, just as they mentioned Ingjin. One had called off the wedding on the day of the ceremony, while the other has been waiting for partner, so they seem well matched. When they met, they recognized each other right away. Before long, their wedding plans were set for next month, which is just around the corner. Zhuang Yundai was amazed by such a coincidence and the wonders of fate. I will definitely support Ingjin at the wedding, she said with a smile. Wang Tsuetsue's mother laughed and said, But remember, you can come, but you must not bring any gifts. Zhuang Yundai smiled, but thought to herself that wouldn't work. Previously, Wang Tsuetsue's mother insisted on returning the silver bracelet to her. During the new year, when Zhuang Yundai went to catch small silver fish, she melted down that bracelet. When Ingjin marries his new bride, she must give a new wedding gift. Zhuang Yundai was happily planning this in her mind while changing the subject, asking about Wang Yingyin and Wang Yingtie's recent news. Talking about her two sons made Wang Tsuetsue's mother happy. Yingyin has gone to learn a trade with a carpenter from the neighboring village after the new year. Yingtai is also learning from an experienced mason. Life is looking brighter for them. Wang Tsuetsue couldn't help but chime in. And me, she said proudly, lifting her chin. Sister Dai, I've started learning embroidery for my mother. Just wait, soon I can make sachets for you, Tong Tong and Aki. Wang Tsuetsue announced her ambitions. Her mother watched her daughter with a smile, filled with happiness. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but feel happy for Wang Tsuetsue's family too. At noon, Zhuang Yundai invited Wang Tsuetsue's family to lunch. In the afternoon, she accompanied them to buy many items for Wang Yingjin's wedding before sending them home. Wang Tsuetsue felt a bit disappointed that she couldn't see Zhuang Yuntong this time. However, she left a small pouch for Zhuang Yuntong, filled with beautiful pebbles she collected by the river. Let Tong Tong play with them by the window, Wang Tsuetsue said, looking up at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai nodded seriously, okay. After Wang Tsuetsue's family left, while riding back to Xiangyang village, Wang Tsuetsue suddenly felt something in her pocket and pulled out another pouch. Inside was a beautifully crafted silver fish. Wang Tsuetsue's mother immediately understood that Zhuang Yundai had secretly placed it in her daughter's pocket. Wang Tsuetsue's mother couldn't help but sigh with a smile as she looked at her slightly anxious daughter. All right, you can play with it. When they arrived at Xiangyang village, the limping Zheng dropped Wang Tsuetsue's family off at their doorstep. On his way back, a villager chatted with him. Zheng, where have you been? Zheng puffed out his chest. I went to the county town. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, but now Dai Jie is living quite well in the county. He vividly described Zhuang Yundai's little shop and courtyard, making others envious. Unintentionally, he spoke while someone listened with intent. In a dark corner, Zhuang Wenxiang stood with a cold expression, her thin, withered face filled with resentment. Why did she have to live so miserably while Zhuang Yundai was thriving? Spring arrived, and the weather gradually warmed up. The snow on the mountains melted, and Pingling County finally reconnected with the outside world. Zhuang Yundai knew that the time to part ways with Lu Jiqing was approaching. However, Lu Jiqing seemed indifferent to this, continuing to silently do the tasks Zhuang Yundai assigned him every day. Zhuang Yundai said to him, "Don't worry, once you're gone. I'll miss you, and we'll find time to visit." Lu Jiqing shot her a cold glance, ignored her, and went to sweep the yard. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but feel that Lu was being a bit too heartless. Just then, as Lu reached the yard, a girl stood at the back gate, gazing in and calling out to him with affection, "Lu Huiyun." Her sweet and tender tone caught Zhuang Yundai off guard while she was preparing some snacks under the eaves. Lu Jiqing first glanced at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai thought, "Why are you looking at me? This time, I'm not teasing you." Lu Jiqing turned his gaze back to the girl at the gate, asking, "Is there something you need?" The girl at the gate smiled happily. "Lu Huiyun, do you have time? The willows outside the county town have started to bud. Let's go enjoy the spring together." Lu Jiqing walked toward the girl at the gate. Zhuang Yundai thought, "This isn't fair. When I tease Lu, he treats me like an enemy." She couldn't help but glance at a porcelain jar on the windowsill. It contained a substance she had extracted from silver needle grass, mixed with oil, sesame, and other seasonings, which could be used as chili oil. She planned to add more chili oil to her cooking at noon, hoping to give Lu Jiqing a taste of his own medicine. Lu Jiqing, who was biased, walked to the courtyard door and calmly said, "I'm busy," before closing the door in front of the slightly surprised girl. Zhuang Yundai thought, "I underestimated Lu. Someone like him, with a cold heart, is likely to live a lonely life." Not long after, Zhuang Yundai received a letter from Fei Zijin. The letter was very brief and didn't have the usual playful tone of Fei Zijin. It mentioned that he had started studying with his grandfather again and might not be able to come to Pingling County for a long time. If Zhuang Yundai moved elsewhere, she should write to him so he could continue enjoying the skewers she made. Zhuang Yundai replied simply with OK to the address given in the letter. After sending the reply, she went to the butcher shop to buy 4 pounds of ribs, planning to make braised ribs for dinner. As she was walking back through the alley with the ribs, she noticed something unusual in front of her shop. There was a crowd gathered, not in line, but as if they were watching some commotion. The elderly ladies who usually sat at the entrance of the alley, cracking seeds, hurried over to her and said, "Sister Dai, You should go check your shop. There are some troublemakers inside. Feeling uneasy, Zhuang Yundai thanked the ladies and quickly headed to her shop. Before she reached the door, she heard familiar cries of distress coming from inside. Her expression darkened. The onlookers quickly moved aside when they saw her approach, saying, "Owner Zhuang, hurry in and handle this." Zhuang Yundai nodded and entered the shop with the ribs. Inside, a small table was overturned, and one customer, covered in stains, stood with a gloomy face nearby. Opposite him were members of the Zhuang family she hadn't seen in a while. Zhuang Lixi, groaning and holding her back, along with Zhuang Shizhong and Zhuang Liatongsheng, who sat nearby, coldly watching Zhuang Wenxiang. With the exception of Zhuang Wenyu, the Zhuang family was all present. When Zhuang Li saw Zhuang Yundai arrive, he shouted even louder, "Dai girl, you finally made it." "Oh, my old back, I almost got hurt by the workers in your shop." Zhuang Laodong also angrily pointed, "Dai girl, hurry up and fire this person. Our Zhuang family shop can't afford a worker who dares to hit the owner." Zhuang Yundai looked and realized that the person Zhuang Laodong was pointing at was Lu Jiqing, who stood calmly to the side. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, "Oh wow." She ignored Zhuang Laodong's accusation and instead questioned him about something he said. "Grandpa, what do you mean by our Zhuang family shop? Have you forgotten? Our branch has already separated from the family tree and become independent. Where does our Zhuang family come from?" Zhuang Laodong's face turned red, and he trembled as he pointed at Zhuang Yundai. You ungrateful girl. Your father died, and you should honor me and your grandmother. Is this how you show your respect?" Zhuang Yundai sighed and placed the ribs on the counter, wiping her tears with a cloth. "Grandpa, what you said is not fair. My father went to war and risked his life to support our family before my younger siblings were even born. But what kind of life did my siblings and I have? Can you swear to the heavens? We often went hungry and cold, while the main branch lived comfortably on my father's hard-earned money. After my father died and could no longer provide for the family, my siblings and I became a burden. You let my aunt chase me out of the house when I was sick, wanting me to suffer and die. And you know well how my aunt's family treated us 3 siblings. And now you come to me saying this is how to show respect? Don't you feel guilty? You're talking nonsense." Zhuang Laodong denied, but his tone was tense. The diners around them were surprised to witness such a family drama. They learned that the Zhuang family had lived in such hardship, and they felt both sympathy and anger. What kind of family is this? Zhuang Yundai smiled sadly. "Whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, you know the truth, and the family knows it too. Otherwise, how could 3 lonely children like us manage to establish our own household?" The onlookers thought about it and realized it was true. A girl as talented as Zhuang Yundai, any decent family would want to keep her hidden away, not let her go out and run a business. Wasn't it all for survival? Zhuang Laodong originally planned to overshadow Zhuang Yundai with the word filial piety, but he didn't expect that this girl, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was still so sharp-tongued that he couldn't argue with her. While Zhuang Lixi was still complaining, Zhuang Laodong suddenly got angry and said, "All right, let's not talk about anything else. Regardless of whether you separate or not, your grandmother and I will always be your elders. Is it wrong for your elders to come to the shop to take a look?" Zhuang Yundai dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief and replied, "Of course not. Why would it be?" Zhuang Laodong shouted angrily, "Then look at your grandmother's back. That worker nearly pushed her over. How do you explain that?" Zhuang Yundai didn't need to look at Lu Jiqing. She said, "There must be some misunderstanding here." Aunt Hu, standing nervously beside the counter with a hint of anger, called out, "Sister Dai." When Zhuang Yundai looked over, she continued, "Don't blame Lu Huyuan. It was those few people." Aunt Hu pointed at the Zhuang family members and quickly reported, "They came in and started causing trouble, demanding to see you. I told them you weren't here, but they didn't believe me and disrupted the business, preventing customers from eating properly. Lu Huyuan asked them to leave, but they made a scene and even overturned a customer's table. Lu Huyuan only stepped in to stop them. He didn't even touch your grandmother. she bumped into the table herself. Now they're blaming Lu Huyuan. The diners in the room nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. Especially the unfortunate customer whose clothes were splattered with sauce, who was even angrier, said, "These people are the real troublemakers." Zhuang Yundai looked at the Zhuang family members and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhuang Lishi's complaints seemed to quiet down a bit. Zhuang Shizhong expressed his dissatisfaction. "Dai girl, what are you saying? Your grandmother is hurt, and you're only worried about some lost business?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, "A loss is a loss. If her back is hurt, she should see a doctor. But the damages caused here and the losses to this customer," she pointed to the customer with sauce on his clothes, "you all need to compensate." Hearing this, Zhuang Lishi's eyes widened, and her hand on her waist trembled. She said shakily, "Sister Dai, isn't this our own shop? Why are we talking about compensation here?" Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. "Grandmother, this is my shop, and it's not the same as yours. You have caused a loss, so you must compensate." "Compensate for what?" "No way," Mr. Zhuang angrily replied. Zhuang Yundai nodded, not upset. "All right then, let's go to the court and discuss it." She gestured invitingly. Hearing this, the customer whose clothes were stained felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated. There's no need to make such a big fuss. He wanted to say he could just wash his clothes at home. But Zhuang Yundai quickly winked at him. The customer immediately changed his tone. "But I still want compensation for my clothes. If you refuse, we'll have to see each other in court." The farmers present felt intimidated by the mention of the court, especially after Ms. Fu had gone to the court, which nearly caused a scene. This made the Zhuang family wary of the court. Mrs. Zhuang Li immediately stopped her complaints and anxiously looked at her granddaughter, Zhuang Wenxiang, who had been silent. It was this eldest granddaughter who had secretly told her to pretend to have back pain. Why was pretending not working now and they had to go to court? Zhuang Wenxiang gave Mrs. Zhuang a calming look. She stood up, dressed in plain clothes, her eyes glistening with tears, looking very pitiful. "Cousin." As soon as Zhuang Wenxiang spoke, Zhuang Yundai felt a chill. She looked at Zhuang Wenxiang with a blank expression. With tears in her eyes, Zhuang Wenxiang said, "Cousin, our grandparents are old. Earlier, my mother was wronged and abandoned by our family, and I was sent back home by the Zhu family. We have all suffered. Why won't you forgive our grandparents? They just want to share a happy family life with you and Tong Tong." Zhuang Wenxiang spoke sorrowfully, appearing very pitiful. Moreover, after being sent back to the Zhuang family, she had lost a lot of weight, and her delicate tone added to her fragile appearance. Feeling sympathy is human nature, and the customers couldn't help but feel for Zhuang Wenxiang. Zhuang Yundai frowned. What was going on? Was Zhuang Wenxiang trying to play the innocent card? She could guess Zhuang Wenxiang's intentions without saying a word. It was just that Mr. Zhuang and Mrs. Zhuang had taken a hard approach, and now they were trying to soften their stance. Zhuang Yundai scoffed inwardly. Instead of confronting them like she did with Mr. Zhuang, she gently replied, "Cousin, sharing a happy family life doesn't mean barging into a shop like this." Zhuang Wenxiang softly said, "Cousin, Grandpa and Grandma are getting old and may not mean to act the way they do. As the younger generation, shouldn't we be more understanding?" Zhuang Li and Zhuang Laodong's expressions were not pleasant. However, they could tell that Zhuang Wenxiang was speaking on their behalf, so they held back and remained silent. Zhuang Yundai noticed that Zhuang Laodong did not get angry even when his granddaughter publicly said he was old and confused. She thought to herself, "I see, it seems the Zhuang family is really having a tough time lately. They probably see me as their last hope." Zhuang Yundai was not mistaken. The Zhuang family was indeed struggling. First, Zhuang Wenxiang was sent back by the Zhu family, which made the entire Zhuang family lose face in Xiangyang village. Zhuang Laodong fell seriously ill because of this, costing the family a lot of their savings. Next, Zhuang Wenyu caused trouble by injuring a child from the neighboring village with a rock. The Zhuang family nearly faced severe consequences from the child's family and ended up paying a significant amount of money to settle the matter. After these two incidents, the Zhuang family's remaining savings were completely drained. Zhuangli could not bear the and fell ill as well, making the family's situation even worse. During this time, Zhuang Wenxiang returned home with a serious expression, saying she heard from others that Zhuang Yundai was doing very well in the county, with a thriving shop. It was even said that she sent gifts for children, including a whole bunch of little silverfish for them to play with. This news ignited hope in the hearts of the Zhuang family. Even Zhuangli, who was sick, felt much better because of it and slowly recovered. Once she was well, encouraged by Zhuang Wenxiang, the Zhuang family set off for the county with great enthusiasm. Zhuang Yundai found Zhuang Wenxiang's sorrowful appearance somewhat amusing. She kindly asked, "What do you think we should do to be more understanding?" No matter how well Zhuang Wenxiang pretended, her greedy nature was hard to hide. When Zhuang Yundai spoke, the greed in Zhuang Wenxiang's eyes seemed to overflow. "Grandpa and Grandma want to share their time with you grandchildren, so why not invite them to stay at your home for a while?" Zhuang Wenxiang had a gentle and graceful expression. "You should spend more time with them." As for this shop, Zhuang Wenxiang couldn't help but admire the uniquely decorated skewer restaurant. Although she didn't fully understand it, she could sense one thing from the decor: wealth. Looking around at the many diners, she thought, that's a lot of money. Just thinking about it made her lick her dry lips uncontrollably. "This shop, my father and I are free right now, so why not help you manage it?" Zhuang Wenxiang's eyes sparkled, though she pretended to be modest. "After all, we are family." Zhuang Yundai quietly watched Zhuang Wenxiang, who was trying to hide her eagerness while pretending to be reluctant to help. Zhuang Laotong nodded in agreement, standing with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, "That's right." Zhuang Lishir was already eager to check the backyard. Zhuang Shizhong naturally walked behind the counter. "I worked as an apprentice with the accountant in the county for a few days, so I can help with the accounts for your little shop." Zhuang Yundai was amazed. Just as Zhuang Shizhong's hand was about to touch the drawer behind the counter, Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly and called out, "Lu Huyuan," giving him a look. Immediately, Zhuang Shizhong felt a strong force pull him out. Before he could steady himself, he was casually tossed out the door like trash. The onlookers quickly scattered, leaving Zhuang Shizhong to fall awkwardly outside. Zhuang Wenxiang screamed, "Zhuang Yundai, what do you mean? You let someone attack your uncle?" Zhuang Yundai casually blew on her nails. "What are you talking about? Uncle or not? Check the family tree. Are we really family? At most, we're distant relatives." He came here making a fuss and even tried to steal money from the counter.
Who can tolerate that?
Zhuang Wenxiang was both angry and anxious. "He was just helping you with the accounts." Zhuang Yundai laughed, as if she had heard the biggest joke. "What are you talking about? Who is he to help me with the accounts? I have so many diners here. If everyone came to help me with the accounts, that would be a problem." The diners, who had initially felt a bit sympathetic towards Zhuang Wenxiang as she played the family card, were now speechless seeing her casually suggest that her father take over the restaurant. What a bold move. Those who often come to eat here know how busy this Ganchandan is every day. And what do they mean by wanting to settle accounts for others? It seems they're just trying to steal money. The diners were all filled with righteous anger, especially when they thought about what Zhang Yundab said earlier. The three siblings have no real connection to this family anymore. Their family tree has already been updated. If you think about it, they are just distant relatives, just as Zhang Yundar said. "Zhang Dongjia, I think you shouldn't talk to them anymore. Just report them to the authorities," the diners said. "Even if they are brothers, they shouldn't come to their brother's shop and try to take charge of the accounts, especially since you are no longer family according to the family tree." Zhang Yundar sighed softly. "Exactly, everyone saw it. I just had a polite discussion with my cousin." But listen to what she said. "It's clear they are ungrateful. They received the elders' property when they separated, and now they don't want to support the elders. They want to bring it to me and take over my shop. Do they really think I'm easy to push around?" The diners all agreed. Zhang Wenxiang listened, her face turning pale. Isn't reputation the most important thing in business? Why is Zhang Yundai acting so stubborn and not responding at all? And what about these diners? Have they been enchanted by Yang Yundar? Why do they all agree with her? Zhang Wensheng gritted her teeth, nearly going mad with anger. What she didn't realize was that Dong Yundar had built a bond with these regular diners over the winter, which couldn't be simply described as a business relationship. They were more like friends who met over food. And for friends, isn't it natural to believe her words? Zhang Shizhong was outside, groaning in pain, while Dong Lotong was so angry he nearly fainted, shaking his hand at Dong Er. You little rascal. Zhang Yundar pretended to be hurt. Didn't my cousin say earlier that Grandpa and Grandma thought they were confused and wanted me to be more forgiving, hoping that the three of us could share family happiness? Why are they calling me a rascal now? The diners urged Zhang Dongda, don't be too naive. Exactly. That old man looks very bad. He probably wants to come here and be treated like an ancestor. Just look at his arrogant attitude. Hey, I'm not saying this to be rude, but you all are just distant relatives of the Zhuang family. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to act like this? Well, a little bit, I guess. They're just relying on their age. Amidst the laughter of the diners, old man Zhuang turned red in the face, truly angry this time. He lost his balance and fell, landing on the side of Grandma Zhuang. The elderly couple exclaimed and fell to the ground together. Zhuang Yundai quickly moved the other diners away to prevent any trouble from old man Zhuang and Grandma Zhuang. Zhuang Wenxiang, with a quick thought, rushed to Grandma Zhuang, who hadn't gotten up yet, crying, Grandma, what happened to you? Are you hurt? I know you're upset because your granddaughter doesn't recognize you. It's all that Zhuang Yundai's fault. She made you so angry. Grandma Zhuang felt immense pain all over, as if her body was falling apart. Zhuang Wenxiang rushed over again. Grandma Zhuang had just recovered from a serious illness and couldn't handle this. She felt a tightness in her chest and fainted. Grandma, please don't scare me. Even if you're mad at Zhuang Yundai, don't hurt yourself. Grandma. Zhuang Wenxiang cried out even louder, almost ready to accuse Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow and calmly addressed the surrounding diners amidst Zhuang Wenxiang's cries. Everyone saw clearly that none of us touched my grandparents. It was my grandfather who fell and knocked down my grandmother, and then my cousin jumped on her and caused her to faint. The diners had all been startled earlier, and if it came down to it, their chatter had indeed upset old man Zhuang. But now, Zhuang Yundai had cleared them of any blame. The diners nodded in agreement. That's right. That's how it happened. Even if we go to the authorities, I will stick to this. Except for the guard who threw out the person trying to steal, we never touched this elderly couple at all. Exactly. Zhuang Yundai was very satisfied and said to Aunt Hu, Aunt, there's a clinic not far from here. Please go get a doctor. Aunt Hu quickly agreed, removed her apron, and hurried out to find a doctor. Zhuang Wenxiang was still shaking Grandma Zhuang. Zhuang Yundai looked coldly at her. If you want Grandma to get worse, just keep shaking her fragile old body. Zhuang Wenxiang froze, afraid to shake Zhuang Lishir any further, worried that Zhuang Lishir might really be in danger, and then she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Zhuang Shizhong finally came in, supporting his aching back. He saw Zhuang Yundai and wanted to raise his hand, but Lu Jiqing stood expressionless in front of Zhuang Yundai, making Zhuang Shizhong shrink back. He reluctantly lowered his arm and gritted his teeth, saying, Sister Dai, you are too heartless. The words in the family tree mean nothing. Those are your own grandparents, and you can be so cruel. Zhuang Yundai was not angry at all. She replied, Uncle, what do you mean? How am I heartless? Grandma was knocked out by Grandpa, and I went to get a doctor. How is that being cruel? The diners chimed in, Yes, Zhuang Dongjia is also unfortunate. You suddenly appeared and almost destroyed his shop. Zhuang Dongjia even found a doctor for you, which is very kind. Zhuang Shizhong couldn't argue with Zhuang Yundai, especially with so many people supporting her. He was shaking with anger, feeling both humiliated and furious. At that moment, someone recognized Zhuang Wenxiang. It was a maid who had come to buy snacks for the young ladies. Hey, isn't that the concubine from the Zhu family? The maid frowned, hiding in the crowd and pointing at Zhuang Wenxiang with her companions. I saw her when I visited the Zhu family. She was so arrogant, even more than the main wife. Zhuang Wenxiang was shocked to be recognized and turned pale, wishing she could hide her face with her sleeve. However, since she had not left a good impression earlier, the maid felt free to gossip about her. Zhuang Yundai quietly said, "Stop talking. My cousin is no longer a concubine of the Zhu family. Speaking like this damages the Zhu family's reputation." "Really? What happened?" The young maid, feeling safe in the crowd, continued to gossip. Zhuang Yundai frowned and said, "She and her mother kidnapped my sister, wanting my snack recipe. Her mother was arrested by the authorities, and she was sent back to the Zhuang family by the Zhu family." The crowd gasped, "There's more to this story."
Ugh.
How can she have the face to come to Zhuang Dongjia? Truly shameless. Absolutely disgraceful. Amidst the crowd's disdain, Zhuang Wenxiang wished she could disappear into the ground, her face looking extremely bad. Fortunately, at this moment, Aunt Hu finally brought the doctor back. Everyone quietly stepped aside to give the doctor space to check on the unconscious Mrs. Zhuang. After taking her pulse, the doctor became angry. What a mess. Who moved the patient after she fainted from her energy surging? Zhuang Yundai quickly replied, "No one moved her. My cousin just fell onto my grandmother, trying to wake her up for a long time." The doctor glared at Zhuang Wenxiang in frustration. Zhuang Wenxiang felt the stares of the crowd piercing her, and her face turned pale. In the end, Zhuang Yundai found a door panel and got help to carry the unconscious Mrs. Zhuang to a nearby clinic. Zhuang Liatongsheng was fine but received a lot of scolding, leaving him looking a bit disheveled. Zhuang Shizhong limped in, supporting his waist. As soon as Zhuang Wenxiang stepped out, she covered half of her face with her sleeve and hurried away, wishing she could fly. At that moment, she was extremely frustrated with Zhuang Yundai. This trip had truly cost her dearly. After sending off that troublesome family, Zhuang Yundai returned to Shimo Alley and spoke with the diners at the Chanchan Dan, offering to pay for their meal as an apology for the disturbance. The diners laughed and encouraged Zhuang Yundai, saying, "This isn't what Zhuang Dongjia wanted. He's just unlucky to have relatives like that." "Exactly. Next time we see them, we should just not let them in." "Right." The diners chimed in. Zhuang Yundai thanked everyone for their kindness and went back to the small courtyard. The courtyard was peaceful, and the swing she had made for Tong Tong swayed gently in the wind beneath the sturdy branches. The weather was nice today, and there were 2 books left out on the table by Aki. As Zhuang Yundai looked at them, her mood became calm again. Her current life was quiet and beautiful. If anyone tried to disrupt this peace, they shouldn't blame her for being unkind. Mrs. Zhuang had fallen hard this time. Zhuang Yundai visited her once and left 50 coins. She sincerely said, "Grandma, even though you haven't cared for us siblings and often ignored us, giving my father's hard-earned money to the main family, and now we are just ordinary relatives, I still want to call you Grandma. This 50 coins is a small token of my feelings." Zhuang Li was lying on the examination table at the clinic, her eyes wide with anger, but she couldn't say a word. This was one of the aftereffects of her fall. The doctor said she could only recover slowly. It might not even be possible to recover. Zhuang Shizhong looked at the 50 coins and wished he could throw them directly at Zhuang Yundai and tell her to leave. Zhuang Li's illness would cost at least 5 taels of silver. 50 coins were nowhere near enough. Zhuang Yundai calmly left the clinic. Zhuang Wenxiang chased after her, calling out coldly, "Zhuang Yundai, let's not talk about anything else. Grandma has never wronged you." Zhuang Yundai paused and turned to look at Zhuang Wenxiang. Zhuang Wenxiang looked completely different now. Her hair was messy, and the sad expression on her face was gone, replaced by a sinister look that made her appear both disheveled and cruel. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Zhuang Wenxiang's tone was icy. "It was my mother who drove you out of the house. It was my mother who withheld your rations. It was my mother who plotted to ruin your reputation, and it was my mother who kidnapped your sister. What does that have to do with Grandma? Now that Grandma is sick, you only give 50 coins. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Zhuang Yundai looked closely at Zhuang Wenxiang and suddenly smiled. Others might have the right to say such things, but you do not. Zhuang Yundai said slowly, every single thing your mother did was equivalent to robbing me and my siblings of our means to survive, so your family could enjoy it. You, as the beneficiary, are here pretending to be righteous? Zhuang Wenxiang scoffed. Why shouldn't I? In my mother's eyes, there is only my brother. A flash of hatred crossed her eyes. If her mother hadn't exposed her in court, how would she have been sent back to her family by the Zhu family? Zhuang Yundai was too tired to continue this conversation with Zhuang Wenxiang. Zhuang Wenxiang was inherently cold and selfish. Talking to her was pointless. Zhuang Yundai said lightly, fine, let's not talk about you. Just about Grandma. You say what your mother did has nothing to do with her, then look at the family. You and your brother are well-fed and healthy, while the 3 children in our branch are pale and thin, wearing tattered clothes. Does Grandma not see this? Do you really think Grandma is completely unaware of what your mother has done? You can say that to yourself, but you want to use it to deceive me? She smiled coldly and said, it's just that I think it's better to avoid trouble. After all, we are still alive, so I don't want to get involved. This is the grandmother of 3 children. Since she chose to turn a blind eye while the 3 children suffered, how can she now demand their respect and care? Zhuang Yundai felt it was unfair for the original owner. Zhuang Liatongsheng came out with a stern face and shouted angrily, Arya, have you had enough of this? No matter what, your grandmother raised you 3. In other villages, how many baby girls are born only to be drowned right away? You and your siblings have at least grown up to this age. Zhuang Yundai nodded. Yes, should Tong Tong and I be grateful that our family didn't drown us? At this point, Zhuang Yundai sneered, so didn't I give 50 won? That 50 won can be seen as humanitarian aid. Zhuang Liatongsheng was so angry that his fingers trembled. If your father knew he had such a child, he would probably think it would have been better to drown you. Feeling that she had already been very patient, Zhuang Yundai glanced at Zhuang Liatongsheng and smiled lightly. Grandfather, I already told you this before. If my father has a spirit, I am not afraid of him coming to settle the score with me. But what about you? Zhuang Liatongsheng shivered all over. Zhuang Yundai flicked her sleeve and went straight back to Shimo Alley. Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi had already returned from school and were reciting their lessons loudly in the house, their voices coming through the window. Zhuang Yundai stood in the yard and listened for a while, finally showing a genuine smile on her face. Earlier, when the county magistrate's son came to propose to Zhuang Yundai and was rejected, although no one dared to spread the news, the matchmaker hinted at it vaguely. Zhuang Yundai's disdain for the children of officials in the county effectively deterred a group of suitors, preventing the matchmaker from trampling on their doorstep. Zhuang Yundai enjoyed a few peaceful days. However, she didn't expect that while her troubles had decreased, Lu Jiqing's troubles were increasing. The cause was still his face. Several young ladies from wealthy families in the county came to this small shop for skewers. Initially, they complained that this famous skewer shop was too small for their carriages to enter. Then they grumbled about how this popular place had so few tables and no private rooms. How could they eat like this? Before they could finish complaining, they saw Lu Jiqing in a neat brown outfit, coldly serving dishes to the table next to them. Several people stared wide-eyed, suddenly becoming more graceful and shy. Questions about the lack of tables or private rooms no longer mattered at that moment. They stopped being picky and sat down at the last empty table in the shop. Their voices softened during conversation, and their laughter became more charming, naturally showcasing their best selves. They were truly perfect customers. Zhuang Yundai was at the counter calculating, and when she looked up to see this scene, she found it quite normal. To be fair, even she couldn't help but steal a few glances at Lu Jiqing's looks. It was understandable that these pampered young ladies would find it hard to resist staring when they saw him suddenly. The young ladies finished their meal with great shyness. This skewer is quite good. Yes, we should come back next time. The young ladies exchanged glances and left the skewer shop. Zhuang Yundai thought that was the end of it, but as the shop was closing, a girl dressed like a maid sneaked in. Zhuang Yundai recognized her immediately. She was one of the young ladies who had dined in the shop earlier, and this was one of their maidservants. The maid, wearing a peach-pink outfit, waved to Zhuang Yundai and mouthed for her to come outside. Zhuang Yundai found it amusing and followed the maid out. Lu Jiqing, who was helping to arrange the tables, glanced at Zhuang Yundai and intended to follow her. Recently, there had been quite a few people showing interest in Zhuang Yundai, and Lu Jiqing was very protective. Zhuang Yundai quickly waved her hand, signaling him not to follow. Lu Jiqing stopped, showing no expression, and turned back to continue arranging the tables. The maid in the peach-pink outfit was sneaky. Even though there weren't many people outside the skewer shop, she pulled Zhuang Yundai into a hidden corner of the alley and took out a piece of silver, directly placing it in Zhuang Yundai's hand. This experience was very novel. "Boss, I want to ask you something," the maid said softly. Zhuang Yundai held the silver and nodded. "Feel free to ask." She would even answer questions about her measurements. The maid in a peach-pink dress blushed and seemed a bit shy, but she stammered out, "The young man in brown short clothes at your shop." Zhuang Yundai nodded knowingly and replied, "He's unmarried, lives out of town, and is single." "He isn't engaged," the maid immediately exclaimed. "Oh," in delight. Realizing her outburst, she covered her mouth and, after a moment, smiled with her eyes squinting. "What is that young man's name? Is he a worker at the shop?" Zhuang Yundai nodded. "His surname is Liu. I hired him as a guard. We all call him Guard Liu." She didn't mention his full name, as it wasn't necessary for the maid to know it. She just needed to know how to address the young man who had caught her mistress's eye. "Guard Liu," the maid repeated with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with Zhuang Yundai's response. "All right, I have no more questions. You can go back to work now," the maid said with a smile and hurried away. Zhuang Yundai clicked her tongue. She lifted the curtain and entered the shop, where a few workers had already tidied up and greeted her. "Boss, we're heading back now." Zhuang Yundai replied and added with a smile, "There are a few jars of oil behind the counter as this month's benefits. Don't forget to take them." The workers all smiled and acknowledged her. Working at the Sanyan skewer shop was wonderful. They earned 30 coins a day, and the boss would buy them things each month as employee benefits. Their neighbors often envied them. Once the workers left with the oil, only Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing remained in the shop. Lu Jiqing was as quiet as ever. Zhuang Yundai took the initiative to bring up, "Did you see that girl in the peach-pink dress just now?" Lu Jiqing glanced at her and nodded. Zhuang Yundai cheerfully held up the silver coins in her hand for him to see. "She gave me this. She came to ask about you. It seems like her mistress has taken a liking to you." Lu Jiqing's expression remained unchanged, cold and indifferent. Zhuang Yundai then took out scissors from behind the counter and cut the silver coin in half. She handed him one half, saying, "Let's share it since we met." Lu Jiqing did not respond, so Zhuang Yundai simply stuffed the half piece of silver into Lu Jiqing's belt. "Aunt Hu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Aunt Hu happened to come in from the backyard just then and caught Zhuang Yundai reaching for Lu's belt. Aunt Hu froze, unable to finish her sentence. She stared in shock for a moment before quickly turning around and leaving, as if she had never been there. "Zhuang Yundai." "Aunt, let me explain." Lu Jiqing stepped back awkwardly and shot Zhuang Yundai a glare. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit embarrassed and laughed, saying seriously to Lu Jiqing, "Don't worry, Aunt is a proper person. She won't misunderstand." Lu Jiqing remained silent and turned to leave, heading back to his room. Zhuang Yundai shrugged, checked the situation in the shop, and then went to the backyard. In the kitchen, Aunt Hu was distracted while tending to the fire. Zhuang Yundai tied on her apron and entered the kitchen, chatting with Aunt Hu. "Aunt, should we make some pork meatballs for dinner?" Before she could finish, Aunt Hu seemed to snap back to reality and said with a serious expression, "Yundai, I know you like Lu, but as a girl, you should be a bit more reserved." Zhuang Yundai. "Aunt, how could you misunderstand me like that?" Zhuang Yundai coughed and tried to explain, "No, Aunt, listen to me. It's not what you think." Aunt Hu asked, "Are you just playing around?" Her expression grew increasingly worried. "Yundai, although Lu is quiet, he is a proper person. You can't do this." Zhuang Yundai. Aunt, do you really not see me as a proper person? After much effort, Zhuang Yundai finally convinced Aunt Hu that it was just a misunderstanding. She only wanted to give Lu Jiqing some money. Aunt Hu nodded randomly, unsure if she believed it. Zhuang Yundai sighed. I'm tired. Let's just leave it at that. Just as they were cooking, there was a knock at the door. The sky was already getting dim. Zhuang Yundai wiped her hands on her apron and said to Aunt Hu was busy frying meatballs, "Aunt, keep cooking. I'll go see who it is." Aunt Hu nodded. Since the arrival of the guard at home, Aunt Hu has felt a strong sense of security. Zhuang Yundai asked from behind the door, "Who is it?" A soft voice replied, "Is this the back courtyard of the Sanyan skewer shop?" Zhuang Yundai recognized it was a young girl's voice. "Yes, I'm the owner of the shop," she responded, not rushing to open the door. "What do you need?" The girl said softly, "I accompanied my young lady to your shop earlier, and I have a question for you." Zhuang Yundai thought. She understood it was likely about Lu Jiqing. Peeking through the door, she saw a young girl in a light blue outfit, clearly one of the maids from that afternoon's visit. Zhuang Yundai opened the door. The maid looked around to ensure no one was watching, then discreetly slipped a piece of silver into Zhuang Yundai's hand and smiled brightly. With the silver in her hand, Zhuang Yundai felt a bit dazed, as if she were involved in something questionable. "Are you here to ask about the worker in the brown outfit?" Zhuang Yundai asked first. The maid seemed surprised. "How did you know, owner?" Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. Silly girl. Someone had already come to ask about the same thing and had given her money before. "His surname is Liu. He's my guard, unmarried, lives away from here, and is single. He is not engaged," Zhuang Yundai stated confidently. The maid left happily. Zhuang Yundai sighed, closed the door, and headed straight to Lu Jiqing's small room. "Lu." The guard Zhuang Yundai knocked on the door enthusiastically. After a while, she heard Lu Jiqing's footsteps approaching the door. His steps were very light. If it weren't for Zhuang Yundai's keen senses, she would hardly have heard anything. The door creaked open, and Lu Jiqing looked at Zhuang Yundai with a neutral expression. "What's the matter?" Zhuang Yundai raised her hand to show him the silver in her palm. Lu Jiqing had heard the knocking sound as well. He glanced at the silver in her hand, then looked up at her without much expression. Lu Jiqing closed the door. Zhuang Yundai cheerfully called out through the door, "All right, but this is what you didn't want." Behind the door, Lu Jiqing sensed the joy in her voice, and in the dim candlelight, a shadow crossed his face. She didn't care at all. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Jiqing's mind, but it quickly disappeared. Realizing what he was thinking, Lu Jiqing's expression grew colder. The next day, Zhuang Yundai got up early to make breakfast for Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. She also prepared some beef and packed it in a food box, reminding Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi to take it to Old Master O. After finishing these tasks, Zhuang Yundai went to help Aunt Hu and a few workers prepare the ingredients. Lu Jiqing filled a water jar from the repaired well. Without needing Zhuang Yundai's instructions, he went to the kitchen to boil water, already quite skilled at the process. However, today Zhuang Yundai felt something was off about Lu Jiqing. It seemed like he was intentionally avoiding her. In the past, he would at least glance at her when something was happening, but today he seemed to not even look her way. It felt strange. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself and then pushed the matter aside, not paying it much attention. Once the shop was ready, Zhuang Yundai went to the front to open the door for business. As soon as she opened it, she was taken aback. Wow, 3 carriages were parked right against the wall outside. The alley was already narrow, and with the carriages coming in, there was barely enough space for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. What was going on? As soon as the people in the carriages saw Zhuang Yundai open the door, they immediately lifted the curtains and helped their maids down from the carriages. When Zhuang Yundai made eye contact with them, she understood. These 3 were the young ladies who had dined at her place the day before. 2 of them had even sent their maids to ask her some questions. The 3 young ladies exchanged awkward glances. One of them smiled and broke the silence, easing the tension. "It seems like my 2 sisters also really enjoy the skewers here." The other two young ladies nodded in agreement. They are indeed delicious. I couldn't stop thinking about them after I had some yesterday. In no time, Zhuang Yundai's skewers received praise from all three of them. Zhuang Yundai cleared her throat. It's cold outside. Would you ladies like to come in? Although it was starting to thaw, the spring chill was still present, so Zhuang Yundai's little shop would still have a charcoal stove to keep the guests warm while they dined. The three young ladies replied in unison, "Sure." Due to their mutual acquaintance, the three young ladies sat at the same table again. A waiter approached them with a bit of eagerness. When the three ladies saw that he was not the one they had been hoping for, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, since they were still surrounded by others, they tried to hide their feelings and put on a brave face. The maid in the pink dress from yesterday, along with the one in the light blue dress, exchanged anxious glances with Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai understood their concern but pretended not to notice. After all, the money they had given yesterday was just for basic information about Lu Jiqing. If they wanted Lu Jiqing to serve them, they would need to pay more. Zhuang Yundai smiled but said nothing, grabbing a handful of her roasted pumpkin seeds and cracking them open at the counter. As more customers arrived at the busy shop, the three young ladies found it even harder to express their desire to see Lu Jiqing. Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai's Kanchandan was always popular, and soon the shop was full. Lu Jiqing, who had been chopping wood in the back, came to help in the front. As soon as the three young ladies saw Lu Jiqing, their eyes lit up. One of them, gathering her courage, called out to him blushingly, "Lu Guardian," as he served the dishes. Lu Jiqing paused and looked at her calmly. "Is there something you need?" The young lady's face turned even redder, and she struggled to find her words. Not only her, but even the other two stood there, mesmerized by Lu Jiqing, who seemed like a celestial being stepped out of a painting. After waiting for a moment and seeing that the young lady couldn't speak, Lu Jiqing turned and walked away. Watching him leave, the young lady snapped back to reality, feeling a bit regretful. At that moment, the three young ladies exchanged glances, realizing they all had equally flushed faces and understood each other's feelings. One of them whispered, "I remember you just got engaged last month." The other, unwilling to back down, replied, "Don't think I don't know. You're also discussing marriage with the Zhang family from Tongji Mansion." The two glared at each other. "All right, sisters, don't act like this. People will laugh at us," the third one said, trying to mediate. But the other two continued to glare. "Stop pretending to be the good one. Don't think we don't know. Your father wants to find you a husband." The third girl blushed and teared up, saying, "What do you mean by that? Why are you taking your anger out on me?" The other two snorted and looked away. Zhuang Yundai, behind the counter, wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the lowered voices of the three still reached her ears. She couldn't help but feel a bit sad, the trouble caused by infatuation. These three young ladies had a falling out over a man and left the skewer shop without looking back after paying. However, one of them turned back halfway and returned. "Zhuang, shopkeeper." The returning young lady stood at the counter and softly called out to Zhuang Yundai. Recognizing the voice, Zhuang Yundai realized this was the one looking for a husband. "Is there something you need?" Zhuang Yundai asked with a smile. The young lady's face was slightly red as she said, "Can we talk in a quiet place?" Honestly, this young lady was quite attractive, and Zhuang Yundai was willing to give a good-looking person some consideration. So, even though the shop was still busy, she took off her apron and invited the young lady to the backyard. "May I ask your name?" Zhuang Yundai inquired. The young lady brought only one maid, a round-faced girl who looked quite adorable. The maid shook her bun and said, "Our young lady's surname is Gao." Zhuang Yundai nodded, "Miss Gao." In fact, the maid in peach-colored clothes who came yesterday, along with the one in water blue, were the attendants of the other two young ladies. This round-faced maid seemed a bit less sharp compared to the other two. However, Miss Gao seemed to like her round-faced maid very much and smiled. "Bai Lu is innocent and doesn't understand the world, so please don't blame her, shopkeeper Zhuang." Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, "Of course not. I find Bai Lu to be quite charming." The maid named Bai Lu innocently said, "Shopkeeper Zhuang, you are such a good person." Could you please help us and let our young lady hire that handsome brother? Zhuang Yundai didn't expect Bai Lu to be so bold right away. Miss Gao quickly apologized. Please don't mind, shopkeeper Zhuang. Bai Lu is just like that. Zhuang Yundai looked closely at Bai Lu and Miss Gao, then slowly said, Miss Gao, are you suggesting you want to recruit a helper from me? Miss Gao bit her lip and asked, is it possible? Bai Lu innocently replied, Miss, with how kind Master Zhuang is, she wouldn't force anyone. Miss Gao looked hopefully at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai first smiled, then slowly said, of course not. Bai Lu seemed a bit disappointed, why not? Zhuang Yundai patiently explained why. Because I simply don't want to. Her words made Bai Lu's eyes turn red. She murmured, I thought Master Zhuang was a good person. Zhuang Yundai nodded, I am a good person. Because I am good, I cannot let good people suffer. Bai Lu was confused by Zhuang Yundai's words. Miss Gao bit her lip and said, what if Mr. Lu wants to go? My family has a restaurant and needs a manager. I think Mr. Lu is quite talented, and I would like to invite him to our restaurant. Zhuang Yundai was amazed. She decided to call Lu Jiqing over. This young lady, Zhuang Yundai introduced Lu Jiqing, wants to invite you to manage her family's restaurant. Would you like to? Lu Jiqing simply replied, no. He coldly turned and walked away. Miss Gao was left stunned. This. Zhuang Yundai smiled. All right, Miss Gao, you might want to consider someone else. She sent Miss Gao and her maid Bai Lu away. Soon after, the young lady who claimed to be engaged returned with her maid. Her maid was the one in the peach-pink dress who had come to ask Zhuang Yundai about Lu Jiqing the day before. Zhuang Yundai thought the engaged young lady had something to say, but instead, she pulled Zhuang Yundai to a corner and asked, did that Miss Gao come to see you? That Miss Gao? Zhuang Yundai nodded and openly admitted, yes, she did come to see me privately. The engaged young lady immediately pouted, seeming a bit disdainful. She said seriously to Zhuang Yundai, Master Zhuang, I must tell you, while I do like Mr. Lu, I'm not like Miss Gao. I just admire him from afar. If Miss Gao likes something, she must have it. Zhuang Yundai smiled at the sincere young lady in front of her. I understand. Thank you for telling me. The engaged young lady was clearly taken aback by Zhuang Yundai's smile. Her face turned red, and she nervously looked away, stammering, why are you smiling? I'm telling you, don't take this lightly. She hurriedly said, did you see the maid, Bai Lu, next to Gao Mingmei? Zhuang Yundai nodded. Yes, I saw her. She seems innocent and carefree, like a child. The engaged young lady jumped up as if someone stepped on her tail. Don't be fooled. Bai Lu is indeed pure, but Gao Mingmei raised her that way on purpose. The girl spoke rapidly, looking quite upset. Gao Mingmei knows how to do that. She says Bai Lu is innocent and doesn't understand, and if she offends you, don't mind it, and so on. In reality, she enjoys it, using Bai Lu to say those hurtful things. She sighed, feeling a bit frustrated. With Bai Lu acting like that, we can't argue with her, and Gao Mingmei always gets her way. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile. These young girls seemed a bit spoiled, yet they were also adorably innocent. When the engaged young lady saw Zhuang Yundai smile again, she blushed fiercely, looking flustered, and shouted, what are you laughing at? Zhuang Yundai replied cheerfully, I think you're so cute. I really like you. The young lady's legs almost gave way, and she nearly fell. In disbelief and a bit embarrassed, she glared at Zhuang Yundai, her face as red as a tomato. How can you say such things?
So shameless.
Zhuang Yundai took out a piece of candy from her handkerchief, which she had prepared earlier as a small treat for Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. She offered the candy to the engaged young lady. Would you like some candy? The young lady, flustered, replied, don't treat me like a child. Yet, she couldn't help but reach out to take the candy from Zhuang Yundai. When she realized what she had done, she felt unsteady and couldn't stay any longer, pulling her maid and running off. But after a few steps, she anxiously reminded, make sure Gao Mingmei doesn't get her way. Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded, okay, I understand. Don't worry. The engaged young lady, her face even redder, turned and ran away. However, the carriage at the alley hadn't left yet, and the maid in the pink dress ran back, saying to Zhuang Yundai, "Miss Zhuang, Our Lady said her surname is Gua, and her name is Guoguo." After saying that, the maid ran off. Zhuang Yundai's smile grew even brighter. The person is cute, and their name is also adorable. As closing time approached, Zhuang Yundai unexpectedly received an invitation. It was from the Gao family, saying that with the snow melting outside the city and everything coming back to life, they were hosting a banquet at a pavilion 10 miles outside the city, inviting sisters to enjoy the early spring scenery. The person delivering the invitation was Bai Lu, a maid of Gao Mingmei. Bai Lu wore a light yellow outfit, making her appear even more innocent and youthful. With her round eyes, she asked Zhuang Yundai, "Zhuang, will you wait for us to pick you up that day? My young lady is very nice. She will definitely agree, and we can go together." Bai Lu seemed a bit shy, saying, "Zhuang, you're very pretty, and I like you." Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to go." Bai Lu looked surprised and asked, "Why not?" She continued to press, "Zhuang, why won't you go? It's fun to go out in spring. Don't you like it?" Zhuang Yundai didn't want to explain to this overly innocent girl. She knew that this so-called spring outing was probably not that simple, so she preferred not to attend. She smiled and said, "Please tell your young lady that I appreciate her invitation, but I generally don't like crowded places, and I need to take care of the shop, so I won't be going." If it were someone else, they might have caught the hint in Zhuang Yundai's words. How could a shop owner dislike crowds? After all, her Kanchan shop was always busy. But Bai Lu, being pure-hearted, didn't think much of it and only pouted a bit in disappointment, saying, "Really not at all?" After receiving Zhuang Yundai's firm reply of "really not," Bai Lu waved goodbye with a hint of sadness and left. Zhuang Yundai then put the matter out of her mind. The next day, Guoguo came with her maid, Luo Ying. At that time, Zhuang Yundai was busy in the backyard working on her homemade fruit wine. Aunt who lifted the curtain from the front of the shop and said to Zhuang Yundai, "There's a young girl looking for you. She says her last name is Gua." Zhuang Yundai immediately thought of Guoguo and went to check, and indeed it was her. Guoguo was currently enjoying her food. When Zhuang Yundai arrived, she quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, trying to appear a bit reserved, while stealing glances behind Zhuang Yundai. Seeing that Lu Jiqing hadn't come, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "Zhuang Yundai." She turned to leave, but Guoguo grabbed her arm. "Hey, where are you going? I need to talk to you." Zhuang Yundai looked at her with a half-smile, as if to say, "Really?" Guoguo felt a bit guilty, but quickly regained her confidence, saying to Zhuang Yundai, "I really have something important to discuss." She cleared her throat and glanced at the half-full bowl of skewers on her table, hesitating a bit. "If you could wait for me. I just want to finish eating while it's hot." Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but laugh. Guoguo seemed a bit annoyed, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Zhuang Yundai. "Go ahead and eat. After you're done, come find me in the backyard," Zhuang Yundai said with a slight smile. "I understand. It's not your fault. These skewers are just too delicious." Guoguo huffed, said nothing more, and buried her face in her food, blushing. Zhuang Yundai returned to the backyard. She had brewed some fruit wine earlier, and it was about time to check on it. She took a few glances and felt quite satisfied. As she came out of the small storage room where the wine jars were kept, she noticed Aunt Hu's laundry still sitting in the basin by the well, likely because Aunt Hu had gone off to do something else without hanging it out to dry. Zhuang Yundai rolled up her sleeves, planning to wring out the clothes and hang them up in the bright sunlight. Just as she was rolling up her sleeves, Lu Jiqing came out from behind the curtain, and upon seeing her, he caught sight of her bare arms glistening in the sunlight, as if they were glowing. Lu Jiqing felt his cheeks flush, and quickly looked away. Zhuang Yundai didn't pay much attention. She reached into the basin to grab the wet clothes, just about to wring them out when Lu Jiqing's voice became tense. "I'll do it." Zhuang Yundai was taken aback, but Lu Jiqing had already pressed his lips together and walked over, taking the wet clothes from her hands. Throughout the process, Lu Jiqing kept his eyes down, avoiding any eye contact with Zhuang Yundai. "Well, if you wring them out, I'll hang them up, Zhuang Yundai said. Lu Jiqing's voice remained flat and cold. No need. Although it was technically spring, the air was still chilly, and the water was very cold. Zhuang Yundai watched Lu Jiqing, who was expressionless while wringing out the clothes, and couldn't help but smile. After a while, Guoguo finally came over from the front yard, taking her time. She was looking around the small courtyard when she saw Lu Jiqing expressionlessly hanging clothes, and Guoguo's face changed. She quickly pulled Zhuang Yundai over and lowered her voice, sounding a bit anxious. What kind of face is that? You let him
hang a lot?
Zhuang Yundai looked at Guoguo with some confusion. Just because he's good-looking, he doesn't have to hang clothes? Zhuang Yundai asked sincerely. Guoguo's face turned red as she suddenly realized that if Zhuang Dongjia looked like this, then Zhuang Yundai must also be someone who doesn't hang clothes. She murmured, but men shouldn't be doing these things, right? Men shouldn't? What kind of talk is that? Zhuang Yundai replied calmly, do men not have hands or feet? Do they not need to wear clothes or live in this home? Why should chores like washing clothes only be done by women? There's no such rule. Everyone in the family should help out. Whoever has the time and can do it should just do it. Guoguo felt that Zhuang Yundai made a good point, but her deeply ingrained beliefs conflicted with what she just heard. She looked at Zhuang Yundai, feeling a bit confused. Zhuang Yundai knew that this wasn't something that could be easily changed with just a few words. She had only said it casually and didn't feel the need to correct anyone. She smiled slightly and changed the subject. By the way, Miss Guo, what brings you here? At this, Guoguo suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Oh, I almost forgot to ask you. She leaned closer to Zhuang Yundai and whispered, Did Gao Mingmei send you an invitation? Zhuang Yundai didn't hide it from Guoguo and replied, Honestly, yes, she did. Guoguo stomped her foot, clearly anxious. I knew it. I knew she wouldn't give up so easily. She muttered, Gao Mingmei is very cunning, like a lotus root spirit. She previously invited us to a banquet, either to show off her new jewelry or to flaunt something new at her home. She definitely has some purpose. She had her eye on Lu Huyuan, and since you rejected her, she surely won't let it go. Seeing Guoguo in such a flustered state, Zhuang Yundai didn't tease her and directly told her, Don't worry, she did send an invitation, but I turned it down. Guoguo's face lit up with a smile. Really? You should have said that earlier. She touched her chest and said, Zhuang Dongjia, you don't know about Sister Gao's impressive achievements. We are all afraid of her. Guoguo pouted and hesitated, unsure if she should continue speaking. But after glancing at Zhuang Yundai, she thought that Zhuang Dongjia looked too sweet and seemed like someone who could easily be tricked by a few flattering words. As someone with experience, she felt she needed to warn her. Guoguo took a deep breath and used herself as an example. You shouldn't take this lightly. Not long ago, my mother noticed a student. His family isn't very wealthy, but he studies really hard. Who knows? He might even pass the imperial exam one day. At this point, Guoguo hesitated. The student is also quite good-looking. I secretly peeked at him behind a screen, and he looked nice. I happily told a few close friends, including Gao Mingmei. A flash of anger crossed Guoguo's rosy face. But a few days later, that student went to express his feelings to Gao Mingmei. She acted surprised and promised me repeatedly that she didn't like him, just considered him a friend. If I really liked him, she would step back and not have any more contact with him. Her face puffed up in frustration. Who cares if she steps back? After some time, I found out that Gao Mingmei had secretly arranged several chance encounters to try to win him over. If she genuinely liked him, that would be one thing. My mother only had a passing thought about him and didn't insist I pursue him. But Gao Mingmei even had Bai Lu publicly say that her lady wasn't at fault. It was the student who liked her. She even pretended to be troubled, saying she had advised him to like me instead. Gao Mingmei clearly wanted to use that student to prove she was better than me. As she spoke, Guoguo's eyes grew a bit red. Zhuang Yundai quietly took a piece of candy from her sleeve and handed it to Guoguo. Guoguo stared at the candy. Do you think I'm a child? But as she continued to stare, She broke into a smile and snatched the candy from Zhuang Yundai's hand. The last piece you gave me was quite tasty. She clumsily unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, munching on it like a little squirrel. The maid, Luoying, sighed beside her. Miss, you've already had 4 pieces of candy today. This is the 5th. You can't eat any more. Guogua mumbled, just one last piece, just one last piece. With the candy in her mouth, Guogua asked Zhuang Yundai, a bit worried, now you know what kind of person Gao Mingmei is, right? Zhuang Yundai nodded. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. Zhuang Yundai's face was truly charming. She had a sweet appearance, with a small and delicate nose, round eyes that sparkled like water, especially when she smiled, reflecting a sense of warmth that made one feel drawn in. She was like a sweet girl who warmed people's hearts, smiling as she thanked her. Guogua's face turned red, and she struggled to contain her smile. She felt like she had saved a naive girl. As long as you understand. Just then, Aunt Hu lifted the curtain with a puzzled look. Sister Dai, a Miss Gao is here to see you. Guogua almost jumped up. What does she want with you? Zhuang Yundai calmly reassured her. Don't worry, I'll check. She smiled at Aunt Hu, saying, Aunt, please ask Miss Gao to come to the backyard. Aunt Hu agreed and noticed Lu Jiqing helping to hang clothes. She felt a bit shy and said, Thank you, Lu Guardian. Lu Jiqing pressed his lips together and replied calmly, Not a bother. After that, he lowered his gaze and continued hanging the clothes, doing it very carefully despite his lack of expression. Aunt Hu grew fonder of Lu Jiqing, appreciating his quiet but diligent nature. She went to the front to invite Gao Mingmei to the backyard. Guogua took a moment to calm her racing heart and quickly reminded Zhuang Yundai, Don't forget what I told you earlier. Zhuang Yundai nodded. Got it. When Gao Mingmei arrived at the backyard with a friend, she was surprised to see Guogua there. She paused for a moment before smiling. I saw the carriage outside and thought it looked familiar. I wondered whose sister it was. Turns out it's you, Guogua. What a coincidence. Guogua felt a bit uncomfortable but still followed the polite formality, calling out, Sister Gao. The two families had business dealings, and Guogua didn't want her small conflict with Gao Mingmei to cause trouble for their families. Gao Mingmei smiled and looked at Zhuang Yundai, saying, Zhuang, I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation. She seemed to be glancing at Lu Jiqing on purpose. Zhuang Yundai replied cheerfully, It is a bit of an interruption, so if you have something to say, Miss Gao, please go ahead. Gao Mingmei was taken aback, her expression slightly displeased. Guogua also looked surprised, then her expression turned a bit strange. Zhuang was so straightforward in putting Gao Mingmei in her place that it felt refreshing to Guogua. Bai Lu pouted, looking a bit wronged. Zhuang, our young lady came specifically to invite you. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. Oh? Gao Mingmei quickly adjusted, smiling lightly. Zhuang, I sent you an invitation to go out of town for some fun, but you declined, saying you had to focus on your business. I realize that you are very busy, and it was presumptuous of me to invite you. Her words were polite, but there was a hint of something odd in them, as if suggesting that Zhuang Yundai was always busy. Zhuang Yundai didn't mind much. She even nodded with a smile. I'm glad you understand, Miss Gao. Gao Mingmei smiled lightly. So, I thought of a way. I would like to book your little shop for a day in the name of the banquet host. Please bring your skewers to the banquet and serve them as a unique dish. How does that sound? The day of Gao Mingmei's banquet was sunny and pleasant. The early spring wind was still a bit chilly, and Zhuang Yundai got up early to start preparing. She had already prepared the ingredients yesterday, and with the cold weather, she wasn't worried about them spoiling. Yes, for the sake of the silver, Zhuang Yundai readily agreed to Gao Mingmei's request. Aunt Hu was initially a bit worried, but Zhuang Yundai reminded her that she had brought skewers from Xiangyang village to the county for sale.
Well,
Aunt Hu couldn't help but look at Lu Jiqing. Little Lu, you need to keep an eye on our sister Dai. Lu Jiqing nodded silently. Zhuang Yundai smiled, thinking that it might be hard to tell who was watching over whom. Initially, Gao Mingmei had offered 5 silver coins, but Zhuang Yundai didn't even raise an eyebrow and cheerfully told her that 5 was not enough. It should be at least 15. However, Gao Mingmei still agreed, and Zhuang Yundai could see that Gao Mingmei had bigger plans. She was still too young and naive. Her actions seemed like childish games to Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai was not afraid at all. Wasn't 15 taels of silver appealing? Recently, she had saved some money, and coincidentally, the son of the family next door had succeeded and wanted to take them to Ijo to enjoy a better life. They were planning to sell the courtyard they currently lived in. Zhuang Yundai thought for a moment and decided to buy it, then connect the two sides by making a door in the wall. With this size, it could almost be considered a 3-entry courtyard, which was quite nice. The front of the courtyard also had a shop front, and she had recently brewed some fruit wine so she could open another shop there. The extra space could be used as a storage room, which would be useful. Thinking about it made her feel happy. With the extra 15 taels of silver, after buying the courtyard, she would still have some money left to buy other things. Moreover, spring had arrived, and it was time to make some seasonal clothes. Besides Tong Tong and Aki, she also needed to prepare clothes for Aunt Hu and Ben Gur. And then there was Lu Jiqing's clothing. He was tall and looked good in anything. Recently, thanks to Lu Jiqing, she had earned quite a bit of unexpected money, so she should make him a few new outfits for spring. Zhuang Yundai was excited about her plans. She prepared everything, including the marinade and fresh vegetables, organizing them neatly. This time she planned to cook skewers right at the banquet venue. After finishing these tasks, someone knocked on the small door in the backyard. Guoguo's maid, Luoing, cheerfully called from behind the door, "Zhuang Dongjia." Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "I'll be right there." Earlier, in front of Guoguo, Zhuang Yundai had accepted Gao Mingmei's invitation, thinking she would have to coax Guoguo a bit. However, Miss Guo was quite easygoing. She believed that Zhuang Yundai, being a businesswoman, could earn 15 taels from Gao Mingmei, which felt quite satisfying. So, after Gao Mingmei left, Guoguo insisted that Zhuang Yundai agree to go with her. Her family had an extra carriage that could take her there. Zhuang Yundai thought about it and accepted Guoguo's offer. The small courtyard door opened, and Guoguo was sitting in the carriage, lifting the curtain and waiting for Zhuang Yundai to come out. Zhuang Yundai quickly emerged, followed by Lu Jiqing, who was helping carry the ingredients. Lu Jiqing effortlessly carried the items, his expression still calm, as if he was just holding pieces of paper. Zhuang Yundai prepared the ingredients and tools, which were placed on the back of a horse-drawn carriage. Guoguo's eyes seemed glued to Lu Jiqing, looking quite enchanted. However, in a way, Guoguo was very clear-headed. She thought, "I can admire your face, but that's all it is." She wouldn't do anything too bold just because she liked someone's looks. She remembered she was already promised to someone. Guoguo quietly asked Zhuang Yundai, "Is Lu Huyuan really going with you?" Zhuang Yundai smiled, her face calm, and said, "Of course, after all, I'm just a weak girl." She didn't mention that she had a pouch at her waist containing a natural sleeping powder made from mountain plants. Another pouch held smooth pebbles that could serve as hidden weapons. Guoguo looked at Zhuang Yundai's sweet smile and couldn't help but nod. "Yes, having Lu Huyuan with you makes me feel safer." She hesitated for a moment and then shyly suggested, "How about you let Lu Huyuan ride in our carriage too?" Zhuang Yundai firmly pushed Guoguo's head back inside the carriage, saying, "You're thinking too much." Guoguo knew it was unlikely. When they arrived, others would surely have their thoughts. She puffed out her cheeks. "I was just saying." Seeing her expression, Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile and handed her a small bundle she had been holding. "This is for you. I made some snacks myself." Guoguo opened the bundle to find a clean, simple black brocade box. When she opened the box, she saw neatly arranged red, flaky snacks. The snacks were shiny and bright red, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, giving off an incredibly tempting sweet aroma. "What is this?" Guoguo asked, a bit confused, but the unfamiliar snacks smelled so good that she couldn't resist picking one up and tasting it. As soon as the snack entered her mouth, the sweet flavor spread, making her feel enchanted. Guoguo seemed to glow with excitement. "This is so delicious." "What is it?" Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, "This is called pork jerky, made from pork. I brushed a layer of honey on top." "How does it taste?" It's so good. Guoguo looked at Zhuang Yundai as if she were a fairy, nearly brought to tears with joy. How can something be so delicious? Guoguo took another piece and saw Luo Ying looking at her eagerly, so she stuffed the piece into Luo Ying's mouth and excitedly said, "You should try it too." After Luo Ying finished eating, her reaction was even more exaggerated, as if she might cry. It's so good. Really, it's incredibly delicious. Luo Ying swallowed the pork jerky and looked at Zhuang Yundai with admiration, saying, "Zhuang, you are amazing. You're so beautiful. You make such tasty skewers, and you can make such delicious pork jerky. You're truly incredible." Guoguo nodded in agreement, feeling that Zhuang Yundai's image in her heart was shining and magnificent. As the carriage had not yet left the city, Guoguo looked at Zhuang Yundai as if she were a dream lover. Luo Ying was even more attentive, asking, "Do you want some water, Zhuang? And shall I give you a back rub? Or let me peel an orange for you?" Showing great care. In the past, Guoguo would have been too shy to speak up. But now, she felt that Luo Ying's attentiveness was still not enough. She gently asked Zhuang Yundai, "Zhuang, are you bored? Would you like me to sing a song for you?" Zhuang Yundai replied. She realized she was witnessing the soft spot of a foodie. The carriage rolled along the slightly damp official road, leaving Pingling County. Although the weather was still a bit chilly, the countryside already had a hint of spring. Zhuang Yundai lifted the curtain of the carriage, and the fresh air, still carrying a bit of chill, rushed in. Some areas still had patches of snow, while others were already showing cheerful green. Tender buds danced in the wind atop the branches, and the sky was clear and bright. Just looking at it was incredibly pleasant. Zhuang Yundai felt very happy. Earlier, Guoguo had a somewhat awkward attitude towards Zhuang Yundai, wanting to get close but feeling shy. However, after tasting the pork jerky made by Zhuang Yundai, Guoguo had thrown her little girl pride aside. Although she was occasionally still a bit awkward, she treated Zhuang Yundai like a close sister. Even when they arrived and got out of the carriage, Guoguo was worried that her sister might twist her ankle and offered to help Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai sighed and jumped down from the carriage. Falling Petals blindly praised, "Wow, Zhuang Dongjia is really skilled." Guoguo replied, "Of course, just look at who it is." Zhuang Yundai said, "All right, that's enough. If you keep this up, I won't bring you any treats next time." Guoguo and Falling Petals quickly fell silent. Guoguo cherished her beautiful box filled with pork jerky, having spotted her friends playing by the stream, ready to share with them first. Zhuang Yundai needed to find Gao Mingmei to ask about the specific arrangements. She took Lu Jiqing with her, parting ways with Guoguo and Falling Petals. This pavilion was located on a hillside in the countryside, with a great view. Next to it was a lush forest that even snow couldn't hide, and not far away, a small stream flowed down from the mountain, with some melting ice drifting on the surface, sparkling in the sunlight. The scenery was absolutely beautiful. The pavilion was quite spacious, meant for visitors to rest. Today, it was clearly reserved by the Gao family, as it was spotless, and the stone table inside was covered with a lovely tablecloth, adorned with fruits and tea. Charcoal basins were placed at the corners of the pavilion to keep the weaker ladies warm. The banquet was quite well arranged. Gao Mingmei was chatting and laughing with two ladies when she saw Zhuang Yundai arrive with Lu Jiqing. Her eyes lit up. The cheerful egret greeted, "Zhuang Dongjia." Gao Mingmei smiled gently. "Zhuang Dongjia, you're here." Coincidentally, one of the ladies talking to Gao Mingmei had met Zhuang Yundai during the New Year when she visited the county magistrate's wife. As soon as she saw Zhuang Yundai, her eyes brightened, and she nudged Gao Mingmei aside to approach, saying, "Miss Zhuang, it's you." Gao Mingmei's expression changed slightly. This lady, Huang Jingjing, was the daughter of a clerk at the county office. Although her family background seemed modest, she was connected to a prominent family, with a relative who had passed the imperial examination and remained in the capital. Just this alone made her status better than Gao Mingmei, who came from a business family. Thus, Gao Mingmei treated Huang Jingjing with much more warmth than she did Guoguo, who was also a merchant. Huang Jingjing enthusiastically introduced Zhuang Yundai to her companion, saying, "Cousin, This is the Miss Zhuang I told you about, who is favored by the county magistrate's wife. I heard her family makes excellent skewers, but I fell ill after the new year and haven't had the chance to try them yet. Since you came from afar, let's choose a nice day next time to go eat together. Huang Jingjing's cousin clearly had a scholarly demeanor. She smiled gently and greeted Zhuang Yundai. Bailu innocently said, "You too, Miss Huang, don't need to pick a day. Today, Our Lady specially spent 15 taels of silver to invite Zhuang's chef to make skewers for us." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere among the group became a bit tense. Gao Mingmei quickly flashed a smile, pressing her lips together to hide it. "Aren't you all very fond of Zhuang Yundai? She's just the cook invited to prepare the meal." Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly and calmly replied, "Yes, Miss Gao's kindness is hard to refuse. I want all of you to family skewers at this spring gathering. I'm happy to offer a generous reward for this, as it benefits me in many ways. It allows you to enjoy the delicious skewers, helps expand my family's business, and I get to meet such remarkable young ladies. How could I refuse?" Zhuang Yundai's voice was as charming as her appearance, sweet and crisp, soothing to the ears. Moreover, her words openly acknowledged her role as a merchant while subtly complimenting the young ladies present, making everyone feel at ease. The two Miss Huang couldn't help but laugh, showing a bit of admiration for Zhuang Yundai. Isn't Gao Mingmei also from a merchant background? Allowing her maid to say such things was amusing. Did they really think they couldn't tell? Huang Jingjing's cousin even introduced herself to Zhuang Yundai, smiling sweetly. "I'm Huang Yuyu. You can call me Yuyu." Huang Jingjing also chimed in, "Miss Zhuang, you can call me Jingjing." Zhuang Yundai graciously replied, "In that case, you can call me Yundai." The three exchanged smiles. Gao Mingmei stood nearby, her face stiff. Huang Jingjing and Huang Yuyu's gazes then fell on Lu Jiqing, who was not far behind Zhuang Yundai. Lu Jiqing was exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing her, they felt a jolt. It was hard not to feel a bit shy. "Who is that?" Gao Mingmei narrowed her eyes, looking at Huang Jingjing and Huang Yuyu with a hint of annoyance. Zhuang Yundai glanced lightly at Gao Mingmei but ignored her, introducing to Huang Jingjing and Huang Yuyu, "This is my bodyguard. His surname is Lu." Huang Jingjing nodded and couldn't help but steal a few glances at Lu Jiqing. However, Huang Yuyu seemed a bit shy and lowered her gaze. Gao Mingmei softly said, "Zhuang, maybe you should keep some distance with your bodyguard. I worry that the Huang sisters might feel too shy." In fact, Lu Jiqing had already kept a good distance to avoid any awkwardness. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow and looked around, her meaning clear. Today's gathering was outdoors, and there were several bodyguards brought by Gao Mingmei standing around. Gao Mingmei understood Zhuang Yundai's hint and almost blurted out, "It's not the same." She realized she had misspoken and quickly closed her mouth. After all, they were all young men. How could it be different? Zhuang Yundai smiled knowingly. Gao Mingmei felt a bit annoyed and couldn't help but glance at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai just chuckled and ignored her. Fortunately, Zhuang Yundai was a reliable person who would get things done once paid, and she didn't have time to play games with Gao Mingmei. She directly asked Gao Mingmei about the arrangements and headed towards the creek. She needed to start a fire there. As Zhuang Yundai left with Lu Jiqing, Huang Jingjing and Huang Yuyu seemed a bit distracted, responding to a few comments. When more guests arrived and Gao Mingmei went to greet them, the two Huang sisters slipped away. They exchanged a knowing glance and headed towards the creek together. Chatting with Zhuang Yundai was much more enjoyable than dealing with Gao Mingmei. Huang Jingjing whispered to Huang Yuyu, "Yuyu, don't you think Yundai and that bodyguard Lu look great together? She's sweet, and he's handsome. They really match." Saying this, Huang Jingjing couldn't help but giggle, looking quite pleased. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, they just look perfect together. Huang Yuyu felt a bit helpless. Huang Jingjing nudged her shoulder. "Yuyu, don't you think they match well?" Huang Yuyu, nudged by Huang Jingjing, couldn't help but laugh and shyly replied a little bit. The sisters exchanged glances and couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Huang Jingjing covered her mouth, trying to hide her playful grin. "Yuyu, don't worry. I've met young Master Tang before. He's also very handsome. When you stand together, it will surely be a delightful sight. Huang Yuyu's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She couldn't help but raise her hand to chase after Huang Jingjing, saying, "What are you talking about?" Huang Jingjing giggled and dodged. "Am I lying? You came to Pingling County for this, didn't you?" After saying that, she stuck her tongue out at Huang Yuyu and ran away. Huang Yuyu felt like she was on fire and chased Huang Jingjing for a while. The two girls were playfully chasing and dodging each other, their clothes fluttering, creating a beautiful scene in the early spring days. Many people smiled as they watched them from a distance. Soon, Huang Jingjing got tired and, panting, leaned on her waist, saying, "Yuyu, I was wrong. Let's stop running." Huang Yuyu was also catching her breath and pinched Huang Jingjing's cheek, saying, "Let's see if you still talk nonsense in the future." Huang Jingjing stuck out her tongue and, looking at Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing by the creek, couldn't help but chuckle again. She nudged her cousin's shoulder and whispered mischievously, "Yuyu, why not casually ask Yundai what the county magistrate's wife likes? They are good friends." Huang Yuyu felt embarrassed and annoyed. Huang Jingjing. Seeing that Huang Yuyu seemed genuinely upset, Huang Jingjing quickly raised her hands in surrender. Okay. Good sister, I was wrong." She linked her arm with Huang Yuyu's and said warmly, "Let's go find Yundai to play." The two cousins made up and headed towards the creek together. Zhuang Yundai felt a bit awkward. She had heard the two girls whispering, thinking they were being discreet. In fact, she had heard everything clearly from the moment they mentioned compatible. She even glanced at Lu Jiqing, who usually had no expression, but his face suddenly stiffened. Zhuang Yundai realized he had heard too. They both pretended to be unfazed while listening to others behind them talk about how well-matched they were. Don't ask, it was not awkward at all. When Huang Jingjing and Huang Yuyu came over hand in hand, they saw Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing quietly tending to the fire by the creek. Huang Jingjing cheerfully called out, "Yundai." Zhuang Yundai responded as naturally as she could. She couldn't help but glance at Huang Yuyu again. She had heard everything the two sisters said. So this is the refined young lady from a scholarly family that the county magistrate's wife is pleased with. Indeed, the county magistrate's wife has good taste. Zhuang Yundai secretly nodded, feeling that although she had nothing to feel guilty about, it was best to keep some distance. After all, the county magistrate's family had sent a matchmaker to propose, and even though the county magistrate's wife kept it quiet, it could still get out and be known by others. Zhuang Yundai was worried that Huang Xiaoxiao might feel uncomfortable if she found out, leading to misunderstandings. It would be better to not interact at all and treat each other as strangers. Zhuang Yundai's attitude towards Huang Xiaoxiao became more polite and distant. Huang Jingjing, being a bit more carefree, didn't notice anything unusual, but Huang Xiaoxiao keenly sensed that Zhuang Yundai seemed to be acting differently towards her. Huang Xiaoxiao was born into a scholarly family. Her father was a successful scholar and served in the capital. She grew up in her ancestral home, spending time with her grandmother, but they were not her biological parents, which made her somewhat sensitive. She noticed Zhuang Yundai's change and pursed her lips but said nothing. Huang Jingjing, curious, pointed out various things and asked Zhuang Yundai many questions, such as why the stones by the creek were piled up for cooking and why the sauce in the pot smelled so good, asking if she made it herself. A stream of questions came from Huang Jingjing. Zhuang Yundai patiently answered each one. Huang Jingjing grew fonder of Zhuang Yundai. Initially, she wanted to befriend Zhuang Yundai because the county magistrate's wife liked her, but after getting to know her a bit, she found herself unable to help but like this sincere and patient girl who seemed like a fairy. Of course, what she liked most was how well Zhuang Yundai and the guard, Lu Huyuan, looked together. Unbelievable. When Guoguer came to find Zhuang Yundai with her friends, she saw Zhuang Yundai by the creek, cooking various skewers that emitted a rich aroma while chatting with several young ladies drawn in by the smell. A little further away in the woods, Lu Jiqing sat on a stone, calmly watching over them, fulfilling his duty as a guard. Seeing Zhuang Yundai effortlessly engaging with everyone around her, Guoguer felt a subtle pang of jealousy. How could she get along so well with everyone? Guoguo, like a child seeking attention, deliberately walked over and said loudly, Zhuang Dongjia, your pork jerky is so delicious. We've eaten it all up. As expected, the girls surrounding Zhuang Yundai began to ask her what pork jerky was. Zhuang Yundai smiled and replied, I made a little snack myself. It might be available in my shop in a few days. Guoguo, wanting to show off a bit, enthusiastically promoted Zhuang Yundai, saying, This pork jerky is incredibly tasty. It doesn't even taste like pork. It's fragrant and sweet, really delicious. She reminisced about the sweet flavor of the jerky, looking a bit enchanted, and added, It's the best snack I've had this year. The little girls drawn in by the aroma were likely food lovers themselves. Seeing Guoguo describe it so vividly, especially with the rich scent filling the air, they were almost drooling. Bye. Zhuang Dongjia, when your shop opens, I must try it. I just had a piece of the jerky that Guoguo gave me, and it was indeed delicious. But I didn't get enough before it was all gone. I'm just waiting for Zhuang Dongjia's shop to open. What kind of amazing person is Zhuang Dongjia? The skewers are so tasty, and the pork jerky makes my mouth water. By the stream, near a simple stove made of piled stones, several girls gathered around Zhuang Yundai, laughing and chatting. Gao Mingmei watched from a distance, her expression somewhat displeased. Although she had spent 15 taels of silver to invite Zhuang Yundai for Lu Jiqing as the host, she felt a bit embarrassed seeing most of the girls flocking to Zhuang Yundai instead. However, Gao Mingmei glanced at Lu Jiqing, who sat quietly alone on a blue stone at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with admiration. She had never seen such a handsome and charming man. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she was deeply captivated. As the only daughter of the Gao family, her father had already agreed to let her choose a husband. Once she had children, they would be the heirs of the Gao family. She couldn't believe that with such conditions, Lu Huyuan would refuse her. Gao Mingmei gazed at Lu Jiqing's profile with a hint of passionate admiration. From afar, someone called out to her, Sister Gao, let's go play together. Gao Mingmei lowered her eyes to hide her infatuation and madness, and when she looked up again, she was once more the gentle and graceful young lady of the Gao family. She softly called out to a white egret. The egret was squatting nearby, playing with the snow on the grass. When Gao Mingmei called her, she exclaimed, "Ah," and looked up, asking, "Miss, are you looking for me?" Gao Mingmei smiled slightly and waved her hand to beckon the egret over. The egret obediently approached, and Gao Mingmei whispered a few words to her, finally saying, "This matter is very important. You must handle it well, understand?" The egret nodded excitedly, saying, "Miss, don't worry. I will not let you down." Gao Mingmei smiled gently, her face full of approval, saying, "Good girl." The egret was so happy that she couldn't help but puff out her chest. The girls were having a great time by the stream. Zhuang Yundai decided to catch 2 or 3 fish for her future customers and roasted them over the fire she had set up. She also brought some homemade seasonings to sprinkle on the fish, making them incredibly fragrant. The fish weren't large and each person could only have a few bites, but that made those bites even more precious, leaving a lingering taste that was unforgettable. The girls all felt that Zhuang Yundai was truly talented and remarkable. The lunch was set up on a stone table in the pavilion. Besides a large plate of skewers that Zhuang Yundai had prepared, the other dishes were mostly easy-to-carry snacks, which made the meal seem less exquisite. This only made the steaming, fragrant skewers in the center look even more tempting. Once everyone was seated, Gao Mingmei looked around and said with a smile, "Where is Zhuang Dongjia? She has worked hard all morning and should be here to eat with us." The few girls who had just enjoyed Zhuang Yundai's roasted fish were excited and were about to agree. However, the egret, standing behind Gao Mingmei, tilted her head and innocently said, "But isn't Zhuang Dongjia here to be the cook? We maids, no matter how hard we work, can't sit at the table." The room fell silent. The girls who were about to agree suddenly looked a bit awkward. Gao Mingmei called out with a hint of reproach, "Bailu." She then turned to the young ladies at the table with an apologetic expression, saying, My girl is spoiled and lacks manners. I apologize for her." The young ladies looked somewhat displeased and were reluctant to speak. They all knew what kind of person the egret was, which made the situation even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a loud as Guaguar slammed her chopsticks down on the table. It wasn't too heavy, but in the previously quiet atmosphere, it sounded particularly clear. Guaguar blushed with anger and smiled sarcastically, saying, "Sister Gao, your maid doesn't know how to behave. You should teach her properly. We are all sisters playing together, so we wouldn't mind, but your maid always says inappropriate things. One day, she will regret it." Gao Mingmei didn't expect Guaguar to confront her publicly. A shadow crossed her eyes, but she smiled with a tolerant expression, saying, "Yes, Guar, you have a point." She sighed, "But in this world, a carefree nature is rare, which is why I find it hard to be strict." She turned to Bailu and said, "Bailu, did you hear what Miss Gua said? Hurry up and apologize to her." Bailu felt a bit wronged and sniffled. "Yes, Miss Gua, I was thoughtless. I'm sorry. Please don't hold it against me." Guaguar found it amusing. This pair of master and servant was truly something. It seemed like she was just making a fuss. Even facing the skewers made by Zhuang Yundai, Guagua was completely turned off by this master-servant duo. She wanted to say more, but then a sweet voice came from outside the pavilion, as refreshing as a clear spring. "Are you talking about me?" Zhuang Yundai approached with a bright smile. Her hair was simply styled, but a small, cute yellow flower adorned it, and one wondered where she found it on such a day. This bright color highlighted her already sweet face, making her look even more stunning. The young ladies in the pavilion brightened up and joyfully exclaimed, "Zhuang Dongjia." Gao Mingmei stiffened for a moment, but quickly reacted with surprise, saying, "Zhuang Dongjia, your timing is perfect." She turned to Bailu and instructed, "Quick, get a seat for Zhuang Dongjia." Before Bailu could respond, Zhuang Yundai spoke first, cutting her off. "No need." She smiled warmly. What Bailu said earlier was correct. "I am the cook that Miss Gao hired for 15 taels of silver, so it is indeed a bit improper for me to join the table." She casually repeated Bailu's words in front of everyone. Gao Mingmei felt very embarrassed. Her hand, hidden in her sleeve, clenched tightly. Even Bailu felt a bit awkward. Huang Jingjing exclaimed loudly, "With someone as impressive as Zhuang Dongjia, I think 15 taels is too little." Guaguar loudly agreed, "Yes, that's right." The two girls exchanged a smile, feeling a rare connection despite not being very close before. Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly, not taking the situation too seriously. She raised a small jar in her hand, saying, "Anyway, Miss Gao gave me this opportunity to meet all of you, and I am grateful to her. This is a fruit drink I made myself, fermented from fruits from the mountains. It won't make you feel tipsy, like alcohol. I'd like to share it with you all. If you enjoy it, we will offer it in our little shop, and I welcome you all to come and try it." After speaking, Zhuang Yundai handed the small jar to Luo Ying beside her. The other young ladies politely replied, "Don't worry, Miss Zhuang. We will definitely come to support you." Luo Ying, in agreement with her Lady Guaguar, lowered her voice intentionally, but spoke clearly enough for everyone to hear, "Miss Zhuang, don't take it to heart. Not all maids are so rude." Discussing the guests at the banquet loudly, does she really think that only she would feel embarrassed? Such a maid would only make the guests laugh at the host. Gao Mingmei's expression changed immediately. Bailu looked very wronged, pouting with tears in her eyes. Was she saying something wrong? Why were they all targeting her? Zhuang Yundai smiled at Luo Ying, then bid farewell to the young ladies before gracefully leaving behind a calm and elegant figure. Although Zhuang Yundai had left, the atmosphere in the pavilion remained awkward. Gao Mingmei seemed to want to say something, but the other young ladies were either looking up or down, avoiding her gaze. Gao Mingmei gritted her teeth. Huang Yao pressed her lips together and took the initiative to ease the tension, saying softly, "Why don't we try the fruit drink that Miss Zhuang specially brought for us?" This suggestion finally relieved the awkwardness. Gao Mingmei quickly adjusted herself, taking on the host's responsibility and inviting everyone, "Come. Everyone, let's all have a taste." She called over another maid to fetch the small jar from Luo Ying and poured a cup for everyone. In light of the fruit drink from Zhuang Yundai, everyone reluctantly agreed to pay attention to Gao Mingmei. This fruit drink smells faintly sweet with a hint of freshness, reminiscent of early spring. Just from the aroma, you can tell it must be delicious. Wow, this is really delicious. It's sweet and has a slight tang from the fruit. It's refreshing without being too heavy. I feel like I could drink a whole barrel of it. Really, it's so good. Please pour me another cup. After tasting, the young ladies all praised it enthusiastically, loving the fruit drink and asking the maid to refill their cups. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yundai only brought a small barrel, so each person could only have a few small cups before it was empty. The young ladies, who were enjoying it, all sighed in disappointment. Guoguo raised her chin a little, feeling proud. Zhuang is amazing. Everything she makes is delicious. Most people agreed with her. It really is tasty. Zhuang's cooking is incredible. Oh, if only I could have a chef like Zhuang at home. One young lady sighed. Others laughed. Are you dreaming? Someone like Zhuang charges 15 taels of silver just to cook once. How much money would your family need to pay for her to cook for you? Exactly. Guoguo nodded seriously. Zhuang is doing well as a manager. San Yunchuan is so popular. She must be making a fortune. Why would she want to be a cook for your family? The young lady who sighed stuck out her tongue. I was just thinking about it. Is that so wrong? With the fruit drink, the atmosphere in the pavilion improved a bit. Gao Mingmei secretly sighed in relief, but also felt a bit resentful towards Zhuang Yundai for stealing her spotlight. However, she squinted slightly. Since she had a little disagreement with Bai Lu, it was the perfect excuse to have Bai Lu take Zhuang Yundai away. Thinking about what would happen next, she couldn't help but lick her slightly dry lips. After finishing the meal, Gao Mingmei suggested, the spring weather is so nice, and we have the woods and hills here, plus my family's guards are keeping watch. Why don't we play hide and seek to work off some of this food? The guests were all young girls in their teens, full of energy, and they were excited by the idea of playing hide and seek. Usually, they would only play with a few friends in their own gardens. Now, being able to play in the beautiful spring weather seemed like a great idea. Everyone agreed, and even Guoguo hesitated for a moment before agreeing as well. She thought it would be nice to invite Zhuang to join them. When she went to talk to Zhuang Yundai about this, Zhuang Yundai was happily grilling and eating fish by the creek with Lu Jiqing. Upon hearing Gao Mingmei suggest playing hide and seek, Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow and said, I think it's better to skip it. You go have fun. I'll just enjoy the scenery and relax here, which is nice too. Guoguo felt a bit disappointed, but as she watched Zhuang Yundai stretching her body, sitting on the flat stone by the creek, looking very relaxed, and Lu Jiqing focused on grilling fish nearby, she noticed the sunlight shining down, creating a sparkling reflection in the creek and illuminating the two of them. For a moment, it felt like everything around them was just a backdrop for these two. Guoguo couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. She remembered hearing Huang Jingjing whispering to her cousin on the way here, saying that Zhuang Dongjia and Lu Huyuan were a perfect match. At that time, she was a bit speechless. After all, Zhuang Dongjia and Lu Huyuan were innocent, so how could they casually tarnish someone's reputation? But looking at them now, it seemed that when these two were alone, the word match was indeed fitting. What's wrong? Zhuang Yundai noticed Guoguo hadn't replied for a while and looked at her, seeming a bit dazed. While reaching for the fish Lu Jiqing had grilled, she asked Guoguo. Lu Jiqing held the stick at a suitable angle and handed it over, making it easier for Zhuang Yundai to grab. Guoguo's gaze couldn't help but fall on the grilled fish. On that stick, their hands were close together. Her hand was small and delicate, while Lu Jiqing's hand was long and strong. Although Zhuang Yundai quickly took the fish, their hands didn't actually touch, yet Guoguo felt her face flush and her heart race. Zhuang Yundai sensed something was off with Guoguo and asked again, what's wrong? Guoguo jumped up like a startled rabbit and hurriedly said, it's nothing, I'll go now. She dashed away like a real rabbit. Luo Ying was a bit confused. She quickly bowed to Zhuang Yundai and tried to cover for her young lady, saying, Our young lady might be tempted by your grilled fish. Zhuang Dongjia. After the game of hide and seek, I'll bring her back to find you. Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded, saying it was fine, and then she handed the grilled fish to Luoying. Luoying was taken aback and said, "Huh? This?" She thought that Zhuang Yundai wanted her to deliver the grilled fish to her young lady, and felt a bit confused. She couldn't just say that she had made up an excuse for her young lady's rudeness, could she? Her young lady had eaten quite a lot at the banquet, clearly not wanting to share even a skewer with Gao Mingmei. She must have been stuffed. Zhuang Yundai pushed the grilled fish towards the direction where Guogua had left. By the way, don't misunderstand. This isn't for your young lady. It's for you. You took care of Guogua at the banquet, and now you have to play hide and seek with her. You won't have time to eat. So, take a few bites while you're heading that way. She winked at Luoying. Our Lu Huyuan makes delicious grilled fish. Luoying was very touched. Holding the grilled fish, she respectfully thanked Zhuang Yundai before turning to chase after Guogua. Lu Jiqing glanced at Zhuang Yundai and silently handed her a skewer of fish. Zhuang Yundai smiled as she accepted it. Thank you, Lu Huyuan. Lu Jiqing remained silent, his expression indifferent, continuing to grill his fish. Guogua hadn't run far. After a few steps, she realized her reaction was a bit excessive. But returning felt embarrassing, and while she hesitated, she saw Luoying coming towards her with a skewer of grilled fish. Her eyes widened. Where did you get that? Luoying smiled widely, holding up the skewer, clearly very happy. Zhuang Dongjia gave it to me. She said I should eat something, miss. Do you want some? No, that's for you, from Zhuang Dongjia. Guogua felt a bit greedy, but didn't want to take food from Luoying. You should eat quickly. The game will start soon, and it won't feel good to eat while playing. With Guogua's encouragement, Luoying happily started eating. The fish wasn't big, and Luoying finished it quickly, licking her lips in delight. Guogua then took out a handkerchief from her pocket, revealing some snacks. Here, have some more. I saved these for you. Luoying was very moved, miss, you and Zhuang Dongjia are so good to me. Guogua huffed, but couldn't hide her smile. Of course. Zhuang Dongjia and I are both kind-hearted. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. The game of hide and seek quickly began, starting with a draw. A slip of paper was in Gao Mingmei's hand, and whoever drew the one with the red mark would be it. In the first round, Guogua drew the short straw and exclaimed, "You all better hide well." She then looked at Gao Mingmei, clearly not trusting her to follow the rules. Some people need to stick to the game rules and not run outside this area. Gao Mingmei smiled slightly, appearing unconcerned about Guogua's words. Guogua huffed and turned away. Because of her family's business, she couldn't completely confront Gao Mingmei. Guogua leaned against a tree trunk and tied a red silk cloth around her eyes to ensure fairness. She began counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 50, she shouted, "Time's up," and turned to find the others. To her surprise, she came face to face with someone she didn't want to see, the scholar her mother had taken a liking to. Although they weren't at the stage of discussing marriage yet, the scholar liked Gao Mingmei, who seemed uninterested in stealing someone else's affection, making Guogua feel quite awkward.
Guogua silently cursed Herlock.
She untied the red silk cloth from her eyes, and just as she did, Luoying noticed the scholar too. Luoying immediately stepped protectively in front of Guogua, silently warning the scholar to keep his distance. The scholar frowned and said, "Miss Gua, I need to speak with you." Guogua quickly replied, "Then hurry up and say it." She couldn't understand how this scholar had managed to enter when there were guards from the Gao family around. The scholar frowned, looked around, then coughed and lowered his voice. "Miss Gua, my heart belongs only to Mingmei. I have no interest in you, so please give up on that idea." Guogua was taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief. She had never faced such an insult before. Who did this scholar think he was, to believe she would be interested in him? Luoying was furious and shouted, "Who does this arrogant man think he is? He should take a good look in the mirror. My lady would never look at you. This is ridiculous." The scholar sneered, "If it weren't for your lady, Mingmei wouldn't avoid me all this time to keep things clear. Mingmei is kind-hearted, and even her maid is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Miss Gua, take a look at your maid. She's so rude that you can't even compare to Mingmei. Gua Guarer felt her head pounding with anger. She took a deep breath and said, Li Shanqi, are you crazy? I told you I'm not interested in you. Can't you understand simple words? If you want to pursue Gao Mingmei, go ahead. What does it have to do with me? Why are you making a fuss in front of me? The scholar named Li Shanqi waved his sleeve and replied coldly, Mingmei treats you like a sister. If you weren't getting in the way, she would have been willing to see me by now. Guoguer was so angry she felt faint. This foolish person. Gao Mingmei doesn't want to see him because he has lost his usefulness. Why would she want to see him? She didn't even know how Li Shanqi found out they were having a banquet outside the city. Guoguer took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with Li Shanqi any longer, and turned to Luoying, saying, Let's go. She still wanted to play games. Li Shanqi thought Guoguer seemed guilty. Anger flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward to grab her. Just then, a stone flew through the air and hit the arm he was reaching out with. Li Shanqi winced in pain and pulled back his hand. Who is attacking me from the shadows? He shouted angrily. I'm hitting you openly. Why would I need to hide? A cold laugh came from behind him. Zhuang Yundai approached with fire in her eyes. Li Shanqi, initially furious, was momentarily stunned when he saw Zhuang Yundai. He frowned and said painfully, Why would a good girl attack someone for no reason? Zhuang Yundai looked him up and down and scoffed. You look like a decent scholar, yet you lay hands on a girl. Hitting you with a stone is too light of a punishment. Li Shanqi's arm throbbed with pain, and as Zhuang Yundai spoke, he gasped and instinctively defended himself. I didn't mean to. Just because you didn't mean to, does that make it okay? Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. Then if I hit you with a stone, I didn't mean to either. Li Shanqi had no words to respond and could only grumble. It's hard to deal with women and petty people. Zhuang Yundai wouldn't let him get away with that remark. Oh, really? Your mother is a woman too, so are you saying you dislike her? Li Shanqi's eyes turned red with anger. You are deliberately twisting my words. Zhuang Yundai sneered, Oh really? I just twisted your words a little, and you are this upset. Earlier, when Guogua and I tried to explain things to you, you wouldn't listen. Can you see now how annoying you were? Li Shanqi was at a loss for words, trembling slightly. You. He looked like he was about to faint from anger. Seeing Li Shanqi like this, Guogua felt a rush of satisfaction. The frustration that had almost made her faint earlier vanished as she watched Li Shanqi's awkwardness. With a hint of tears in her eyes, she grabbed Zhuang Yundai's hand. Zhuang, let's. Zhuang Yundai covered Guogua's hand with her own and patted it, signaling her not to say more. In the past, during the apocalypse, she was known for her sharp tongue that could make anyone furious. Despite her beauty and strength, many had a love-hate relationship with her, often wondering how someone so capable could be so outspoken. Go play your game, Zhuang Yundai told Guogua. I'll handle things here. But Guogua refused to leave. What if he bullies you? Zhuang Yundai almost laughed. Him? Bully me? She wanted to mention the powder and stones in her pocket, but suddenly noticed Lu Jiqing standing nearby. With a serious expression, she said to Guogua, The guard won't let anyone bully me. Guogua's face flushed, and her heart raced. She noticed that despite Lu Jiqing's indifferent expression, he was strategically positioned in front of Zhuang Yundai, as if protecting her. Guogua felt her heart racing even faster. What is this? This is love. If anyone said there were no feelings between them, Guogua would be the first to disagree. Feeling weak and dizzy, Guogua pulled on Lu Ying and headed outside. Li Shanqi immediately tried to stop Guogua, but as soon as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his arm, twisting his features in agony. Zhuang Yundai smiled sweetly. Does it hurt? You deserve it, just feel the pain. To pursue love for Mingmei, you should go directly to her. Don't let me see you bothering innocent people again or next time. She deliberately showed her white teeth, wearing a sinister smile, her gaze fixed on Li Shanqi's other arm, making her meaning clear. Next time, it would be the other arm. You wicked woman. Li Shanqi's face turned pale, and he shouted, "You will face divine retribution." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shanqi suddenly screamed as his knee was struck hard, causing him to collapse to the ground. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but glance at Lu Jiqing. She hadn't even noticed when Lu Jiqing had picked up a stone. His expression was cold, as if the person who had just acted wasn't him. Zhuang Yundai winked at him. Lu Jiqing averted his gaze. Li Shanqi trembled all over, unable to say another word in front of these two exceptionally handsome individuals. Zhuang Yundai shrugged and left with Lu Jiqing. The sun was still shining brightly, and she found a sunny spot to lazily bask in the sun. Lu Jiqing sat not far from her, remaining silent. However, the sunlight on them made them look like a pair of celestial lovers. When Bailu came looking for them, this scene came to her mind. Realizing what she was thinking, she quickly shook her head. No, how could she think like that? The guard Lu belonged to her young lady. Bailu swallowed hard, remembering the task her young lady had given her. She clenched her fists and approached Zhuang Yundai, saying, "Zhuang, I said something wrong at the banquet and wanted to apologize." Zhuang Yundai looked over meaningfully. Even Bailu, no matter how naive, could sense something was off. She felt a sudden wave of panic. Zhuang? Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly, sitting by the stream, playfully stirring the cool water, and said leisurely, "There's no need to apologize." Bailu became even more flustered, standing there awkwardly, unsure of what to do with her hands and on the verge of tears. "Zhuang, do you dislike me?" Zhuang Yundai pressed her forehead and replied sincerely, "No, I don't dislike you. I just think." She paused, trying to be gentle. Being overly naive can sometimes be a bit unappealing. Bailu had originally prepared a lot to say according to Gao Mingmei's instructions. However, when she heard Zhuang Yundai say she was unlikable, tears immediately filled her eyes. Seeing her on the verge of crying, she sniffled and murmured to herself, "Zhuang Dongjia doesn't like my innocence, so I won't cry." Zhuang Yundai felt a headache coming on. "Girl, you are 15, not 5. Innocence is not an excuse for being naive." I won't cry, Bailu murmured, but eventually, she couldn't hold it in and burst into tears, wiping her eyes as she ran into the woods. Zhuang Yundai sighed and, pressing her forehead, resignedly stood up from the stream. She said to Lu Jiqing, "The direction she ran in has a dense forest. Let's go check it out." To be honest, she wasn't really concerned about Bailu. It was just that Bailu had made such a scene coming to apologize, crying and running, that even the guards from the Gao family had noticed. If something happened to Bailu, it would cause a lot of trouble. It was better for her to go and keep an eye on things, treating it like a walk. Lu Jiqing frowned slightly. Although he didn't say anything, Zhuang Yundai felt that he also found Bailu annoying. Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing entered the forest one after the other. Gao Mingmei saw them from a distance and felt a surge of joy, quickly making her way toward Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing. They followed Bailu deep into the forest, where the vines grew thick, but Bailu was still nowhere to be seen. Zhuang Yundai frowned and tightened her grip on the pebble in her hand. If a wild animal showed up, this stone wouldn't be much help. At that moment, they heard someone panting behind them. Lu Jiqing heard it too, and they exchanged a knowing glance before stopping. From the thick vines, Gao Mingmei ran over, breathless. "Lu Huyuan, I have something to tell you." Gao Mingmei gasped, clearly exhausted. She leaned against a nearby tree, struggling to catch her breath. This pair of master and servant was truly. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile in frustration. Did they really not know what dangers could happen in this forest? Did she really like Lu Jiqing that much? Zhuang Yundai glanced at Lu Jiqing. He wore the simplest blue robe, but had a face that could captivate anyone. At that moment, his expression was completely indifferent. Lu Jiqing coldly raised his eyes, saying nothing, but his attitude was clear. He did not want to pay attention to Gao Mingmei. Gao Mingmei's face, which had been flushed from running, turned pale. She bit her lower lip and looked at Zhuang Yundai with a hint of pleading. Zhuang, I won't hide it from you any longer. I spent 15 taels of silver just to have a few words alone with Lu Huyuan. Can you fulfill this small wish of mine? No, Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile. The 15 taels bought my services for this gathering, and I have fulfilled my part of the agreement. Your request to speak alone with my guard has nothing to do with the silver. Why should I meet such an unreasonable demand? Lu Jiqing glanced at Zhuang Yundai, and for a moment, his expression softened. Gao Mingmei gritted her teeth, a determined look on her face. With a hint of madness in her eyes, she placed her hand on her collar and said coldly, I have just this one request. If not, I will tear my clothes and claim that Lu Huyuan tried to harm me. Zhuang Yundai smiled in anger and stepped forward. Go ahead and try. In that moment, Gao Mingmei felt a terrifying aura from the sweet-looking merchant, who always wore a cheerful smile while doing business. Gao Mingmei was taken aback, her face turning pale. She was about to say something when Lu Jiqing's indifferent voice interrupted. There's no need for that. Just say what you want. Gao Mingmei immediately became entranced by Lu Jiqing. This man was like a flower on a mountain peak, like snow between bamboo. Even in silence, he stirred her heart, making it impossible for her to think of anyone else. Suppressing her racing heart, she tried to appear gentle. Lu Huyuan, I would like to speak to you privately. Zhuang Yundai frowned, about to say something, but saw Lu Jiqing coldly agree.
All right.
Zhuang Yundai. She felt inexplicably annoyed. What if, when they were alone, Gao Mingmei tore her clothes and cried out that she was harmed? Little Lu, do you understand how treacherous people can be? But looking at Lu Jiqing's indifferent expression, she couldn't voice her concerns. Forget it. Why should she worry about others? Zhuang Yundai turned and walked away. After a while, she finally stopped. Perhaps due to early spring, the forest was filled with birdsong, and occasionally, she could hear distant animal roars. Listening to these sounds, Zhuang Yundai gradually calmed her mind. She squatted down to examine the footprints on the ground, confirming that there were no wild animals nearby, which eased her mind a little. While she was wondering when Lu Jiqing would return, she heard someone gently stepping on a branch. Turning around, she saw Lu Jiqing, neatly dressed and still wearing his usual indifferent expression, walking towards her. Zhuang Yundai remained silent, looking him up and down. Lu Jiqing allowed her to inspect him. He looked just like usual, still cold and expressionless. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow and smiled. Didn't lose anything? Lu Jiqing replied with a soft denim. Zhuang Yundai smiled even more brightly. That's good. She pointed to a spot where someone had stepped. The egret must have come this way. Let's go take a look. Lu Jiqing nodded and walked ahead, making the path easier for Zhuang Yundai. However, they hadn't walked far in that direction when they heard a terrible scream. The birds in the forest were startled and flew away. Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing exchanged glances and quickened their pace towards the source of the scream. That was the voice of the egret. The place was not far from them, and soon they arrived. The egret's leg was covered in blood, trapped in a hunting trap, and she had fainted from the pain. The large stains of blood quickly soaked her dress, looking terrifying. Zhuang Yundai frowned and exchanged a glance with Lu Jiqing. After much effort, they managed to free the egret's leg from the trap. In the process, they accidentally tugged at her wound, causing the egret to wake up in pain, trembling and unable to speak. Fortunately, it was winter, and her clothing was thick. The trap was designed for small animals, so it hadn't broken her leg. Even so, the wound was bleeding heavily. Zhuang Yundai helped the egret lean against a tree, tore a piece from her skirt to use as a bandage, and applied a simple dressing to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, Zhuang Yundai feared the egret might bleed to death. In this ancient time, there was no blood transfusion technology. When the others heard the egret scream and rushed over, Zhuang Yundai had just finished bandaging her. The egret trembled all over, crying from the pain. What happened? The first few young ladies who arrived were shocked by the blood everywhere, their legs trembling in fear. They had never seen a scene like this before. Someone recognized that this was Bai Lu, the maid of Gao Mingmei. One of them, who usually got along well with Gao Mingmei, looked shocked at Zhuang Yundai, whose hands were covered in blood. "Zhuang, is this really you?" Bai Lu made a few careless remarks. Why would you? They even suspected that Zhuang Yundai had harmed her. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't me." The person directly asked Bai Lu, "Did Zhuang hurt you?" However, Bai Lu cried out in pain. "Whoa, it hurts so much, it hurts." She neither confirmed nor denied it. The person became more cautious. "Zhuang Yu, enough." A cold voice interrupted. Lu Jiqing, with a stern face, kicked the disassembled animal trap in front of everyone. The trap was still stained with blood and had pieces of Bai Lu's clothing. It was clear what had happened here. The person who had questioned Zhuang Yundai felt embarrassed. Yet, they still had some doubts and reluctantly said, "In this deep forest, how could Bai Lu just come here?" Zhuang Yundai replied calmly. "Bai Lu said she wanted to apologize to me. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she probably couldn't handle it and ran into the forest." From the following conversation, it was clear what had happened. Bai Lu ran into the forest and stepped on the animal trap. Gua arrived late, panting, and after hearing most of the story, she was furious. The young girl raised her eyebrows and questioned the person. Anyone can see that Zhuang tore her own dress to help Bai Lu, who stepped on the trap. Why are you still doubting this and that? We all know what kind of person Bai Lu is. She's so innocent and doesn't understand the dangers of the forest. What's wrong with her running in? This left the person speechless. After a moment, they had to change the subject. By the way, where is Mingmei? Why isn't Bai Lu with her? After all, she was just a maid. Even though the blood was alarming, her concern for Bai Lu ended there. Gua wrinkled her nose. Who knows? All right, Lu Ying, go help find someone to carry Bai Lu back. After some commotion, they managed to lift the still crying Bai Lu. Zhuang Yundai suddenly spoke up. Be careful where you step. There might be more traps hidden around. Her words made everyone shiver. Zhuang Yundai picked up a branch and said, Never mind, I'm familiar with the path in the mountains. I'll go ahead and clear the way for you. Lu Jiqing frowned, about to say something, but Zhuang Yundai suddenly winked at him. It was clear that she had something planned. Lu Jiqing fell silent and didn't say anything more. Zhuang Yundai walked ahead, using the branch to carefully check for traps to avoid anyone getting hurt. However, Lu Jiqing sensed something unusual, especially when he saw Zhuang Yundai leading everyone toward the direction where Gao Mingmei had just appeared. He paused for a moment before following. As they approached the location, Zhuang Yundai stopped. She frowned as she heard a strange sound in the air. This sound, something was off. The faint noise carried by the wind was now heard by others as well. The young ladies present were unaware of what it was, but some of the maids, having been exposed to certain situations, began to understand. Their expressions changed immediately. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Gua, unaware of anything, thought Zhuang Yundai had stopped because she was tired from clearing the path. She stepped forward enthusiastically. Zhuang, let me take over. Zhuang Yundai shook her head. I'm not tired. I'll continue. Earlier, she had seen Lu Jiqing return alone and thought Gao Mingmei had given up. But the earlier cry of the egret was so tragic that even people from afar had come over, yet Gao Mingmei had not shown up, indicating something was definitely wrong. With a neutral expression, Zhuang Yundai led everyone onward. Soon, they turned past some vines, and everyone gasped in surprise. A few young ladies even turned red and screamed, covering their eyes. In the woods, on the thick layer of fallen leaves, two figures were entangled. Gua could hardly believe her eyes, feeling utterly shocked. Gao Mingmei.
Li Shenqi.
Have you lost your minds? The two people on the ground, tangled together, were none other than Gao Mingmei and Li Shanqi. Their clothes were in disarray, and they were kissing each other wildly. Li Shanqi, startled by the commotion, instinctively grabbed at his disheveled clothing to cover himself. Feeling embarrassed, he couldn't help but say, No, don't misunderstand. But Gao Mingmei seemed to have lost her senses and continued to cling to him. leaning in to kiss Li Shanqi. A few young ladies, peeking through the slightly open seam, were utterly stunned by the scene. The outcome of this spring gathering was clearly outrageous. When Guo sat in the carriage, she felt a bit dazed. Like many others, she found it hard to understand what she had just witnessed. Luoing whispered, "Miss, I think that Li Shanqi must have done something to Miss Gao." Done something? Guo paused, recalling how Gao Mingmei had been so forward with Li Shanqi, and her expression changed. Li Shanqi is supposed to be a scholar. How could he be so despicable? Luoing scoffed, "Miss, don't forget. Miss Gao is looking for a husband. Li Shanqi comes from a modest background. He might be trying to take shortcuts." Guo remained silent, still somewhat in a daze. It's true that you can know a person's face but not their heart. If Gao Mingmei hadn't interfered, she might have ended up marrying such a reckless and undignified man. Thinking of this, Guo couldn't help but feel nauseous. She had never been more grateful to Gao Mingmei than at this moment. Thankful that she had filtered out that worthless Li Shanqi from her life. However, thinking about Gao Mingmei's fate made Guo feel a bit sad. Although later, a woman from the Gao family came to say it was all a misunderstanding, trying to cover it up. Many people had witnessed Gao Mingmei's entanglement with Li Shanqi. There was no way to hide that. Which meant that unless Gao Mingmei wanted to become a nun, her only option was to marry Li Shanqi. Guo couldn't help but sigh. She glanced at Zhuang Yundai, who had been leaning against the carriage wall and silent since they got on. "Zhuang Dongjia, do you think Li Shanqi did something to Gao Mingmei?" Guo hesitated, but finally spoke up. Although Guo knew that Zhuang Yundai, like them, was just a bystander and wouldn't know more, she simply wanted to chat about the gossip. But what Guo didn't know was that Zhuang Yundai actually knew more. Before getting on the carriage, Lu Jiqing had avoided the crowd and briefly spoken to her. Though it was just a few words, it made Zhuang Yundai understand the situation with Gao Mingmei completely. It was Gao Mingmei who, earlier, insisted on having a private chat with Lu Jiqing and carefully took out a needle as fine as a hair from her pouch. The silver needle had a strange shine, clearly indicating it had been soaked in some kind of medicine. Gao Mingmei's attempt to hide her actions was too clumsy, and Lu Jiqing noticed immediately. What happened next was a perfect example of what goes around comes around. Gao Mingmei took the thin needle, probably hoping to find a chance to stab Lu Jiqing. But just when she thought she found an opportunity, Lu Jiqing grabbed her wrist, twisted it, and the silver needle ended up piercing Gao Mingmei's own body. Then, Lu Jiqing left without looking back. What followed was the scene everyone witnessed. Of course, Zhuang Yundai wouldn't share this with Guo. She just smiled slightly and said, "Who knows?" Guo only wanted to chat about this exciting little gossip and didn't expect any conclusions from Zhuang Yundai. She sighed, recalling something, and looked a bit worried. "With this incident, I guess our families will be more cautious and restrict our outings." Zhuang Yundai thought that was true. The incident with Gao Mingmei happened at a banquet outside the city, and regardless of the truth, families with daughters would surely tighten their rules to prevent such things from happening to their children. Guo sighed again. "Looks like we won't be able to leave the house for a while." She sniffled, looking pitiful. "My skewers. My pork jerky." Luoing quickly said, "Miss, I can go out and buy it for you." Thinking of this, Guo perked up. "You're right." She smiled brightly. "Luoing, I didn't spoil you for nothing." Luoing chuckled. Guo then remembered something and her expression turned complex. Bailu. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Bailu often unintentionally hurt others due to her innocence, the bloody scene she had seen earlier still haunted her. Zhuang Yundai just smiled and said nothing. She truly felt no sympathy for Bailu. This girl might have been acting on Gao Mingmei's orders as part of a plan to lure them into the forest. If that were the case, then she would have to bear the consequences of her actions. When Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing returned to the courtyard, Aunt Hu was relieved to see them both safe and sound. "It's a bit late. I thought something had happened to you. You scared me." Aunt Hu sighed in relief and quickly started preparing warm soup for Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing. "I'll go to the kitchen and make you some ginseng chicken soup." It's chilly this spring, and after being out all day, you must be tired and cold. Wait here, I'll get it ready for you. After saying that, without waiting for Zhuang Yundai and the others to refuse, Aunt Hu hurried off to the kitchen. Not long after the soup was ready, someone knocked on the door of the small courtyard. At that moment, Aunt Hu was about to take a bowl of ginseng chicken soup to the neighbor next door. Yesterday, the neighbor had brought over a big bowl of homemade sweet garlic, which was very flavorful and delicious. Paired with the lamb soup made by Zhuang Yundai, it was truly a treat. Hearing the knock on the door, Aunt Hu paused and asked, "Who is it?" A respectful voice replied from outside, "It's from the Sanyan skewer shop. Is this the home of the Zhuang family?" "That's right," Aunt Hu answered cautiously. "What do you need with our Yundai?" Zhuang Yundai, who was drinking the soup inside, heard the commotion and put down her bowl to come out. Just then, the person outside continued, "I am from the Gao family, here regarding today's spring banquet." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yundai guessed what was happening. Lu Jiqing had also come out, following closely behind her. Zhuang Yundai peeked through the door and saw only a familiar-looking woman outside, so she opened the door. The woman was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhuang Yundai, surprised by her beauty. Quickly recovering, she slightly bent her knees in a gesture of respect and said, "Zhuang family head?" Seeing the woman's polite demeanor, Zhuang Yundai felt even more certain about her earlier guess. "Please speak directly," Zhuang Yundai said. The woman seemed hesitant to discuss matters in the narrow alley, but since Zhuang Yundai did not invite her into the courtyard, the woman had to speak carefully. "What happened at today's spring banquet? I hope the Zhuang family head will not mention it to others." After saying this, the woman took out a pouch from her sleeve. "This is a token from our master, a fee for your peace of mind." Zhuang Yundai thought to herself that this was exactly what she had suspected. They were trying to silence her. However, Zhuang Yundai did not accept the pouch. She stood there calmly and said, "I won't take the money. Just let your master know that I only earned 15 taels of silver from selling skewers at the banquet. I don't know anything else." The woman understood Zhuang Yundai's meaning, but she was still a bit hesitant. She heard that merchants are greedy, and the owner of the Sanyan skewer shop was unwilling to accept the money. Did he have other intentions? Aunt Hu didn't know what had happened, but she could tell that Sister Dai was already hinting at wanting to send the guest away. Aunt Hu stepped aside from the half-open door, saying "excuse me," which forced the woman to take a few steps back. Aunt Hu raised the bowl in her hand, half smiling. "All right, our Sister Dai has made her stance clear, so you should head back now. Don't block the way. I need to deliver something to my neighbor." The woman glanced at Zhuang Yundai with displeasure. "I hope the owner Zhuang remembers what she said." With that, she left in a huff. Once the woman from the Gao family was gone, Aunt Hu frowned at her back. So strange. Aunt Hu returned after delivering ginseng chicken soup to her neighbor and received a handful of small oranges. She handed a few to her son, and then took the rest to find Zhuang Yundai, quietly asking, was what that woman said serious? She was worried that Zhuang Yundai might misunderstand. "You don't have to tell me. I just worry that it might affect you." Zhuang Yundai shook her head. "That won't happen." In front of everyone, no matter what Gao Mingmei said, in this society, the Gao family could only take two paths. Either Gao Mingmei becomes a nun or she marries Li Shanqi. Even if Gao Mingmei claimed that Lu Jiqing had harmed her, it didn't matter now. Besides, did she have any evidence? The silver needle was hers, and she likely found the medicine herself. If the Gao family really wanted to investigate, they could easily find out. So, what the Gao family could do was control the situation and hasten the marriage between Li Shanqi and Gao Mingmei. Zhuang Yundai remained calm. Seeing her composure, Aunt Hu felt relieved and handed her the small oranges with a smile. "That's good, that's good." She just hoped that everyone in this little courtyard could stay safe and that nothing would go wrong. In the end, the news about the Gao family still spread. However, it was shared by the brother and sister-in-law of Bai Lu. Bai Lu was Gao Mingmei's personal maid. After Gao Mingmei's incident, the Gao family's lady was so furious that she ordered Bai Lu to be punished publicly, resulting in 30 strikes, nearly costing Bai Lu her life. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Someone else drugged her. Master Gao laughed in anger. Why would someone only drug her?
Madam,
What has your daughter done? I see you know nothing at all. Master Gao's face turned dark as he pulled out several papers from his pocket and tossed them aside. Madame Gao, who could read, grabbed one and shook her head in disbelief. Impossible, I don't believe it. Frantically, she picked up a few more and looked through them. The more she read, the paler her face became. The papers clearly recorded when Gao Mingmei was with whom, what she bought, and finally, which fortune teller she consulted to create that terrible potion. Gao Mingmei's face also turned very ugly as she anxiously shouted, "Father, this is someone else's slander against me." Master Gao sneered and threw out a pouch. When Gao Mingmei saw the pouch, her expression suddenly changed. It was the pouch she had wrapped in oil paper, containing silver needles. The pouch still has leftover potion inside. Master Gao looked at Gao Mingmei with deep disappointment. At this point, you still won't shed tears until you see the coffin. My dear, I am utterly disappointed in you. Zhuang Yundai was unaware of what happened in the Gao family. The day after returning from the Spring Festival, she happily went next door to discuss buying a house. Over the past 6 months, Zhuang Yundai had developed a good relationship with her neighbors, who were kind people. Although the land prices in the area had risen due to Zhuang Yundai's shop, the neighbors did not raise their asking price too much, and she eventually bought the house for just over 100 taels. Later, the elderly couple next door chose a good day and accompanied Zhuang Yundai to the government office to change the property deed. The paperwork was completed quickly, and Zhuang Yundai originally planned to treat the elderly couple to a meal, but then a maid from the back office came out and called for her, saying the county magistrate's wife wanted to see her. The county magistrate's wife had recently given birth to a baby girl, and Zhuang Yundai had sent a small gold lock as a gift during the baby's naming ceremony, fulfilling the customary gift. She was unsure why she was being summoned now. Thinking it over, Zhuang Yundai informed her neighbors and followed the maid to the back office. It was still chilly outside, but the sitting room of the county magistrate's wife was warm with a charcoal stove, even a bit hot. The county magistrate's wife, dressed in simple clothes, apologized to Zhuang Yundai, saying, "The baby is still small and a bit sensitive to the cold, so we made the room warmer." "That's fine." Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly. She nodded to the maid who was pouring her tea as a greeting and asked the county magistrate's wife, "I wonder why you called me here?" The county magistrate's wife looked at Zhuang Yundai and sighed softly. "It's nothing much. I've been resting after giving birth and haven't seen anyone for a while. I heard from the maid that you came to the county office, so I thought I'd have her invite you over for a chat. How have you been lately?" Zhuang Yundai nodded and replied casually, "Yes, I've been quite well. I bought the courtyard next door and came to handle some paperwork." The county magistrate's wife chuckled. "You just bought the rented house before the new year, and now you've bought another courtyard? You really are becoming quite prosperous." The two chatted like old friends about everyday matters. Finally, the county magistrate's wife remembered something. "Even though I'm resting, I often have the maid go out to hear local news and share it with me. Recently, I heard that something happened at the banquet hosted by the Gao family's young lady." Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. She had been busy making snacks in the kitchen and hadn't been to the shops lately, so she hadn't heard anything about it. She didn't realize the news had spread so widely. She replied cautiously, "It's hard to say about her reputation." Seeing Zhuang Yundai's attitude, the county magistrate's wife guessed there was some truth to it. She sighed, "I don't really care about the Gao family's young lady, but..." She hesitated before continuing, "I had someone in mind for Yenner and was thinking of inviting him over soon to see his character. I heard she was also there." Zhuang Yundai remembered. The Huang sisters had indeed mentioned this. The county magistrate's wife spoke frankly. Zhuang Yundai paused and added, "The banquet was fine. The Gao family's young lady had some trouble, but it didn't affect anyone else." She didn't elaborate, but the county magistrate's wife's eyes brightened. For someone as cautious as Zhuang Yundai, her words were enough. It was known that the trouble involved the Gao family's young lady being seen with a man in the woods by several young ladies. There were also some other unsavory rumors. The county magistrate's wife was worried because the Huang family's young lady was invited by her, and if anything happened in Pingling County, she would feel guilty. Now that she heard from Zhuang Yundai that it hadn't affected anyone, she felt relieved. The county magistrate's wife looked at Zhuang Yundai, who appeared calm and unaffected, and felt a twinge of regret. What a wonderful girl, she thought. It's a shame about her background. With a sigh, the county magistrate's wife changed the subject and asked about Zhuang Yundai's siblings. When Zhuang Yundai mentioned her brother and sister, her smile became even more genuine. They're both doing well. Aki has been studying hard with his teacher and is starting to show the demeanor of a scholar, Zhuang Yundai said with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. Tong Tong has also learned a lot. That old gentleman even teaches her to play the piano, and once she masters it, I'll have her play for you. Zhuang Yundai was like a proud parent eager to show off her children's talents. Hearing her cheerful tone lifted the county magistrate's wife's spirits, and she nodded with a smile. That's wonderful. Learning the piano isn't easy, and Tong Tong is still young, so she must take care of her hands. Zhuang Yundai nodded eagerly. The old gentleman is very kind to her and even had a special pair of gloves made for her. She then shifted the topic back to the county magistrate's wife's newborn daughter. How is Yuan doing? It's almost her 1-month celebration. The mention of her daughter made the county magistrate's wife smile with joy. Oh, she eats and sleeps well. No wonder she was so active while I was pregnant. She's quite a strong one. Just before you arrived, she had a bottle and fell asleep. Otherwise, I would have had the nurse bring her out to meet you. At this, the county magistrate's wife invited Zhuang Yundai. In a couple of days, we'll celebrate her 1-month milestone. You should come. Zhuang Yundai hesitated for a moment, about to respond, when a maid outside exclaimed in surprise, "Second young master, why are you here so early today?" Tang Tianyan's voice came from outside. I finished my studies early today because the teacher had other matters to attend to. As he entered, he saw Zhuang Yundai sitting inside, chatting with his mother, and he paused in surprise. The county magistrate's wife frowned slightly. What a coincidence today was. I hope he doesn't get lost in thought in front of Yundai again. Tang Tianyan stared at Zhuang Yundai for a while, lost in his thoughts. Zhuang Yundai decided to stand up and take her leave. I've taken up enough of your time today, and it's getting late. I should head back now. The county magistrate's wife sighed again, feeling a sense of regret. What a wonderful girl she is. If it weren't for her family's background, she would surely come to ask for her hand in marriage herself. All right, Baoxiang, please see off Miss Dai, said the county magistrate's wife gently. The maid named Baoxiang took her leave and led Zhuang Yundai out. Zhuang Yundai only nodded slightly as she passed by Tang Tianyan, acknowledging him politely. However, Tang Tianyan suddenly seemed to snap back to reality and rushed after Zhuang Yundai as she left the room. The county magistrate's wife frowned, but did not stop him. Another maid beside her whispered, "Madam, should I bring the young master back?" The county magistrate's wife shook her head, calmly took a sip of warm water from the table to soothe her throat, and said in a steady voice, "No need. Tianyan is impulsive, but Miss Dai is not." At this, she couldn't. The county magistrate's wife shook her head, calmly took a sip of warm water from the table to soothe her throat, and said in a steady voice, "No need. Tianyan is impulsive, but Miss Dai is not." At this, she couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Zhuang Yundai truly is wonderful in every way, and they get along very well. If she were to marry into the family, there would be no conflicts between mothers. Doesn't he know what kind of family he was born into? Zhuang Yundai is perfectly fine, yet he can't control his feelings for her, which is troubling for both of them and his entire family. The county magistrate's wife lowered her eyes. Doesn't he know what kind of family he was born into? Zhuang Yundai is perfectly fine, yet he can't control his feelings for her, which is troubling for both of them and his entire family. The county magistrate's wife lowered her eyes and fell silent. Outside in the corridor, Zhuang Yundai had only taken a few steps when she heard hurried footsteps behind her. She frowned and turned around to see Tang Tianyan running up. Zhuang Yundai pressed her lips together and replied, "Young Master Tang, I believe we have already made ourselves clear earlier. Tang Tianyan looked a bit defeated, pain flickering in his eyes. I know.
But
I just want to say a few words to you. Zhuang Yundai replied calmly, I think we have nothing more to discuss. After a pause, seeing the pain on Tang Tianyan's face, she sighed, realizing that it was not a big mistake for a young boy to develop feelings for someone he shouldn't. All she could do was refuse him and put an end to his hopes. Previously rejected, it seemed that it still wasn't very effective. Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, and suddenly an idea popped into her mind. She looked up and smiled at Tang Tianyan, saying, Young Master Tang, to be honest, Zhuang Yundai thought to herself, and suddenly an idea popped into her mind. She looked up and smiled at Tang Tianyan, saying, Young Master Tang, to be honest, I already have someone I love. I will only marry him in this life. Tang Tianyan took a step back, his expression as if the sky had fallen. His voice trembled. Is it the one from your shop? Zhuang Yundai was a bit surprised. She had intended to use Lu Jiqing as a shield, but before she could say anything, he is quite handsome. You said you like good-looking people, so it's not impossible that you have feelings for him. Zhuang Yundai nodded seriously, yes, that's right. But in her heart, she thought, Lu Huyuan, I'll give you a raise for that handsome face. Seeing Tang Tianyan's lost expression, she added, let's keep our distance from now on. I'm afraid Lu Huyuan might get upset. This final made Tang Tianyan look like he was about to cry. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with the ruthless Zhuang Yundai. It's better to end things quickly than to prolong the pain. He was still young. Why waste time on a hopeless romance? Tang Tianyan nodded to Zhuang Yundai and managed to say, okay, I understand. I will be careful from now on. Zhuang Yundai nodded in satisfaction and said decisively, Young Master Tang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tang Tianyan watched her leave, feeling lost. He almost stumbled back home to his mother. When the county magistrate's wife saw Tang Tianyan's state, she felt a bit pained as a mother, but more than that, she was relieved. Sister Dai was indeed reliable, not clinging to her son or leading him on. This meeting would help her son detach from this unpromising relationship sooner. This strengthened the county magistrate's wife's resolve to invite Zhuang Yundai to the banquet for her daughter's full moon celebration. She didn't comfort Tang Tianyan but casually remarked, I think you understand Sister Dai's feelings. She truly has no interest in you. Tang Tianyan, already feeling lost, found no comfort from his mother and felt even more frustrated by her words. But the county magistrate's wife did not give Tang Tianyan this opportunity. She brought up Tang Yuanyuan's full moon banquet. In a couple of days, I want to hold a full moon banquet for your sister and invite some friends and family. Remember to ask for leave from your teacher in advance that day. Regarding his sister, Tang Tianyan could only respond quietly. Zhuang Yundai did not take this little incident to heart, but to feel better, she bought a simple jade hairpin with a good meaning for Lu Jiqing on her way back. She presented the hairpin to Lu Jiqing, but he did not take it, only frowning slightly at her. Zhuang Yundai was used to this expression from Lu Jiqing. His first reaction to anything given to him seemed to be one of caution. Zhuang Yundai had a skilled way of dealing with it. She directly shoved the item into Lu Jiqing's arms. Her technique was quick and precise. Lu Jiqing adjusted his slightly loosened collar and looked coldly at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai explained, Don't mind me. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just had to do it while you weren't paying attention. Earlier at the county office, I used you as a shield and said I would only marry you in this lifetime. As soon as Zhuang Yundai said this, she could clearly feel Lu Jiqing's expression becoming even colder. Zhuang Yundai hurriedly said, Okay, I know you're not happy. Just let me take this one for you. This hairpin is my apology gift. Is that all right? Lu Jiqing stared at Zhuang Yundai for a long time. Zhuang Yundai asked again, Is that okay? Don't be angry? After a while, Lu Jiqing finally softly replied with an Zhuang Yundai let out a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, someone came to deliver an invitation to her. It was an invitation from the county magistrate's wife, along with a simple handwritten note from her, mentioning the full moon banquet they had discussed earlier and that she had not received a response from Zhuang Yundai. She specially sent the invitation, hoping Zhuang Yundai could attend. Zhuang Yundai pressed her forehead. She realized that the county magistrate's wife must have liked her handling of the Tang Tianyan situation. Inviting her to the full moon banquet was likely an attempt to provoke Tang Tianyan again. One had to admit, the county magistrate's wife was quite clever. After thinking it over, Zhuang Yundai accepted the invitation and told the messenger, "All right, I understand. Please tell the county magistrate's wife that I will definitely come to congratulate her on the day." In the following days, Zhuang Yundai was very busy, working on renovating the small courtyard next door. She found a small door in the wall between the two courtyards, making it convenient for her to come and go every day. However, the rumors about Gao Mingmei outside became increasingly exaggerated. A few young ladies who had attended banquets were also affected to some extent, causing their families to develop some reservations about the Gao family. They openly and secretly urged the Gao family to quickly finalize the marriage between Gao Mingmei and Li Shanqi. Mr. Gao gave Gao Mingmei two choices. One was to marry Li Shanqi, and the other was to cut her hair and become a nun. It was either marriage or becoming a nun. Looking at the red bridal veil and the scissors before her, Gao Mingmei ultimately chose the veil with tears in her eyes. Since Gao Mingmei was the only daughter and Li Shanqi was the only son, the Li family would never allow him to marry into the Gao family. In the end, the Gao family reluctantly agreed that Li Shanqi would not need to marry into their family. Instead, their second son would inherit the family name Gao. This was already a significant concession for the Gao family, but the Li family still had some objections, feeling that their descendants should not take the Gao surname, which they believed would bring shame to their family. Onlookers in the town pointed fingers at the Li family, saying they were somewhat shameless, wanting the Gao family's wealth while refusing to let their child take the Gao name, which seemed like trying to take advantage of the Gao family without giving anything in return. Li Shanqi could not stand the whispers he faced every time he went out, and he was also deeply concerned about Gao Mingmei. He feared that his family would be too unreasonable, forcing the Gao family to send Gao Mingmei to a convent instead of allowing her to marry him. Li Shanqi caused a scene at home, which ultimately pressured the Li family to reluctantly agree. This left the Gao family feeling quite frustrated, as if they were the ones begging to marry off their daughter. But what could they do? Would they really let their only beloved daughter become a nun? In the end, the Gao family had no choice but to accept the situation and began to quickly prepare for the wedding. While the Gao and Li families were busy preparing for the marriage, the county magistrate's youngest daughter was also celebrating her full moon banquet. Early in the morning, Zhuang Yundai got herself ready from head to toe, wearing a pair of small silver bracelets, and headed to the magistrate's residence. The people at the magistrate's house recognized Zhuang Yundai and warmly welcomed her inside. Just then, a carriage from the Huang family passed by, and Huang Jingjing, lifting the curtain of the carriage, happened to see the doorman at the magistrate's residence warmly welcoming Zhuang Yundai. Huang Jingjing called out, "Sister Yao Yao," and gestured for Huang Yao Yao to look. The magistrate's wife really likes Zhuang Dongjia. Huang Yoyo was dressed delicately today. She had heard that the county magistrate's wife liked girls to wear charming light yellow, so after much hesitation, she shyly chose a light yellow coat that made her look lovely. She instinctively looked out the car window and saw Zhuang Yundai wearing a soft willow green dress, being warmly welcomed into the county magistrate's residence. Huang Jingjing's mother, Mrs. Huang, lightly scolded, "You two," quickly pulled down the car curtain. "We are almost there. If others see you looking out, they might say something." The two girls hurriedly lowered the curtain and sat properly. Recently, they had been kept at home for a while due to the Gao Mingmei incident, and both Mr. and Mrs. Huang were very worried that it might affect them. This time, Mrs. Huang brought them out to let the county magistrate's wife see Huang Yoyo, and also to prevent the girls from getting bored at home. When the Huang family's carriage arrived at the county magistrate's residence, the servant welcomed Mrs. Huang and the two young ladies inside. Huang Jingjing felt relaxed, but Huang Yoyo, being more sensitive, noticed some differences. The doorman was not unfriendly, but it seemed he was not as warm as he had been with Zhuang Yundai. Huang Yoyo thought to herself that it seemed Zhuang's family was truly favored by the county magistrate's household. Mrs. Huang took the two young ladies to the flower hall, where Zhuang Yundai was already sitting and chatting with the county magistrate's wife. Mrs. Huang and the two young ladies greeted the county magistrate's wife, who was initially surprised, but then her gaze fell on Huang Yoyo. She smiled warmly and said, "This must be the niece Mrs. Huang mentioned earlier. She is indeed graceful and beautiful." Huang Yoyo felt her face flush with embarrassment at the compliment and curtsied, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, madam." The county magistrate's wife seemed very fond of Huang Yoyo and asked about her grandparents' health and what books she had been reading. Huang Yoyo answered softly and politely. The county magistrate's wife nodded with a smile. Soon, other guests arrived, and Huang Yoyo returned to her seat with Huang Jingjing and Mrs. Huang, her face still red. Huang Jingjing made funny faces at Huang Yoyo, who blushed even more and turned away to ignore her. Mrs. Huang noticed Huang Jingjing's antics and gave her a discreet warning glance. Huang Jingjing stuck out her tongue and decided to find someone else to play with. Her eyes lit up when she saw Zhuang Yundai. "Zhuang, hello." Huang Jingjing smiled and greeted her warmly. "When will the pork jerky and fruit drinks you mentioned be available?" Zhuang Yundai winked at Huang Jingjing. "It should be soon. I've been busy decorating my new shop, so it won't be long now." As she spoke, she took out a small white porcelain bottle from her sleeve and poured a pill-like item into her hand. Zhuang Yundai tossed it into her mouth and asked Huang Jingjing, "Want to try?" Huang Jingjing looked curious. "What is this?" Zhuang Yundai smiled. "It's a honey pill I made myself. It's sweet and sour, refreshing and appetizing." Huang Jingjing immediately reached out. "I want to try." Zhuang Yundai placed one in Huang Jingjing's palm. Without hesitation, Huang Jingjing popped it into her mouth. Mrs. Huang saw this and was about to ask, but then she watched her daughter swallow the unknown pill. Mrs. Huang. She almost lost her mind. "It's really delicious." Before Mrs. Huang could say anything, her silly daughter excitedly called out to Zhuang Yundai, "It's a bit sour at first, but it's very sweet when you chew it, and it has a refreshing taste. Wow, it's so good." Huang Jingjing clearly loved the honey pill and asked eagerly, "What do you call it, Zhuang?" Zhuang Yundai started to say, "Old." She realized something and quickly stopped herself. That was close. She almost blurted out rat droppings. This must be a fragment of childhood memories from their generation before the end of the world. Huang Jingjing blinked and noticed Zhuang Yundai was silent for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, "Old what?" Zhuang Yundai paused and calmly replied, "Old honey pill." "Old honey pill?" Huang Jingjing repeated, smiling brightly. "That's a really interesting name. I like it." After that, Huang Jingjing looked at Zhuang Yundai eagerly. "When will the old honey pill be available?" Zhuang Yundai smiled. "Very soon, along with the pork jerky." Huang Jingjing blinked and suddenly changed the subject. "Zhuang, did you come here by yourself?" Zhuang Yundai was a bit surprised. "Yes, I came by myself." Huang Jingjing hesitated. After a while, she looked around. Besides her mother giving her a glare, her sister Yo-Yo looked over curiously, but no one else was paying attention to them. Everyone was watching the county magistrate's wife entertain guests. Huang Jingjing quietly asked, "Lu Huyuan, how have you been lately?" Zhuang Yundai understood and nodded, "Pretty good." But she was puzzled by his behavior. He had run out to the yard in thin clothing in the middle of the night. Zhuang Yundai almost got scared when she saw him while getting up. When she asked him, he casually said he wanted to practice and see if he could recover his skills. Zhuang Yundai was speechless. Practicing was fine, but he shouldn't joke with his health. She sent him back inside. As expected, the next day, Lu Jiqing had a fever. Today marked the second day he had taken medicine. He looked okay, but he had a weak and sickly appearance. Zhuang Yundai thought that after the full moon banquet, she would stop by the pharmacy to get more medicine for Lu Jiqing. The doctor had prescribed 3 doses, and he had already finished them. Huang Jingjing noticed that Zhuang Yundai seemed lost in thought when talking about Lu Jiqing, which made her a bit excited. What was this? It was the bond and concern between 2 people truly in love. Huang Jingjing wished she could hide in Zhuang Yundai's little courtyard to witness the sparks between her and Lu Jiqing. Zhuang Yundai. Why did she feel that Huang Jingjing's gaze was a bit too intense? The full moon banquet soon began, and the nurse brought out the county magistrate's little daughter. Wrapped in a silk blanket, a chubby little girl was not shy at all, wide-eyed and trying hard to look at everyone. But since babies have limited vision, after a while, she seemed annoyed and kicked her legs against the blanket, making everyone laugh. The banquet was enjoyable for both hosts and guests. After the meal, it felt awkward to leave right away, so the county magistrate's wife invited everyone to the garden to listen to some opera. She kindly looked at Huang Yaoyao and said, "Yaoyao, will you sit with me for a while?" Huang Yaoyao's face turned bright red, but she shyly agreed and sat with the county magistrate's wife. Mrs. Huang was delighted. The other ladies exchanged thoughtful glances. Although the county magistrate's wife had favored Zhuang Yundai in the past, they all knew she would never let Zhuang Yundai become her daughter-in-law. At most, she would be a concubine, which posed no threat to them. However, now there was a young lady from a scholarly family whose father was a successful official in the capital, Huang's, Mississippi, especially since she seemed to be in the county magistrate's wife's good graces. This inevitably made many families interested in young Master Tang feel a sense of caution. Huang Jingjing couldn't stand listening to the play, so she pulled Zhuang Yundai aside to the waterside to feed the koi. She took the fish food from a maid and tossed it into the water absent-mindedly, feeling a bit melancholic. "It seems my cousin's marriage is settled. So next it will be my turn, sigh." Zhuang Yundai just listened, being a good listener. But as Huang Jingjing spoke, her mood lifted, and she excitedly asked Zhuang Yundai, "Zhuang, what kind of man do you like?" Before Zhuang Yundai could answer, Huang Jingjing eagerly said, "Do you like good-looking ones?" Zhuang Yundai nodded seriously, "Yes, I do." Huang Jingjing was so excited, she almost jumped up. Lu Huyuan was very handsome. Zhuang Yundai must like him. This meant Zhuang Yundai had just admitted she liked Lu Huyuan. Huang Jingjing was already imagining names for the children of Lu Huyuan and Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai, seeing Huang Jingjing lost in her thoughts, quietly stepped back. While tossing fish food, she noticed Huang Yaoyao running past them with a pale face. She looked hurried and a bit lost, suggesting something was wrong. Oddly, Huang Yaoyao wasn't accompanied by a maid. Zhuang Yundai frowned. Huang Jingjing was too caught up in her thoughts to notice. Zhuang Yundai gently nudged Huang Jingjing with her arm.
"Ah? Oh."
Huang Jingjing snapped back to reality. She had just been thinking of names for the children. Suddenly back in the moment, she almost blurted out to Zhuang Yundai that her future daughter would definitely be the most beautiful girl in the world. Luckily, she stopped herself. Zhuang Yundai pointed to Huang Yaoyao's distant figure as she turned a corner. "Your cousin seems a bit off, and she isn't with a maid. Shouldn't you check on her?" Huang Jingjing quickly came back to her senses. "Oh." Just then, Huang Yaoyao stumbled slightly, but quickly steadied herself against a pillar before continuing to walk away quickly. Worried, Huang Jingjing said goodbye to Zhuang Yundai and hurried after her cousin. Zhuang Yundai continued to lean on the railing, feeding her fish. Then she heard a few young ladies whispering nearby, "What's so great about having a father who is a scholar?" Exactly. The way she tries to flatter the county magistrate's wife gives me goosebumps. I don't know what she's so proud of. The county magistrate's wife was interested in someone else first. Let me tell you a secret. I heard that the county magistrate's wife had sent a matchmaker to propose to the Zhuang family before.
What?
Really? Yes. But the Zhuang family has a merchant daughter, and she knew her place and turned it down right away. Is that true? I saw the county magistrate's wife treating the Zhuang family well today. Exactly. The Zhuang family knows how to win people over. What's that Huang Yushi compared to her?
Right?
She can't even compare to a merchant girl. What's there to be proud of?
The group laughed.
Zhuang Yundai frowned as she listened. Seeing Huang Yushi looking so lost, she probably heard this news somewhere. It was a bit troubling. However, Zhuang Yundai didn't plan to get involved. Why did Xiao Ming's grandfather live to be 100? Because he minded his own business. Zhuang Yundai pretended not to hear and continued to feed the fish by the railing. After all, this wasn't her fault. After a while, she saw Huang Jingjing and Huang Yushi returning together. Huang Yushi's eyes were a bit red. Clearly she had been crying. Huang Jingjing looked at Zhuang Yundai with a hesitant expression, and Zhuang Yundai guessed that she must have heard about it too. Sure enough, Huang Jingjing looked at Zhuang Yundai anxiously and seemed to want to ask her about it. But Huang Yushi held onto Huang Jingjing's hand tightly, clearly not wanting her to ask. Zhuang Yundai sighed, thinking maybe she should bring it up herself. But before she could speak, she noticed both Huang Jingjing and Huang Yushi looking at something behind her, their expressions changing slightly. Zhuang Yundai had a thought. Could it be a coincidence? But it really was a coincidence. When she turned around, she saw Tang Tianyan striding towards them from the end of the long corridor. Zhuang Yundai. This person really knows how to choose the right moment. Tang Tianyan looked a bit thinner than a few days ago, but he seemed more stable. At least when he saw Zhuang Yundai, he no longer had that sorrowful expression. That kind of look always made Zhuang Yundai feel like a heartless person. The problem was, while she considered herself to be someone who cared about appearances, she never intended to hurt a pure-hearted boy like him. Tang Tianyan's expression had really weighed on her mind in the past. At this moment, Tang Tianyan looked a bit more normal, which made Zhuang Yundai feel much more relaxed, and her smile became lighter. However, Huang Yushi was staring intently at Zhuang Yundai's profile. When she noticed Zhuang Yundai's lips curl up slightly, her heart skipped a beat. Didn't people say that Zhuang's family was very self-aware and had turned down the county magistrate's proposal? Now this was... Tang Tianyan suppressed his excitement and walked properly in front of Zhuang Yundai and the others. Bowing politely, Tianyan greets the young ladies. I just want to pay respects to my mother and some elders, and I didn't expect to run into you here. I apologize for the suddenness. He appeared very courteous. Huang Yushi bit her lip, her face turning red. She returned Tang Tianyan's greeting and took a couple of steps back to give him space. This wasn't her first time meeting Tang Tianyan. A few days ago, while dining with her cousin Huang Jingjing at a restaurant, she had seen Tang Tianyan standing up for the bullied common people. At that moment, his heroic figure had already made a lasting impression on her heart. Seeing him again now, Huang Yushi felt extremely shy. Huang Jingjing was also a bit nervous. She had just heard her cousin mention that the county magistrate's wife had once been interested in Zhuang's family. This wasn't too surprising. After all, Zhuang's family was beautiful and had a kind and pleasant personality, making them quite likable. It wasn't impossible for the county magistrate's wife to overlook social status and want to marry Zhuang Yundai as a daughter-in-law. However, Zhuang's family had declined, which surprised her. If she really thought about it, she admired Zhuang's family. After all, going from a merchant's daughter to marrying into the Tang family was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. But Zhuang's family didn't seem dazzled by this. Clearly a remarkable woman who didn't prioritize fame and fortune. Still, it was a bit awkward. On one side was her admired Zhuang's family, and on the other was her cousin. Huang Jingjing felt a mix of tension and frustration. Seeing Tang Tianyan treat Zhuang's family with politeness and nothing particularly special, Huang Jingjing couldn't help but feel a little relieved. She smiled and returned the greeting. Zhuang Yundai stood up and also returned the gesture, saying nothing, just slightly turning to the side like Huang Yushi to give way. Tang Tianyan's gaze deepened. He paused, didn't leave, and instead asked Huang Yushi, "Miss, you look unfamiliar, not like a girl from our Pingling County." Huang Yushi's face turned a deeper shade of red, her head slightly bowed, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. "Yes. My family lives in another place, and I came to Pingling County to visit relatives this time." Tang Tianyan nodded and said to Huang Yoyo, "Our Pingling County has many delicious foods. You two young ladies can go and try them together. Huang Yoyo felt extremely shy and nodded bashfully. Her heart was completely focused on Tang Tianyan. Every young girl has admired a heroic young man at some point, right? Huang Jingjing was also quite happy. Tang Tianyan seemed very kind to her cousin. Although it might just be a matter of courtesy, at least it showed that he didn't dislike her cousin. These two had a good chance together. Huang Jingjing felt pleased. However, the next moment, she heard Tang Tianyan mention Zhuang Yundai. This Miss Zhuang makes amazing skewers. You two young ladies should try them when you have time, he said. Huang Jingjing's expression changed slightly. Huang Yoyo's face turned pale as she instinctively looked at Zhuang Yundai. Zhuang Yundai, on the other hand, felt a bit happy because Tang Tianyan was being considerate. He didn't directly call her sister Yundai in this situation, saving her from a lot of trouble. This probably meant that Tang Tianyan had completely given up. Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded lightly. My little shop always welcomes you two young ladies. While saying this, she didn't look at Tang Tianyan at all. However, he glanced at her subtly. Huang Yoyo bit her lip. Tang Tianyan stood silently for a moment, seemingly out of words, and then took his leave. Zhuang Yundai straightened up and noticed that Huang Jingjing and Huang Yoyo seemed to have some private sisterly talk, so she excused herself and went in the opposite direction of Tang Tianyan. Once Zhuang Yundai was far away, Huang Yoyo's eyes turned red, and she almost cried as she watched her retreating figure. Huang Jingjing felt a bit anxious. Sister Yoyo, what's wrong? Look at her. Huang Yoyo's voice trembled. As soon as young Master Tang left, she left too. Her feelings are too obvious. Huang Jingjing hesitated. Sister Yoyo, could it be that you're overthinking? I think the Zhuang family treats young Master Tang quite normally. She noticed that the Zhuang family didn't look at Tang Tianyan much and maintained proper etiquette by avoiding him. That's just a cover-up. Huang Yoyo bit her lip and blurted out. Huang Jingjing couldn't help scratching her head. Is it? Really? To be honest, she thought her sister Yoyo was great, but sometimes a bit too sensitive. Thinking about how the county magistrate's wife favored Zhuang Yundai, Huang Yoyo felt a wave of sadness. After all, she came from a scholarly family, and now she had to be compared to a merchant's daughter? Huang Yao's eyes were red. Jing, you didn't see it earlier. She was smiling at young Master Tang. Isn't this a clear attempt to flirt? Huang Jingjing looked a bit stunned. Oh no, really? She didn't dare to say, did you maybe see it wrong, Sister Jingjing? She had been watching closely, and Zhuang Dongjia was treating Tang Tianyan quite normally. Suddenly, Huang Jingjing thought of something and quietly advised Huang Yao, don't overthink it. Since Zhuang Dongjia has already rejected him, it means she doesn't have those feelings. Huang Yao felt like crying even more. Doesn't that make it seem like she is picking up a man left by a merchant girl? Although she believed she didn't discriminate against merchant girls and was willing to be friends with them to show equality. She couldn't bear being compared to one of them, especially since that merchant girl was so beautiful. Huang Yao bit her lip, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and forced a faint smile at Huang Jingjing. Maybe Zhuang Dongjia is playing hard to get. Wasn't there someone who proposed several times to show sincerity before the girl agreed? The more Huang Yao spoke, the more she felt it was possible. Maybe she knows her status isn't enough, so she is trying to create some distance to raise her own value? Huang Jingjing looked a bit stunned. Really? She wanted to say that Zhuang Dongjia didn't seem like that kind of person, but Huang Yao was clearly stuck in her thoughts and wouldn't listen to reason. Huang Jingjing could only scratch her head and quietly say, but I think Zhuang Dongjia and Lu Huyuan are actually a couple? As soon as she said this, Huang Yao's eyes brightened.
Right.
How did she forget the strange atmosphere between Zhuang Yundai and Lu Huyuan earlier? Could it be that Zhuang Yundai is playing both sides? Does young Master Tang know about this? Huang Yao's face turned red again. After thinking it over, she finally made up her mind. She quietly told Huang Jingjing, I want to talk to young Master Tang alone. Jingjing, help me. Huang Jingjing was happy to help her cousin. She patted her chest. Okay, leave it to me. They discussed their plan for a while, and after agreeing, The two sisters quickly went to put their plan into action. Zhuang Yundai came out of the corridor and originally intended to go to the theater to accompany the county magistrate's wife for a while. On her way back, she encountered a couple in a secluded part of the garden, looking quite affectionate. From their clothing, they seemed to be a maid and a servant from the magistrate's residence. Zhuang Yundai had no intention of interfering with the couple, so she decided to take a different path. However, this change of route led her to another garden. This garden was mostly empty, which was fine, but when she looked up, she saw Tang Tianyan standing there, staring at a willow tree that had just started to sprout new buds. Zhuang Yundai thought, what a coincidence. Fortunately, Tang Tianyan did not notice her, so she quietly tried to sneak away in another direction. Just then, she heard Huang Jingjing calling out, "Young Master Tang." Zhuang Yundai's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly hid behind a nearby rock formation, hoping to avoid being seen. The rock formation was dark and spacious enough to conceal her completely. From the outside, there was no sign of her presence. Zhuang Yundai crouched inside, waiting for Huang Jingjing and Tang Tianyan to leave. Tang Tianyan's polite voice came from outside. "Ladies, is there something you need?" Huang Jingjing replied, "Oh, it's like this. Young Master Tang, my cousin has just arrived, and I'm worried about where to take her in Pingling County. I rarely go out, so I wanted to ask you for some advice." Huang Yaoyao's shy voice chimed in. "Thank you, young Master Tang." Although Tang Tianyan was currently caught up in a fruitless romance and feeling a bit down, he was still a warm-hearted young man. When he heard the two ladies asking for help, he set aside his worries and began to give them a serious introduction. However, halfway through, Huang Jingjing suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! I've lost my fragrance pouch. It was made by my mother, and if she sees it's gone, she'll surely scold me. We must have dropped it while feeding the fish in the corridor." Without waiting for Tang Tianyan to respond, she said, "Cousin, you stay here and chat with young Master Tang. I'll be right back." With that, she dashed off. Tang Tianyan didn't even have time to say anything before he saw Huang Jingjing running faster than a rabbit, already out of the garden with her maid. Tang Tianyan was taken aback. Huang Yaoyao, blushing, softly said, "Please don't mind my cousin, young Master Tang. She can be a bit impulsive, but she's really a good person." Tang Tianyan replied, "It's no problem. Your sister is quite lively." Huang Yao paused for a moment before speaking again. "So, about the Chanchan Dan that young Master Tang mentioned earlier, do you have any recommended flavors? I had the chance to try it at Miss Gao's banquet once, and it was really delicious." Hearing this, Tang Tianyan couldn't help but talk more. He described the tasty spicy beef, then moved on to the delicious fish, and from there to the crunchy radish pieces. He spoke at length, as if he were sharing treasured memories, almost as if he could write a paper on it. Zhuang Yundai, crouching by the rockery, listened and felt a bit speechless. Was this really what Huang Yuyo wanted to hear? Sure enough, when Huang Yuyo spoke again, her tone sounded a bit forced. "Young Master Tang must have eaten there many times. You are quite familiar with it." Tang Tianyan didn't catch the hint in her words. He nodded and replied seriously, "I have indeed eaten there quite a few times." Huang Yuyo seemed momentarily taken aback. After a while, she managed a strained smile. "Is that so? I wonder, are you familiar with the guard at the shop, Lu?" Zhuang Yundai, feeling a bit drowsy while hugging her knees, perked up at the mention of Guard Lu. She was puzzled. Why was Huang Yuyo bringing up Guard Lu? Tang Tianyan also seemed confused and asked, "Why do you want to know that?" Huang Yuyo sounded a bit flustered. "Aw no, young Master Tang, don't misunderstand. It's just that my friend, she likes Guard Lu, so I wanted to ask a few questions." Tang Tianyan responded with a somewhat cold "oh," making it clear he was not pleased. Then Huang Yuyo spoke cautiously, "But my friend said that it seems Guard Lu and the Zhuang family's daughter are a couple, so..." Zhuang Yundai was shocked. When did she and Guard Lu become a couple? How come she didn't know about this? While the person involved was still in shock, Tang Tianyan spoke with a serious tone, "Miss, it's important to reflect on oneself and avoid gossiping about others. Miss Zhuang is an unmarried woman, discussing her relationship with guard Lu in front of me, an outsider, seems a bit inappropriate. No, that's not what I meant, Huang Yuyo said in a fluster. But Tang Tianyan's expression turned cold, and he distanced himself politely from Huang Yuyo, saying, I have things to attend to. Please excuse me. With that, he turned and walked away. Huang Yuyo stood there in shock as Tang Tianyan turned and left. She felt very wronged. She had only said one thing and hadn't spread any rumors. Tang Tianyan was being too much. Huang Yuyo wiped her tears and quickly walked away, choking back sobs. Once outside and in silence, Zhuang Yundai emerged from behind a rockery with a complicated expression. She understood that Huang Yuyo was trying to test Tang Tianyan by mentioning her and Lu Jiqing. Little did she know, Zhuang Yundai had already told Tang Tianyan that she would only marry Lu Jiqing in this lifetime. What a coincidence. Zhuang Yundai sighed for a moment before quickly leaving the troublesome place. Fortunately, the rest of the banquet was uneventful, but Zhuang Yundai, with her keen hearing, picked up on many bits of gossip. There were talks about Gao Mingmei and Li Shanqi's wedding date, and how a certain family head had taken a new concubine who gave birth to a son within 6 months of entering the household. It was all quite chaotic. Zhuang Yundai munched on some sunflower seeds while listening to the gossip. Soon, she said her goodbyes to the county magistrate's wife. The county magistrate's wife sent her personal maid to see her off, and they happened to run into Huang Yuyo and Huang Jingjing at the gate. Huang Yuyo's eyes were red. She glanced at the maid beside Zhuang Yundai, recognized her as the county magistrate's trusted servant, bit her lip, and said nothing as she got into the carriage. Huang Jingjing smiled shyly at Zhuang Yundai and said, When the new shop opens, I will definitely come to support you, before following her cousin into the carriage. Zhuang Yundai shrugged and, on her way back, stopped by the pharmacy to pick up some medicine for Lu Jiqing. She carried the medicine bag as she walked down the long stone street. The girl looked just like any other day, one hand holding the bag at her side, the other casually playing with the fragrance pouch at her waist, seemingly in a good mood as she hummed a tune and turned into a small alley. A shadow followed her quietly. However, the alley was empty, filled with clutter, and it ended quickly with no one around. The shadow was surprised and instinctively took a few steps forward to look, but suddenly, a cloth covering nearby was lifted, and the girl burst out, a sharp glint flashing from her hand as she approached. Before the shadow could react, the girl had already pressed a sharp blade to his neck. He trembled in fear and shouted, It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhuang Yundai smiled lightly and asked, A misunderstanding? Follow me for 3 streets. Now tell me, who sent you here? The man swallowed hard. And no, it's a misunderstanding. I just thought you were pretty and wanted to get to know you. Zhuang Yundai narrowed her eyes, her tone suddenly cold. Oh, is that so? She brought the dagger closer to his neck, the cold touch making him tremble. Zhuang Yundai showed no expression as she lightly grazed the blade, leaving a faint cut on his neck. The man was shocked that such a sweet-looking girl would actually harm him. He was terrified and cried, I confess. I'll tell you everything. It's the Gao family. They told me to tie you up. The Gao family? Zhuang Yundai frowned. Which Gao family? The one from Luopan Alley? She asked softly. The man nodded repeatedly, his face full of fear. Yes, yes. You know them, it's that Gao family. The Gao family from Luopan Alley. Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow, curious about their intentions. What does the Gao family want with me? She inquired. The man, terrified of the dagger at his neck, stuttered. They didn't say. Just that I should tie you up and take you to some old temple outside the city. That's all I know. Zhuang Yundai studied him for a long moment, deciding he was telling the truth. How much did the Gao family offer you? She suddenly asked. The man, looking miserable, replied, 10 taels of silver. Zhuang Yundai remained calm and smiled slightly at him. I'll give you 20 taels of silver if you help me with something. Even with the dagger still at his neck, the man couldn't resist the temptation of the extra money and swallowed hard. What do you want me to do? As night fell, in the old temple outside Pingling County, the cold wind blew through the broken roof, making everyone shiver. A figure wrapped in a thick cloak entered the temple discreetly, accompanied by 2 guards. A sharp-faced man rubbed his hands together and greeted, "You've arrived?" The hood of the cloak fell back, revealing a somewhat young face.
It was Gao Mingmei.
She raised an eyebrow and smiled at Zhuang Yundai, who was and looked dirty, clearly having struggled for a while. She nodded, casually greeting Zhuang Yundai, "Zhuang Dongjia." Zhuang Yundai lifted her head, her lips were a bit dry, and her face was smudged with dirt, looking quite disheveled. Gao Mingmei was very pleased. "What do you mean by that, Miss Gao?" Zhuang Yundai's voice was somewhat hoarse. Gao Mingmei chuckled lightly. "Zhuang Dongjia, don't misunderstand. I actually have no issues with you." She waved her hand, signaling the person to leave. The person's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran out of the dilapidated temple. Gao Mingmei waved again, signaling 2 guards to wait at the temple entrance. After doing all this, Gao Mingmei stood over Zhuang Yundai, looking at her gentle and delicate appearance, but her eyes burned with madness. "Do you know what your good bodyguard did to me?" Her voice carried a hint of craziness. "I just wanted to do something good with him, to give myself to him, to offer him the wealth of our Gao family. But he was so cruel, stabbing me with that silver needle, then leaving me behind, allowing that shameless Li Shanqi to take advantage." At this point, a hint of resentment appeared in Gao Mingmei's eyes. Zhuang Yundai probably guessed this. She calmly said, "So, you had someone tie me up here to take me hostage and get back at Lu Huyun?" Gao Mingmei looked crazed, looking down at Zhuang Yundai. "I am about to marry Li Shanqi, and it's all Lu Huyuan's fault. He caused this. I begged my mother, telling her I was willing to marry Li Shanqi, but only if I could have one chance with Lu Huyun." Her delicate face was flushed with an unusual excitement. Zhuang Yundai sighed softly. "You're crazy." Gao Mingmei sneered. "Yes, I'm crazy. After all, I have to spend the rest of my life with that shameless man Li Shanqi. Can I go a little wild before the wedding?" "You can certainly go a little wild. I have no objections." Zhuang Yundai nodded in agreement. "But if your madness harms me, then I definitely won't be happy about it." As she spoke, she pulled on one end of the rope, and surprisingly, the knot came undone. Zhuang Yundai shook her hands, clearly having freed herself. Gao Mingmei was taken aback, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, "What have you done?" The 2 guards at the temple entrance rushed over upon hearing the commotion. However, from behind the half-collapsed Buddhist statue, several officers rushed out with handcuffs. Gao Mingmei's face turned pale. She immediately understood what was happening. That person had turned against her. The officer said in a serious tone, "Miss Gao, you hired someone to kidnap Miss Zhuang with the intention to harm her. The evidence is clear, so please come with us." "Miss Gao," Zhuang Yundai said as she moved her previously bound hands, "although you are about to marry someone unworthy, which is pitiful, it does not justify your attempt to harm me." Gao Mingmei's face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground. After Zhuang Yundai finished giving her statement, she left the courthouse, and it was already quite late. When she returned to the Shui Mo courtyard, the entire place was brightly lit, clearly waiting for her. She had sent a message earlier, informing them that she would be late. As soon as Zhuang Yundai entered the courtyard, Zhuang Yuntong rushed over, saying, "Sister, you're finally back." Zhuang Yundai smiled and nodded. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Zhuang Yuntong looked worried. "I was worried about you, sister. You've never been out this late before." Aunt, who was also looking Zhuang Yundai up and down. Seeing that she was safe, her anxious heart finally settled. "In the future, if you're going to be out this late, you should take Lu Huyuan with you," Aunt Hu said with concern. "You're a girl, and with your looks, everyone worries when you're out so late." Zhuang Yundai nodded in agreement. The case was quite clear. After offering 20 taels of silver to persuade the person to turn against Gao Mingmei, she went straight to the courthouse. As a law-abiding citizen, she knew she had to report any wrongdoing. Why dirty her own hands when she could involve the authorities? The officials at the Pingling County Courthouse had a good relationship with Zhuang Yundai. When they saw her come to report the incident, they promptly sent 4 officers to accompany her to the abandoned temple outside the city to set up an ambush. Gao Mingmei was overly confident and underestimated Zhuang Yundai, resulting in her capture by the officers. She confessed her crimes right in front of them. However, since Gao Mingmei's actions were considered an attempted crime and she was a first-time offender, the Gao family was willing to pay a large sum for her defense. If Zhuang Yundai could forgive her, Gao Mingmei's punishment could be significantly reduced. The Gao family was also prepared to offer a substantial amount of money to Zhuang Yundai in exchange for her forgiveness of Gao Mingmei. Seeing the hatred in Gao Mingmei's eyes, Zhuang Yundai felt that they had created a deep rift. She thought it might be better to let her experience the consequences of looking down on others and causing harm. Zhuang Yundai did not ask for compensation from the Gao family. Instead, she chose to let Gao Mingmei spend some time in prison. The Gao family now harbored resentment towards Zhuang Yundai. However, according to the laws of Dayan, Gao Mingmei was a first-time offender, so her punishment was not severe. If Gao Mingmei targeted Zhuang Yundai again, the consequences would be much harsher. Zhuang Yundai spent quite some time dealing with this matter at the government office. Eventually, even the county magistrate's wife heard about it and was shocked enough to send a bowl of soup to her. The Gao family was initially displeased, but when they saw the soup being delivered from the back office, their anger diminished significantly. When Zhuang Yundai left the office, the Gao family members followed her, humbly saying they would come to apologize in the future. Zhuang Yundai simply smiled and ignored them. Now back in her small courtyard in Shimo Alley, Zhuang Yundai felt warm inside from her family's concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine," she reassured them, wanting to prevent them from worrying too much. She briefly explained the situation, saying, "The Gao family learned their lesson and should behave more honestly in the future." She left out many details, making it sound as if she had easily resolved a minor issue. Zhuang Yuntong, still young, thought her older sister was amazing and looked at her with admiration. However, Lu Jiqing had a different perspective. He could sense the risks involved. Frowning, he looked at Zhuang Yundai. In the soft light, he noticed faint red marks on her wrist. Zhuang Yundai comforted her younger siblings and Aunt Hu, sending them off to bed. She then went to the kitchen to get the food she had prepared. Lu Jiqing silently followed her. Zhuang Yundai couldn't hear his footsteps because they were too light. When she entered the kitchen and turned around, she nearly jumped in surprise to see him standing at the door. "You scared me," she said, placing a hand on her chest. Lu Jiqing frowned and asked, "Did this happen because of me?" Zhuang Yundai noticed him looking at her wrist and followed his gaze to see the red marks. "Don't overthink it," she said, lowering her eyes and smoothing her sleeve to cover the marks. "It's just Gao Mingmei's jealousy. If it weren't for me, how would Gao Mingmei have targeted you?" Lu Jiqing's voice was cold, but Zhuang Yundai raised an eyebrow. "Are you so sure it's because of you?" Lu Jiqing fell silent and turned to leave. Zhuang Yundai raised her eyebrows and tossed a piece of wood into the stove to start a fire. Before long, Lu Jiqing returned, holding a tube of ointment. He didn't say anything and placed the ointment on the windowsill. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but smile, unsure of what to say. Although Zhuang Yundai didn't intend to spread rumors, the news of Gao Mingmei being taken to the government office by the officials was seen by many and quickly spread. There were all sorts of rumors outside. The Gao family could hardly hold their heads high in Pingling County and chose to stay indoors. It was said that Li's mother directly went to demand the return of the betrothal gifts, causing chaos in the Gao family. Zhuang Yundai was too busy to care about the gossip. Gao Mingmei brought this upon herself. When she chose to take that step, she had to be ready to face the consequences. Zhuang Yundai focused on her new shop. She made various snacks, including pork jerky, rice candy, honey peanuts, spicy beans, and the old honey candy that Huang Jingjing couldn't forget. She also brewed her own fruit drinks. In short, this little shop was a place where you wouldn't leave without gaining 10 pounds. She decorated the shop with cute items, placing the snacks in a charmingly arranged manner. Zhuang Yundai even had some small dolls made based on her own designs, which were extremely cute and served as decorations in the shop, enchanting the neighborhood girls who didn't want to leave. She decided to give one to a little girl, who then smiled through her tears and thanked her with a runny nose. The girl's parents felt a bit embarrassed and soon sent over several homemade sausages as a thank you gift. On the opening day, Zhuang Yundai didn't do much advertising. She simply unveiled a sign that read Sanyan Snack Shop and opened the store. Many customers looking for food at the nearby skewer shop suddenly discovered a new place next door. The decoration was surprisingly nice, and there was even a tasting. The regulars at the skewer shop saw their owner, Zhuang, standing at the door of the Sanyan Snack Shop, holding a delicate white porcelain wine jug, smiling as she asked if they wanted to try her new drinks. No customer could refuse Zhuang's skills. They watched as she used clean leaves to make disposable cups and poured out a delicious liquid from the white porcelain jug. Just the smell alone is so sweet that it could make anyone's stomach rumble. Every diner who tasted it exclaimed how good it was. Some diners smacked their lips and said, "Zhuang, your skills are amazing. Why don't you brew wine?" Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly and replied, "Who says I don't brew?" She then brought out a small jar, and as soon as she opened it, the rich aroma of the wine rushed out. Some seasoned wine lovers couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling invigorated.
This is good wine.
This wine is called Moonlight Fairy, Zhuang Yundai said with a smile. I brewed it last year, and it just finished recently. She poured a small amount into a leaf cup for a familiar diner. The diner eagerly tasted it and exclaimed, "This is truly good wine. It goes down smoothly and has a rich, strong flavor. I've never had wine this good before." He savored it and showed a look of pure delight, saying, "This wine even has a sweet aftertaste. It feels so nice." The diner looked at Zhuang Yundai excitedly and said, "Zhuang, I want to buy a jar of this wine." Seeing his excitement, others started to get excited too. Zhuang Yundai generously poured a cup for several wine drinkers, and everyone who tasted it became thrilled, saying, "This is amazing. I've never had such good wine. The taste is incredible." "Zhuang, are you selling this wine?" Yes. I'm not a big drinker, but that fruit drink was perfect for me. I want to buy some to take home for my family." Everyone urged her. Zhuang Yundai smiled slightly and said, "I do sell fruit drinks and wine. However, I must tell you all in advance, I'm just one person, so both the fruit drinks and the wine are limited in quantity. Please understand that I can only sell a certain amount each day." "We understand." The diners called out, eager and ready to buy. "Zhuang, just tell us the price." Zhuang Yundai took out some prepared porcelain bottles. She had ordered some small, affordable bottles, each costing about 4 coins. The sturdy white porcelain bottles held the fruit drink, each capable of holding about 100 milliliters. The slimmer green porcelain bottles contained the Moonlight Fairy wine, each holding about 50 milliliters. Her prices are not high. The fruit drink costs 10 coins per bottle, while the Moonlight Elixir is a bit more expensive at 40 coins. However, the diners exclaimed that these prices are incredibly cheap. It's important to note that in nearby taverns, a good jug of wine can sell for several taels of silver. Although this small bottle of Moonlight Elixir is a bit small, selling for only 40 coins feels almost like a giveaway. Immediately, the wine-loving diners pulled out their money, eager to buy several jugs. However, Zhuang Yundai stated that the production of the Moonlight Elixir is quite low, so she must limit purchases to 3 small bottles per person each day, with only 300 bottles available daily. For wealthy diners, 3 small bottles may seem too little, but they realized that since the Moonlight Elixir is so delicious and Zhuang is selling it at such a fair price, it makes sense to limit the quantity. Otherwise, many would try to buy in bulk to resell. With this thought, everyone felt relieved and decided, then let's get 3 bottles. There were also many non-drinkers who thought the fruit drink was a better deal compared to the Moonlight Elixir, as it was larger and cheaper, so they eagerly bought the fruit drinks as well. The newly opened snack shop quickly became lively. Thankfully, Zhuang Yundai had hired new staff who were busy and bustling about. After purchasing their favorite drinks and fruit drinks, the customers' attention turned to the various snacks displayed in the shop. With drinks in hand, how could there be no food? Many, in high spirits, waved their hands and bought several snacks, happily heading next door to enjoy skewers. In no time, both shops were bustling with activity. Zhuang Yundai's Moonlight Elixir outshines other wines of this era, and any seasoned wine enthusiast could tell just by the aroma that it is an exceptional drink. For non-drinkers, Zhuang Yundai's fruit drinks are sweet, flavorful, and incredibly enjoyable, especially at such a low price, attracting many customers. Soon, Zhuang Yundai's Sanyun snack shop gained a great reputation. If we talk about who in Pingling County is envied the most by business owners right now, it must be Zhuang from Shimo Alley. She has 2 shops, both of which are always crowded, making a fortune daily. Zhuang Yundai has been quite busy for some time, hardly having a moment to rest. Now, when she goes out, more and more people recognize her and quietly tell their companions, "Look, that's the owner of the 2 popular shops in Shimo Alley, Zhuang Dongjia." Even when she buys vegetables, people greet her with smiles, saying, "Zhuang Dongjia, out shopping for vegetables." Zhuang Yundai quickly became a celebrity in Pingling County. Moreover, during the winter snow disaster, she didn't raise prices at her Chanchandan, which won her a lot of goodwill from the locals. Now, people believe that good people deserve to prosper. Zhuang Yundai's reputation in Pingling County is truly excellent. Even the reclusive old master, has heard of her good name. He smiled and said to Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi, "Your big sister is truly an extraordinary woman." Zhuang Yuntong puffed out her chest proudly for her big sister. Zhuang Yunqi clenched his fist, secretly determined to work hard. He knew that all the hard work of his big sister led to their current success. He wanted to study hard, take the imperial exam, and become an official so he could buy a big house for his sister and ensure she lives a good life. Zhuang Yundai's fame quickly spread to Xiangyang village, where many villagers mocked the Zhuang family for treating the siblings poorly, forcing them to separate. Now, with their shop thriving and making money, the villagers could only watch. The Zhuang family had been struggling lately, and hearing about Zhuang Yundai's success felt like a sharp knife piercing their hearts. However, they had already caused trouble once before, and at that time, Zhuang Lishir had fallen seriously ill, leaving her with a limp and feeling embarrassed, without gaining any benefit. Whenever old Master Zhuang went out for a walk, villagers would chat with him, saying, "Old Zhuang, your granddaughter is really impressive. It's a pity she's separated from you. Otherwise, you could enjoy a comfortable life in your old age." These words were tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Old Master Zhuang felt embarrassed every time he heard this, so he eventually stopped going out. Zhuang Lishir also wore a frown every day, but they had no other options. Until one day, while Zhuang Lishir, with a slight limp, was out picking vegetables, she saw a familiar figure. It was Li. Li was wearing a cloth headscarf, looking much more haggard than before, and carrying a basket that seemed to hold something. However, when Li saw Zhuang Lishir, her eyes lit up, and she quickly ran towards her, clearly coming to see Zhuang Lishir. Zhuang Li was clearly not fond of Li, who had abandoned her vows and pressured the family, through her own family, to remarry. She spat on the ground in frustration and turned to leave. However, Li affectionately called out, "Mother." Zhuang Li's expression changed. "Don't call me mother. You have remarried." Li wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "Mother, why do you say that? I served you at the Zhuang family for several years. Even though I remarried, I still think of you and father." Hearing this, Zhuang Li's expression softened. How could Li say such things? Since she joined a Zhuang family, she had not done any work. Her second son, Zhuang Shernong, did everything for her while he was home. Zhuang Li felt sorry for her son and had scolded Li a few times, but Zhuang Shernong just smiled and said he would do more work since his wife didn't want to. He thought that while he couldn't provide her with riches, he at least wanted to spare her from hard labor. This made Zhuang Li so angry that she didn't want to talk to her son anymore. Who would have thought that her son, who doted on Li, would receive news of his death on the battlefield, and soon after, Li would run off with another man. How could Zhuang Li accept this? She also felt a deep resentment towards the 3 children Li had. Zhuang Li thought angrily that if it weren't for Li, she would have treated Zhuang Yundai and the others well. Now that they were successful, as their grandmother, she should be able to share in their good fortune. Instead, she was left with nothing. It was all Li's fault. Zhuang Li had no kind words for Li, but Li seemed determined to reach out, ignoring Zhuang Li's coldness, and offered her a basket of vegetables. "Mother, I haven't visited you in a long time. How is everything at home?" Zhuang Li didn't take the basket and frowned. "Just leave. Don't try to get close to me." Li refused to go and quietly said, "Mother, have you heard about Dai's situation?" At the mention of Dai, Zhuang Li's expression changed. Seeing this, Li felt more confident. She put on a sorrowful look. "Oh, Mother, even though Dai is separated from you, I am still her real mother. I haven't seen the 3 children in a long time, and I miss them very much. Mother, don't you and Father miss Sister Dai?" Zhuang Li heard something in the tone and paused, hesitating to push Li away.
What did Li mean by this?
Seeing that Zhuang Li was intrigued, Li felt a surge of joy and quickly said, "Mother, I was sick for a while and haven't visited Sister Dai's shop yet. You and Father haven't seen her in a long time, right? How about we go to the county town together to see her?" Zhuang Li felt that Li was up to something and instinctively wanted to refuse. But Li quickly added, with a hint of temptation, "I heard that Sister Dai has opened a new shop selling snacks and drinks, and it's doing really well. Don't you want to check it out?" Of course, Zhuang Li wanted to go. However, last time she thought that no matter what, she was their grandmother, and Sister Dai wouldn't treat her poorly. Confidently, she went to the county town with Zhuang Leitongsheng, but reality hit her hard. She nearly lost her life and took a long time to recover her strength. Right now, her foot wasn't fully healed, and she was still limping. What was the point of Li bringing this up again?
But
Li was indeed the mother of Sister Dai and her sister. No matter how fierce they were, could they really be unkind to their own mother?
Zhuang Li hesitated Li.
After thinking it over, Zhuang Li still kept a cold face and told Li, "You wait here." She turned and stepped into the Zhuang family home, closing the door behind her. Li's face stiffened for a moment, but she gritted her teeth and held back. She figured she wouldn't gain anything by going alone and needed to involve Zhuang Li and Zhuang Leitongsheng. No matter what, she had to get something from Sister Dai. Since Meng Changfei was expelled from school because of Sister Dai and Sister Qi, life in the Meng family had become increasingly difficult for her. At first, Meng Laojiu protected her, but later, the Meng family often spoke ill of her in front of him, saying that if it weren't for her child, Changfei wouldn't have been expelled from Zhou's school. This ruined their family's chance for education. If Changfei had nowhere to study, then Sister Qi was the culprit preventing the Meng family from thriving. From this perspective, Li, as the mother of Sister Dai and Sister Qi, seemed quite detestable. Hearing these words often made Meng Laojiu's attitude towards Li gradually turn negative, and once, he even hit her. Li stumbled while trying to dodge and hit her head on the corner of a table, causing quite a bit of bleeding, and she needed some time to recover. Li relied on Meng Lao heir to survive in the Meng family, but now even he was unhappy with her, making her life quite difficult. However, in the past few days, Meng Mu returned from chatting with someone outside and suddenly changed her attitude towards Li. She even asked if Li wanted some chicken soup to help her health. Li was both surprised and confused. Then Meng Mu spoke to Meng Lao heir about something, and he came to find Li with a big smile, saying their daughter had achieved great success and made a lot of money in the county. Li then learned that Zhuang Yundai had opened 2 shops in the county and was doing very well, making a fortune. No wonder Meng Mu and Meng Lao heir treated her like a completely different person. But as Li watched their eager expressions, as if they wanted to visit the county to reconnect with her daughter right away, she felt very uneasy. She knew very well what Zhuang Yundai thought of her. It was not a secret. Li decided to advise Meng Mu and Meng Lao heir to let her first go to the county and check things out. Yundai used to be foolish, but now she's not, and her personality has become quite strong. Remember how she handled the situation with Chang Fei and Chiga? I'm afraid if we all go, it might push her away even more. Meng Mu was reluctant, saying, "What are you talking about? You are her mother, and now that she is married into our family, she should at least call me grandma, right?" However, recalling how Zhuang Yundai had laughed while directly getting Meng Chang Fei expelled from school made her shiver. After mumbling that, she didn't argue further, accepting Li's suggestion. Meng Lao Er had high hopes for Li. Before, we only knew your eldest daughter was making a lot of money in the county, but since she moved there, we couldn't find her. Now you can go to her shop directly. She can't deny you as her mother unless she doesn't want to run her business anymore. Li forced a laugh. To be honest, ever since her eldest daughter became more sensible, every interaction with her felt strangely awkward. But it was hard to explain this feeling to others. After all, if she mentioned it, people would likely say that if she hadn't abandoned her child to remarry, the child wouldn't be so distant now. Ultimately, they would blame her. After thinking it over, Li decided to return to the Zhuang family. After all, the family of the dealer is also the grandparents of Zhuang Yundai. No matter how tough Zhuang Yundai is, she can't just ignore her mother, grandfather, and grandmother, right? Li was feeling quite pleased with herself. This time, she came not only to bring some things for the Zhuang family, but also to give Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong each a little gift. The eldest daughter is like a rock in a pit, stubborn and unpleasant. If she can't win her over, she can start with the younger daughter and son. The Zhuang family's door had been closed for a long time. After a while, the door slowly opened, and Zhuang Lishir came out, slightly limping. Li couldn't help but look behind Zhuang Lishir, but there was no one else there. Zhuang Lishir didn't look very happy. "Stop looking. I'm going to the county with you." Li was a bit surprised. "Just the two of us. Isn't Dad coming?" Zhuang Lishir wouldn't tell Li that Zhuang Leitongsheng didn't want to visit Zhuang Yundai again, feeling embarrassed, and was determined not to go to the county. However, Zhuang Leitongsheng thought that if Zhuang Yundai saw her mother, her attitude might soften. After thinking it over, he decided to let Zhuang Lishir go to the county with Li. This way, if Li could get some benefits from Zhuang Yundai, Zhuang Lishir would also gain something. With a serious expression, Zhuang Lishir went with Li to rent a carriage from the limping Zheng. Wang Tsuetsue saw the scene from a distance and hurried home, panting as she told her mother, "Mom, I saw Sister Dai's grandmother and her mother. I don't know what they're up to, but it looks like they're heading toward Uncle Zheng's place." Wang Tsuetsue's mother felt a jolt of concern. Li had already fallen out with the Zhuang family, and now she was with Zhuang Lishir, heading toward Zheng's house. It looked like they were going to the county to cause trouble for Sister Dai. She quickly called back her eldest daughter-in-law, who was watering the vegetable garden, and told Wang Tsuetsue to hurry to Zheng's house, saying her family had business in the county, and asking Zheng to wait before leaving. Fang Chunhua was the new bride of Wang Yingjin. Wang Tsuetsue's mother hurriedly explained a few things to Fang Chunhua and Wang Yingjin, saying, "By the way, I made some new spring shoes for Sister Dai and the others. You and Yingjin can take them over. Also, I made some dried venison from the deer that Yingjin caught. Please take some with you, and see if there's anything else they need help with." When they got married, Zhuang Yundai had given them a set of silver hair accessories, making sure the newlyweds looked good. Fang Chunhua had a good impression of the kind little girl. Following her mother-in-law's advice, she nodded repeatedly and shyly said, "Mother, I made a few handkerchiefs for Tsuetsue before. Didn't she say she liked my embroidery? I made some extra. Should I take them to see if Sister Dai can use them?" Fang Chunhua's embroidery skills were indeed excellent, and what stood out was that this child had a grateful heart. Wang Tsuetsue's mother was very pleased and nodded in agreement. Fang Chunhua and Wang Yingjin quickly packed their things into a small bundle, which Wang Yingjin carried, making it hard to tell what was inside. The two hurried to the home of the limping Zheng family. Zhuang Lishir felt somewhat uneasy upon seeing Wang Yingjin. However, Wang Yingjin politely greeted her with Grandma Zhuang. Fang Chunhua followed suit and also called her Grandma Zhuang. Zhuang Lishir responded and cautiously asked Fang Chunhua, "You must be Yingjin's new wife, right? You are quite beautiful. What are you two going to the county for?" Although Fong Chunhua didn't fully understand the history between Zhuang Lixi and Zhuang Yundai, she could guess from her mother-in-law's tense demeanor that Zhuang Lixi might not get along with Sister Dai. Fong Chunhua shyly displayed a bit of the new bride's bashfulness and smiled. "Grandma Zhuang, my husband is taking me to the county to buy some fabric for clothes." This was indeed what Wang Tsuetsue's mother had instructed. Zhuang Lixi seemed relieved and responded. Fong Chunhua's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Grandma Zhuang, where are you going?" Zhuang Lixi knew that the Wang family had a good relationship with Zhuang Yundai and felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. Nearby, Lixi, smiling, intentionally boasted, "Oh, it's nothing much, just that my daughter has opened 2 shops in the county, and we're going to check them out." Wang Yingjin's expression changed slightly. Fong Chunhua exclaimed, drawing Lixi's attention, "Auntie, your daughter is so impressive." "Oh, she's just a young girl." Playing around, Lixi said, somewhat proudly. Fong Chunhua looked enviously at her. "Auntie, you are so beautiful, and your daughter is so successful. You are truly blessed." This compliment made Lixi even happier. She smiled broadly and began to talk about how hard she worked raising her daughter. "You have no idea. My daughter was a bit slow when she was young. It hasn't been easy for me all these years, but now that her condition has improved and she's doing well, I can finally relax." Li made a show of coughing. Zhuang Li could not take it anymore. "Hasn't Li had a hard time all these years?" She scoffed. Since marrying into the Zhuang family, it was her son Zhuang Shinan who had it tough first, and then it became Zhuang Yundai and those twins. Li just ran off when the man died, leaving the children behind. "How is that hard?" Zhuang Li turned away and closed her eyes. Wang Yingjin also couldn't listen any longer, but he realized his wife was trying to get something out of Li, so he held back. When they reached the entrance of Pingling County, the cart stopped. Li wanted to keep boasting to Fong Chunhua, but Wang Yingjin quickly jumped off the cart and helped Fong Chunhua down, his face serious as he said, "We have things to do, so we'll leave now." Li, still wanting to brag, clicked her tongue in disappointment as she watched Wang Yingjin and Wang Chunhua hurry into the county. "Where are you going?" asked the driver, the lame man Zheng, who had been listening all along. He noticed that Li and Zhuang Li wanted to visit Zhuang Yundai, and he couldn't help but comment, "I don't know the way to that little shop over there." Li rolled her eyes. "My sister Dai's shop is so popular, just asking around will do." She waved to a passerby and directly asked, "Do you know how to get to the Sanyan skewer shop?" The passerby was very friendly. "Sanyan skewers? Their skewers are really delicious. Once you enter the city, just follow that stone road and go like this." He explained the directions and enthusiastically recommended there's a new little food shop next to it, and their food is also really tasty. "My daughter insists I buy some for her every few days. It can get expensive." Though he mentioned the expense, he smiled, clearly not complaining. Li's eyes sparkled. "Is that new shop doing well?" The passerby clicked his tongue and couldn't help but correctly. "What do you mean doing well?" "Their business is booming. Not to mention, the Moonlight Immortal drink for 40 when a pot sells out every day. The Zhuang family only sells 300 pots, and there are still many people rushing to buy. Sometimes if you go late, you can't even get the 10 when fruit drink. 40 when a pot, 300 pots a day." Li trembled with excitement. How much money could Zhuang Yundai be making every day? Li couldn't wait any longer and urged the lame Manjing to hurry up. "Let's go quickly." Zheng felt envious, but still looked down on Li a bit. Everyone in Xiangyang village knows each other, right? This Li woman, seeing her husband dead, didn't care about her 3 children and just ran away. Now that she sees that Sister Dai has become successful, she's back to take advantage of her. TSK. And she's still their biological mother. The limping Zheng pouted, flicked his whip, and drove the cart in the direction pointed out by the passerby. Wang Yingjin had been to Shimo Alley before. He skillfully led Fong Chunhua through the streets and soon arrived at Shimo Alley. Zhuang Yundai wasn't in the shop, but Aunt Hu was helping at the Sanyan skewer shop, recognized Wang Yingjin. With a cheerful exclamation, she came over warmly. "Isn't this the young man from the Wang family?" Wang Yingjin helped the slightly out-of-breath Feng Chunhua catch her breath while asking Aunt Hu, "Aunt, is Yundai at home?" Aunt Hu nodded. "Yes, she is." Come, is this your wife? Let me take you to the backyard to rest." She led Wang Yingjin and Wang Chunhua through the door in the shop and into the backyard. Zhuang Yundai was in the next courtyard preparing wine. Aunt Hu called out, "Sister Dai," with a hint of joy in her voice. "The young man from the Wang family is here." Zhuang Yundai's bright voice came from the other side of the wall. She was wearing an apron and quickly walked through the door connecting the two small courtyards with a smile. Lu Jiqing followed behind Zhuang Yundai, his expression neutral. Wang Yingjin called out, "Sister Yundai." Lu Jiqing didn't even realize it, but his brows furrowed slightly. Zhuang Yundai happily called out, "Brother Wang," and smiled at Feng Chunhua, greeting her, "Sister-in-law." Lu Jiqing paused for a moment, quickly scanning Wang Yingjin and Feng Chunhua. He realized they were a couple. The frown that had unconsciously formed on Lu Jiqing's brow smoothed out, returning to its usual calm. Wang Yingjin struggled to find the right words, so Feng Chunhua took over the conversation. "Sister Dai, let's skip the formalities. Your grandmother and mother are about to arrive. They've heard that both your shops are doing very well, and they won't leave without getting something from you, so be careful." Shumo Alley was very lively. After Zhuang Yundai's snack shop opened, many young girls came out to play and loved to visit the shop together. They would spend a few coins on their favorite snacks and drinks, then take their drinks to the skewer shop to enjoy a delicious meal, feeling both happy and relaxed. The reputation of the beautiful Yu Shangxian quickly spread nearby, and many people from the neighboring counties traveled far to buy wine. When Zhuang Lishir and Lishir arrived, they saw two horse-drawn carriages already parked in the narrow watermill alley. The lame Zheng was unwilling to drive in. "This alley is cramped, and there are carriages ahead. If I go in, I won't be able to get out." Li Shi reluctantly got out of the carriage, but she was drawn in by the bustling scene of Water-Mill Alley. Zhuang Lishir, who had difficulty walking, took some time to get down and saw Li Shi standing there, stretching her neck to look inside, seemingly not planning to pay. Zhuang Lishir knew Li Shi well and, feeling frustrated, handed the fare to the lame Zheng. Li Shi then turned around with a smile and said, "Mother, why did you pay already?" Zhuang Lishir was too annoyed to respond, maintaining a stern face. "Don't call me mother. You are no longer our Zhuang family's daughter-in-law. If you call me mother, what will your current mother-in-law think?" Mentioning her mother-in-law made Li Shi's expression sour, and she muttered, "That old hag doesn't deserve it." Zhuang Lishir didn't hear her. "What did you say?" Li Shi quickly replied, "Nothing. I just said Zheng doesn't need to wait for us this afternoon. We'll stay at my daughter's house." With that, Li Shi smiled broadly. "Mother, I heard that Sister Dai is quite impressive. She has two shops, one in front and a courtyard in the back. It would be perfect for us to stay there." Zhuang Lishir felt a bit tempted by Li Shi's words. "I've never stayed in a big courtyard before." Li Shi quickly reassured her, "Mother, we can have Sister Dai buy you a little maid to serve you. Your good days are ahead." Even though Zhuang Lishir was not pleased with Li Shi, she couldn't help but smile at that moment. Zhuang Lishir and Li Shi walked excitedly into Watermill Alley. Zhuang Lishir had been there once before and had a bad memory of it, so her expression changed slightly as they approached the entrance. Li Shi, however, was extremely excited. Seeing Zhuang Lishir hesitating, she decided to leave her behind, taking 2 steps at a time and directly entering the shop. Li Shi originally planned to warmly call out "my dear," but instead, she was met not by Zhuang Yundai, but by Aunt Hu. Li's words, "my child," got stuck in her throat. Li was not familiar with Aunt Hu. Although they both lived in Xiangyang village, they had only met a few times and had no real connection. Li did not recognize Aunt Hu, thinking she looked a bit familiar but assumed she was just a shop assistant hired by Zhuang Yundai. Looking at the crowded little shop, Li felt extremely excited. This was Zhuang Yundai's shop. How much money could be made in a day? Li's mouth was dry, and she trembled slightly with excitement. Aunt Hu narrowed her eyes and spoke first before Li could say anything. "Oh, if I remember correctly, you are Dejir's mother, right?" Aunt Hu spoke directly. The customers in the shop were a bit surprised. Wow, is this really Zhuang's mother? They had visited the shop many times, but had never seen this woman before. Seeing everyone looking at her with surprise, Li felt a hint of pride. Yes, that's me. Do you know me? Aunt Hu scoffed. Who doesn't know you? When Daejir was seriously ill, where were you? Oh, you left your 3 starving children and ran off with another man. The customers couldn't help but gasp, exchanging glances with each other. Zhuang really was unfortunate to have such a mother. Li didn't expect Aunt Hu to expose her past right away. Her face turned red with anger. What does this have to do with you? Where is Daejir? Aunt Hu sneered. Daejir? She's not here. At that moment, Zhuang Lishir hurried into the shop. Daejir isn't here? Where is she? Zhuang Lishir, being older, made Aunt Hu soften her tone a bit. She really isn't here. A customer recognized Zhuang Lishir. Oh, this old woman looks familiar. Isn't she the one who caused a scene last time and got kicked out? Zhuang Lishir felt embarrassed and couldn't say a word. Li frowned, noticing a worker bringing in cooked skewers from the back and realizing there was a yard behind. She decided to go directly to the yard. I'll go find my daughter myself. Aunt Hu blocked Li's way. Daejir isn't here. Before she left, she entrusted the shop and yard to me, and I must take care of them. A helpful customer chimed in. That lady, Zhuang, really isn't here. It's a coincidence. Before you came, Zhuang even told us she was going out to get some ingredients. Exactly. Li stopped in her tracks, frowning. Could it really be this coincidental? Seeing her troubled expression, the diners began to whisper among themselves. I just learned today that the owner of the Zhuang family has such a sad background. That owner really has it tough. A little girl like her is managing 2 shops. Isn't that right? I heard that in the beginning, the owner was dressed in rags, selling snacks on the street with her younger siblings. It was so pitiful. The diners sighed in sympathy. Upon hearing the words younger siblings, Li's heart stirred. Yes, Zhuang Yundai was tough and unyielding, making her hard to deal with, but her pair of twins were young and still attached to their mother. They wouldn't be as difficult to handle as their sister. Li immediately said to Aunt Hu, all right, you say that Sister Dai has gone out, that's fine. But what about my Tong Tong and Chiga? I want to see them. You can't stop me from seeing my children. Although Zhuang Lishir felt embarrassed and didn't speak up, she was listening intently to Li. Hearing Li's words, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. Right. How could she forget? They could also approach Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong. When Aunt Hu realized that Li was indeed planning to go after Zhuang Yunqi and Zhuang Yuntong, her anger flared up. How could this mother still have the face to mention the younger ones? Where was she when the older one was about to fall ill, and the younger ones were close to starving? Aunt Hu sneered, her eyes glinting coldly. How dare you mention Tong Tong and Chiga? What kind of mother have you been to them? Where were you when Chiga was bullied by your new husband's nephew? And where were you when Tong Tong was taken away? Aunt Hu's questions made Li's face turn pale. The diners looked at Li with a hint of disdain. Zhuang Lishir almost couldn't take it anymore and thought about telling Li to leave. But Li suddenly covered her face and began to cry. You're right. I was bullied by the Zhuang family and just wanted to leave. I thought at least my 3 children were part of the Zhuang family and would have a chance to survive. I never expected my poor children would suffer so much. I don't deserve to be a mother. Li's acting was so convincing that she cried on cue. Aunt Hu was stunned. Not just Aunt Hu, even Mrs. Zhuang was left speechless. However, Mrs. Zhuang quickly regained her composure. What was Li saying? What did she mean by being bullied to the brink of death? What kind of talk was that? Li was stepping on their family to make herself look good. Mrs. Zhuang was shaking with anger. She knew it. She knew it. Li was someone who would never change. Seeing Mrs. Zhuang's flushed face, Li hurriedly stepped forward, linking arms with her, and said with a tearful voice, But I, along with the children's grandmother, know we were wrong. We came this time to make amends and reconcile with the children. Li cried sincerely and asked Aunt Hu, You must be a mother too. If you have misunderstandings with your own child, would you let those misunderstandings linger and create a gap between you? Aunt, who was indeed taken aback by Li's words. But remembering what Zhuang Yundai had said before leaving, she replied firmly, "What you say doesn't matter." Sister Dai has left, and Tong Tong and Chiga have gone with their teacher for study. We don't know when they will return. As she spoke, Aunt, who adopted a stance as if to send her off, "Since you want to make amends, show your sincerity. Wait until the children come back, and you can talk to them personally." Li never expected that her heartfelt tears would fall on deaf ears. She was unwilling to give up. She thought for a moment and said then, "Since we've traveled a long way, can we rest inside for a bit?" But Aunt, who stood in front of Li, unmoving, looking at her with a half-smile, "I already said, Sister Dai and the others are not here. You haven't reconciled with them yet, and you want to enter the courtyard directly? Is this your sincerity? You seem more like someone trying to take over the family property." The diners chimed in, "That's right. You were so heartless before, and now you want to make amends, but the Zhuang family hasn't agreed yet, and you want to stay at their home? That doesn't seem right."
Exactly.
Moving into someone's house without permission is quite rude. The diners were buzzing with conversation. Li's face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth. "Fine, I won't go in for now. Just tell me, when will Sister Dai and the others be back?" Aunt, who smiled, "That's hard to say." At this moment, Zhuang Yundai was taking Lu Jiqing, carrying 3 bundles, and walking straight through the alley to old Master O's house. 2 of the bundles belonged to Zhuang Yuntong and Zhuang Yunqi. She planned to bring the 2 children to stay at the inn for a few days to free up her hands to deal with the Li and Zhuang families. The courtyard of old Master O's house was usually closed, except when it was snowing or when guests arrived. Zhuang Yundai knocked a few times in a rhythmic manner. Soon, a young servant came to open the door. The servant, having seen Zhuang Yundai opened the door with a big smile. "Miss Zhuang, are you here to pick up your younger siblings from school? It's still a bit early. Our teacher might still be giving lessons." Zhuang Yundai replied with a smile, "There are some matters at home, so I came early. It's not urgent. I can wait for them to finish school." "Then please, Miss Zhuang, go to the flower hall and have some tea while you wait," the servant said, bowing and inviting her into the courtyard. Zhuang Yundai nodded with a smile and stepped into the yard. Lu Jiqing followed behind with a neutral expression. The servant was seeing Lu Jiqing for the first time and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, he is my bodyguard," Zhuang Yundai introduced with a smile. The servants at old Master O's house were well-mannered and did not look down on Lu Jiqing just because he was a bodyguard. The servant nodded and complimented. "This bodyguard certainly has a commanding presence. Please, this way." He led Zhuang Yundai and Lu Jiqing to the flower hall. On the way, the servant added with a smile, "Miss Zhuang, the moonlight wine you brewed is truly delicious. Our old master drinks some every day. Once I was lucky enough to have a cup, and it was so good that I almost lost my senses." Zhuang Yundai laughed as she picked up one of the bundles. "What a coincidence. I brought some moonlight wine for the old master. I brought a larger amount this time, so you can help him grind it. There should be enough for several cups. Next time, I'll bring some just for you all to share." The servant was pleasantly surprised but politely declined, saying, "The moonlight wine is very precious. It's too generous of you. Just bringing it for our master is enough." Zhuang Yundai smiled and said nothing. She knew that the servants and scholars at old Master O's house treated her siblings very well. Since they liked the moonlight wine, it was only right for her to bring more to share. When they arrived at the flower hall, Zhuang Yundai sat in a chair. She originally wanted Lu Jiqing to sit down as well, but he kept his eyes down and said nothing, standing quietly behind her. The servant went to inform old Master O. Before long, old Master O's booming voice echoed from the hallway. "Tong Tong hasn't finished her writing today, so she can't go with you. Aki has already completed his work. However, I have him supervising Tong Tong in the study right now." Before he could finish, old Master O stepped into the flower hall. Zhuang Yundai stood up to greet him, smiling as she called out, "Old Master." Old Master O, a bit impatient, said, "I heard from the servant that you brought me some moonlight wine. The last batch you gave me is almost finished. What a coincidence. Zhuang Yundai smiled and handed him the bundle she was carrying. Inside was not the usual 50-milliliter bottles sold in stores, but a jar of moonlight wine. Old Master O's face lit up with joy, but then his gaze fell on Lu Jiqing. Suddenly, Old Master O froze. This was the first time Zhuang Yundai had seen Old Master O lose his composure. His lips trembled slightly, unable to say anything, just staring at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing silently bowed to Old Master O. Old Master O's eyes turned slightly red. Zhuang Yundai looked at Old Master O, then at Lu Jiqing, and quickly understood. They must know each other. But since neither of them spoke, Zhuang Yundai remained quiet, waiting for them to start the conversation. In the end, Old Master O turned away, quickly wiped his eyes, and then turned back, still a bit excited, saying, "Jiqing, are you okay?" Lu Jiqing nodded silently, and after a moment, perhaps noticing Old Master O's excitement, added, "I'm fine." That's good, that's good." Old Master O couldn't hide his excitement and stepped forward to shake Lu Jiqing's hand. However, Lu Jiqing was used to being solitary and clearly felt uncomfortable when Old Master O held his hand. Once Old Master O's emotions calmed down a bit, Lu Jiqing almost immediately withdrew his hand. Zhuang Yundai caught this moment and looked at Lu Jiqing with mixed feelings. Fortunately, Old Master O was still a bit excited and didn't notice. He simply expressed, "I never expected to meet you here."
You.
Old Master O remembered that Lu Jiqing was likely in exile, his expression turning serious. He quickly instructed the servant to close the courtyard gate tightly, saying, "No matter who it is, they must not be allowed in." The servant hurriedly agreed and ran out. Old Master O's expression softened slightly, with a hint of confusion as he looked at Zhuang Yundai. "You all." Lu Jiqing lowered his eyes and remained silent. Zhuang Yundai cleared her throat and explained, "He fainted by the roadside earlier, and I brought him back. Plus, there was an incident at the quarry, so I temporarily asked him to stay with me as a guard." She felt a bit shy about telling Old Master O directly that she had previously seen Lu Jiqing looking lifeless and had even playfully teased him to see his reaction. But now that they were more familiar, she felt awkward about teasing him again. Old Master O was a bit excited. "Fate, this is fate." Zhuang Yundai scratched her face. It really was quite fateful. "How about I go to the study and check on Aki and Tong Tong practicing their writing? You two can chat for a while," Zhuang Yundai suggested as she stood up and picked up 2 bags of clothes. "If I stay here, it might be hard for you to talk freely." Old Master O appreciated Zhuang Yundai's openness and nodded. "With you, I won't be polite. Some matters shouldn't involve you." Lu Jiqing remained silent. As Zhuang Yundai stepped out and turned to close the door, she noticed the shadow from the window falling on Lu Jiqing's face, creating a mysterious atmosphere that made her pause for a moment. Lu Jiqing seemed to sense something and looked directly at Zhuang Yundai. As their eyes met, Zhuang Yundai smiled gently at Lu Jiqing and then quietly closed the door. Lu Jiqing stood still for a while. Old Master O was still lost in the emotions of reuniting with an old friend and did not notice this scene. "Your grandfather." Zhuang Yundai tiptoed away from the reception hall. Once she entered the courtyard, a gentle spring breeze brought a slight chill, refreshing her mind. She was familiar with Old Master O's place, and even without a servant to guide her, she knew the way. Zhuang Yundai didn't linger but also didn't rush, strolling leisurely toward the study. In the study, Zhuang Yuntong was focused on practicing her writing. Zhuang Yiqi had finished his homework and was looking through a poetry collection from Old Master O's bookshelf. Zhuang Yundai lightly tapped twice on the half-closed door of the study. Zhuang Yuntong didn't move, still concentrating on writing large characters. Earlier, when a servant brought tea, she had lost her focus for a moment, causing a drop of ink to fall on the rice paper, ruining the half-written characters. Fortunately, although Zhuang Yuntong was young, she was not impatient. She didn't get discouraged and started writing a new sheet. This is also a reason why Mr. O really likes Zhuang Yuntong. Zhuang Yunqi looked up from his book and saw Zhuang Yundai. His calm expression suddenly brightened with surprise, but then he remembered that Zhuang Yundai usually wouldn't come to pick them up so early. Something must have happened at home, especially since Zhuang Yundai was carrying 2 bundles. Zhuang Yunqi widened his eyes. However, Zhuang Yunqi was also concerned about his sister's well-being. He stayed silent, just raised a finger to his lips and glanced at Zhuang Yuntong. Zhuang Yundai understood completely, smiled and nodded, pointing outside. Zhuang Yunqi tiptoed out of the study and walked alongside Zhuang Yundai for a while before quietly asking, a bit nervously, eldest sister, did something happen at home? Zhuang Yundai sighed inwardly at Zhuang Yunqi's cleverness and didn't hide the truth from him. She whispered, Mother and Grandma caused a bit of a stir at the shop. Zhuang Yunqi's expression changed slightly. After being disappointed by Li several times, his natural dependence on his mother had faded. But Tong Tong was different. It's okay. I have a plan, Zhuang Yundai reassured Zhuang Yunqi, speaking softly. I brought your things. We'll stay at an inn for a couple of days. Zhuang Yunqi nodded, about to say something when he heard Zhuang Yuntong's cheerful voice from the study. I finally finished. Zhuang Yundai gave Zhuang Yunqi a look before smiling and entering the study. When Zhuang Yuntong saw Zhuang Yundai, she was both surprised and happy. Eldest sister, are you here to pick me up from school? She chattered for a while before noticing the 2 bundles in Zhuang Yundai's hands. Oh, eldest sister, what's this for? Zhuang Yundai smiled and said, there's a little issue at home, so we'll stay at the inn for a few days. Zhuang Yuntong nodded but couldn't help feeling worried. What about Aunt Hu and Brother Ben? Zhuang Yundai replied, Aunt Hu and Brother Ben are at home taking care of things, so don't worry. We'll be back home in a few days. Zhuang Yuntong trusted Zhuang Yundai very much and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Zhuang Yundai couldn't help but pat Zhuang Yuntong's head. However, in the end, Zhuang Yundai couldn't leave. Mr. O, who had been chatting with Lu Jiqing, seemed much calmer. But when he heard that Zhuang Yundai wanted to take her younger siblings to stay at an inn for a few days, he immediately frowned and waved his hand. Stay at an inn? There are so many empty rooms at home. Saying this, he turned his head and ordered the servant, prepare a few guest rooms.